The earthly transformation of 72 changes. Each change represents a unique supernatural ability. A mystical yellow-covered book sent Li Chang'an back to the ancient realm. With each demon he vanquished, he acquired a new power. Ghosts, zombie kings, spider demons. One by one, these fiends fell beneath his sword. With every victory, he obtained abilities such as ethereal perception, swordsmanship, and demon slaying. However, upon annihilating 100 ghosts and surveying his surroundings, he realized that all of this was merely a tiny wave in the vast ocean of chaos. Chapter 1. The 72 Transformations. The old man, Li, has passed away. The news rippled through the community like a stone cast into a pond. Renowned within several miles, he was not only an esteemed intellectual but also known for his stubborn disposition. Years ago, a developer sought to acquire land in the village to erect a luxurious residential complex. While other villagers accepted compensation and departed, the old man resolutely refused to budge, watching grand edifices rise around him while his modest two-story house remained steadfast in the center. The developers, exasperated by his stubbornness, resorted to every conceivable tactic to persuade him to leave, but to no avail. Now, with his passing, they swiftly deployed excavators and summoned a group of black suits to take advantage of the situation. As the excavator approached his home, the heavy tires crushed the earth, and the bucket was poised to strike the brick wall. Suddenly, the air filled with the raucous sound of drums and horns, as a procession of mourners clad in white surged forth. The black suits attempted to intervene, but the mourners hurled firecrackers, causing chaos among the suits. In the midst of this commotion, a group of strong men carried a large object that landed with a thud before the excavator. It was an uncovered wooden coffin in which the old man lay, appearing far more serene than in life. Modern firecrackers, poorly made, sputtered out quickly, yet the black suits were left in disarray, and even the developer was not spared. A firecracker landed on his slick-back hair, transforming his hairstyle with a loud bang. The developer's face darkened, and the leader of the black suits, disregarding the damage to his attire, hastily loosened his collar to reveal his muscular physique and tattoos, cursing, "Your father." But before he could finish, a chorus of loud women interrupted. "Father!" they cried, their voices rising in protest. Other voices joined in a cacophony. "Heaven has no eyes. Even before your bones are cold, scoundrels come to harass your descendants and demolish your home." After this round of collective lamentation, the crowd of mourners gathered, shouting and tossing paper money into the air. The younger men stood guard outside, brandishing pipes, machetes, shovels, and the legs of tables. "Bah!" The leader of the black suits spat disdainfully on the ground. Having been in this line of work, he had witnessed far worse than this. Did they think mere sticks and knives could intimidate him? He had always been the one to unleash chaos. Who dared to retaliate against him? This was utterly outrageous. As the black suit leader flexed his muscles to retaliate against the grieving sons, one of his subordinates hastily restrained him. "What are you doing?" "Boss," the subordinate said, panic in his eyes, pointing toward the crowd. The leader squinted and noticed several young men lurking within the throng, brandishing shotguns. "Boss," he turned to the developer, "let's not stoop to their level. It's bad luck." Although one side sought to preserve the home while the other aimed to demolish it, both were driven by a desire for profit. Soon, they negotiated a specific sum, and fearing future complications, the developer had cash withdrawn from the bank. The Li family, not to be outdone, began to quarrel over the money. A little here, a little there, until only a few crumpled bills remained in Li Chang'an's hands. The uncle distributing the money felt a twinge of guilt, and the aunt holding a child quickly interjected, "Chang'an, don't think it's too little. We're dividing it by head count." "Ah, no wonder you brought along your daughter-in-law's child." Li Chang'an smiled, but said nothing. Having lost his father at a young age, he was raised by his grandfather, Li Lao, and relied on various uncles for financial support. Thus he had no intention of contesting with relatives over money. "No need," Li Chang'an pushed the money back. "I'll just take a few belongings from the house." "Very well." The aunt snatched the cash and stuffed it into her pocket, beaming with satisfaction. Valuable items had long been removed from the house. On 3 lift. Several robust uncles shouted as they hoisted the coffin. A procession of mourners donned in white surged forward, carrying pots, pans, tables, and benches scavenged from the house. Amidst the satisfied, smiling faces, Li Chang'an turned to glance back. As the excavator roared, the little building that held so many memories of his childhood crumbled into a heap of ruins, taking with it his last vestiges of attachment to this land. "Enough! Let's head back." That night, The banquet before the morning hall had concluded. The older folks called friends for a game of mahjong, while the younger ones gathered to play on their phones or watch television. Li Chang'an sat alone in a bedroom, cradling an old, thread-bound book. This was one of the trinkets he had brought from his grandfather's house. Most were worthless, kept merely for sentimental value. However, this particular book stood out, as it bore no recollection in his mind. Growing up in that house, every corner and object was familiar, yet he had no memory of this book. When he discovered it, it lay quietly in the bookshelf, like the other items, coated in dust, yet left no trace in his memory. Perplexed, Li Chang'an examined the book closely. The cover was a dusty yellow hardback, and the pages had yellowed with age. The stitching on the spine was irregular, resembling coarse twine. As he opened the first page, he was met with densely packed small characters, grouped in pairs, filling the entire page, albeit faded with time. Li Chang'an brightened the light and carefully deciphered the text. Ethereal perception, spirit summoning, mountain lifting, water prohibiting, wind borrowing, fog weaving, praying for sunshine, beseeching for rain. Isn't this the Taoist earthly transformation of 72 arts? The earthly transformation of 72 arts, also known by the more renowned term, the 72 changes, is the signature skill of the Monkey King, a portion of the Taoist arts of transformation. This art of transformation is not merely about changing from male to female or man to sheep. It embodies the magic of altering all things, such as controlling clouds and rain, moving mountains and boiling seas, and exchanging the heavens and the earth. Considered the foundation of all Taoist practices. Understanding what he had unearthed, Li Chang'an no longer lingered on the first page and turned to the second, only to be met with a grotesque and menacing illustration of a demon. Could this be a compendium of monsters? Flipping through the subsequent pages, he was astonished to find them all blank. How utterly baffling. Li Chang'an shook his head, preparing to close the book. Suddenly, as his gaze left the pages, a buzzing sound resonated in his ears, and his mind became foggy. He felt dizzy. The shapes before him began to warp, and colors melted together, blending into a disorienting haze that weighed heavily on his heart. Whispers echoed in his ears, a cacophony of indistinct chatter, rendered incomprehensible by a medley of peculiar dialects. It resembled the resounding clang of a gong, as if Peking opera, bangzi, huangmei, and flower drum songs erupted in unison, creating a din that made Li Chang'an's stomach churn. Just as he felt he could no longer endure this auditory assault, a sudden clarity enveloped him, and he instinctively grasped the table, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. After a few moments, he managed to steady himself. Wait, a table? Hadn't he just been lying in bed? Where did this table come from? He lifted his gaze, only to find himself utterly astonished. Good heavens, where am I? Li Chang'an realized he was situated in a small, rudimentary dwelling. The walls were rough, displaying a muted yellow hue, with hints of bamboo and straw embedded within, revealing a mud wall composed of bamboo, straw, and earth. Looking up, he observed several logs supporting the roof, though most of the tiles had vanished. The cold moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his bewildered expression. Could it be? He murmured, lost in thought as he lowered his head. The moonlight glinted upon the pages of a book, revealing a ghastly illustration. The lines of the drawing seemed to come alive, rendering the image increasingly vivid, as if it were poised to leap from the pages and devour him whole. Chapter 2. The human head. The moonlight seemed to breathe life into the malevolent specters outlined in the text, as if they were poised to leap forth from the pages. A chill coursed through Li Chang'an's heart. As he turned the pages, he noticed two characters, previously faded, re-emerging on the opening page. Tongyu, he murmured, which, in essence, signifies the ability to communicate with the otherworldly realm. But what did this imply? Li Chang'an's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, rendering him perplexed by his current predicament. He was not one to remain idle in the face of adversity. Rising to his feet, he approached the doorway of the dilapidated building. The door appeared to have been untouched for ages, cloaked in layers of dust and cobwebs. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open with a creak. Instantly, a cacophony of bustling market sounds flooded his ears. Li Chang'an looked up in astonishment. In stark contrast to the desolation within, the outside world resembled an entirely different realm. Before him stretched a long street paved with compacted yellow earth, flanked by ancient Chinese-style architecture. Despite the late hour, with the jade rabbit high in the sky, the street was adorned with white lanterns that illuminated the surroundings, mingling with the moonlight. A throng of people surged along the thoroughfare, their attire ranging from wide-sleeved robes to simple linen garments. Even the wares offered by the street vendors, hairpins and candied hawthorn berries, bore no trace of modern influence. It was as though he had stepped into a historical drama. A thin mist hovered above the street, and though the lanterns emitted a fair amount of light, they appeared somewhat indistinct from a distance. Thus, the pedestrians seemed to emerge from the void, only to vanish back into it. Li Chang'an wandered through the crowd in a daze. "Sweet hawthorn berries for sale," an elderly man called out, carrying a straw pole. A little girl in a plain silk dress, basket in hand, brushed past him, followed by a parade of passers-by clad in traditional garb. A sense of absurdity engulfed his heart. Where was this place? And how had he come to be here? "Customer." A middle-aged man draped in white cloth suddenly called out to him. "Care for some noodles?" Snapped back to reality. Li Chang'an realized he had unconsciously arrived at a noodle stall. Just as he was about to decline, having just eaten dinner at his grandfather's funeral banquet, the aroma wafting from the pot drew him in. An enticing scent he had never encountered before. His stomach felt as though it had instantly digested everything. Before he knew it, he found himself seated at the noodle stall. "Customer, your noodles are ready," the vendor announced, placing a steaming bowl of vegetarian noodles before him. The noodles were an unexpected shade of black, garnished with chopped scallions. And as the hot broth cascaded over them, a fragrant steam wafted up to his face. Li Chang'an inhaled deeply, the aroma rushing to his head. He hastily grabbed chopsticks, eager to dig in, but then hesitated. Would the vendor accept his currency? As this thought struck him, a sudden pain throbbed in his forehead, prompting him to close his eyes and rub it for some time. Just as he regained his composure, he heard a raspy voice from the adjacent seat. "Vendor, your broth lacks flavor." Li Chang'an turned to see an elderly, stooped figure moving his bowl towards the boiling pot. "All right, please wait a moment. I will enhance the flavor," the vendor replied, placing both hands on his head, and, to Li Chang'an's horror, twisted it off. The head then groped for the pot and tossed itself into the bubbling broth. Li Chang'an barely stifled a scream. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the flames beneath the pot were not red but green, and what burned within were not logs but human bones. Strangely, none of the other patrons exhibited any surprise at this ghastly scene. A jolt of dread shot through him as he glanced at the street. "Your flowers." The girl in the plain dress smiled, handing a severed hand to a pale couple. "Candied hawthorn berries, hold tight," the old man exclaimed, pulling out a bamboo skewer not adorned with sweets, but with glistening eyeballs. He squatted down and offered the grotesque treat to a child sporting a topknot. The child received the skewer, opening his mouth wider and wider until it seemed as if his jaw might split, and even his own eye popped out, which he caught carelessly and stuffed into his mouth along with the skewer. With a crunch, juices splattered. Li Chang'an shivered, unable to look any longer. Turning back, he realized the noodles were no longer noodles at all. The black strands were clearly a mass of hair soaked in water, and the scallions were nothing more than maggots chopped haphazardly. This was no night market. It was a ghost market. Li Chang'an pinched his thigh hard, using the pain to quell his rising terror. As he scrutinized his surroundings, he noted that at the noodle stall, the white lanterns were becoming sparse, and the pedestrians, or rather, specters, were dwindling to small groups. He must be nearing the end of the ghost market. Stealing another glance at the noodle pot, he saw the headless vendor stirring the broth with a long spoon, concocting a soup of human heads. The aroma wafted toward him again, causing his stomach to churn. He gently set down his chopsticks and quietly slipped away from the stall, avoiding the sight of the dead faces lining the street, and quickened his pace. "Customer, you haven't paid for your noodles." Suddenly, the vendor's voice echoed ominously behind him. In an instant, the street fell silent, and all the specters, who had been minding their own business, turned to gaze at Li Chang'an, slowly closing in around him. His path was blocked. Cold sweat broke out all over him as he slowly turned around. The vendor stood right behind him, his head clutched under one arm, dripping with broth and steaming. "Customer," the head spoke, "you wouldn't happen to be short on money, would you?" Li Chang'an swallowed hard. After a series of shocks, his fear had somewhat dissipated. "That's no problem." The head continued cheerfully as it pressed itself back onto the neck, using a cloth to wipe away the broth from its face. Perhaps it had been boiled too long. The area the cloth touched split open, revealing bones beneath. "Customers can use other items as payment, you know." "Payment," Li Chang'an murmured, the term sending an inexplicable chill down his spine. "Indeed," the vendor replied. "Hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, kidneys, all can serve as currency." With that, the gathering of ghosts inched closer. Chapter 3, The Old Taoist. As the vendor finished speaking, the encircling spirits began to close in on Li Chang'an. Some wore grotesque visages, while others exhibited expressions of avarice and malice. The old ghost with the eyeballs fixated on his eyes, while the flower-selling specter coveted his hands. Their greedy gazes roamed over every inch of his body. It was as if they intended to dismember him. Surrounded by these apparitions, Li Chang'an's fear reached its zenith, only to be replaced by a surge of indignation. He glared at them, and as the saying goes, ghosts fear the wicked. The spirits momentarily faltered in their advance. He pointed vehemently at the ghastly figures, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses. Suddenly, a white lantern emerged from the throng of ghosts. "Excuse me, make way." Following closely behind was a figure swathed in a cloak, who emerged alongside the lantern. "I've paid his noodle debt," the figure proclaimed. With that, the cloaked individual produced a bundle of paper money from within and stuffed it into the vendor's hands, then grasped Li Chang'an's wrist, whispering urgently, "Follow me." As he led the way with the lantern, the crowd of specters parted, creating a path ahead. The cloaked man swiftly led Li Chang'an along, and Li Chang'an felt the scenery around him transform as the white lanterns hanging by the streets gradually dwindled, and the ghosts by the roadside vanished from sight. At last, they halted, and the white lantern in the man's hand flickered a few times before rising to emit a warm, orange glow, reminiscent of a return to the realm of the living. When Li Chang'an turned back, the bustling ghost market was nowhere to be seen. Before him stood only a few dilapidated thatched huts, flanking a narrow dirt path, along which floated a few flickering green phosphorescent lights. A rustling sound came from behind, and the cloaked figure loosened his cloak to reveal an elderly Taoist priest with grizzled hair and beard. Just as Li Chang'an was about to express his gratitude, the old priest suddenly erupted into a tirade. "Do you think your life is too long? Can one simply wander into a ghost market? If it weren't for me today, that lantern's wooden handle would have prodded you, and your heart, liver, and intestines would have been turned into ghostly stew, while your bones would be used for firewood." Li Chang'an quickly stepped back, contemplated for a moment, and awkwardly performed a fist salute. "Thank you for saving my life, Taoist priest." "Thank you?" The old priest grunted, seemingly still irate. He had little patience for such empty pleasantries. "If you truly mean it." He scrutinized Li Chang'an from head to toe. Having just finished a meal and bathed, Li Chang'an was clad only in white shorts and a vest. The old priest shook his head and continued, "Look at your pitiful appearance. Just forget it." He fell silent and turned to leave, leaving Li Chang'an bewildered at the spot. He scanned his surroundings. Under the clear moonlight, the shadows of the trees danced like ghostly figures. "Why are you still here?" The old priest had turned back. "Are you staying to feed the ghosts?" "Leave? Where should I go?" Li Chang'an chuckled bitterly, feeling lost. The old priest stared at him for a long while. "Forget it. I will see this through to the end." He gestured for Li Chang'an to follow him. This place was once a bustling market, but after a calamity struck, it was ravaged by bandits, and soldiers were summoned. With 3 rounds of chaos, the living either perished or fled, leaving behind only a few lingering spirits. As he spoke, the old priest led Li Chang'an into a crumbling thatched hut by the roadside. He lit an oil lamp, and in its light, Li Chang'an realized this hut was in better condition than the one he had initially arrived at, though still dilapidated, with cracks visible on the walls and some tiles missing from the roof. At least it provided some shelter from the wind and rain. Li Chang'an's gaze fell upon the corner, and his eyes widened in shock. There, 2 skeletons lay entwined in death. "Do not be afraid." The old priest noticed Li Chang'an's expression and smiled. "These bones do not bite." He approached the remains and bowed respectfully. "Master, this young man will be troubling you for a night. I hope you grant him your forgiveness." However, unbeknownst to the old priest, it was not the skeletons that startled Li Chang'an, but the 2 ethereal spirits floating above them, one a peasant woman holding a child, both in tattered clothing with ashen faces. After the old priest bowed, they returned the gesture with decorum. The old priest and Li Chang'an laid down makeshift beds in the corners of the room using straw. The old priest then sat cross-legged on his bed and said, "I am known as Xianin, and my surname is Liu. You may call me Liu Taoist." "What is your name?" "Li Chang'an," Li Chang'an replied. "Li Chang'an. Very well." Liu Taoist stroked his grizzled beard and said with a serious tone, "In these tumultuous times, since we share the same roof, I must lay down some ground rules." Li Chang'an straightened up at the old priest's words. "Please, go ahead." "Firstly," Liu Taoist raised a finger, "I am merely a wandering Taoist, possessing nothing of value." "Secondly," he pulled out a long sword from his bundle and laid it across his lap. "This sword has accompanied me through many travels and has slain more bandits than demons. Should you?" Liu Taoist's voice grew grave, and with a swift motion, the sword was drawn 3 inches from its sheath. "Do you understand?" Li Chang'an found the Taoist's theatrics amusing. In his eyes, it seemed overly cautious to the point of being timid. What sort of threat is it to brandish a sword at an unarmed person while insisting you have nothing to offer? Nonetheless, given the old priest had saved his life. Li Chang'an refrained from showing his amusement and simply nodded. I am not one to be ungrateful. Thus, the night passed in silence. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the walls, waking Li Chang'an. The events of the previous night had left him utterly exhausted, and he had slept soundly, despite the discomfort of the straw bed, which left him aching all over. He surveyed the room. The old priest and the two skeletons had vanished, and at his bedside lay half of a hard bond. Outside, faint sounds of digging reached his ears. Li Chang'an opened the door to find the old priest, equipped with tools he had scavenged, laboriously digging a grave, while the skeletons were carefully wrapped in the cloak the old priest had worn the night before. Seeing this, Li Chang'an quickly set down the bond and rushed to assist. After burying the remains, Lu Daoist straightened his attire and began reciting a sutra for the souls, to the deities of the 10 directions, their number as countless as the sands, transform within the realms, universally saving all beings. As he concluded the sutra, the spirits of the mother and child materialized in the air, now clad in vibrant garments, and with their faces filled with vitality. They bowed in gratitude towards the two men before gradually fading away. Turning back, Li Chang'an noticed the old priest regarding him with a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. Young man, can you see ghosts? Li Chang'an had no intention of concealing the truth and nodded affirmatively. The old priest's eyes sparkled with excitement as he circled around Li Chang'an, saying, Where do you come from, young Li? Where do I come from? Can I tell you that I traverse time and space? Li Chang'an shrugged, offering a wry smile without elaborating. And where will you go now? The old priest persisted. Where will I go? Perhaps only fate knows, Li Chang'an mused, feeling the yellowed book in his pocket. Unsure of how to answer, he turned the question back to the old priest. And where are you headed? Lu Daoist dusted himself off. To Yulin. Chapter 4. The painted skin outside Yulin City, Wang Shen and his wife were tidying up the guest rooms of their inn. In these turbulent times, travelers had dwindled, and their inn barely managed to stay afloat. Today, with the wind and rain raging outside, they anticipated no guests would come. Just then, a young lad with rosy lips and white teeth pushed the door open, entering with a girl in tow. This girl appeared to be in her late teens. Dressed in a green gauze skirt and adorned with a white silk scarf, her features charming. She greeted Wang Shen and his wife with a graceful bow, saying, I am a resident from Wangza Township, 10 miles to the south. My husband passed away early, and with no children, I was cruelly cast out by my heartless in-laws. My parents have also passed, and now I seek refuge with my aunt, only to find she has also departed. I am left without a place to turn, and with the rain pouring, I humbly ask for your kindness to shelter me for a night. As she spoke, the girl seemed to be overwhelmed with sorrow, covering her face and weeping softly. Wang Shen, moved by her plight and seeing her drenched from the rain, could not help but feel compassion and agreed to her request. After sharing a meal, the young woman proved to be industrious, eagerly helping to clear the tableware. In the end, she even assisted Wang Shen's wife in sewing clothes. Her stitching was exquisite, with delicate and precise stitches, a skill far surpassing that of ordinary folk. Wang Shen's wife couldn't help but exclaim, with such beauty and skill, your in-laws must be foolish indeed. At this, she gazed at the girl with increasing fondness, and with a playful tone, she remarked, if only you were my daughter-in-law. To her surprise, the girl shyly lowered her head and replied, if it's not too much trouble, in these chaotic times, ordinary families have little to be particular about. The couple, Wang Shen and his wife, hastily arranged the room, and that night, they sent the young bride and their son into the bridal chamber. Wang Shen's son was merely 13 or 14 years old, still an innocent youth. Why did the bride hold a wooden pole? At that moment, the woman stood by the door, clutching a hefty wooden beam as though it were a stalk of rice. With many thieves in the vicinity, precautions were necessary at night. After speaking, she wedged the wooden pole against the door and gazed at the groom sitting by the bed. Is not the gentleman's skin exquisitely delicate? What? The young lad was momentarily taken aback by her words. I merely meant to say, the gentleman is truly handsome. The boy's face flushed crimson at this remark, and summoning his courage, he looked up at the woman and said, yet you, sister, are even more beautiful. The woman smiled softly, approached the bed, and took hold of the boy's hands. The lad exclaimed in haste, the red candles have yet to be extinguished. Do not mind them. With that, she pulled the boy onto the bed, and with a flick of her hand, the quilt enveloped them both. The quilt stirred with a sudden commotion, expanding in size. The flickering candlelight cast shadows as the quilt rolled violently. Faintly, a chilling sound of gnawing could be heard. Mother, the bride is a ghost. Wang's wife broke out in a cold sweat, awakening from a nightmare where her son, disheveled and bloodied, cried out to her. She quickly shook her husband awake to recount her dream. Have you gone mad with joy over your fine daughter-in-law? Wang Shen scoffed, turning over to sleep again. His wife followed suit, but not long after, she was jolted awake again. Mother, the son is to be devoured by ghosts. Wang's wife sat up abruptly, the haunting cries of her son echoing in her ears. Once was a mere dream, but twice? She hastily shook her husband awake again. At this moment, Wang Shen also felt a pang of unease. The couple climbed out of bed and approached the new couple's quarters, where they observed the flickering candlelight within, yet heard no sound. They exchanged worried glances before quietly pressing their ears against the door. Vaguely, they discerned the sound of gnawing. Suddenly, they leapt back, shouting loudly towards the room, but received no response. They attempted to force the door open, yet it was barricaded by the wooden pole. The commotion attracted nearby neighbors. A group of young men rushed to break the door down, only to be met with screams. Those gathered at the entrance scattered in alarm. Inside, blood covered the floor, and a ghastly creature, blue-skinned with round eyes and jagged teeth, sat upon the bed, cradling a severed head, drinking its brain matter. It glanced at Wang Shen and the others outside with its bell-like eyes, its serrated mouth opening in what seemed a grin, before tossing the skull towards the door, landing squarely in Wang's wife's arms. Child! Wang's wife screamed upon seeing the skull, fainting immediately. The crowd outside was thrown into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the malevolent spirit burst through the door, scattering the onlookers and fleeing into the night, leaving only darkness and Wang Shen's anguished cries. Outside Yuan City, two peculiar Taoist priests appeared. The elder seemed relatively normal, bearing the marks of age, with grizzled hair and a tattered robe resembling a patched garment, a typical wandering Taoist. The younger one was more eccentric. Though dressed in an old robe, his skin was smooth and tender like that of a wealthy young master, with a haircut resembling a monk's. This elder and youth were, in fact, Lu the Elder and Li Chang'an. By this time, nearly a month had passed since the ghost market incident. The elder recognized the special talent Li Chang'an had acquired from a yellow book. Wishing to take him as a disciple, Li Chang'an, uncertain of his path and grateful for the elder's life-saving kindness, readily agreed. However, the elder's sect required a 6-month observation period before formally accepting a disciple, so Li Chang'an had yet to be officially acknowledged. As they walked along the official road, they noticed a pair of guards at the city gate, rigorously inspecting travelers entering and leaving the city. The elder retrieved a folded paper from his bag and handed it to Li Chang'an. Upon unfolding it, Li Chang'an saw it was a permit bearing the name of a Taoist named Xianxiao. Who is Xianxiao? Your master uncle? Where has he gone? Devoured by a monster. The guards at the city gate were not only strict but appeared to be on high alert, ready to draw weapons at the slightest disturbance. After a thorough search, they were still denied entry and were instead presented with a bowl of water. The guard shoved the bowl into Li Chang'an's hands, commanding, "Drink." Li Chang'an accepted it, noticing the murky water, and frowned, asking, "What is this?" To his surprise, the guard glared, saying, "Drink it if I say so." The elder quickly intervened, sniffing the air and reassuringly stating, "It's nothing to worry about, just talismanic water." Upon hearing this, the guard's demeanor softened, and he nodded respectfully at the elder, saying, "It seems you are truly capable. Once inside the city, do take a look at the notices." The notice board was just by the city gate. Upon entering the city, Li Chang'an paused to examine it, finding the majority of the notices outdated, mostly bounties for bandits. While 2 new notices caught his eye, one about a prominent family in the city plagued by ghosts seeking skilled exorcists, and the other offering a bounty for eliminating a ferocious ghost outside the city, complete with an illustration of the creature, blue-skinned, with round eyes and jagged teeth. After finding an inexpensive inn, the elder went out to buy wine to placate his restless spirit. Li Chang'an, meanwhile, sat in his room, his expression shifting, finally exhaling deeply. He took out the yellow-covered book he had carried with him. Over the past month, it had shown no changes, save for the illustrations of the malevolent spirit gradually gaining color. Flipping through the pages, he found the vivid depiction of a fearsome ghost, blue-skinned, with round eyes and jagged teeth, identical to the image on the city wall. Chapter 5. Exorcising the ghost. The innkeeper prepared a meal, and the elder returned with wine. The two did not rush to eat, but first retrieved the ancestral tablet, respectfully lighting incense and candles. The elder then produced a talisman from his robe, placing it before the tablet. This talisman, crafted from yellow paper with red markings and golden threads along the edges, was the elder's most treasured possession, handed down by his master for protection. Next, he opened a gourd at his waist, pulling out a smaller gourd filled with fine liquor, not the inferior wine he sold, but a premium Fingio, reserved for honoring his ancestors. He uncorked it, inhaling the aroma deeply before carefully pouring a cup and placing it before the ancestral tablet. After completing their daily rituals, he carefully stowed away the items, even pouring the cup of wine back into the gourd. Not wasting the small cup that held the inferior wine, the elder took a whiff before sipping it, his eyes half closed in bliss. As though he savored the exquisite fingio from the smaller gourd rather than the inferior wine from the larger one. Li Chang'an could hardly bear to watch. Could you not pour the wine into the cup and drink it properly? You young fool, the elder leisurely replied. Drinking from the cup only yields one serving. But savoring the aroma allows one to enjoy the essence of a whole gourd. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the elder leisurely remarked, I inquired about the current affairs in Yulan City while procuring the wine. Presently, there are 2 tasks available. One involves a family surnamed Zhou in the northern part of the city troubled by ghosts. I took a look. It's merely a case of a deceased person's lingering attachment, nothing significant. The other concerns a prominent family named Zhang, and we shall investigate that shortly. So soon? Li Chang'an was taken aback. After their arduous journey, he had hoped for a moment's respite upon entering the city. Soon, the elder stroked his beard, giving Li Chang'an a stern look. Boy, tell me, what is most important when traversing the world? Li Chang'an pondered carefully. After a month of interactions, he had thoroughly grasped the essence of the old Taoist. The old man possessed little skill and even less courage, but his remarkable ability to sense danger was unparalleled. He could detect peril from miles away, steering clear of it with uncanny precision. The last time he risked himself to save Li Chang'an was due to the unique customs of the ghost market and, as he claimed, it was the ancestral spirit that compelled him to take Li Chang'an as a disciple. Thus, he confidently proclaimed, safety is paramount. Nonsense. Who would have thought that the old man would retort, nonsense. Eating is what truly matters. Come on, gather your things, let us find some food. They wandered around, avoiding the front of the Zhang residence, instead meandering into a nearby alley. The alley was deserted, allowing the master and disciple to conduct their business without interruption. It was not that they harbored ill intentions, but rather that their forthcoming actions were rather unseemly and did not align with the dignified image of a sage, making it unwise to be observed by outsiders. The old man produced a talisman, performed a series of gestures, and recited incantations. The talisman spontaneously ignited without wind. He traced circles under his nose with the talisman and began to sniff vigorously. This practice, known as Shangjingmen, had its roots in the Taiwei Sanbu Buying Ershi Xijinlu, where the Jing corresponds to deities associated with various body parts. The talisman he employed was the Chonglong Yushinfu, which summoned the nasal deity to discern and seek out spirits. The old Taoist pressed his face against the wall, following the scent, and soon found a small hole at the base of the wall. He raised his rear and stuffed his head into the opening. However, almost immediately, he yanked his head back out, rolling away and fanning his nose and mouth, his expression contorting in disgust. Li Chang'an surmised, it must be foul. The old man could not respond, merely nodding vigorously. A corpse? The old man shook his head. A yellow weasel? He shook his head again. Before Li Chang'an could continue guessing, the old man finally regained composure and gruffly declared, it's dog feces. Oh. It seemed that having an overly keen sense of smell was not entirely advantageous. Observing the old man's distress from the stench, Li Chang'an wisely decided to turn the page. Are there any spirits? Indeed, the old man replied, showcasing his exceptional skills in discerning a hint of a clue amidst the overwhelming stench. Is it dangerous? Just a little spirit. The old man waved his hand, ready to vanquish the demon. Li Chang'an responded with excitement and turned towards the main entrance of the Zhang residence, only to be yanked back by the old man. Wrong way. Isn't the Zhang residence in this direction? Forget the Zhangs. We are headed to the Zhou residence in the north. The Zhou lady is truly unfortunate. Indeed. Her husband was a ne'er-do-well in life, and even in death, he clings to her. How can she manage with her children? A group of matronly women on the street huddled together, whispering. The subject of their conversation was the Zhou lady, holding her young children with a worried expression. Unbeknownst to them, a young man stood beside her, gazing at the mother and children with a look of affection. Hearing the gossip from the women, he shot them a fierce glare before quickly averting his eyes, cautiously observing the old Taoist, who stood composed with a talisman in one hand and a long sword in the other. The old man beckoned the ghostly figure with a gesture, and the spirit reluctantly shuffled to the center of the courtyard, turning to reveal its form. The onlookers, who had been chattering, were now horrified, scurrying away in fright. In contrast, the youngest child in the Zhou lady's arms reached out towards the man, calling out sweetly, "Daddy." The Zhou lady looked at the male ghost with a complex expression, softly calling, "Husband." The ghost opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. The old man shot him a stern look. The ghost resignedly nodded and turned away from his wife, revealing a ghastly visage. The man had incurred a hefty gambling debt and was killed in a brutal manner to settle the score, his appearance terrifying and his body stained with blood, rendering the entire street silent. The Zhou lady covered her children's eyes, pleading, "Taoist." The old man nodded, brandishing his sword and reciting aloud, "O revered ones of the 10 directions, as numerous as grains of sand, manifest throughout the realms, bringing salvation to all beings, gathering merit and virtue, and together rescuing the world." Upon hearing this, the male ghost paused in astonishment before kneeling and bowing his head repeatedly. It is known that a Taoist exorcism typically involves 3 approaches: driving away, exterminating, or transcending spirits. The first is the easiest and most common. While extermination ensures no future troubles, only transcending is taxing on one's spirit and power, which most Taoists are reluctant to undertake. The male ghost, realizing that the old man was willing to expend his energy to help him transcend, felt immense gratitude. As the incantation concluded, the male ghost ascended to the heavens. After the ritual, the Zhou lady approached the old man, carrying a bamboo basket, and suddenly knelt, bowing her head. "Thank you, Taoist, for helping my husband transcend. However, we have little wealth at home, and my husband's funeral expenses have drained our resources. I can only offer these trivial items as a token towards the cost of the ritual. Please allow me a few days for the remainder." The old man hurriedly helped her up, glancing into the basket, which contained only some grains. Noticing the timid children peering at him from behind their mother, the old man took an egg from the basket, laughing heartily. "This is a trivial matter, nothing to concern yourself with. This egg is sufficient." With that, he turned, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. After a few steps, he spotted Li Chang'an approaching and quickly apprehended him. "Where have you been?" It turned out that just as the ritual began, Li Chang'an had vanished. Li Chang'an began. But the old man's keen eyes caught sight of a yellow paper clutched in his hand, sending a shiver down his spine. "What is this?" Suddenly, a portly man with a bushy mustache darted out, gripping the old man's leg. "Please, save my master's life." After the man's tearful explanation, the old man realized this was the steward of the Zhang family. Li Chang'an had merely gone to unveil the yellow list and had inadvertently brought the steward along. The steward had witnessed everything from the male ghost's appearance to its transcendence. "Fear not, for we, as cultivators, shall not allow malevolent spirits to wreak havoc," the old man declared with righteous fervor, then pulled Li Chang'an aside, his voice low and urgent. "What mischief have you been up to?" Li Chang'an, surprisingly, inquired, "Master, didn't you say it was just a little ghost? What's so dangerous about a little ghost?" The old man pointed to the steward. "You need to handle this matter promptly." Yet Li Chang'an remained rooted, asking, "Master, how much did you receive for the Zhou family's ritual?" The old man's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing his earlier pretense had been witnessed by his disciple, but unwilling to lose face, he adopted a teacher's demeanor, defending, "What have I taught you? Our sect's purpose is to aid humanity, to vanquish evil spirits, and what need is there for compensation?" Li Chang'an sighed, having witnessed the old man's soft-heartedness countless times. With the old man's abilities, he should not be living in such poverty. However, due to his cautious nature and reluctance to engage in large transactions, combined with his compassionate heart, he could not accept money from the less fortunate. The old man was kind-hearted, but alas, Li Chang'an looked at him earnestly. "Master, we are out of funds." Chapter 6. The ghostly infant. The portly steward stepped ahead. By the time the master and disciple reached the Zhang residence, the gate was wide open, and upon seeing their figures, a throng of people rushed out, respectfully ushering them into the estate. The scene suggested that the Zhang family had suffered greatly from the haunting. As they entered the grand hall, the old Taoist surveyed the people in the hall. Although most of them appeared haggard, there were no signs of having been afflicted by malevolent spirits. He turned to Li Chang'an, who also shook his head, indicating that his keen eyes discerned no spectral entities. The notice clearly stated that the one tormented by a ghost was the head of the Zhang family. Li Chang'an then inquired directly, "Do you know where Master Zhang is?" The group immediately led the two into a side room. Within the chamber stood several grand armchairs, and in the main seat leaned a man adorned in luxurious attire. His complexion a sickly hue and his eyes sunken, an unmistakable sign of impending demise. It was no wonder he had not come to greet them. This must be Master Zhang, plagued by a ghost. Just as the old Taoist was about to approach to pay his respects, Li Chang'an seized him by the arm, gesturing toward Zhang's shoulder, where a small ghostly figure, resembling a bloated infant with darkened skin, was perched. This ghost was amusing itself, occasionally pressing its dark lips against Zhang's ear, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The old Taoist produced a talisman from his sleeve, This time the spirit belled divine talisman, intended to summon the spirit's gaze. He waved the talisman before his eyes and directed his attention to Zhang's shoulder, his expression immediately growing grave. Master Zhang still retained some strength to speak. Having been terrorized by the ghost, and upon witnessing the Taoist's serious demeanor, he anxiously asked, "Master Xuanji, is this ghost particularly difficult to deal with?" The old Taoist's response was evasive, muttering, "It is quite malevolent." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Zhang's face as he sighed deeply, for no reason at all. What malevolent spirit seeks to take the life of Zhang? What malevolent spirit? The old Taoist chuckled. Surely it is the one who has perished. Zhang's expression remained unchanged. "Do not jest, master." "Jest?" The old Taoist countered. "Has Master Zhang not drowned any infants in recent years?" At the old Taoist's words, Zhang paused. A flicker of realization crossing his face, as if he found a sense of relief. In primitive times, many regions harbored the dreadful custom of drowning female infants. A practice even affluent families could not escape. It seemed Zhang's family was no exception. Clinging to his last shred of hope, Zhang asked, "Is there truly no other way? I implore you, master, save my life." To his surprise, the old Taoist provided a radically different reply. "Who says there is no way? I shall set up a ritual." In this realm, Taoists and monks had long been the front line against malevolence, yet the monks could never quite outmatch the Taoists in terms of capability. Why? Because when a Taoist was at a loss, they could always hold a ritual, summoning ancestors and deities to lend their strength. There is a saying in the industry, "No problem cannot be resolved by holding a ritual. If there is, simply elevate the altar." This saying was attributed to Li Chang'an. He instructed the Zhang household to prepare the necessary items for the ritual. Li Chang'an leaned closer to the old Taoist and asked, "Is this little ghost truly so formidable that a ritual is required to resolve it?" Throughout their journey, the notion of a ritual had only been a verbal mention from the old Taoist, never acted upon, primarily due to fear. A ritual may not necessarily suffice. The old Taoist replied, but then he sighed, pointing at the ghostly infant. "It has committed grievous acts. That little one must have been cast aside by the Zhang family countless times, each time meeting a watery demise, resulting in this profound resentment." Li Chang'an fell silent for a moment before asking, "Then what kind of ritual shall we perform?" Rituals were not to be undertaken lightly. Each type required specific talismans, tools, procedures, scriptures, and various intricacies, all of which were closely guarded secrets of each sect. The Shangjing sect was merely a minor Taoist school, with only 2 or 3 types of rituals passed down. The old Taoist briefly explained to Li Chang'an, "Shall we use the true master's demon suppression ritual?" The old Taoist gazed at the ghostly infant for a long while, his expression wavering, and finally sighed, "Let us employ the forgiveness and transcendence ritual." In the Zhang family's courtyard, the gates were tightly shut. In the eastern corner of the yard, a ritual altar was erected, complete with flags, tablets, talismans, and all necessary items, while the master and apprentice stood vigil by the altar, poised for action. Meanwhile, on the other side of the yard, Master Zhang lay slumped in a chair, utterly drained, having succumbed to a deep slumber. "Master?" Li Chang'an pointed at Zhang. "Do not worry." The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively. "It is better for him to sleep than to be awake." He then signaled to his apprentice to prepare. Stepping into the 7 stars stance, reciting the incantation, Primordial Emperor, authentic talisman commands. Primordial Tai Zhun, revered by the 5 spirits. Tai Wei's radiance illuminates, shining through the 8 gates. The 5 elders command, no ghost goes unheard. After performing a portion of the ritual, the old Taoist gave a knowing glance. Li Chang'an, who had been waiting anxiously, swiftly placed a small wooden basin in the center of the courtyard. The basin contained freshly sourced human milk mixed with frost sugar. These 2 items were most alluring to children, intended to entice the ghostly infant away from Master Zhang. Allowing the old Taoist to perform the incantation, the old Taoist formed a hand gesture. The ghostly infant seemed to catch a whiff of something, crawling down from Master Zhang's shoulder, babbling as it approached the basin. Under the tense watch of Li Chang'an and the old Taoist, the ghostly infant first sniffed the air, wandered around the basin a few times, and ultimately succumbed to its nature, diving headfirst into the basin. The milk had been infused with specially prepared talisman water, and upon contact, the ghostly infant appeared momentarily dazed. With a significant step forward in their plan, Li Chang'an felt a weight lift from his chest, only to be interrupted by the old Taoist's urgent call. "Hurry!" The old Taoist had already cast a talisman, fervently reciting the incantation, "Vermilion bird's brilliance, divine might unleashed." The 4 mountain origins, ghostly soldiers flee. Li Chang'an, invigorated, rushed to the side of the ghostly infant, using a red thread to bind it. Fearing to awaken the infant, he did not dare to tie it too tightly, securing it with a loose knot before nailing it to the ground. As he drew closer, Li Chang'an noticed the ghostly infant's bluish-black skin bore faint white markings, and its swollen body had expanded significantly. Yet its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose remained untouched by the swelling. Rather, its eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, and its mouth lacked a tongue, rendering its features as dark voids. All the more terrifying. Once Li Chang'an stepped back, a chill swept across his forehead, and he wiped it with his hand, revealing a sheen of cold sweat. All that could be done had been accomplished. Only the final act of transcendence remained. The success of the preceding steps had allowed both master and apprentice to breathe a sigh of relief, and the subsequent transcendence unfolded smoothly. With the old Taoist invoking the aid of deities, the ghostly infant's malevolent aura gradually dissipated, its body slowly transforming from a grotesque, swollen form back into that of a normal infant. After the passage of a stick of incense, only the lower half of the ghostly infant remained somewhat bloated. But suddenly, ghost! A shrill scream disrupted the atmosphere. It was Master Zhang waking from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a ghostly infant with a lower body entirely covered in a bluish-purple swell, instinctively letting out a terrified cry. The moment he opened his mouth, he realized something was amiss and swiftly covered his mouth with his hands. However, it was too late. The ghostly infant had already been startled awake. Chapter 7. Stubbornness Ghost. Upon hearing this exclamation, Li Chang'an immediately sensed a shift in the situation. The ghostly infant raised its head from the wooden basin, cocking its head and scanning the surroundings. It quickly perceived that it had fallen into the Taoist trap. Suddenly, its face contorted with rage. It opened its mouth, unleashing a deep, piercing shriek that left listeners dizzy and breathless. Amidst this cacophony, the infant transformed back into its grotesque, swollen form and turned menacingly toward Master Zhang. Master Zhang, terrified, toppled over with his chair, landing on the ground. The old Taoist urgently shouted to Li Chang'an, "Quick! Protect Master Zhang." But the ghostly infant twisted its body and lunged directly at the old Taoist. Taken by surprise, the old Taoist hastily grabbed a nearby incense burner, flailing it and the flag in a desperate attempt to fend off the ghostly infant. However, these mundane objects, lacking any imbued power, passed harmlessly through the ghostly infant's form, failing to impede its advance. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly infant was upon the old Taoist. "My life is forfeit," the old Taoist despaired, closing his eyes. Just as the moment seemed dire, a hand shot out from the side, seizing the ghostly infant by the scruff of its neck in a flash. At the critical moment, Li Chang'an arrived just in time. The paths of humans and ghosts are inherently distinct, not only because humans cannot perceive ghosts, but also because under normal circumstances, the two cannot interact. Yet during this interval, Li Chang'an discovered that he not only could see ghosts but also could physically engage with them. This peculiar ability, likely bestowed upon him by the esoteric teachings of a certain yellow book, ultimately saved the old Taoist's life today. The ghostly infant struggled relentlessly in Li Chang'an's grasp, its skin slick and nauseatingly damp. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to release his hold. However, after a few futile attempts to escape, the ghostly infant suddenly ceased its thrashing. What kind of mischief was it planning? Li Chang'an felt a wave of unease wash over him. Indeed, with a series of unsettling cracking sounds, the infant's head twisted a full 180 degrees to face Li Chang'an. Its mouth, once a dark void, now resembled that of a human, but upon opening, it revealed a cavernous maw lined with serrated teeth, capable of crushing not just flesh, but bone as well. As the ghostly infant lunged to bite, Li Chang'an hastily tossed a small white object into its mouth. Instinctively, it closed its jaws, a serene expression unexpectedly gracing its visage. Li Chang'an had brought little with him from his journey. Aside from the yellow book and a handful of snacks pilfered from a banquet, now reduced to just one large piece of candy. Earlier, he had carelessly mixed talisman water with the candy, not anticipating that it would become crucial in this moment of peril. "Master," Li Chang'an called out urgently. "Oh." The old Taoist, still reeling from the recent danger, quickly regained his composure. He formed a hand seal, securing a talisman brush with his thumb, and recited, with 1 stroke, "The heavens stir. With 2, the Master's sword. With 3, demons and monsters flee 1,000 miles. He then dipped the brush in vermilion, marking the ghostly infant's forehead. And without a second stroke, he executed the talisman in one fluid motion. At last, the ghostly infant was subdued. The master and disciple dared not grow complacent, hastily continuing their exorcism. This time, they encountered no further mishaps. Finally, The ghostly infant faded away amidst a glow of radiant light. Both men collapsed to the ground, spent. Looking over at Zhang Yuanwei, they found him unconscious once more. The malevolent spirit that had tormented him had been exorcised, and he could now focus on recuperation. After calming the Zhang family, they settled into a small courtyard arranged by them, dismissing the attending servants. The old Taoist turned to Li Chang'an and said, Zhang Yuanwei's days are likely numbered. His vitality has been nearly depleted. Otherwise, that ghostly infant would not have been so easily exorcised by us. Saying this, the old Taoist produced a fine wine gifted by the Zhang family and poured it into his large gourd, sharing tales of his experiences in the martial world. You have witnessed the dangers this time. It is best to avoid the affairs of wealthy households if possible. Do malevolent spirits have a preference for the rich? Li Chang'an pondered aloud, momentarily perplexed. The old Taoist chuckled darkly. Every grievance has its source. Evil deeds will be repaid. What sins can a common folk commit? What transgressions can the wealthy escape? Look around. How many servants lie buried beneath the foundations of affluent homes? How many maidens meet their end in wells? When commoners face hauntings, it is merely chaos, but for the rich, it leads to ruin. The old Taoist grew increasingly passionate as he spoke, and Li Chang'an mused. Who would have thought him to be such a fervent idealist? With a thump on the table, the old Taoist concluded, the wealthier the family, the darker the spirits. What of the blue-skinned demon that is being sought after? Li Chang'an interjected suddenly. That blue-skinned demon is exceptionally malevolent. The old Taoist dismissed it with a shake of his head. According to the notice, that blue-skinned ghost has manifested physically. It is likely a formidable spirit, perhaps even a nightmarish yiksha. As for your master, well, he trailed off, noticing Li Chang'an's rapt attention, almost as if he were taking notes. This lad usually feigns indifference when I speak of such matters. When did he become so earnest? The old Taoist pondered to himself. Just as he was about to inquire further, a cacophony of drums and horns erupted from outside. The old Taoist turned to his disciple, who wore an expression of guilt. He sprang to his feet, rushing to the door. The small courtyard was packed with people, several musicians mingling among them. And leading the group was a man clad in a green robe. The official bowed in greeting. I am Wang Diyuan, the magistrate of Yulin. I have come to pay my respects to the Master of Mysteries. Master of Mysteries? Me? The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback and forgot to return the gesture. Wang, the magistrate, paid little mind. In an age where demons roamed free, it was common for monks and Taoists to be held in high esteem. The blue-skinned demon has caused great turmoil in our village, leaving the people of Yulin in constant fear. If the Master of Mysteries is willing to step forward and face this peril, I, Wang Dian, express my gratitude on behalf of the people of Yulin. Clang. The old Taoist's eyebrows twitched, and the gourd fell from his grip. Eliminate the blue-skinned demon? Me? He was overwhelmed. At that moment, Li Chang'an stepped forth from behind the old Taoist, declaring, this demon is a yiksha from the underworld. Having escaped to the human realm while the gates of hell were unguarded, it transformed into a beautiful woman to lure others, but having just fled the underworld, it is starved and weak. Now that it has feasted on human flesh, his words sent a wave of gasps through the crowd, as the implication of a starving creature capable of consuming humans was alarming. The old Taoist felt a surge of helplessness. This act of intimidation was a lesson he had taught Li Chang'an, yet here he was, using it for his own ends. Li Chang'an, noticing the effect of his words, decided to embellish further. Yesterday, I consulted the local city god and learned that this demon prefers the tender flesh of young boys and girls. At this revelation, the young boys accompanying their elders shrieked in terror. Amidst the ensuing chaos, one clever lad suddenly fell to the ground. Master of Mysteries, save me. A wave of panic swept through the courtyard as more youths collapsed, crying out in desperation. The old Taoist was left utterly speechless. You want me to save you? Who will save me? What kind of disciple have I taken on? Li Chang'an, ignoring his master's bewildered expression, smiled and declared, my master is the revered sage of Shangjing Gate. How could a mere yiksha require his direct intervention? With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself beside the old Taoist. Such trivial matters are best handled by someone of my humble stature. The old Taoist's face paled as he finally comprehended his disciple's intentions. He intended to confront the blue-skinned demon alone. In a swift motion, the old Taoist grasped Li Chang'an, pulling him back into the room and shutting the door, urgently whispering, are you seeking death? The old Taoist, with decades of experience, would never dare confront the demon. And yet Li Chang'an was ready to plunge headlong into danger. Master, Li Chang'an attempted to explain, I have my own compelling reasons. Master. The old Taoist ignored Li Chang'an's pleas, his voice rising in anger. I refuse to be the master of a dead man. Do you know what is most vital in our line of work? The old Taoist demanded. Li Chang'an recalled their earlier conversation. Eating. Pa. The old Taoist spat. His words punctuated with fervor. Safety is paramount. In his excitement, the old Taoist jabbed a finger at Li Chang'an's forehead, who, knowing he was in the wrong, did not evade. Without a neck, how can you eat? Do not act recklessly. How many times have I warned you against recklessness? I taught you the dragon-soaring talisman. While other disciples use it to pursue demons, I use it to evade them. They mock my caution, yet who remains alive in the end? The old Taoist retrieved a small gourd and took a hearty swig. Indeed, I refer to your esteemed master Xianxiao, who, despite his lifelong bravado, ultimately succumbed to a monster, leaving not even a bone behind. As he spoke, tears welled up in the old Taoist's eyes. He grasped the gourd once more, this time with a hint of sorrow, and after taking a small sip, carefully sealed it and returned it to his bosom. Li Chang'an hesitated, then quietly unfurled the notice in his hand and flipped through the small yellow book to the page depicting the malevolent spirit, placing the two images side by side. Though the two depictions of the evil spirit differed slightly, a comparison of their features revealed unmistakably that they were the same entity. The old Taoist stared blankly at the two images, finally grasping why Li Chang'an felt compelled to pursue this matter. He understood his disciple's obsession with this illustration, as Li Chang'an often took the time to study it. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed his palm onto the table. If you wish to court death, then go ahead. I shall pretend I have no disciple like you. With that, he stormed out in a fit of rage. On the table he had struck lay a talisman, intricately drawn in cinnabar and outlined in gold. After a considerable time, Li Chang'an emerged from the room, gazing at the anxious crowd outside, and with a smile, beckoned over County Magistrate Wang, handing him a sketch. Please expedite the creation of this, as it is a talisman for banishing evil. Chapter 8. Desolate Mountains, Ruined Temples. Beautiful maidens. The Wang family and was visited by a peculiar group. Most of them exhibited furtive glances, ever vigilant of the surrounding officers. While leading the pack was a young Taoist, donned in a robe and armor. This Taoist was none other than Li Chang'an, who had selected some armor and weapons from the treasury in Yulin before departing the city, with Magistrate Wang even sending a few officers to assist him. Wang Shun. Indeed, it is a commoner. A man with a sorrowful visage and graying hair replied with a respectful gesture. Li Chang'an was taken aback, as he had previously learned that Wang Shun was only about 30 years old. Now, he appeared as if he could easily be 60. The weight of grief having aged him so. My son. A heart-wrenching cry suddenly erupted. The already tense officers behind Li Chang'an became startled, drawing their weapons and shouting in chaos. Who goes there? Show yourself. Wang Shun quickly interjected. Do not panic, gentlemen. That is my wife. With a sigh, he continued, ever more burdened by sorrow. Ever since our son was devoured by that fiend, my wife has been inconsolable. Li Chang'an waved his hand, urging the officers to cease their embarrassing display, and inquired about the fiend's whereabouts. Regrettably, although Wang Shun displayed palpable rage at the mention of the malevolent spirit, he had no useful leads to offer. Li Chang'an had not harbored much hope, so he was not disappointed. Instead, he directly expressed his primary intention for being there. May I examine the room where your son met his demise? For reasons unknown, Wang Shun had sealed that very room. After prying open the barricaded windows and doors, a foul stench assaulted Li Chang'an's senses. Once the odor dissipated somewhat, he stepped inside. The room was in disarray, with large dark stains on the bed and floor. It appeared that Wang Shun had not cleaned the room since the incident, which conveniently allowed Li Chang'an to perform his spell. While it typically took an ordinary person years to cultivate a Taoist heart and refine their spiritual power, Li Chang'an found that he possessed some rudimentary abilities upon his arrival in this world. Upon realizing this, the old Taoist had imparted some basic techniques to him. Li Chang'an withdrew a talisman, preparing to invoke the old Taoist's prized dragon-charging talisman. In mere moments, Li Chang'an bolted from the room, fleeing into the courtyard. The stench was unbearable. Gasping for fresh air, he found a smile creeping onto his face. He could detect the scent of the fiend. Li Chang'an flared his nostrils and followed the trail of the malevolent spirit, which grew narrower and the terrain more treacherous. As daylight faded, he pursued the scent to the foot of a small mountain, an area clearly devoid of human presence for some time, the path overgrown with wild grass. Progressing cautiously, he discovered that the odor left by the spirit had intensified, but then suddenly dispersed. Li Chang'an sniffed the air carefully, nodding in affirmation. It seemed the malevolent spirit was nearby. Without hesitation, he began to ascend the mountain. Taoist, a quavering voice interrupted him from behind. Li Chang'an turned to find the head officer of the group. It is getting late, and my comrades are fatigued. Shall we return tomorrow? Li Chang'an squinted at them. Noting the fear etched on their faces, some trembled like quail. They were not merely tired, they were terrified. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he too had been frightened upon his arrival, nearly losing his wits to the sight of the ghost market. Who among the common folk does not fear spirits? Had he not spent the past month with the old Taoist, confronting numerous demons and spirits? He would hardly have the courage to seek out the notorious blue-skinned fiend. Moreover, this endeavor was a gamble of his own life. Should he succeed, all would be well. But if he failed, there was no need to involve these innocent souls. Thus, Li Chang'an smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I shall linger here for a while longer. Please convey a message of safety to my master." Very well, the head officer nodded vigorously, assuring him it would be done. With that, he and the other officers quickly vanished from sight. With the officers dispatched, the darkness deepened. Alone in the desolate wilderness, only the sound of the wind rustling through the reeds accompanied Li Chang'an. As the night fell, searching for the fiend became increasingly perilous. Fortunately, Li Chang'an stumbled upon a dilapidated temple at the end of the mountain path. The head of the clay deity within had long since vanished, leaving no indication of its divine origins. He bowed before the statue, familiar with the ritual of tidying the altar, laying down reeds, and lighting a bonfire. Once he completed these tasks, the night had fully descended. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted nearby, followed by a brilliant white light that briefly illuminated the realm, only to be succeeded by a rumbling that echoed across the land, as the scent of water, earth, and decaying foliage mingled with the wind. Li Chang'an silently stoked the fire. Spending the night in the dilapidated temple, fatigue finally overtook him, and he fell asleep on the altar. Yet thoughts of the malevolent spirit kept him from resting soundly. In a half-dream, he suddenly heard a faint noise. Who goes there? Li Chang'an sprang to attention, swiftly dismounting the altar. Outside, there was no response, only a startled gasp. Frowning, Li Chang'an called out, "Come forth." Into the inky darkness of the storm, a shivering woman cautiously stepped forward. Li Chang'an glanced at the talisman pinned to the door, which showed no signs of disturbance. He exhaled in relief and beckoned her inside. By the firelight, he discerned the woman's features. She appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, her figure graceful, drenched from the rain. Her clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her allure. Perhaps chilled to the bone, she trembled even near the warmth of the fire, her disheveled hair falling across her face, adding to her pitiful appearance. Li Chang'an, momentarily distracted by her beauty, quickly removed his robe and handed it to her. The woman took the robe and, retreating behind the statue, changed her clothes. Emerging, she bowed gracefully before Li Chang'an, saying, "I am the daughter of the Wang family from Yulin. I came out for an outing with a few friends, but we unfortunately became separated and lost our way in the mountains. Thankfully, I encountered you, Taoist. It is fortunate you met me first. Had you encountered the malevolent spirit?" Li Chang'an replied with a smile, not wishing to frighten her. "Malevolent spirit?" Miss Wang gasped. Her hand instinctively pressed against her chest, revealing a small patch of delicate skin beneath her loose robe that quivered slightly. Driven by the innate curiosity of man, Li Chang'an's gaze inadvertently slipped toward her. "Taoist," Miss Wang exclaimed, covering her chest with an air of playful reproach. Unable to restrain himself, Li Chang'an chuckled softly. "Are there truly ghosts?" Miss Wang seemed intrigued by this question. "Indeed," Li Chang'an declared, striking the armor he had removed. "I was specifically summoned by County Magistrate Wang to exorcise this malevolent spirit." Miss Wang was about to inquire further, but Li Chang'an rose to his feet. "It is late. Miss Wang, you should rest early. I will escort you back to Yulin at dawn." He relinquished the altar to her and made a makeshift bed by the fire pit. The two then succumbed to slumber. As the night deepened, the firewood in the pit was nearly exhausted, leaving only faint flickers illuminating the temple's interior. Outside, the wind, thunder, and rain intertwined in a symphony of nature's fury. Inside, only the gentle sound of Li Chang'an's breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Miss Wang stealthily descended from the altar. She gazed at Li Chang'an's peaceful form, a smile gradually blossoming on her face, growing wider until, pop, the skin at the corner of her mouth ruptured, revealing a gash. With a resounding crash of thunder, a flash of lightning illuminated the ghastly blue flesh beneath the tear, and the yellow talisman slowly igniting by the door. Chapter 9. The Confrontation in the Darkness. Miss Wang's laughter was silent yet sinister. The flickering flames cast her shadow upon the headless statue, as if the entire room was filled with lurking demons, poised to pounce. She loosened her belt, allowing her robe to cascade to the floor. Revealing her flawless skin and youthful form, a vision of beauty marred only by the grotesque fissure on her face. She untied her hair, letting her long, raven locks fall, gathering them at her chest as her hands reached behind her head. With a soft tearing sound, her scalp peeled away like fabric, unveiling a massive blue demonic visage with eyes like brass bells, fixated on Li Chang'an. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, his back turned. The demon grinned widely, revealing razor-like teeth, and grasped the scalp, carefully pulling it downward. Moments later, a towering figure, a monstrous spirit, leapt from Miss Wang's petite frame. This entity, or rather the blue-skinned demon, first gathered the discarded human skin, meticulously laying it on the altar before crossing the fire pit to approach Li Chang'an from behind. Despite its massive size, it moved with the stealth of a cat, its greedy gaze inspecting Li Chang'an, contemplating which part to feast upon: thigh, arm, back, or side. After all, the first bite was always the most delectable. Ultimately, the demon's eyes settled on Li Chang'an's neck. It crept closer, its maw slowly opening, foul drool dripping from its sharpened fangs. Just as depicted, a calm voice resounded, halting the demon in its tracks. It twisted its neck, scanning the temple, only to discover that the voice belonged to the still slumbering Li Chang'an. With a thunderous roar, the temple was momentarily engulfed in blinding light. Li Chang'an, lying on his back, held a book in his hands, its pages opened to reveal an illustration of a fearsome demon, entirely blue, with eyes like bells and teeth like razors. The demon's pupils constricted to pinpoints. Is this not me? In that instant, it hesitated. Taoists often wield strange spells. One careless move could lead to disastrous outcomes for malevolent spirits. Caught in doubt, it instinctively retreated a step, inadvertently stepping onto the armor Li Chang'an had discarded, causing it to crumble into disarray. This jolt snapped the demon back to reality, and a surge of anger crossed its grotesque features. What prowess could a mere mortal, reliant on a flimsy suit of armor, possess? It opened its mouth wide, preparing to pounce. Despite facing away, Li Chang'an was quick to react. Without turning or glancing back, he produced an object and pointed it at the demon. Thunder rumbled once more. A brilliant light flooded the temple. The object was a robust iron tube, equipped with a wooden handle, and the cotton wick had burned down to its end. The demon froze. What is this? Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, and flames burst forth as a torrent of fine iron pellets erupted from the tube. The demon had no time to react, and was struck entirely. Its thick, resilient blue skin absorbed most of the iron, embedding it within its muscles. Though the gunfire was fierce, the damage was merely superficial. Yet the pain was excruciating, the itch maddening. It could not move an inch. Even the slightest turn of its eyes was impossible. The iron pellets had bound it with an invisible force. Thud. The demon collapsed, its massive form causing the dilapidated temple to tremble. Li Chang'an sprang to his feet, his demeanor a stark contrast to the calmness he had exhibited moments before. He laboriously turned the demon over and propped its head up with a large stone, exposing its thick neck. Then he seized the axe he had brought, pricked his thumb, and using his blood as ink, swiftly inscribed a blood talisman onto the blade. Heavenly calamity is bright, earthly calamity is square. With this stroke, I decree the demise of 10,000 demons. After chanting the incantation, he smeared his blood across the axe's edge, raising it high above the demon's neck. The crumbling mountain temple swayed perilously in the storm. As the lightning flickered, one could hear the heavy breaths of a man and the dull sound of chopping echoing within the temple. Li Chang'an, drenched in blood and sweat, found that the demon beneath his axe was reduced to mere scraps of flesh. In the months spent under the tutelage of the old Taoist, Li Chang'an's greatest insight was not in acquiring rudimentary talismans, but in realizing that demons were once human, and monsters possessed flesh and blood. A single strike of the axe could rend flesh, for while bones may be denser, it merely required more effort. With both hands gripping the axe, he gasped heavily before mustering his final strength. With a decisive swing, he brought it down. Clang! The axe struck the solid bluestone, sending sparks flying. Pain shot through Li Chang'an's hands as the axe slipped from his grasp. Simultaneously, the demon's head finally severed, rolling a few times before coming to rest at Li Chang'an's feet. Li Chang'an did not let his guard down. Instead, he stepped back cautiously. After a month of learning, he had adopted a more prudent demeanor. Only when the demon's body lay still, devoid of life, did he finally relax, collapsing onto the blood-soaked ground. Mission accomplished. Yet devoid of the thrill of vanquishing a demon, he now felt an overwhelming fatigue, mingled with apprehension and relief. His overnight stay in the dilapidated temple had been a strategic bait, designed to lure the malevolent spirit into revealing itself. The firearm was a product of County Magistrate Wang's influence, hastily crafted by skilled artisans, with the iron pellets concocted using the talismans left by the old Taoist. Li Chang'an had prepared thoroughly, awaiting the demon's arrival. It was laughable that the demon had concocted a tale of a lost young lady. While such deceit might fool talismans, it would not deceive Li Chang'an. As expected, after feigning sleep for half the night, the demon unveiled its true form. Nevertheless, the gamble on his life had been fraught with peril. For instance, the moment he presented the illustration to the demon was not an act of bravado but a desperate attempt to buy time, as the fuse had burned too slowly. Fortunately, this demon had a penchant for transforming into a beautiful woman to devour its victims, showcasing a modicum of intellect. Had he encountered a brutish demon, he would have met a gruesome fate, leaving him bloodied and lifeless. After resting for a while, Li Chang'an struggled to rise. He turned to the altar, immediately spotting the demon's skin laid out before him. Curiosity piqued. He could not resist the urge to touch it. The texture was as delicate and smooth as that of a young maiden's skin. Human skin? His hand trembled slightly, nearly losing grip, and after a moment of contemplation, he set the painted skin aside. Li Chang'an chose to disregard it, and began to examine the yellow-bound book, meticulously flipping through its pages. No changes. Li Chang'an was taken aback. The reason he sought the blue-skinned demon was to hope for some transformation from this book. Perhaps even a way to return to his original world. Yet now, Li Chang'an found it hard to believe such a notion. He scrutinized the book inside and out. Unbeknownst to him, while he was engrossed in his investigation, the corpse of the demon was slowly dissolving, ultimately transforming into a pool of thick, crimson liquid. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness, reminiscent of an earlier experience a month prior, washed over him once more. In a moment of haste, he managed to grasp the piece of human skin. When Li Chang'an regained his senses, he found himself in a sparsely furnished room, equipped with a mattress, wardrobe, and table and chairs. He flicked the switch beside the bed, illuminating the entire space with the bright glow of a fluorescent light. Such a mundane and simple environment filled him with exuberance, causing him to leap and shout in joy. "I'm back." The door swung open abruptly, revealing his uncle, who stormed in with an imposing demeanor. The moment he recognized who was present, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Chang'an, when did you return? What happened to you?" Outside the dilapidated temple, dawn was just breaking. An aged voice, deliberately lowered, echoed, "Brat, are you inside?" Moments later, a cautious figure appeared. The old Taoist, sword in hand, stealthily entered the temple, his eyes immediately catching sight of the blood-soaked floor and scattered armor and blades. Li Chang'an was unaware that the old Taoist was searching for him, nor did he know what thoughts would occupy the Taoist's mind upon witnessing the scene of carnage. At that moment, he stood before the grave of his grandfather. "Rest easy, Grandpa. I shall visit you again another day." He bowed respectfully several times, then rose to retrieve a shovel. Beside the grave lay a freshly dug pit, within which rested a yellow-bound book encased in clear plastic. After a moment of hesitation, he finally swung the shovel. Although the world filled with demons and adventures was dazzling and exhilarating, it was also rife with sorrow and uncertainty. In contrast, Li Chang'an ultimately chose this ordinary, mundane yet safe world. "I am truly sorry, Master." With a gentle sigh, Li Chang'an strode away. However, when fate strikes, it is akin to being caught in a torrential downpour in the wilderness. Where can a humble mortal find refuge? Chapter 10. The haunted house. Li Chang'an slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the computer screen. Despite opting for modern society, it was regrettably not without its flaws. To put it succinctly, Li Chang'an had run out of provisions. He once held a job that paid just over $2,000 a month. But unfortunately, a conflict arose with his boss when he took leave for his grandfather's funeral. Upon returning, he discovered that although time had not synchronized perfectly, a month's passage on the other side equated to 7 or 8 days here, causing him to be late for work. Upon his return to the office, he was informed of his termination. Misfortune seldom arrives alone. Just as Li Chang'an was calculating how long his meager savings would last, he received a phone call from his landlord. "Shally, are you still awake?" Li Chang'an glanced at the time. It was 8 p.m. "What can I do for you?" The landlord, having been unreachable for days, finally divulged the real reason for his call. "In a few days, my son is getting married." "Oh, congratulations." "Thank you. But my daughter-in-law does not wish to live with the elderly." About the wedding house. At this point, Li Chang'an understood he had to move out, and from the landlord's tone, it seemed he needed to do so quickly. Although anger surged unexpectedly, he realized he had no grounds to argue as the rental agreement had to be honored. He agreed without protest. However, this meant Li Chang'an had to swiftly find both a new home and a job. He browsed rental listings online, scrutinizing each detail. The satisfactory options were too expensive, while the affordable ones fell short of acceptable conditions. Suddenly, a newly posted rental caught his eye. The next day, in the afternoon, Li Chang'an raised his eyes to the golden characters at the entrance of the community, Chunhua apartment. This must be the place. He opened his phone to find a message indicating Building 2, Unit 44. This was the address from the rental listing he had seen the previous night. And the apartment seemed ideal. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, fully furnished, with a fair price of just over 1,000, essentially a steal. Although he found it hard to believe such good fortune could be true, he decided to take a chance and called immediately. The person on the other end readily agreed to a viewing at any time, though with one stipulation. It had to be during daylight hours, preferably around noon. Thus, after having a bowl of instant noodles for lunch, Li Chang'an took the bus to Chunhua apartment. This community was somewhat older, with stairwell buildings lacking elevators, and no visible signs identifying each unit. As he contemplated whether to call the landlord for assistance, a voice interjected, "Young man, are you here to rent a place?" Li Chang'an turned to see a group of elderly men and women gathered in a pavilion, playing cards. One of the onlookers spoke to him. "You have a keen eye. I'm here to view the apartment." Li Chang'an nodded, intrigued. "How did you know?" "Oh, it's nothing. This community has many rental units." The elderly lady waved dismissively, though her face beamed with pride. "I noticed you looking around, so I figured you must be searching for a place." "Young man, which building are you planning on renting?" "I can guide you." "Thank you, Auntie." Li Chang'an quickly pulled out his phone and pointed to the screen, stating, "Building 2, Unit 144. After reciting the address, silence followed, prompting him to look up curiously. To his surprise, the entire pavilion of elderly folks stared intently at him, while the woman who offered to guide him appeared increasingly troubled. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Young man, this apartment, it has a bit of a... You are Li Chang'an, Mr. Li, right?" Before she could finish, a slender man with glasses suddenly appeared beside her. "I'm Lu, the one you spoke to on the phone last night. I've been waiting for you forever. Come this way." The man hurriedly ushered Li Chang'an along, who followed with a smile, though he could not shake the feeling that there might be some hidden complications regarding the apartment. Room 44 was at the end of the hallway on the 4th floor. Its door was quite old, with patches of paint peeling away to reveal rust beneath. The ground before the door was covered in a layer of dust, seemingly neglected during the cleaning of the corridor. "No one has lived here for quite some time," Lu said sheepishly, turning to mutter a few words of complaint about property management. Li Chang'an paid little mind to this. He looked up at the door, where a mirror and a broom hung, an old local custom meant to ward off evil spirits when moving into a new home. Yet, his gaze returned to the door itself. While most households might simply adorn their entrance with a character for good fortune, the door to Unit 44 bore a likeness of Zhong Kuei, the mythical figure known for vanquishing demons. The man with the surname Lu noticed the increasingly peculiar expression on Li Chang'an's face and hurriedly explained, "This house used to belong to my father-in-law. He was rather superstitious." As he spoke, he pulled out a key and hastily entered the house. Upon opening the door, a musty odor immediately assaulted their senses. "It has been vacant for quite some time. A good airing would do it well," Lu continued, turning to explain as he stepped inside. However, Li Chang'an did not immediately follow. Instead, he paused at the threshold, his gaze sweeping the interior. No wonder it was so cheap. This place was filled with unclean spirits. "This house has ample space and excellent decor. If I weren't in dire need of money, I wouldn't rent it out at such a low price," Lu prattled on, unaware that Li Chang'an's attention was entirely elsewhere. In this small room, there seemed to be at least 10 spirits lurking. In the left corner, one spirit had a dark bruise around its neck and a long, dangling tongue, likely a hanged ghost. By the television on the right, another was bloated and pallid, resembling a water ghost. Following Lu closely was another spirit, its abdomen a gruesome mess, intestines and liver barely contained, perhaps a victim of a truck accident. Li Chang'an was intrigued. The spirits, unaware of his ability to sense their presence, assumed he was merely inspecting the house. After a moment, the water ghost by the television greeted the others, and they gathered in a small circle, whispering among themselves. Li Chang'an casually took a chair beside them, crossed his legs, and began eavesdropping. "How shall we frighten these 2 living beings?" one asked. "We'll use ghosts to obscure their vision." "Will that be effective?" "Of course. How many city dwellers have truly seen darkness? Suddenly covering their eyes will leave them in total darkness, surely scaring them into a frenzy. Who should we scare first?" The skinny one decided the hanged ghost, intent on making it a memorable scare to deter them from bringing others into their home. Unaware of his impending fate, Lu finally paused his incessant chatter. "Mr. Li, if you miss out on this house, I assure you there won't be another like it in all of China. He pounded his chest with conviction, but Li Chang'an remained noncommittal. Indeed, it was challenging to find another house so populated by spirits, not just in China, but globally. What do you think? Lu inquired, but Li Chang'an merely smiled, pointing towards the living room window. Lu assumed Li had spotted some damage and turned to look, only to break into a cold sweat. The large window in the sunlit living room, which they had opened for ventilation, was now slowly closing on its own, with the curtains gradually drawing shut. Finally, the heavy drapes fell, blocking out the sunlight. The wind outside was strong. The curtains must have been faulty. Lu trembled uncontrollably, his voice shaking as he stammered, "We should go outside." Suddenly, the door, which Lu had deliberately left ajar, slammed shut. His face turned pale. Li. He wanted to say more, but the water ghost had already covered his eyes, turning his words into a scream. His pants visibly dampened as he collapsed to the ground, fainting from fright. The spirits in the room erupted in cheers, and the water ghost raised a hand for silence before casting a glance at Li Chang'an. The hanged ghost, who had been waiting by Li's side, received the signal. It seemed nervous, as if it were experiencing this for the first time. It took a deep breath, its long tongue swaying in front of its chest. It reached out, moving to Li Chang'an's left. Li turned to look at it, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. The ghost hesitated, inhaled again, and shifted to the right. Li's gaze followed suit. The ghost blinked, uncertain, and returned to the left. This time, Li did not follow, and the ghost sighed in relief, almost believing this man could see it. Gathering courage, the ghost extended its hand toward Li's eyes. But suddenly, darkness enveloped its vision. A fist, the size of a sand pot, struck its face. The ghost yelped, retreating in pain. Lu, who had been dazed, blinked awake to find Li Chang'an smiling at him. "Mr. Li, have you also perished?" he asked, bewildered. "Still not awake?" Li's expression darkened as he raised his hand for another blow. Lu quickly shielded his thin face, exclaiming, "I'm awake. I'm awake." At that moment, he realized he was in the hallway, the door to room 44 just behind him. A shiver ran down his spine as he felt a chill in his lower half. "Mr. Li, what about the ghost?" "What ghost?" Li Chang'an interrupted, his eyes fixed on Lu. "You suddenly fainted, and I intended to take you to the hospital. But you woke up just as I was dragging you out." "Dragging?" Lu pondered that word. Before he could fully process it, Li continued, "There are no ghosts in broad daylight. However, your condition is concerning. Fainting suddenly could indicate a heart issue or a stroke, especially at your young age." Li sighed, then asked Lu, "Did you bring your belongings?" "What?" "The rental agreement," Li clarified, patting Lu's shoulder. "This house is quite good. I've decided to rent it." Chapter 11. Willow branches against ghosts. The rusted door creaked open slowly. Li Chang'an stepped into the room, and instantly, a chilling wail filled the air. "You are so heartless. I died such a tragic death. Will you come to accompany me?" Following the ghostly cries, a white-clad corpse descended from the ceiling, its long tongue swaying in the air. A man, bloodied and only half-formed, crawled out from behind a table, leaving a trail of crimson. A disheveled woman floated through the air, lifting her hair to reveal a strikingly beautiful face, only for blood to suddenly ooze from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Li Chang'an remained calm, as if watching a tedious film. The spirits, after making a ruckus, realized their efforts were futile and gathered once more. "Boss Wu, this isn't working," one said. The water ghost, or Boss Wu, gritted his teeth. "If words fail, let us resort to force. But he seems adept at magic. So what? We've encountered monks and Taoists before." But, the hanged ghost interjected, its tongue betraying its nervousness. "That was fake. This one is real. What is there to fear? We are many ghosts. Can't we overpower one man?" With that, Boss Wu let out a fierce howl and charged at Li Chang'an. As he ran, the bloated flesh on his body jiggled, droplets falling. Li Chang'an, unfazed, revealed a slender willow branch hidden behind his back. This branch, supple and flexible, had been plucked from a willow tree below. The saying goes that a willow branch can diminish a ghost's form. While this is not literally true, there is often some truth to folk wisdom. Li swung the branch at Boss Wu's swollen face. "Ah!" Boss Wu shrieked, retreating even faster than he had charged. The willow branch, while not able to physically diminish a ghost, certainly caused significant pain. Li Chang'an wore a smile on his face, brandishing the willow branch in his hand as he slowly approached amidst the terrified gazes of the spirits. "Cover your heads and crouch down." With a flourish of the willow branch, several ghostly figures reluctantly complied, huddling together in a corner with their hands over their heads. 1, 2, 3, 7, he counted, noting that there were 7 spirits in total, although at least 10 had initially revealed themselves upon entering the room. Where are your companions? Hurry and bring them out. He flicked the willow branch towards the ground, causing a few of the spirits to instinctively shrink back, half burying themselves into the wall. There are none, just us. Shui Dabong replied. The others echoed his sentiments. Oh, so you ghosts are quite loyal to one another? Li Chang'an found the situation amusing, his tone resembling that of a villain from television dramas. Never mind. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a talisman from his pocket. I'll handle this myself. Utilizing the talisman, the spirits became transparent before him. He stepped behind the television, drawing out a blurred figure, took a few steps, and from the cabinet, extracted another spirit. This one bleeding from its 7 orifices, and then bent down to pull out a ghost with a pallid complexion from the crevice of the cabinet. Li Chang'an had once come across a humorous anecdote online, suggesting that ghosts, too, were once human and would not stoop so low as to crawl into a toilet. However, in this world, there is always a lower depth to which one can descend. He gazed at the yellowing toilet before him, beckoning to the hanging ghost and Shui Dabong. You too, pull him out for me. In room 44, there were 10 male ghosts, 5 female ghosts, and 3 little ghosts, all lined up in 2 rows. The shorter ones in front and the taller ones behind, standing in military formation against the wall. Li Chang'an found a chair to sit before them, deep in thought, unconsciously tapping the willow branch against his palm. Each tap sent shivers through the assembled spirits. He had rented this house from Lu Zhugan, drawn by the exceedingly cheap rent and his own curiosity. Since returning to the modern world, he had not encountered any spirits, yet here he was, confronted by an entire roomful. The old master had once imparted to Li Chang'an a basic method of guiding breath and energy, but upon attempting it in this realm, he nearly choked to death. The spiritual energy here was so sparse it was nearly non-existent, inundated with impurities. One must understand that whether it be demons, spirits, or the practice of Taoism, they all rely on the fundamental essence of spiritual energy. Had it not been for his yellow-shelled book granting him a connection to the ethereal, allowing him to generate his own magical power, he would have been utterly incapable of restoring his abilities after exhausting the magic he had brought from the ancient world, as magical power is merely a transformation of spiritual energy. Thus, it follows that when a person dies in this modern world, should they linger in the mortal realm without immediately returning to the underworld, they become like fish out of water, their souls rapidly dissipating. Even with a strong attachment to the earthly realm, it would only prolong their existence for a short time. Therefore, it was particularly striking that so many spirits could congregate in this house, akin to an oasis in a desert. How did you all gather here? The spirits exchanged glances before a cacophony of voices erupted, making it difficult to discern any clarity. Li Chang'an swiftly gestured with the willow branch, pointing at Wu Laoda. You speak. Reluctantly, Wu Laoda stepped forward, scratching his head. I can't say for certain. I just remember after I died, a heaviness in my chest kept me wandering in the city. I was on the verge of losing my soul when, somehow, I entered this room. After coming here, my spirit remained intact, but I found this house could only be entered and not exited. As for the events prior, I have lost much of my memory due to the erosion of my spirit. Wu Laoda spoke with a hint of melancholy. Li Chang'an listened, a sense of understanding dawning within him. He turned to the other spirits. Is this true for all of you? They nodded in unison. Nurturing our souls. We can only enter but cannot leave. Li Chang'an vaguely recalled the old master mentioning a peculiar type of terrain known as a soul-binding ground, also referred to as a ghost cage, a natural sanctuary for spirits that nurtured their essence while simultaneously trapping any who unwittingly entered. Over time, as more spirits became confined within, the space grew increasingly crowded, leading to madness among them, often resulting in the emergence of a ghost king, who could not be contained by the very ground that nurtured it. Some of the great spirits wreaking havoc in the old master's world had escaped from such places. Yet, Li Chang'an sensed inconsistencies in the situation. He furrowed his brow, surveying the room. The furniture was quite dated, particularly the television, an old, bulky model. He recalled that the buildings in this area were nearly 2 decades old. 2 decades? A spark of realization struck him. Who among you has been here the longest? The spirits exchanged glances before turning their sights on Wu Laoda, who hesitantly raised his hand. I have, for about 7 years. Only 7 years. That timeline doesn't add up. If the soul-binding ground had existed from the beginning, who would dare to renovate such a house? No. Even constructing it would pose a challenge. If it formed later, what brought about its creation? Natural evolution or human intervention? Li Chang'an felt a headache coming on, his intuition suggesting that there was more to this mystery. Yet, he quickly set aside these concerns. The more immediate issue was finding a means to sustain himself. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in the search for employment. As for potential hazards within the house, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 12. Nightmare. Li Chang'an wandered through the shadowy town at night, holding a white lantern as he stepped onto a small wooden bridge. The turbulent river beneath roared, and the dim yellow moon cast a faint glow, its shadows dancing on the water's surface, as if monsters lurked below. Suddenly, a splash echoed from the bridge's edge. "Who is there?" Li Chang'an took a step forward, the wooden planks creaking beneath him. "Who is it?" He lifted his lantern, but its feeble light failed to penetrate the darkness. Splash! Another sound, and a pair of dark, ashen hands emerged from the shadows, their long, curved nails resembling the claws of a beast. Then came an arm, followed by a head crowned with wild, tangled hair, and finally, a body draped in white. Its feet filthy with mud. The figure, rigid, extended its arms and leapt from the darkness onto the bridge. Creak! The bridge swayed, and the lantern in Li Chang'an's hand flickered to a ghostly green. This eerie glow illuminated the figure more clearly, revealing its face covered in fine white fur, with sharp fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth. A zombie! Li Chang'an gasped in horror, fumbling in his pocket for a talisman. Before he could recite the incantation, the talisman disintegrated into ashes. As he looked up, the white fur and black fangs loomed large before him. Ah! Li Chang'an jolted awake from his nightmare. He gulped down half a bottle of mineral water from his bedside, wiping the sweat from his forehead, a mixture of fear and anger swirling within him. Since returning to the modern world, more than 10 days had passed. He had managed to find a job that, while unconventional, allowed him to return to some semblance of normalcy, even if it meant cohabiting with ghosts. Yet just days ago, he had been plagued by nightmares of encountering a zombie on a wooden bridge, the creature drawing nearer with each passing night. And now it felt as if it were upon him. How could one inexplicably dream of a zombie in an unfamiliar scene? Li Chang'an let out a cold smile. It was likely the mischief of that yellow-covered book. If it could transport people to the ancient world for a month-long journey, conjuring dreams from 1,000 miles away was certainly within its capabilities. What did it intend this time? To send Li Chang'an back to the ancient world to deal with this zombie? However, there was no way he would be coerced into such a scheme. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an resolved to resist. He pondered ways to counter this, pushed open the bedroom door, and was startled to find a horde of restless spirits waiting outside. As he swung the door open, the ghastly visages of these specters turned towards him in unison. What were they doing so early in the morning? The remnants of his sleep vanished, scared away by this eerie assembly. If there was something amiss, they could have knocked. Several ghosts pointed at the talisman affixed to the bedroom door. It then dawned on Li Chang'an that he had marked off areas within his room with talismans to keep the spirits at bay, including the bedroom. What was the meaning of this? "It's bad," murmured Wu, the leader of the spirits. "What's bad?" "The television is broken." Wu pointed to the large screen in the living room. Li Chang'an suddenly understood. The house had been unoccupied for years, resulting in a lack of water and electricity, rendering the television merely decorative. Now that he had moved in, the television was functional once more. These spirits, having lived without proper entertainment for years, were now binge-watching television. It was no surprise that an old relic like that would break down under sudden heavy usage, though he initially hesitated to engage. The pitiful looks of the spirits were rather unsettling. He dialed Li Chang'an's number. The contract stipulated that the appliances were fully functional, and as the landlord, he was responsible for repairs when issues arose. "Hello, is this Mr. Liu?" "This is Li Chang'an." Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an on the other and seemed to have forgotten the unpleasant encounter they had previously. "Yes, the tenant of apartment 44 in building 2 of Chunhua Apartments." "Oh right." Liu finally recalled, hastily adding, "I'm sorry, but the contract states that there are no refunds upon vacating the property." "Vacate? I'm not vacating. I'm calling because the television is broken." However, Liu continued without interruption. "Even if you want to lodge a complaint, I can only refund you half of what?" "I said the television is broken." Finally, Liu understood, his surprise palpable even over the phone. "You're still in 44. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Li Chang'an opened the door to find Li Chang'an standing at a distance, holding a cross in one hand, a peachwood sword at his waist, and prayer beads around his neck, an eclectic mix of charms from various cultures and religions, all gathered upon his person. "Mr. Li?" "Yes." He cautiously inquired, "Are you still human? Are you an idiot?" It was only after 2 attendants brought in a new television and removed the old one, both in pristine condition, that Li Chang'an began to believe Li Chang'an had not turned into a spirit. Of course, the new television was merely a second-hand relic. Yet, he still hesitated to step inside, lingering at the threshold with a furtive glance at the talismans adorning the room. Li Chang'an had thought he wouldn't see Li Chang'an's gaunt face for quite some time. Unexpectedly, The very next day, Lu returned. This time, he had the courage to enter, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man's figure was not stout, but his belly was round, adorned with a gold chain. And he wore sunglasses indoors. "This is Boss Lu, Mr. Lu." Li Chang'an introduced him with a grin, though Li Chang'an was unsure of their purpose. Simply pouring them each a glass of water. "Is there something you need?" Li Chang'an, wishing to avoid wasting time, asked directly. "Mr. Li, we've come to request a small favor. Boss Lu has a project underway, acquiring a piece of land for construction, but there's something, well, a bit unsavory about that land." Unsavory? Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow, realizing they might have encountered something supernatural, and sought his assistance to exorcise it. Just as he was about to inquire further, Boss Lu slammed his hand on the table, removing his sunglasses to reveal heavy bags under his eyes. "Mr. Li, I've heard from Xiao Lu that you possess genuine skills. I want to beat around the bush. There has been a problem with my project. It seems I've disturbed some ancestral graves, and a restless spirit has emerged to wreak havoc." He gestured at himself. "I'm not afraid at all, but my employees are terrified and refuse to come to work. The project is at a standstill, and I'm losing a fortune daily. If you can help me resolve this matter." He held out his hand, wiggling his fingers. "I'll offer you this amount. 500,000. Li Chang'an asked calmly. Boss Lu's face twitched at the figure. "Mr. Li, I'm just building a farmstay." Li Chang'an scoffed. "You should have mentioned that earlier. I thought you were constructing something grand like Zongnanhai. What will you offer then?" "At most, 50,000. Boss Lu quickly replied. Li Chang'an pondered. 50,000 was not an insignificant sum for him at present. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. Talismans and Swordsmanship calming his mind. Li Chang'an recited incantations while wrapping the brush in cinnabar. On a sheet of yellow paper, he first drew the talisman's head, then the body, and finally inscribed the feet, completing a spell to dispel evil in one go. With this talisman alongside the three he had previously drawn, Li Chang'an felt somewhat drained, his internal energy nearly depleted. The creation of talismans relies on drawing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth and the blessings of ancestral deities. Li Chang'an's own spiritual power was meager, and given the scarcity and impurity of spiritual energy in the modern world, he dared not draw upon it. In the ancient world, he had not formally entered a sect. Thus he could not expect the attention of deities. Therefore, he had to rely solely on his own meager power, resulting in a day spent merely sketching talismans he was capable of creating. Having spent a month learning from the old Taoist, Li Chang'an had mastered 4 types of talismans: the Dragon's Spirit Talisman, the Calming Spirit Talisman, the Evil Dispelling Talisman, and the Home Settling Talisman. The Dragon's Spirit Talisman was a prized technique of the old Taoist, although Li Chang'an could barely use it. Its effectiveness was uncertain due to his lack of formal initiation into the sect. The Calming Spirit Talisman, as its name suggests, is meant to soothe the heart and mind. It is particularly suitable for those who are frail or weak-willed when frightened by spirits. The Evil Dispelling Talisman was the same one Li Chang'an had inscribed on his axe when vanquishing spirits. It is used to dispel malevolent energy and suppress evil forces. Many wandering Taoists, when negotiations with spirits fail and they must resort to violence, find this talisman invaluable. The Home Settling Talisman, when affixed within a residence, prevents malevolent entities from entering. Li Chang'an had placed one in his rented bedroom, restroom, and kitchen. Aside from the Dragon's Spirit Talisman, the other 3 were commonplace. Akin to basic martial arts techniques, their efficacy relied heavily on the skill of the practitioner. After drawing the talismans he had crafted today, he set them alongside the previous ones he had drawn, totaling about 10, a preparation for Boss Lu's commission. Additionally, Li Chang'an bent down to retrieve a long black cloth strap, untying the bag's opening to reveal a sword. In the ancient world, where danger lurked not only from spirits but also from bandits in the wilds, Li Chang'an had learned some swordsmanship from the old Taoist and acquired an iron sword for protection. During his month in the wilderness, he had always slept with the sword in his embrace. Upon returning to the modern world, he initially felt no difference, but after accepting this exorcism task, he realized that not having a reliable weapon by his side left him feeling rather unsettled. Fortunately, Li Chang'an had a friend who was an enthusiast of cold weapons, so he asked to borrow a long sword from him. This sword was not one of those ornate decorations. It exuded a rustic charm, with a wooden sheath coated in black lacquer and a hilt wrapped delicately in hemp rope. As he placed his hand upon the hilt, a sudden change swept over his expression. At that moment, as he grasped the sword, an inexplicable sensation akin to a visceral connection surged within him. What was this strange feeling? Li Chang'an drew the long sword and held it before his chest. It was an 8-sided Han sword, forged from modern steel. its blade and sheath just as unembellished as the hilt, while the edges had been sharpened by its owner. This was indeed a fine sword. Yet it could hardly be deemed a treasured or divine blade. At that instant, a surge of impulsiveness coursed through him, compelling him to form a sword technique with his hands. He began to practice swordplay within the confines of the room. Initially, his movements were slow and deliberate as he navigated between the furniture, but gradually, he quickened his pace, ultimately leaping and running, the sword in his hand dancing with increasing fervor. The sound of rushing wind filled the room, yet curiously, not a single piece of furniture was disturbed during his wild display. Li Chang'an's form weaved gracefully through the limited space, the sword's momentum flowing seamlessly, its glint shimmering. There were no intricate martial arts maneuvers of piercing blossoms. Instead, he executed simple cuts, thrusts, points, lifts, twists, sweeps, and flicks. Yet, with the sword in hand, it felt as if an extra arm had materialized, and every movement was instinctual, as if the sword was an extension of himself. Suddenly, he caught sight of a buzzing mosquito in the corner of his eye. In a moment of inspiration, he swiftly turned and thrust, silencing the vexatious hum. Li Chang'an crouched down, picking up the severed mosquito from the floor, his expression devoid of joy, instead furrowing his brow. A typical steel 8-sided Han sword weighs around 3 pounds, a burden for an ordinary person to wield, yet he had managed to accurately strike the airborne insect. An extraordinary feat, indeed. Li Chang'an was well aware of his own abilities. Although he had learned a few sword techniques from an old master, his experience was still scant, relying mostly on his robust physique to overpower the malnourished figures of the ancient world. Had he possessed his current skills in swordplay back then, he would not have needed elaborate strategies to deal with that blue-skinned demon. He could have simply wielded 2 fine swords and decapitated that azure head with ease. Thus, he concluded that this prowess was not his own. After some contemplation, he could only attribute it to the yellow-covered book, which possessed the capability and motive for such feats. Among the 72 earthly fiends techniques, one corresponded with his present circumstances, aptly named swordplay. So, was the ethereal connection a beginner's boon? And this swordplay a reward for completing a task? For a moment, Li Chang'an found himself both amused and perplexed. However, he soon dismissed his concerns. What is a blessing if not a trial? What is a trial that cannot be endured? In all matters, one simply meets force with force and lets the waters settle. He lifted his gaze, only to be startled by the sight of spirits huddled in the corners of the room, staring intently at him. What are you all doing? The spirits immediately erupted into a cacophony of chatter, ultimately revealing their fear of being mistakenly harmed by the sword. Li Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle. Spirits lack corporeal forms, and ordinary weapons cannot harm them. Even though he possessed the ability to connect with the ethereal, it was limited to his own body. Thus, while he had deftly avoided the tables, chairs, air conditioners, and televisions, he had inadvertently neglected the spirits in his home. He regarded their behavior as mere cowardice. What are you afraid of? This sword cannot harm you. But as Wu Laoda turned to reveal his back, Li Chang'an's words caught in his throat. A long gash was now visible on his swollen back. Indeed, this swordplay was also a form of mystical transformation. It should not merely be regarded as a technique for wielding a sword. Wu Laoda struggled to express his grievance on his swollen face, which made Li Chang'an chuckle and wave his hand, suggesting, "How about I compensate you with a chicken leg?" Offering only a chicken leg after causing harm was not a sign of Wu Laoda's stinginess. This chicken leg was far from ordinary. Spirits, lacking physical forms, could not savor the flavors of the mortal realm. However, if food was specially prepared and offered, the spirits could enjoy the essence of the offerings. Such processed food was collectively referred to as ritual food. Upon hearing this, Wu Laoda immediately held up 2 fingers. "All right." Li Chang'an nodded in agreement. "But you must assist me in return." "What?" Li Chang'an smiled, merely pointing at the window. "Do you wish to see outside?" When the agreed time arrived, Li Chang'an received a call and descended the stairs. Upon exiting the community gate, he spotted a thin figure in glasses leaning against a small car, smoking. Lu Zhugan, upon seeing Li Chang'an emerge, quickly flicked away his cigarette and approached. "Mr. Li." Li Chang'an nodded and surveyed the surroundings. "Is it just you?" His inquiry was not a reflection of disdain for his landlord, but rather a surprise that only Lu Zhugan had come. As they had previously agreed that Lu would personally pick him up, Li Chang'an raised his hand to silence Lu Zhugan's forthcoming explanation. "Time waits for no one. Let's be off." Once they were in the car, Lu Zhugan kept casting furtive glances at the large black umbrella beside Li Chang'an. Noticing Lu Zhugan's frequent glances, Li Chang'an simply handed the umbrella to him. Lu Zhugan, puzzled, accepted it, wondering why he would need an umbrella on such a sunny day. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Mr. Li, what is this umbrella for?" "A friend," Li Chang'an replied with a half-smile. "Would you like to meet him?" Lu Zhugan shivered. As if holding a hot potato, he hastily returned the umbrella, stammering incomprehensibly and shaking his head vigorously. Throughout the journey, he kept his eyes glued to the road ahead, not daring to turn his head. Chapter 14. Ghostly faces. The car drove out of the city, traversing several towns before veering into the mountains. The terrain rose. The population dwindled, and the twilight deepened. Through the car window, the view was filled with rugged rocks and dense forests. Were it not for the comfort of the car, Li Chang'an might have thought he had returned to an ancient world. Growing weary from the long ride, he reclined in his seat, tapping a rhythm with his fingers and softly humming a tune. The bright moon casts its light, the cold wind stirs the willow lanes, wandering spirits tread the quiet path. Seeking a substitute, the cold wind chills the moonlight. As the song flowed, the black umbrella resting on the seat swayed gently, seemingly in tune with the rhythm. "Mr. Li," Lu Zhugan's voice trembled. "Could we change the song?" "Why?" Li Chang'an feigned ignorance. "It's unsettling." Lu Zhugan averted his gaze from the black umbrella, his tongue quivering. "All right." Li Chang'an readily switched to a different tune. In the midst of July, life and death know no boundaries. Amidst the clamor, solitary souls, and wild spirits, laugh at the remnants of life's dreams. At this, the black umbrella swayed even more exuberantly, while Lu Zhugan's expression grew increasingly pained. If he had looked like a bitter melon before, he now resembled bitter gall. Fortunately, as the car rounded a bend in the mountain, Li Chang'an ceased his humming, for they had arrived at their destination. He straightened up and rolled down the window. A dazzling array of lights greeted his eyes. Before him stood a grand archway, adorned with intricate sculptures and soaring eaves, behind which a panorama of lights stretched into the distance. This was no mere farmhouse. It resembled a grand estate. Li Chang'an stroked his chin, noting the low price. It seemed like a loss. Upon entering the estate, Lu Zhugan led Li Chang'an into the visitors' hall. As they walked, Li Chang'an observed his surroundings. Although the place was brightly lit, it was eerily empty. The expansive hall was manned by only 2 receptionists, who visibly relaxed upon seeing Li Chang'an. "I thought you were already closed." "Not at all. The hauntings are confined to the back mountain. This area is safe," Lu Zhugan whispered, gesturing toward the window. Li Chang'an followed his gaze, spotting the shadowy outlines of buildings concealed within the deep night of the mountains. However, Lu Zhugan, shifting his tone, admitted that he usually hesitated to open his establishment due to fear of unforeseen incidents. Today, however, he made an exception to welcome Mr. Li. "To receive me?" Li Chang'an wore a playful smile on his face. "The guest has already arrived. Where's the host?" Lu Zhugan found himself at a loss for words. As if summoned by fate, 2 luxury cars pulled up at the entrance, and Lu, the proprietor, emerged from the leading vehicle. His gaze swept over the patiently waiting Li Chang'an and his companion, but did not linger. Instead, he walked straight to the second car, greeting an elderly man and a young boy. Noticing their attire, Li Chang'an felt a twinge of surprise. Both individuals had their hair styled in traditional buns and wore Taoist robes. Could it be that he had encountered fellow practitioners, including the drivers and bodyguards? A total of 5 individuals entered the hall. Lu Zhugan had long approached them, but it seemed Lu had only just noticed Li Chang'an. "Oh, Mr. Li. You have also arrived. My apologies for making you wait." Although Lu spoke with an air of regret, his expression betrayed no sign of genuine remorse, indicating he merely offered a perfunctory apology. Without delay, he eagerly stepped aside to introduce his companion. "This Taoist you must have heard of, Zhang Suxuan, the 65th generation heir of the Tianshi lineage from Longhu Mountain and the vice president of the Yangqing Taoist Association." "Heard of him?" Li Chang'an blinked in surprise. "I must admit I have not." Nevertheless, he understood why Lu's demeanor had shifted. He evidently believed he had found a more reliable ally. Li Chang'an scrutinized Zhang Suxuan. The Taoist was slender, clad in a flowing white robe that fluttered gently in the mountain breeze, his silver hair elegantly pinned with a wooden hairpin, and his complexion appeared both rosy and healthy. In stark contrast stood Li Chang'an, wearing casual flip-flops, jeans, and a t-shirt. A small document bag containing talismans slung over his shoulder, and a sword wrapped in black cloth at his back, awkwardly holding a large black umbrella. While Li Chang'an did not consider himself a serious practitioner, he could not ascertain how much he and Zhang Suxuan differed in their cultivation levels. However, in terms of appearances, they were worlds apart. Zhang Suxuan. Lu was about to introduce Li Chang'an, but the Taoist suddenly interjected. "Remarkable. Quite impressive." Lu, taken aback, quickly inquired, "What is it? What seems to be the issue?" Look at the topography of the mountains. Zhang Suxuan gestured toward the rear mountain, his fingers tracing the undulating landscape. Evil spirits lurk in the winds, and toxins flow through the waters. It is indeed a battle between a malevolent dragon and a famished tiger. Evil spirits in the winds? Toxins in the waters? Li Chang'an struggled to comprehend, though he was familiar with such rhetoric. What should we do then? Lu appeared increasingly flustered, his usual shrewdness absent in the presence of Li Chang'an. Clearly, appearance and reputation held significant weight in the realm of mystics. Mr. Lu, do not panic. Zhang Suxuan reassured him. I must inspect the premises to assess the situation thoroughly. However, based on the descriptions provided, the situation is not yet beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Lu's expression lightened somewhat. Yet, turning to his apprentice, Zhang Suxuan commanded, retrieve the ritual implements from the vehicle. All of them. Lu's face paled along with his apprentices, both displaying expressions of dread. The group of 7, armed with flashlights, gathered before a building situated on the rear mountain, where construction was still underway. Streetlights abruptly ceased midway, casting the area into shadows, and the moonlight remained obscured by clouds. They were compelled to navigate the darkness with their flashlights. This is where the hauntings began, Lu recounted. At first, workers reported hearing a woman's voice, which I dismissed as a female employee slacking off. Gradually, they began to see a woman's shadow at night. Yet I remained unconcerned. Eventually, the workers insisted on halting construction, claiming a ghost was present. I was skeptical, thinking it was merely a prank. I stayed overnight with some workers to investigate. Lu trembled as he spoke. Zhang Suxuan approached him, patting Lu's back with a comforting gesture. Fear not, Mr. Lu. I consider myself somewhat capable. Lu nodded gratefully and continued. Then I truly encountered the voice. My throat felt dry. I never believed in such things, but now. It matters not, Zhang Suxuan interjected with a smile. Seeing is believing. Tonight, let us confront this malevolent spirit. With that, he led the way into the building. Lu hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed suit. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, the apprentice, and the 2 bodyguards grimaced as they struggled to lift a cart piled high with ritual implements, including a bagua mirror and peachwood sword. Li Chang'an lingered behind, illuminating the structure with his flashlight. The building was 3 stories tall, though construction had halted midway. The first floor had been tiled and outfitted with doors and windows, while the upper 2 levels remained skeletal and bare. The night wind whistled through the framework, creating an eerie soundscape. From his bag, Li Chang'an produced a yellow talisman and held it tightly in hand before stepping inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall where several flashlights danced erratically. Li Chang'an seized Li Chang'an's arm. What are you doing? Looking for the switch. The first floor had been wired for electricity, but no one was familiar with the layout, leading to a flurry of frantic searching for the light switch. Suddenly, a bodyguard let out a sharp scream. The flashlights converged on him, illuminating his pale face. There's. He stammered, his lips quivering, unable to articulate the next word, merely pointing in the direction his flashlight illuminated. 6 flashlights turned in unison, plunging the room into an uncanny silence. At the window, a ghastly pale face peered in, observing the group within. The atmosphere thickened with dread, hearts racing as fear began to grip them. Then, with a click, the light switch activated, flooding the hall with brightness. The collective gasp that had been building was abruptly stifled. What they had thought was a ghostly visage turned out to be a grotesquely drawn face affixed to the window. The face, distorted and elongated, bore a resemblance to both a human and a fox. With their nerves already frayed, the sudden realization startled them all. Which scoundrel dares to stick such things here? If I find out who it is, I shall ensure they leave immediately. Lu's face flushed with indignation, nearly screaming from fright. As he vented his frustration, he noticed the peculiar expression on Zhang Suxuan's face and quickly asked, Taoist, is there something wrong with the painting? Oh no, Zhang Suxuan replied, as if coming back to his senses. I had intended to warn you that this young man had already turned on the lights. At that moment, he smiled warmly at Li Chang'an, who had indeed flicked the switch. Lu suddenly recalled he had yet to introduce Li Chang'an. This is Mr. Li Chang'an. Although he is young, he possesses genuine skills. His words faltered as he struggled to articulate what those skills were. He had only heard Li Chang'an claim that this individual lived in a haunted house and thrived, but having visited that house himself, he found nothing particularly strange apart from the numerous talismans plastered around. At this point, Lu noticed the bodyguard still transfixed by the drawing, and his previous irritation resurfaced. What are you gaping at? Do you think that drawing will come to life? That drawing is alive. Unexpectedly, the bodyguard turned his pale face toward them, his lips trembling as he stammered. Its eyes, they move. Lu's heart raced as he turned to look. only to find the eyes of the painted face shifting to meet his gaze. Zhang Suxuan. Lu's complexion drained of color as he called out, but received no response. Panic surged within him, prompting him to grasp Zhang's sleeve. As the Taoist Su Xian seemed to recall his purpose, he became flustered, losing the calm demeanor he previously exhibited. When he finally spoke, his voice took on an odd tone. Which demon is this? It was as if he were reciting lines from a historical drama. Li Chang'an glanced sideways, noticing the corners of Su Xian's voluminous robe tremble. Surely, this fellow was not trembling in fear, was he? Li Chang'an soon realized that Su Xian was merely a charlatan, devoid of any genuine magical prowess. How foolish of him to expect any real practitioners of the craft in such a place where the spiritual energy was so thick and sparse that even demons would struggle to manifest. Observing the Taoist shivering while he attempted to maintain an air of authority, Li Chang'an shook his head, picked up a half-brick from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and hurled it towards the painting. Crash! The glass shattered, creating a gaping hole, and a shrill cry akin to a baby's wail echoed. As a yellow shadow darted away from behind the canvas, Li Chang'an dusted off his hands, having detected no trace of the supernatural. Meeting the astonished gazes of those around him, he remarked with a smile, "It seems to be a fox." Following this bizarre incident, despite the comical nature of it all, the atmosphere among the group turned somewhat heavy. The glances directed at the Taoist and his disciple were tinged with skepticism. Had it not been for Su Xian's impressive titles and reputation, it was likely that Boss Lu would have had them thrown out by his bodyguards. Perhaps in an effort to salvage his credibility, Su Xian suggested they investigate the second floor more thoroughly. The second floor was merely a skeletal frame of steel and concrete, lacking walls, allowing the night wind to rush in, filling the air with a mournful sound. As they walked amidst the darkness, illuminated only by a few flashlights, an eerie tension enveloped Boss Lu and the others. Yet, the Taoist pressed on with determination, occasionally pausing to ponder or frown intently, his fingers never ceasing their intricate gestures. Suddenly, he halted and called out to Boss Lu, perhaps having devised a new line of deception. In a grave tone, he declared, "Mr. Lu, what troubles you here is surely the work of a ghost." However, Boss Lu did not immediately respond, merely fixing a skeptical gaze upon him. Unperturbed, Su Xian continued, unleashing a torrent of incomprehensible metaphysical jargon. As Lu's expression shifted from doubt to bewilderment, Su Xian concluded, "The malevolent energy in this mountain is thick. I have deduced that a demon lies in slumber within. Your recent activities have awakened it, and the vengeful spirit you encountered last time was merely a warning." Upon hearing this, the faces of the others became increasingly peculiar. While the notion of a haunting was somewhat acceptable, the idea of a demon was rather far-fetched, especially since it was believed that such entities could not attain form post-Republic. Yet, Su Xian wore a self-satisfied expression, calmly stating, "Have you forgotten about the fox below? What normal animal would hide behind a ghostly visage to spy on humans? That fox is the demon's eye." At the mere mention of the fox, the skepticism on the faces of the group began to fade. The creature was indeed too peculiar. If it were a demon, it would make sense. Boss Lu wrestled with his thoughts, unsure whether to continue believing this Taoist, and suddenly glanced at Li Chang'an. However, Li Chang'an offered no response. Having previously agreed that regardless of the presence of spirits, he would be compensated either way. This was also why he had not paid much heed to Su Xian's arrival. If he could afford to take it easy, why not? Noticing Boss Lu's subtle movement, Su Xian pretended to be nonchalant, shifting his stance to obscure Lu's view while adopting that same aloof demeanor of a sage. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I have discerned the essence of the demon in the mountain. As long as I am here, it dares not reveal itself." No sooner had he spoken than a soft, feminine giggle wafted through the night air. Who? Where? Who was laughing? In an instant, chaos erupted among the group, as flashlights flared in all directions. Lu Zhugan suddenly spoke up, "Taoist Su Xian, where is your disciple?" It was then they realized that Su Xian's young apprentice had vanished without a trace. Panic ensued, with Boss Lu urgently inquiring, "What shall we do, Taoist Su Xian?" Yet, Su Xian appeared entirely flabbergasted. He had merely intended to deceive. But now the situation had turned real. In fact, he felt more alarmed than anyone else. Boss Lu likely sensed that he could rely on no one, but turned to Li Chang'an. "Mr. Li." Li Chang'an watched the unfolding scene with amusement. Now that the employer had spoken, he could no longer remain idle. He led the way in a particular direction, with the others hastily following. However, after just a few steps, they noticed that the laughter seemed to grow closer. Before they could voice their concerns, they turned a corner and stumbled upon the source of the laughter. To their surprise, it was not a ghostly woman as they had imagined. but rather Su Xian's young apprentice, who stood with his back to them, practicing a woman's laugh while leaning against a balcony. Boss Lu's gaze darkened as he regarded Su Xian. As a wealthy tycoon, he was not as polished as he appeared, and having dealt with such people before. Su Xian quickly approached to grab his disciple. "What are you doing?" Yet, upon turning around, the young Taoist's expression sent chills down their spines. He wore a doll-like, frozen smile, while tears streamed from his eyes. Su Xian's tug seemed to rouse the young man from a nightmare. He ceased his eerie laughter. But the tears continued to flow as he muttered incessantly, "There's a ghost." Su Xian felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had adamantly claimed there were no ghosts. And now it felt like a slap in the face. What ghost? Where did this ghost come from? It must be a demon. You haven't been practicing properly. Have you fallen under the influence of a spirit? But his disciple did not play along with the rebuttal. Instead, he let out a heart-wrenching cry, "Master, there really is a ghost." Li Chang'an found this amusing. What did it mean that there truly was a ghost? Did this imply that the disciple had previously believed there were none? Was this not a revelation of the master's shortcomings? Clearing his throat, Su Xian quickly explained. "My disciple has been with me since childhood, exorcising spirits. It is my failure to protect him that has allowed him to be frightened. And he has contracted an evil affliction, resulting in some mental instability. He is merely having an episode. Yes, an episode. After a prolonged attempt to salvage his dignity." Su Xian realized it was futile and chose to sidestep the issue. "It is late, and I have expended considerable energy. Perhaps we should call it a night." The suggestion was met with agreement. Yet as the group approached the staircase, they found themselves unable to move forward. The lights below had mysteriously gone out. "It must be the unstable voltage here." Boss Lu swallowed hard, his voice shaky. His explanation seemed more of a self-soothing remark. Scanning the faces around him, he noted that neither Li Chang'an nor Su Xian's party could be relied upon, and the bodyguards were responsible for his safety. As for Lu Zhugan, "Little Lu, go downstairs and turn the lights back on." This little task? Lu Zhugan hesitated, but Boss Lu shot him a fierce glare, leaving him no choice but to descend the stairs, trembling. He took each step cautiously, inching his way to the switch before pressing it firmly. Light flooded back into the space, and he sighed in relief, muttering a few curses under his breath before turning to face his boss with a feigned smile. However, Boss Lu's expression bore no satisfaction, only sheer terror. "Ha." A soft, brief laugh echoed in his ear. Lu Zhugan shivered violently and turned around. There, beside him, stood a woman with disheveled hair, her white dress stained with blood, unmoving, save for the chunks of flesh she held in her hands, from which blood trickled down. Chapter 16, Fox. Ghost. A sudden, elongated scream echoed through the air, reminiscent of an eunuch's proclamation, startling all others who were poised to scream themselves. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. He had already endured enough screams tonight to nearly rupture his eardrums. Shining his flashlight into the crowd, he sought the source of such a peculiar sound, only to find Taoist Su Xuan, hands clasped over his chest, singing at the top of his lungs. Well, if he could still salvage this situation, it would truly be a miracle. Clang. At that moment, Lu Zhugan rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing Lu's fall, a female ghost approached with a sinister giggle. Fortunately, Lu, being somewhat conscientious, did not flee immediately. Li Chang'an nodded, unsheathing the long sword from his back, wielding the scabbard in one hand, his nostrils flaring as he coldly remarked, "A ghost? I see only charlatanry." With that, he leaped down the stairs. As the ghost noticed his descent, she abandoned Lu Zhugan and lunged toward Li Chang'an. Before she reached him, she hurled a piece of flesh in his direction. Li Chang'an deftly swung his sword to deflect it, catching a glimpse of several strands of fur clinging to the meat. When he returned his gaze, the ghost was upon him. This specter had long, disheveled hair and wore a white dress stained with blood. Encountering such a figure in the dead of night could easily induce cardiac arrest. Consequently, the screams from Lu and his companions ascended in pitch, prompting Li Chang'an to rub his ears, resolving that if ever faced with such a situation again, he would ensure everyone carried a gag. Yet, as the ghost lunged, he found himself laughing. There was not a trace of ghostly essence about her. How audacious to masquerade as a spirit. He sidestepped her attack and, with a swift kick, sent the ghost tumbling. Before she could rise, he stepped over her, binding her hands behind her back and forcing her down. She flailed on the ground for a moment, but soon ceased her struggles, giggling instead. Li Chang'an freed one hand to brush aside her disheveled hair, revealing the grimy face of a middle-aged woman. As expected, she was human. He turned her face toward the others, asking if anyone recognized her. However, He was taken aback to see the expressions of Lu and his companions shift from fear to sheer terror. Lu trembled as he pointed behind Li Chang'an. "Mr. Li, behind you, behind you." Without hesitation, Li Chang'an rolled forward, pivoting his body as he unsheathed his sword. But what met his eyes was nothing but emptiness, save for the woman he had just subdued. Confusion washed over him as he glanced back at Lu, eager for clarification. Yet as he turned, he was met with piercing screams as Lu and his companions scrambled down the stairs, fleeing in a panic. Suddenly, Li Chang'an emerged from the ground, clutching his head. Just as Li Chang'an was about to greet him, Lu's eyes widened in horror, and he bolted away. Li Chang'an blinked in bewilderment, scanning the area for the source of their terror. There was nothing amiss. He opened his black umbrella, and from beneath it, the portly figure of Wu Laodao emerged. Having spent most of the night in the umbrella, he was still adjusting to the fresh air when Li Chang'an seized him, asking, "Is there anything unclean here?" Wu Laodao paused momentarily before protesting. "I am not unclean. Nor am I referring to you," Li Chang'an replied casually. "I'm in aside from you." Wu Laodao felt something was off, yet he proceeded to scan the surroundings. "Nothing. Truly nothing?" "Indeed, it is quite strange," Li Chang'an mused. He sensed no ghostly presence, and Wu Laodao found no kin amongst them. Why then did Lu and the others appear so frightened? Were they collectively hallucinating? As Li Chang'an pondered, a series of incoherent sounds caught his ear. The female ghost had risen again, retrieving the piece of meat, crouching to nibble at it. Upon noticing Li Chang'an observing her, she hastily concealed the meat behind her, gathering her hair in front, and began babbling at him. A twinge of pity washed over Li Chang'an. He had initially assumed she was a competitor or an enemy sent to sabotage Lu's business, but it appeared she was merely a deranged soul. Is this the so-called ghost? Wu Laodao floated closer, curious. "Ghost? She's merely a homeless lunatic," Li Chang'an replied. "A madwoman?" Wu Laodao echoed, circling her. Suddenly, he reached out toward her face, twisting his wrist to insert his hand into her nostril. Li Chang'an's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you?" Before he could finish, Wu Laodao withdrew his hand, revealing a clump of peculiar, sticky yellow hair. "I could tell something was amiss," Wu Laodao chuckled. "She isn't mad. She's been bewitched." Li Chang'an recalled the yellow shadow behind the painting and suddenly understood. After acquiring the abilities of spirit communication and swordsmanship, his reflexes and perception had sharpened considerably. In that fleeting moment, he had discerned the shadow was that of a fox. Foxes are notorious for their cunning, often depicted as enchanting creatures in ancient folklore, capable of bewitching their unsuspecting victims. No wonder Lu and his companions had been so easily frightened, and why the Taoist's apprentice had exhibited such strange behavior, culminating in their collective hallucination. It all began when they encountered that ghostly visage upon entering, casting a spell over them, exacerbated by their surroundings and subsequent events. However, this minor enchantment was insufficient to ensnare someone of Li Chang'an's caliber. As he focused on finding the ghost, he remained oblivious to the fox's trickery. Looking back at the middle-aged woman, having expelled the fox's influence, she appeared utterly drained and had succumbed to a deep slumber. Li Chang'an gently adjusted her position, intending for Lu and his companions to handle her, while he sought out the elusive fox. Upon exiting, he found no sign of the others. No one answered Li Chang'an's calls, but the tranquility of the mountains allowed him to faintly hear a distant ringing. Following the sound, he discovered Li Chang'an sprawled in a ditch, while Lu was frantically circling a crooked tree, gasping for breath as if on the brink of collapse. Shining his flashlight around, he noticed the others scattered about in disarray. After pulling Li Chang'an from the ditch and checking his condition, Li Chang'an noted that despite his contorted expression, he was still alive. Relieved, he tossed Li Chang'an back into the ditch and seized the nearly unconscious Lu, applying a calming talisman to his forehead. Instantly, Lu fell silent, staring blankly ahead with vacant eyes. "Lu? Mr. Lu?" Li Chang'an called several times, receiving no response. Just as he contemplated summoning Wu Laodao for assistance, Lu suddenly erupted into tears, collapsing to the ground, clinging desperately to Li Chang'an's leg, incoherently pleading for help. Li Chang'an, uninterested in soothing a middle-aged man, used all his strength to shake him off. Meanwhile, Wu Laodao had checked on the others one by one. "What is the verdict?" "Nothing to report." Wu Laodao spread his hands and said, "They were all frightened into unconsciousness." Li Chang'an felt somewhat reassured. If it was merely a scare and no harm was done, it seemed that the fox was not as fearsome as it first appeared. Waking each person individually proved too cumbersome. So Li Chang'an decided to give each of them a calming talisman. Under the yellow talismans, everyone gradually regained consciousness. The only exception was the Taoist Su Xian, who remained with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly unaffected by the talismans. Reluctantly, Li Chang'an resorted to physical methods. He struck Su Xian's cheeks twice, leaving them reddened. Yet he still did not awaken. Li Chang'an pondered whether to strike him again, but then noticed that Su Xian's fists were clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. Li Chang'an chuckled. It appeared that he was not unable to wake, but rather unwilling to do so. It was hard to determine whether to commend his fortitude or criticize his sensitivity. Li Chang'an ignored him and turned to speak to the others. That creature has already fled. You should return now. After taking a few steps, he recalled that there was still one person lying in the house, so he turned back and said, "Make sure to bring the lady inside with you." "Master Li." Boss Lu called out in a panic. "Where are you going?" "Me?" Without turning his head, Li Chang'an replied, "Having taken your money, I shall naturally attend to your affairs." He circled around to the back of the house. Wu Laoda picked up an A4 sheet of paper from beneath the window, eagerly bringing it over. Upon receiving it, Li Chang'an recognized it as the previous ghostly portrait. Upon closer inspection, he found the drawing to be quite poorly executed, lacking any discernible structure, resembling the doodles of a child. Yet amidst the twisted lines, it seemed to encapsulate the artist's silent terror. Li Chang'an tucked the drawing away and switched on his flashlight to search the surroundings. Finally, beneath a cluster of shrubs, he discovered a strand of yellow fur. Bringing it close to his nose, he detected a faint, strange scent beneath the strong stench. Chapter 17. The white fox worships the moon gripping the tree vines. Li Chang'an leaped across a ravine, landing gracefully on a rocky outcrop. The mountain dew soaked his clothes, and the night breeze chilled him to the bone. He paid little mind to the cold, focusing intently on discerning the myriad scents of the mountain in search of the fox's trail. He was quite close now. Following the scent, he ventured into the ancient forest behind the farmstead. The terrain was rugged and pathless, and after several hours, even Li Chang'an felt somewhat fatigued. He took a slow breath and sat cross-legged to rest. Through the gaps in the forest foliage, he could faintly see the lights of the farmhouse, now far behind him. Closing his flashlight, he was struck by the clarity of the moonlight in the mountains. Is the moon out? He looked up to see a full moon hanging high in the sky. It appeared larger than usual. However, Li Chang'an was not the type to indulge in poetic musings about the moon's size. He reopened his black umbrella, releasing Wu Laoda. The spiritual energy of this realm was not suited for spiritual entities, which was why he had previously kept Wu Laoda contained within the umbrella. Now that this matter was at hand, Wu Laoda would likely need to recuperate for some time. Once Wu Laoda emerged, he exclaimed, What is it?" Li Chang'an inquired immediately, as the scent of the fox was now very close, demanding his utmost attention. "Nothing." Wu Laoda attempted to scratch his head, but found it too swollen to reach, settling instead for a scratch on his chest, feeling quite comfortable. "Comfortable?" Li Chang'an mused. Perhaps the mountain's spiritual energy is less tainted than that of the city. He paid little heed to this, pointing up the mountain. "The fox's lair should be just beyond that point. You go ahead and scout. Once you find it, return and call for me." He was wary that if he charged in directly, he might startle the fox, so he sent Wu Laoda to pave the way. As an incorporeal spirit was ideally suited for stealthy reconnaissance. Before Wu Laoda departed, Li Chang'an warned, "Once you locate the fox, do nothing. Just return to guide me. Be cautious and do not expose yourself." Wu Laoda nodded and disappeared into the thicket. Li Chang'an then sought a level patch of ground and sat down to cultivate his energy. About half an hour later, Wu Laoda returned to the forest. As soon as he revealed himself, the first sound he heard was the sharp unsheathing of a sword. He turned towards the sound. In the dim moonlight beneath the trees, he vaguely discerned a dark silhouette, where a pair of eyes and a half-drawn blade seemed to emit a faint yet sharp glow. Wu Laoda recognized the figure as Li Chang'an, but the eyes and blade made him hesitate to approach. In contrast, Li Chang'an, upon identifying Wu Laoda, sheathed his sword and stepped out of the shadows. "Well, did you find it?" Wu Laoda exhaled in relief, quickly nodding. "I found it, but what?" Li Chang'an pressed for details. He scratched at his chest, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately managing to say, "I can't quite explain. You'll see for yourself." The two of them, one man and one ghost, cautiously made their way towards the fox. Shortly thereafter, Wu Laoda whispered to Li Chang'an, "It's just ahead." Li Chang'an carefully parted the reeds before him to take a look. Ahead lay a sheer cliff, with a small platform before it. The fox was perched on this platform. However, what first caught Li Chang'an's attention was not the fox nor the cliff, but rather the enormous moon above. This moon was astonishingly large. Occupying a quarter of the sky, its light did not simply cascade down, but flowed like a crystalline mountain spring. The moonlight danced upon the cliff like a clear pool. Within the moonlight, there were 7 foxes, each adorned with a skull atop their heads. 6 foxes formed a circle, their slender bodies twisting and shaking beneath the pale skulls, revealing a certain rhythm and grace. A ludicrous thought crossed Li Chang'an's mind. Were they dancing? The 6 foxes twirled in their dance, surrounding a white elder fox in the center, its fur trailing to the ground. This elder fox also wore a skull, yet it did not dance. Instead, it held a vessel that looked like a ceramic wine cup from a distance. Suddenly, the elder fox let out a call, its tone rising and falling. Li Chang'an found the sound somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the cadence of incantations. With the elder fox's call, the 6 surrounding foxes abruptly fell to the ground, stretching their forepaws forward, then raising them in a bow. They were mimicking human worship. The elder fox continued its chant, and the 6 foxes' bows became incessant. Suddenly, the elder fox emitted a long, high-pitched cry, raising the wine cup above its head. The moonlight, like flowing water, truly began to drip from the moon into the cup. With each drop, the moon shrank a little more, and the moonlight diminished gradually. At last, the shallow cup was filled, and the moon returned to its original size. The night wind drawing in clouds that partially obscured the moon. Throughout this entire process, Li Chang'an remained breathless and focused, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Yet, his expression soon turned grave. The wind had shifted. The 7 foxes' skull masks all turned in his direction. Initially taken aback, Li Chang'an quickly chuckled to himself. After all, they were merely uncivilized foxes. Why should he feel anxious? He stepped boldly from behind the reeds. The 6 foxes erupted into a cacophony, scrambling to gather sticks and bones, charging at him like primitive beings. Oh, is that all? Li Chang'an did not strike with force. He did not even draw his sword, merely wielding the scabbard, delivering precisely 6 measured slaps. The foxes spun around and collapsed to the ground. Was that it? The outcome left Li Chang'an, who had been on high alert, somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. There was still a boss to contend with. As the small foxes lay defeated, the elder white fox finally stirred. He removed the skull from his head, standing upright on 2 legs, slowly approaching like a human. 1 step, 2 steps. Li Chang'an squinted his eyes. 3 steps. 4 steps. He drew his sword from its sheath. 5 steps. 6 steps. Li Chang'an contemplated where to strike. Yet, the old fox suddenly fell to the ground, placing its paws atop the wine cup on its head. What does this mean? The legendary tiger pounce. Wu Laoda laughed heartily, declaring that the old fox had surrendered. Li Chang'an remained silent, watching as the old fox's white fur began to tremble. With such a ragtag group, what was the purpose of climbing this mountain path at midnight? He sighed deeply, bending down to take the wine cup. The old fox leaped up, not fleeing or attacking, but flailing its limbs, as if trying to express something. Li Chang'an was perplexed, but Wu Laoda, perhaps sensing a special connection between ghosts and foxes, translated after a moment. It seems to be offering the wine cup to you in exchange for sparing its life. Can you understand? No, just guessing. As he observed the fox, it rolled over, exposing its belly, transforming from a fox spirit into what clearly resembled a dog. He tentatively asked, "Do you wish to use this to bargain for your lives?" The old fox nodded vigorously. Oh, it truly understands human speech. Li Chang'an was somewhat astonished. With such intelligence, it would have surely attained mastery in a world rich with spiritual energy. It is indeed unfortunate for the creatures of this realm, as a fine fox spirit must resort to pretending to be a dog to save its life. Li Chang'an gazed at the wine cup in his hand. Its round form was devoid of decorative patterns, shallow, and only slightly larger than a palm, filled with moonlight that exuded a faint, elegant fragrance. His throat involuntarily rolled, signaling him to drink it quickly. After a moment's reflection, he considered that although these foxes had troubled the villagers, they had not taken any lives, indicating they were not inherently malevolent. Of course, the primary allure was the enticing moonlight-infused wine. Thus, Li Chang'an nodded. All right, as long as you do not cause further trouble. The old fox flipped back over, bowing repeatedly. He chuckled, bringing the cup to his lips and sipping slowly. As he observed the liquid diminish within, he felt no sensation of liquid flowing down his throat. Instead, a refreshing coolness coursed through his limbs, gathering in his chest, leaving a serene, moonlit essence. Strangely, he sensed a slight increase in his meager magical power. Just as he was pondering this, he caught a glimpse of Wu Laoda, who was watching eagerly. Would you like to drink? Wu Laoda nodded vigorously. Observing the remaining liquid at the bottom of the cup, Li Chang'an handed it over. Wu Laoda eagerly accepted, as if fearing Li Chang'an would change his mind, and downed it in one go, closing his eyes to savor the taste. To his surprise, the soul energy he had expended today began to solidify. Li Chang'an reclaimed the cup, astonished. This truly is a treasure. He turned back to the old fox, inquiring, How does one use this? The old fox began to dance wildly again, finally pointing at the cup and making a commotion. Li Chang'an flipped the cup over. On the bottom, a few small characters glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Moonlight, enter my cup. Upon softly reciting these 8 words, Li Chang'an felt a shift in his expression, as if an invisible thread connected him to the moon above. Information regarding the cup flooded into his mind. This cup, known as the moon cup, could transform moonlight into exquisite wine. One merely needed to recite the 8 words under the full moon, but it could only be used once per night. This extraordinary sensation left Li Chang'an in a trance, pondering if the moon cup could indeed be classified as a magical artifact. He called out to the old fox, who was preparing to flee. Where did you acquire this? The old fox led Li Chang'an through a winding path, ultimately returning to the vicinity of the farm. Navigating through dense thickets and pushing aside thick vines, they discovered a crack in the mountainside that allowed passage. Inside, a hidden world awaited. However, the ground was littered with bones and remnants of food, giving off a foul odor. Evidently, this was the fox's lair. No wonder they had been tormenting the farm. It was right at their doorstep. Venturing further in, Li Chang'an found himself in a stone chamber furnished with a stone bed, table, and stool. On the shelves lay remnants of ancient texts, unfortunately weathered into dust. Sitting on the stone bed was a skeletal figure. Upon entering, the old fox respectfully bowed 3 times to the skeleton, then carefully replaced the skull on its neck. It then gestured toward the bones, chattering excitedly. Without needing Wu Laoda to translate, Li Chang'an understood. It was indicating that this treasure was obtained from here. He searched the chamber, but found nothing of value. And unable to bear the stench any longer, he exited through the mountain crack. Perhaps this was a place of a once great practitioner, who, as spiritual energy dwindled, became trapped within the mountain. Glancing back at the stone chamber, he felt it appeared oddly out of place, as if it had been forced into existence. Upon returning to the farm, Lu Laoban and his companions had been waiting anxiously. Li Chang'an reassured them that the threat had been eliminated, urging them to put their worries to rest. By now, it was well past midnight, so he arranged to rest in the accommodations provided at the farm. In the comfortable, soft bed of the landlord's room, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Once again, he found himself in that dark night. Once again, he stood upon that wooden bridge. Once again, he faced that zombie. Li Chang'an awoke with a start, but this time something felt amiss. A strange odor infiltrated his nostrils. Reminiscent of rotting pork, he turned his head. A face covered in white fur loomed at the bedside. Chapter 18. The ambush. He jolted awake. Li Chang'an felt a rush of adrenaline as the remnants of sleep vanished into thin air. Standing beside him was something too close for comfort. Close enough to see the tattered rags caked with dirt and leaves, and the fine white fur sprouting from its skin. Its stiff arms hung above his head, fingers tipped with sharp, blackened claws. Its mouth gaped open to reveal a decayed cavity and 2 sets of yellowed fangs. Although its eyes were obscured by a white haze, Li Chang'an sensed the urgency. He must figure out how to kill it. Without hesitation, he rolled to the other side of the bed. As he moved, he felt a chill at the back of his neck, followed by the sound of tearing fabric. Li Chang'an tumbled from the bed onto the floor, glancing back to see shredded fabric, foam, and springs flying through the air, striking him in the face. The creature, stiff as a board, leapt over the bed with its arms extended like arrows, propelling itself toward him. Li Chang'an had no time to think. He rolled again. Then he heard a heavy thud behind him, followed by a series of cracking sounds. He scrambled to the door, barely turning back to look. Beside the bed, the wardrobe had toppled over. When Li Chang'an had first entered the room, he had noted its solid wood construction. Now, it lay in a heap of splintered debris, leaving deep indentations in the wall. The sight sent chills down his spine. Had it fallen on someone, they would have been crushed to death, even through steel. After that incident, he turned to find the creature, its white haze obscuring its eyes, seemingly sizing him up. For a moment, Li Chang'an maintained his composure, but inside, turmoil raged. Had he not woken up just in time, he would have ended up like the wardrobe, reduced to mere fragments. What to do? Li Chang'an did not rush to flee. Instead, he began to assess the situation. After acquiring the dual powers of Tongyu and exceptional swordsmanship, his martial prowess had significantly improved. However, Li Chang'an deeply regretted not maintaining the commendable habit of sleeping with his sword. Before retiring for the night, he had set aside both his sword and talisman pouch, hanging them on a rack within his room. He feared he might not withstand even 3 seconds. Estimating the distance between the two, he concluded that there was an 80% chance he would be pierced by 2 holes en route, and the remaining 20% relied on him retrieving the sword before sustaining the same fate. Realizing the futility of the situation, he promptly turned to flee, remembering to secure the door behind him. Listening to the sound of the door crashing behind him, Li Chang'an felt fortunate that he did not have the habit of sleeping in the nude. He raced down to the first floor, where only one receptionist remained. Staring at her dark circles, caught between the urge to sleep and the fear of doing so. Startled by Li Chang'an's sudden appearance, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Upon recognizing him, she awkwardly bowed. Before she could speak, Li Chang'an interjected, "Quick, activate your fire alarm." The receptionist looked bewildered. Without time for explanation, he urged her, "Do it quickly. Otherwise, everyone inside will be in danger." Finally, the receptionist scrambled to locate the alarm system. Instantly, the entire building erupted with the shrill sound of alarms, and red lights flickered throughout the corridors. Li Chang'an pulled the receptionist out of the building, keeping a keen eye on the exit. Noticing his tense demeanor, she nervously inquired, "Mr. Li, is it haunted again? Not a ghost." "Oh, that's a relief," she sighed. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. 2 bodyguards, along with their master, Su Xian, and even a woman who appeared to be deranged, dashed down the stairs. Yet, there was no sign of Boss Lu or the other receptionist. "Where are your boss and colleague?" Li Chang'an questioned. The receptionist's face flushed as she hung her head, unable to respond. Just as he was about to press further, another woman ran out, barefoot and crying, clad only in a loose bathrobe. As she ran, her attire revealed more than it concealed, causing several men to stare in disbelief. She was the other receptionist. Li Chang'an, however, paid no heed to the distracting sight and intercepted the woman. "Where's Boss Lu?" She continued to sob, unable to provide a coherent answer. What on earth is happening? At that moment, others who had gathered in response to the alarm were still oblivious to the situation. Finally, the woman stopped crying, though she still sniffled and managed to speak. "Master Li, please," she grasped his arm, pleading. He's still inside. Li Chang'an paused, turning to Su Xian and his disciple. "Do you have a sword?" The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. After returning from the back mountain, Su Xian had brought back a collection of magical tools, stowing them in the vehicle. His disciple rummaged through the car and retrieved a sword, hastily returning to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an took it in hand. "What the hell? It's made of wood." With a sliver of hope, he inquired, "Is it peach wood?" The young disciple looked utterly perplexed. Refusing to give up, Li Chang'an pressed on. "Has it been consecrated?" The disciple remained equally baffled. Just as he was about to continue, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the building. "Damn it!" Li Chang'an gripped the wooden sword and plunged into the blaring chaos of the building, desperately wishing to be as formidable as Dugu Qiubai. As he dashed into the corridor, he collided head-on with Boss Lu, who was lifted off the ground, his legs dangling. The white zombie's fangs were bared, poised to bite down. In a split second, Li Chang'an lunged forward, his sword piercing through the air, countering the impending attack. He felt a jolt run through him as he stumbled back. Gathering his resolve, he charged, finally forcing the zombie away, causing Boss Lu to collapse, clutching his throat. Lu coughed a few times. Before he could express his gratitude, Li Chang'an seized the collar of his shirt and hurled him backward. "Run." As he spoke, he thrust the sword again, while Lu scrambled to his feet, barely escaping the building. With a crash, Li Chang'an leapt through a shattered window on the second floor, landing amidst shards of glass. Lu hurried over, hands clasped together, his face a mask of relief. "Master Li, had you not arrived in time, I would have been done for." "Enough," Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. "What use is your gratitude to me? First, it was ghosts, now it's monsters. Brother, you owe me extra." "Absolutely. I promise," Lu declared, pounding his chest in affirmation. For now, the matter of extra payment could wait. Li Chang'an gestured toward the building. "What about the one still causing chaos inside?" Boss Lu's face fell. Unlike the others present, he could not simply walk away. The vast enterprise was at stake, and every moment of delay meant substantial losses. Scanning the area, Li Chang'an suddenly spotted several bundles of steel cables in a corner. After a moment's reflection, he proposed, "I have an idea, though it carries some risk." He briefly outlined his plan, and while the others displayed doubt and fear, Lu clapped his hands in enthusiasm. "Excellent. Let us proceed." Chapter 19, Chainsaw Versus. Monster. The fire alarm had been silenced. In the now empty building, silence reigned, save for the distant sound of a rhythmic thud. Soon, a second sound emerged in the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Li Chang'an stood alone in the hallway, the hilt of his sword tapping rhythmically against the doors. The thudding drew closer, and finally, around the corner, a dim silhouette emerged, gradually elongating and revealing 2 stiff arms. Faced with Li Chang'an, the zombie did not immediately attack. Instead, it twisted its neck, seemingly scanning for ambushes. With a cold snort, Li Chang'an recognized that the yellow-shelled book had not sent him after a simple foe. Regular monsters were merely beasts in pursuit of flesh. With knowledge of their weaknesses and a solid strategy, even a few grown men could handle them. But this creature clearly retained some cognitive function. Yet what of it? A leopard cannot change its spots. Li Chang'an drew a small knife, lightly slicing his palm, and crimson blood flowed forth. Instantly, the creature's dull eyes ignited with a fierce red glow. The blood of a magical practitioner must be quite enticing. With a guttural roar, the monster lunged forward. Upon closing the distance, its arms swung like iron rods toward Li Chang'an. Avoiding a direct confrontation with the wooden sword, he ducked just in time. As the creature's sweep ripped through the wall, sending concrete shards flying, Li Chang'an relied on his agility to evade the frenzied monster, retreating while battling until he reached a small hall, a mezzanine between two floors, filled with stout support pillars. After a prolonged struggle, though Li Chang'an managed to dodge perilous blows and counter with his sword, fatigue began to set in. The creature, invigorated by his blood, appeared relentless, its eyes glowing brighter and more ferocious. Suddenly, Li Chang'an faltered, his footwork lagging just a fraction of a second. The monster's residual force struck him, sending him crashing against a concrete pillar, forcing the air from his lungs. Though he did not lose consciousness, he was momentarily incapacitated. Taking advantage, the monster lunged at him, poised to spill blood. Act now. A sudden roar erupted from behind the cement pillar. A steel cable loop ascended from the ground, ensnaring the creature's legs. At that moment, the beast was suspended in midair, caught off guard as it tumbled to the ground. Two bodyguards emerged from behind the pillar, each grasping one end of the rope, pulling the monster backward. Despite being dragged several steps, the creature howled in defiance, bending down to attempt to sever the rope with its claws. However, two more loops flew in, ensnaring its arms. Boss Lu, Lu Zhugan, and Su Xian's disciples swiftly darted out from behind the pillar. They pulled with all their might, tightening the loops, and to their astonishment, the monster was restrained, fixed in a cruciform position in midair. Masterly, are you all right? The creature struggled with immense strength, and Boss Lu wrapped the steel cable around the pillar, bracing himself against it. Li Chang'an waved his hand, rising from the ground only to be overcome by a fit of coughing, the taste of rust filling his throat. He approached the creature, fully aware that despite its restraints, the monster possessed formidable strength. Boss Lu and the others were visibly strained, their veins bulging and faces flushed, clearly unable to hold on for long. Li Chang'an dared not hesitate. He bit his finger, urging his vitality to swiftly draw a blood talisman on his wooden sword. Heavenly calamity shines bright, earthly calamity aligns squarely. With my brush, may all ghosts perish. Upon completing the talisman, Li Chang'an thrust it with full force towards the creature's heart. Crack! Unable to halt his momentum, he fell into the creature's embrace, spitting out the foul muck and rotten leaves from his mouth. He glanced down to find only a small portion of the wooden sword's tip embedded in the monster's chest. This is definitely not a peachwood sword. Li Chang'an fumed, hurling the sword's handle to the ground, exclaiming, "Is there anyone formidable here?" "Yes," a bodyguard promptly replied. Without a moment's thought, Li Chang'an seized the rope from him. "Hurry and bring it here." Engaging with the creature was a harrowing ordeal, each second a torment, yet none dared to relax. For a single misstep could cost them their lives. The earnest bodyguards soon returned, panting heavily, lifting a sizable object. "Is this thing powerful?" Good heavens, it was a chainsaw. Li Chang'an was momentarily at a loss for words. No master had ever taught him whether a chainsaw could be used to draw talismans against monsters. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to try. They exchanged grips on the chainsaw, and he commanded, "Keep it steady." The others complied, turning the creature onto its back and laying it on the ground. Li Chang'an pressed his knee against the creature's back and bit his finger once more, drawing a blood talisman on the chainsaw. Heavenly calamity shines bright, earthly calamity aligns squarely. With my brush, may all ghosts perish. As the talisman was completed, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He recognized that he had expended too much vitality, risking his cultivation. However, in this extraordinary moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He activated the chainsaw, its deafening roar filling the air as he aimed for the creature's neck. The monster's skin appeared decayed, yet it was surprisingly resilient and flexible. Ordinary weapons would likely inflict no harm, but fortunately, Li Chang'an wielded a chainsaw. The chain whirled at high speed, spewing forth putrid bone and flesh as it bit into the monster's neck. Ultimately, Li Chang'an succeeded in severing the creature's head. As the head rolled to the ground, Li Chang'an realized he seemed fated to engage in decapitations. He cast the chainsaw aside and collapsed, feeling the toll of the night's events. searching for foxes in the mountains and battling monsters with a chainsaw. With a deep breath, he felt every muscle ache and every bone creak. The others soon fell to the ground, each in pain, wailing as they realized their hands were bloodied from grappling with the creature. In their initial excitement and fear, they had not noticed the wounds. Now, with adrenaline waning, the pain returned tenfold as they beheld their bloodied hands. "Call in the sisters outside to bandage us," Li Chang'an suggested, resting for a moment before asking, "Do you have any lychee wood?" Boss Lu paused, then answered, "We only have newly transplanted lychee trees." "Master Li, what do you need it for?" Li Chang'an pointed to the dismembered creature. "Burn it." After speaking, he sprawled out on the ground. "Hurry up, I'm exhausted." In the end, they did not resort to the lychee trees, as Lu Zhugan remembered there were still some lychee saplings in the storeroom. They piled the saplings into a makeshift pyre and tossed the monster's corpse atop. However, no one dared touch the gruesome head. So Li Chang'an had to rise and throw the creature's head into the pile. Initially worried that the saplings might be too damp to ignite, they found that the creature's presence acted like an accelerant, igniting the pile instantly and startling everyone with the sudden blaze. The others retreated to their rooms to rest. But Li Chang'an, fearing further disturbances, chose to endure his fatigue and keep watch over the fire. By the time the flames extinguished, the monster had been reduced to ash. It appeared that lychee wood was indeed effective against monsters, as Boss Lu's idle chatter was not mere boasting. With a keen eye, Li Chang'an spotted a small black object amidst the ashes, smooth and glistening like jade, which was not charcoal from the burned wood. As he picked it up and examined it, he realized it was a fragment of the monster's ulna, inexplicably unscathed by the flames, exhibiting a lustrous black hue. Li Chang'an shrugged, not delving deeper, and found something to wrap it in, intending to take it back along with the painting of the skin. Just as he secured it, Boss Lu arrived, having caught wind of the events. "Master Li, how is everything now?" Li Chang'an yawned deeply, gesturing toward the remains of the monster. "See for yourself." Boss Lu approached cautiously, inspecting the remnants and confirming they were indeed thoroughly burnt, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Noticing Li Chang'an's weary expression, he suggested, "Why don't you take a moment to rest?" The dawn had already broken, yet Li Chang'an shook his head, stating, "No need to sleep. Let us head back directly." Boss Lu hesitated, sensing Li Chang'an's worry about potential lurking dangers. Li Chang'an smiled, reassuring him, "Rest assured, if anything peculiar emerges here, what will you do?" Boss Lu quickly inquired. Li Chang'an patted his shoulder. "Simply hand this estate over to the authorities." After jesting with Boss Lu, Li Chang'an returned to his room to gather his belongings. As he closed the door, a frown settled on his face. He understood all too well that this creature was not a local specialty of Boss Lu's estate, but rather identical to the monster from his dreams. No, it was unmistakably the same one. "If I do not venture to the mountain, will the mountain come to me?" Li Chang'an gritted his teeth in silent fury, cursing under his breath. He had awakened from this nightmare, but would he be able to rouse himself in time next time? Would he lose his life in a daze while dreaming? Fortunately, this haunting farmhouse had resulted in nothing fatal. But what if it were in a bustling market next time? The very thought sent chills down his spine. What was this? A warning not to think that burying the book would allow him to escape? Li Chang'an felt as if a hidden hand was silently mocking his naivety as fate unfolded before him. He kicked the wall in frustration, finally accepting the grim reality that he had no choice. Tomorrow, he would return home to unearth that book. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned around to find a yellow-covered book quietly resting on his bedside table, seemingly harmless, like a bedtime story. Damn it, he couldn't help but exclaim. Days later, in his rented room, Li Chang'an donned a Taoist robe, surrounded by various supplies and equipment he had gathered over the past few days. He opened the yellow book, discovering, as anticipated, a depiction of a blue-skinned demon followed by an illustration of a monster. The familiar dizziness washed over him once more. This time, however, it was not as intense. If before it had felt like a forced pull, now it felt more like an invitation. Li Chang'an, amidst his daze, discerned the source of his disorientation. A vortex, towering at his height, materialized before him. It was likely this very phenomenon that had ensnared him. With an abundance of supplies weighing upon him like a small mountain, Li Chang'an cautiously approached the vortex. He was expelled from it. He discarded some items, yet still failed to pass through. After discarding a few more, he remained thwarted. In frustration, he raised a middle finger at the vortex, seized a bottle of high-priced liquor procured from Boss Lu, and, armed with his long sword, boldly ventured forward. Chapter 20. The Mountain Spider in a World Thrown into Chaos. The villagers of Wangjia village remained indifferent. Nestled in the remote region surrounding Shitu Mountain, for these agrarians, the state of affairs was inconsequential. Good harvests yielded steady imperial taxes, while poor seasons still provided little more than meager sustenance. Their sole concern revolved around the year's yield. This year, the harvest was bountiful, with favorable weather and plentiful crops, yet the village was shrouded in gloom. Old Wang Lulu loaded a sack of grain onto a cart, his heart heavy with reluctance. He turned to the village elder and lamented, "Are we to relinquish our hard-earned grain to those bandits?" The elder's face deepened with furrows, and he sighed heavily. "If we do not comply, they will come down and seize it by force. At least this way, no lives will be lost." This unspoken thought lingered in the air. Recently, a thug from Shitu Mountain had come down, demanding taxes from the village. Refusal would result in threats of violence. With taxes owed to the emperor and the landlords taking their share, now the bandits demanded a cut as well. 9/10 of their yield vanished. The scant grain remaining for each family cast doubt on whether the village children could survive the harsh winter. The elder felt a bitter pang in his heart. It appeared that he and the village's elders would have to venture into the mountains this winter. If only Xianxiao Daoist were nearby. Wang Lulu suddenly exclaimed. This recently emerged hero was known for his sense of justice, having eradicated numerous bandits and even vanquished the demons lurking in ancient tombs. However, the elder shook his head. There were over 100 seasoned bandits atop Shitu Mountain. No matter how formidable Xianxiao Daoist was, could one man wielding a sword truly make a difference? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a jingling sound echoed across the fields. Out from the misty furrows appeared a donkey-riding Daoist, a bronze bell hanging around the donkey's neck, clanging melodiously. Spotting the village, the Daoist urged his donkey closer, halting just a few paces from the crowd. "Elder, I've heard there's a Shitu Mountain nearby, where a mountain spider resides. Could you direct me?" At his inquiry, the villagers displayed signs of anxiety, some even stealthily reaching for their machetes and bows. The village elder cast a stern glance over the crowd, and a few eager youths subsided. It was no wonder they were apprehensive. The mountain spider was not an actual spider, but rather the notorious leader of the bandits. Renowned for his swift blade, he wielded it with such ferocity that it seemed as if he had 8 arms. His cruelty was matched only by his peculiar obsession with spiders. Anyone who harmed a spider in his presence would meet a swift end. Thus, he had earned the moniker of Mountain Spider among the forest dwellers. Of course, the lines between man and demon had blurred in these chaotic times, unlike the clarity of peaceful eras. The bandit king demanding tribute from the village was indeed this mountain spider. The towering Daoist before them, adorned with a sword on his back, appeared to be a skilled swordsman, likely seeking refuge among the bandits of Shitu Mountain. However, facing the 100-year-old bandit horde, what could one man with a sword accomplish? Moreover, the Daoist appeared peculiar, lacking even a simple topknot, his hair cropped short, barely more than that of a monk. Short hair? Wang Lulu stared at the Daoist's hair, suddenly exclaiming, "You are Xianxiao Daoist?" The Daoist turned his body on the donkey. "You recognize me?" The village elder recounted the village's plight, and as he described their hardships, a few women discreetly wept, and several men's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxiao Daoist tossed a small object toward the elder. Fumbling, the elder caught it, and Xuanxiao's voice rang in his ears. "Elder, would you be willing to sell this cart of goods to me?" The elder, bewildered, looked up, and the villagers gasped in unison. In his palm lay a pearl, lustrous and jade-like, the size of an eye. It was evident to all that this single pearl was worth far more than the entire cart of goods, or even the entire village itself. As for the bandits, they looked on, entranced by the pearl's sheen. Xianxiao Daoist chuckled nonchalantly. "What if I buy everything together?" The elder, dazzled by the pearl's radiance, nodded in agreement, having failed to grasp the implications of Xuanxiao's words. Unbeknownst to him, the pearl was actually of little value, easily obtainable for a mere handful of coins. Only Li Chang'an could produce such high-quality counterfeit goods. Upon returning to the ancient world, Li Chang'an discovered that several months had elapsed. The old Daoist had long departed from Yulin, leaving no trace behind, save for a grave marked by his attire. Thus, Li Chang'an buried the bottle of liquor within his own grave and set forth alone. The reason for adopting the name Xianxiao was twofold. The old Daoist had buried a relic alongside his belongings, which Li Chang'an had taken for his own, and secondly, creating a stir would allow the old Daoist to know he was still alive. He sought the newly emerged demons noted in the Yellow Shell book. But with no clues provided, he blundered forth, responding to any rumors that arose. Along his journey, he intervened in injustices, unburdened by attachments, slaying both men and demons alike, thereby garnering a reputation. Consequently, even this remote village had begun to recognize his name. Thus, Li Chang'an resolved to attend to the situation at hand. Shitu Mountain housed a natural cave, which, in more refined circumstances, might have been claimed by some cultivator as their dwelling, yet at present, it had become a hideout for a gang of fools, transformed into a makeshift hall for gatherings. In the hall, the bandit leaders were indulging in a lavish feast, with roasted pig, stewed chicken, and mutton, all sourced from the mountain's fields, laid out before them. Each leader was accompanied by a disheveled woman, adding an air of revelry to the banquet. These women, adorned in peasant garb yet possessing moderate beauty, appeared to have been seized from elsewhere. In the center of the hall, a dancer clad in sheer fabric swayed gracefully, her every movement radiating allure, as if spring itself flowed through her gestures. The leaders watched, desire igniting in their eyes, wishing to claim her for themselves. Yet, none dared to act. For this woman belonged to the burly figure seated at the head of the table, the mountain spider himself. As the dancer twirled, her veil threatened to slip away, when suddenly a loud voice burst into the lively atmosphere. The mountain spider shot a glare at the intruding ruffian, slapping his thigh, prompting the dancer to saunter over. "What is all this ruckus?" the brash leader exclaimed, oblivious to the tension. "The tribute from Wangjia village has arrived." Impatient, the mountain spider waved his hand dismissively. "So what if it's arrived? Such trivial matters need not be reported." The one bringing the tribute was a Taoist. "Oh, this piqued the mountain spider's interest. He claims to have a treasure for me." The impetuous leader ushered Li Chang'an into the hall, then withdrew, leaving only Li Chang'an, the leaders, and their accompanying women. Upon entering, he was met with several hostile glares. The leaders, abandoning their meals and flirtations, fixed their eyes upon him with disdain. A classic display of intimidation. Li Chang'an remained impassive, secretly disdainful. Yet these women, particularly the one beside the mountain spider, were undeniably captivating. Li Chang'an twitched his nostrils. "Taoist, you have dampened my spirits." The mountain spider sat imposingly in his chair, glaring down at Li Chang'an. "That precious item of yours had better be truly valuable, or else." A cruel, mocking smile spread across his face. "I shall sever your precious treasure, brew it into a soup, and restore my enthusiasm." At this, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Li Chang'an stood leisurely, treating the laughter as mere background noise, and simply extended his hand. Instantly, the uproar ceased as abruptly as if a chicken's neck had been wrung. The entire assembly fixed their gaze on the palm of Li Chang'an's outstretched hand. There lay a pearl. Indeed, it was the very same pearl purchased online along with the one gifted to the old patriarch, albeit of inferior craftsmanship, leading Li Chang'an to leave a negative review. This one was the largest of the lot. "Quickly, close the door." The air in the hall grew still for a considerable time, until Li Chang'an feigned to retract his hand, prompting the mountain spider to leap from his chair. His first command was to secure the door, ensuring no underlings outside could catch a glimpse. The leader at the back promptly shut the door. The mountain spider continued, "Bar the door with every means possible." Li Chang'an glanced over. The heavy wooden beams were thick enough to withstand outside threats, yet now they were employed to shield against his own subordinates. The leader hurriedly secured the door. The mountain spider, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Bring it to me." The leader took the pearl and quickly presented it. Several heads of the bandit group could not resist leaving their seats, gathering around. The mountain spider, captivated, exclaimed repeatedly, "Wonderful, wonderful." Amid their exhilaration, Li Chang'an unexpectedly spoke. "I have another gift for all of you." What other treasure could there be? Upon hearing this, the mountain spider abruptly turned his gaze towards Li Chang'an, his eyes brimming with concealed greed and eagerness. The first gift was already priceless. What could possibly follow that would surpass his impoverished imagination? "I offer you all." Li Chang'an paused, unfastening a cloth bag he carried, revealing an ancient sword hilt. He looked at the bandit leaders, trapped in their confined quarters and cut off from their men, and smiled casually. A passage to the Pure Land. Chapter 21, Slaying Demons. A passage to the Pure Land. The leaders exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. The mountain spider, with a menacing tone, remarked, "I thought I was dealing with a benefactor. But it seems I have encountered a man with the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, perfect for a feast." Li Chang'an did not respond, but slapped his forehead, feigning a look of distress. I misspoke." He then retrieved a stack of wanted posters from the bag, unfurling them to reveal portraits of the criminals. Mountain spider Li Dahu, formerly of Guangchuan County, lusted after the beauty of the wife of the local magistrate, committing heinous acts against her and her family. Leper Zhang Fei Guxiong, a villager of Shangtian in Guangchuan County, murdered his neighbor Wang Er over a dispute and, fearing retaliation from Wang's kin, gathered accomplices to slay over 20 members of Wang's family. Li Chang'an recited the misdeeds of each leader of the Serpent Head Mountain, sighing deeply. You all are steeped in wickedness. It seems you are destined for the underworld, to take a turn in the cauldron. Just as he finished speaking, the hot-tempered Zhang Fei's face turned red with fury. You dare speak such nonsense? He tossed his hat aside, revealing a patch of leprous skin on his forehead, and charged forward. I shall crack your skull open. Gu Xiong wielded a long staff, its ordinary white waxwood topped with brass, capable of splattering brains with a single blow. Before he could reach, the staff descended with a fierce gust. At this moment, Li Chang'an drew his sword leisurely. He met the attack with his blade, and as the staff bore down, his sword moved like a fish gliding through tumultuous waters, deftly redirecting the force. Following the motion, he thrust his sword forward, and with a quick retraction, the tip found its mark in Gu Xiong's throat, who fell clutching his neck. The mountain spider's pupils dilated. Gu Xiong, known for his valor and strength, had always been his most formidable lieutenant, yet here he lay defeated at first encounter. Get him, together. With that, the mountain spider led the charge. He was skilled with dual blades, and even before coming close, his arms began to whirl, creating a formidable curtain of blades. The sound of slicing air ominous and intimidating. Li Chang'an could not help but chuckle. This technique resembled the clumsy fighting style he had used as a child. You wield a turtle's blade while I wield a turtle's fist. Perhaps you should rename yourself the mountain turtle. The mountain spider's face turned a shade of green with anger, and gritting his teeth, he accelerated his assault, vaguely resembling an octopus in motion. Li Chang'an, while jesting, did not falter with his sword. He dodged several attacks from the leaders, weaving his long sword through the dense curtain of blades, creating a narrow opening through which the tip of his sword slipped. Moments later, corpses littered the ground. Li Chang'an's robe bore several slashes, and he had sustained a few fresh wounds, blood staining his garments. Unbothered by the injuries, he left his sword unsheathed, finding an undisturbed table upon which he placed the still dripping blade, and began to wolf down the remnants of food left behind. The commotion from the fight had already drawn the attention of the bandits outside, who called out the names of their leaders, while the main door was pounded with urgency. Li Chang'an remained focused on his meal, having traveled for days without tasting meat. Meanwhile, the women in the hall huddled together, their expressions a mix of 3 parts delight and 7 parts fear. The satisfaction stemmed from the bodies on the ground, while the fear arose from the one who caused their demise. The scene of a Taoist feasting amidst the corpses, surrounded by trembling beauties, held a strange sense of harmony. Suddenly, Li Chang'an frowned. The previous diners had shown a lack of decorum, as a pork knuckle had carelessly fallen into the wine. The women, already pale from the sight of the dead, trembled even more at Li Chang'an's frown. Only the dancer seemed to muster some courage, biting her lip and cautiously speaking, "Taoist, are you dissatisfied with the meal?" As she spoke, Li Chang'an did not glance her way, merely responding languidly, "What are you waiting for?" The dancer appeared lost and confused, seemingly unsure of Li Chang'an's meaning. However, he had already finished the pork knuckle and was now tearing into a chicken leg. "I sensed the stench of demons upon entering. Why do you feign innocence?" "Demon?" The dancer gasped, panic-stricken at the mention of monsters. Li Chang'an chuckled, wiping the grease from his mouth with a clean area of his robe. No amount of perfume can mask that foul spider scent. The dancer's face froze in shock, gradually hardening into a cold demeanor. The surrounding peasant women, witnessing her transformation, scattered like startled birds. One, in a panic, ran toward Li Chang'an, seemingly intent on throwing herself into his embrace. "Taoist, but..." The woman looked down in disbelief as Li Chang'an's sword, which he had placed beside him, had firmly pierced her chest. "Even the great demons cannot deceive me. Why would a mere little demon attempt to ensnare me?" Li Chang'an withdrew his sword, and the woman collapsed, her body oozing green blood. The once frightened peasant women halted in their tracks, now glaring fiercely at Li Chang'an, their skin cracking open to reveal bulging eyes beneath. Their bodies began to swell rapidly. Ultimately, they burst apart with a resounding pop. Li Chang'an dodged the splattered remains, and when he looked again, the charming women had vanished, replaced by monstrous spiders sporting human heads. He laughed heartily, raising a jug of wine and downing it in one gulp, before stepping into the blood-soaked battlefield, sword in hand. The spider woman lunged from the left, her 8 inky black pincers resembling iron spikes, each strike capable of creating a gaping wound. However, Li Chang'an swiftly reached out, accurately grasping one of her appendages, and with a sharp command, he smashed it against the one approaching from the right. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shimmered and cleaved both attackers in half. Simultaneously, another spider woman stealthily descended from above, but Li Chang'an was prepared. He deftly swung his sword, sending her crashing to the ground. Before she could rise, he stomped down heavily, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from her beautiful visage. Along with her anguished cries, a sharp blade pierced through her skull, emerging from her mouth. Once Li Chang'an withdrew his sword, the grand hall was left with only him and the dancer as the living remnants. "What are you waiting for?" He echoed the familiar taunt, adding, "A few little spiders cannot tire me." The dancer erupted into laughter, gradually revealing her horrifying 8 elongated pincers from behind. Following that, her abdomen expanded, and finally, her head and chest transformed into a towering spider, nearly 2 meters tall. Fortunately, the gathering hall was a naturally cavernous space, ample enough for such a creature. Understanding the folly of engaging in a battle of strength with the massive spider, Li Chang'an decisively executed his cherished rolling technique. He gracefully evaded the spider's charge and sharp pincers, swinging his sword as he passed. The two entities narrowly missed each other. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that his previous strike had encountered an unseen barrier. Turning back, he confirmed that the spider remained unharmed. "Haha," the spider demon cackled, her voice a woman's despite the monstrous head. "Foul priest, my demonic power shields me. Mere iron cannot harm me." Yet, she failed to detect the astonishment she sought on Li Chang'an's face. "I am well aware," he replied nonchalantly. Throughout his journey, he had vanquished numerous demons and occasionally encountered formidable spiders, necessitating the use of his newly acquired transformation, a technique he preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Now was indeed such a moment. Li Chang'an delicately flicked the spine of his sword. It resonated softly in response. He then traced his fingers along the blade, releasing a faint azure glow. This ethereal light, delicate and dreamlike, seemed to terrify the spider demon. With a shriek that reverberated through the air, she charged at him once more. Li Chang'an employed the same tactic, rolling away and slicing as he did so. They crossed paths again, with the identical maneuver. In the same spot, Li Chang'an flicked his sword and released a stream of green blood. The spider demon emitted a muffled groan, her side pincers severed, a deep gash erupting from her abdomen, green ichor spilling onto the ground. Wounded, the spider demon writhed in agony, her remaining pincers scraping against the rocky floor, sending sparks flying. As Li Chang'an circled to finish her off, the spider demon unexpectedly spat a white substance at him, which unfurled into a web in the air, ensnaring him completely. Strangely, the spider demon did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, she climbed to the highest point of the hall, crashing into the chief's tiger skin throne against the stone wall. To Li Chang'an's astonishment, the wall crumbled like paper, revealing a darkened opening, and in moments, the spider demon vanished into the depths of the cave. Li Chang'an stood dumbfounded, not anticipating the creature's cleverness. He tore the web from his body, recalling the many spiders he had encountered on his journey, most of whom would spit webs. Initially, he had aimed to catch the spider demon off guard. He did not pursue immediately, but allowed the azure glow of his sword to dissipate. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale, a wave of weakness overwhelming him, akin to the exhaustion one feels after excessive exertion. This was the after-effect of the transformation he had employed, known as Demon Slayer. This technique was designed to counter various malevolent energies, yet its use exacted a tremendous toll. Each time he invoked it, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. Thus, he endeavored to refrain from its use unless absolutely necessary. After resting for a moment, he felt slightly better. Meanwhile, the pool of blood in the hall had spilled outside, where the bandits were already anxiously attempting to break down the door, but the sturdy latch held firm. He mused that it would be amusing to witness their expressions upon discovering their leader and the demon lying dead together. With a faint smile, he lit a torch and ventured into the underground passage. Chapter 22. Hollow Shells. The cave was deep and winding. Li Chang'an illuminated his path with the torch, the flames casting a glimmering sheen on the damp walls. The tunnel constricted to the point where only one person could pass, expanding only to accommodate 3 or 4 side by side. Were it not for the trail of green blood, he might have doubted the reality of the monstrous creature's presence. How could such a massive being navigate through such a narrow cavern? Yet the blood on the ground and the unmistakable scent of the spider demon filled the air, confirming the path beneath the dragon jade talisman, where all scents were betrayed. He pinched his nose. The odor was foul. However, the air was not as thick as he had anticipated. Suddenly, Li Chang'an's expression shifted. He wiped an unknown blood on his skin and raised it to the air, feeling a slight chill on his fingertip. This cave was ventilated. This indicated that there might be an exit on the other side. He could not afford to be cautious any longer. Invigorated, he sprinted deeper into the cave. "Who is there?" Li Chang'an abruptly halted. He extended the torch forward, catching glimpses of vague shadows. For a long while, there was no response. He cautiously approached, the silent figures gradually becoming illuminated by the firelight. Li Chang'an's pupils constricted as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Instead of a secret passage, he found a multitude of people within the cavern. The cave suddenly widened, but a crowd ahead completely blocked the path, leaving only a narrow gap through which to pass. Among the throng were men, women, and children, dressed in various garbs, traveling merchants, farmers, woodcutters, and even bandits. Their only commonality was their vacant expressions, remaining utterly still. Li Chang'an tentatively inquired, "Demons?" No response came from the crowd. "Living souls?" Still, they remained motionless. He cautiously approached and suddenly jabbed his sword sheath at a man dressed like a bandit. The sheath struck him, and he floated effortlessly against the rock wall, flattening out before collapsing onto the ground like a deflated balloon. It was merely a hollow shell. Li Chang'an spoke lightly, but a chill crept into his heart. The method of the spider's predation involved injecting venom into its prey, waiting until their flesh and organs dissolved before draining them entirely, leaving only the outer skin. The densely packed crowd was nothing more than the remnants of victims, mere husks. As he navigated through these hollow shells, Li Chang'an instinctively slowed his pace. Enveloped in an immense coldness, realizing that the thinness of spiritual energy in the modern world was a form of luck, at least sparing him from these terrifying demons. Suddenly, behind him, in the flickering glow of the torchlight, the lips of a decaying corpse suddenly twitched, slowly expelling a sharp black object that extended toward Li Chang'an's back. It was the razor-sharp leg of a spider demon. The leg aimed precisely at the back of Li Chang'an's head before striking fiercely. In a flash, Li Chang'an pivoted swiftly, the leg grazing past his skull. His sword emerged from beneath his arm, piercing into the hollow shell. A chilling wail erupted from within, followed by a shadowy figure bursting forth, crashing through numerous remnants before vanishing into the depths of the cave. Li Chang'an flicked the hem of his robe, wiping the foul green blood from his blade, and chuckled. "I was just waiting for you to reveal that trick." With that, he hastened after the creature, but after a few steps, he halted. The cave had reached its end, and the spider demon awaited him there. Yet, a playful smile graced Li Chang'an's face. At the cave's terminus lay a small stone chamber, illuminated by a shaft of sunlight streaming through a small opening, casting light upon a woman lying at its center, draped in sheer fabric. Her skin glowed like freshly fallen snow. As she turned her face, her beauty rivaled that of the most skilled dancers. Li Chang'an couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. However, a glint of pride and malice flickered in her eyes as her ruby lips parted. "Taoist, huh?" The woman, or rather the spider demon, incredulously spewed a mouthful of demonic blood. Li Chang'an had already extracted his sword from her heart, wiping away the traces of blood before sheathing it. Alas, such a stunning beauty had been consumed by a monster. With the spider demon's demise, its true form emerged, transforming into a colossal spider that burst forth from the beautiful facade, filling the entire chamber. Li Chang'an retreated deeper into the cave, retrieving the yellow-bound tome from his bosom. He opened it to reveal a grotesque depiction of a large spider. No, he felt a wave of disinterest, unlike the vibrant illustrations of previous creatures. The spider's page was devoid of color, merely outlined in monotonous lines. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted ahead. Li Chang'an closed the yellow tome and looked up to find a horde of mountain bandits blocking his path. "Kill that filthy Taoist. Avenge our leaders." Yet, the Taoist was formidable. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. He alone has slain all our leaders. But he is wounded. He defeated the demon. He must possess sorcery. The bandits fell silent, for those who had grown accustomed to bloodshed feared the supernatural more than mere martial prowess. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Have you forgotten the 8th rule of our Yinzhou Green Forest?" A murmur rippled among the bandits as the voice continued. "To avenge a brother grants one the right to inherit all he possessed." Their breaths quickened, and the hesitance in their gazes towards Li Chang'an diminished, replaced by ravenous greed. Finally, one bandit could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. "You spineless cowards, don't you dare compete with me." With that, he lunged forward to attack. His movement served as a signal, prompting the others to surge forward, shouting incoherently about revenge and leadership. The leader, however, slowed his pace. Li Chang'an sighed, both at the prospect of further exertion and the foolishness of the bandits, so easily manipulated. In such a confined space, what advantage could sheer numbers provide? Instead of retreating, Li Chang'an advanced, drawing his sword from its sheath, its cold gleam casting a chilling aura in the cave. Blood erupted as the brash bandit fell beneath his blade. Inside the gathering hall, the mingling of crimson human blood and green demon blood formed a singular hue. Suddenly, The dark cave erupted into chaos as a throng of terrified bandits emerged, trembling and glancing back in panic, as if something dreadful pursued them. The foremost among them stumbled over a corpse, triggering a domino effect among the bandits, who tumbled into the stench of blood and cold bodies. A bandit missing half a hand pointed into the cave. A demon. A demon? Li Chang'an paused momentarily, drenched in blood, his shoes soaked in gore, leaving a long trail of crimson behind him. Are they referring to me? He pondered, feeling somewhat disoriented. In the narrow passage behind him, flickering firelight revealed the bandits charging forward, their aggression marred by numerous flaws, as if they were offering their vital points to the tip of his sword. How many have I slain? 70 or 80? He struggled to recall, only remembering that he could barely hold his sword at the end. Yet none dared to approach him further. With one step forward, the cowed bandits retreated 10 steps. After he exited the gathering hall, the bandits stood frozen at a distance. Li Chang'an turned his gaze towards them, and they trembled. Where's my donkey? The bandits exchanged glances, one appearing ready to speak, but quickly silenced by the others. What are you thinking, telling this slaughterer that his donkey is too fat and has been sent to the chef? Receiving no response, Li Chang'an lost interest in further inquiries. He whistled, and a series of jingling bells echoed. Shortly after, a glossy black donkey trotted joyfully from the corner, munching on vegetable leaves. Hot on its heels was a stout man, his chest exposed, wielding a butcher's knife, with a muddy hoof print on his face. He huffed and puffed, unable to catch up to the donkey's rear, and cursed, "Damn beast." Just as he uttered those words, the bandits rushed forward, silencing him. Li Chang'an ignored them, slowly mounting the donkey's back. The sound of jingling bells accompanied his leisurely departure from the stronghold. Chapter 23. The Mountain Feast in the Stillness of the Night. Beneath the canopy of trees, the moon hung low. The moonlight shimmered like water, and the mountain breeze stirred, creating ripples in the air. Li Chang'an sat cross-legged in the silvery glow, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, engaged in cultivation. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, opening his eyes to the rustling sounds around him. The tiny fairies drawn to the moonlight, flitting among the grass, flowers, tree branches, and stone crevices. These little beings, primarily the essence of flora and fauna, posed no threat, so Li Chang'an paid them no mind, merely lifting a moonlit cup to collect the luminescence. He then took a sip of moon wine, its cool essence seemingly soothing his wounds. Setting down the cup, he noticed a bold little fairy sprawled at his feet, having fallen asleep from the comforting moonlight. This tiny creature, a flower spirit, was born from the essence of blossoms. Resembling a young girl, yet only the size of a finger, with wings made of delicate jasmine petals. Li Chang'an found it amusing, poking her cheek with a grass stem. She swatted the stem away with her tiny hands, rolling over and covering herself with her petals. Amused, he poked her again. As she lifted her hand, she froze, peeking out from her floral cover to find a large face grinning at her. "Ah!" she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and scurrying beneath the grass. Unfortunately, the leaves were too small to conceal her entirely, leaving her backside exposed. Li Chang'an chuckled and tapped her rear, prompting her to burrow deeper into the foliage, revealing only her head. He was about to tease her again when he suddenly noticed her little body was trembling violently. Indeed, in a moment of fleeting joy, this small creature was thoroughly frightened. Li Chang'an ceased his teasing, instead using a blade of grass to offer a sip of moonlight wine beside her diminutive head. The little one immediately caught the scent of the wine, momentarily setting aside her fear, and nimbly emerged from beneath the grass, her tiny face still glistening with dew, eagerly embracing the grass stem and burying her face in the droplets of wine. With a few quick slurps, she consumed the wine completely, then looked up at Li Chang'an with wide eyes, seemingly pleading for another drop. At that moment, a dark, bulbous head suddenly appeared. "Ah!" the little creature exclaimed in surprise. Having learned her lesson this time, she quickly dove back into the thicket. The large gray donkey let out a loud snort, approaching Li Chang'an with small, dainty steps, extending its tongue toward the remaining half of the moonlight wine in the cup. Li Chang'an did not deter it, merely patting its head. "You stingy creature. How much can such a little one drink?" The donkey shook its head and took a small lick, revealing an expression of drunken bliss. This donkey was no mythical beast, simply a common gray donkey purchased at the horse market. Yet after tasting the moonlight wine, it seemed to have gained a modicum of sentience. Li Chang'an found this amusing. After all, often alone in the wild, having a donkey to converse with was a welcome change. Suddenly, the gray donkey perked up its ears. "Taoist." A clear male voice unexpectedly resonated. Li Chang'an's expression turned serious, yet he calmly drew his sword and rested it across his knees before turning to face the speaker. Beneath an ancient tree ahead stood a middle-aged man adorned in a formal hat and robe. Would you care to join the wine gathering? Li Chang'an squinted at the man, his knuckles tapping rhythmically on the sword sheath. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled and replied, very well. Following the man, Li Chang'an found the rugged mountain path of the night seemed much easier to traverse. Though the moonlight was obscured by the thick canopy, numerous fireflies danced about, illuminating the way and alleviating concerns about visibility. Li Chang'an silently withdrew a dragon crest jade talisman. At this late hour in the dense forest, the man was certainly not an ordinary individual. As he performed the incantation, the yellow talisman burned quietly, yet confusion crossed his face. There was no scent emanating from this man. All Li Chang'an could detect was the earthy smell of mud, water, and trees, absent of any demonic or human essence. Since mastering the Dragon Crest Jade Talisman, this was his first instance of returning empty-handed. What do you wish to be called, sir? The man did not glance back. You may call me Mr. Hung. Mr. Hung? Mr. Hu is a fox demon. Mr. Huang is a weasel demon. Lord Dao is a wolf demon. And Yu Li is a tiger demon. I wonder what sort of creature Mr. Hung is. Li Chang'an pondered, wishing to gauge the man's authenticity. It is simply Mr. Hung before you. My humble surname is Li, with the Daoist title Xianxiao. May I inquire what gathering you are attending and why I have been invited? Mr. Hung continued without turning. As long as there is fine wine, one may join. Ah, so he is interested in the remaining moonlight wine in my cup. How enticing is this moonlight wine to the demons? Is it acceptable even if a donkey has licked it? To his surprise, this remark made Mr. Hung halt, turn around, and calmly state, there is no difference between what a donkey has drunk and what a human has consumed. Well then, as long as you do not mind. Li Chang'an replied, feeling emboldened since acquiring the abilities from the yellow-shelled book. His already considerable courage seemed to flourish. Even if he could not match Xiao Zilong, he was certainly comparable to Jiang Boyue. In the heart of the deep mountains, he dared to partake in a gathering with an inexplicably appearing demon. He would need to exercise caution in future endeavors. However, for the moment, having arrived, he followed Mr. Heng into a grove where a sizable clearing lay. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone, carved into a small pool. Mr. Hung approached the edge of the pool, retrieving a small gourd. Upon uncorking it, a rich aroma of wine wafted forth, smooth and lingering, devoid of any impurities, truly a rare find. Mr. Hung, however, showed no restraint, pouring the entire contents of the gourd into the pool, then finding a spot to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation. Li Chang'an called out several times, but received no response. Thus, he mimicked Mr. Hung, pouring the remnants of his wine into the pool and resting with his sword on his knees. Before long, a series of booming sounds echoed. Li Chang'an turned toward the noise, instinctively placing a hand on his sword sheath. A giant, towering 3 stories high, emerged from the forest, carrying a massive barrel. The giant opened the barrel, and Li Chang'an's nose twitched. It contained fine wine as well. The giant poured the wine into the pool, which, despite the volume added, only rose slightly. As the giant settled down, a bird flew in, and from its back hopped a small creature, an old mouse dressed in official robes, clutching a small wine flask, which it too poured into the pool. Subsequently, a variety of demons arrived, ranging from beasts that had attained enlightenment to plants that had gained spirit, all sharing the commonality of bringing fine wine. They mingled together, unbothered even by the presence of natural enemies such as snakes and frogs. Even beside Li Chang'an sat a large rabbit clad in a short shirt. This sight puzzled him. While rabbits were adorable, braised rabbit heads were also delectable. He was tempted to turn and ask, "Rabbit demon, I am a Taoist. Are you not afraid I might subdue you and make you a dish to accompany my wine?" In the blink of an eye, the clearing was filled to capacity, and the wine pool gradually overflowed. Suddenly, Mr. Hung opened his eyes and spoke. "They have arrived." "What has arrived?" Li Chang'an was perplexed. But the rabbit beside him glared with red eyes, signaling him to silence, pointing to its ear. Feeling bewildered, Li Chang'an experienced his first reprimand from a rabbit, but complied and quieted, straining to listen. In the stillness of the mountains, only the faint sound of something shattering like jade could be heard, soft and intermittent. Gradually, the sound intensified, as if filling the forest. Abruptly, before Li Chang'an, a small bud emerged from a drooping branch, followed by a sound reminiscent of ice cracking, blossoming into a small flower, for petals half transparent with a hint of blue. At that moment, the moonlight was perfect, casting a soft halo upon the translucent petals. Before Li Chang'an could fully absorb the scene, a second and third flower blossomed in quick succession, transforming the tree into a sea of blossoms. Reflecting thoughtfully, he lifted his gaze. The forest had transformed into a floral ocean. The translucent petals quivered gently on the branches, resembling the shimmering moonlight. In this moment, beneath the flowering tree, be they human or demon, plant or beast, all were entranced by the enchanting beauty of the night, until Mr. Hung clapped his hands. And from the sea of flowers emerged flower spirits, resembling the small flower spirit Li Chang'an had encountered earlier, but significantly larger. Each cradling a wooden bowl the size of a palm. They gathered around the wine pool, then dispersed, each bowl filled with wine. The spirits distributed the bowls to every guest present, regardless of size or the quantity of wine they had brought, treating all equally. The smaller beings leaned against the bowls as if nestled in a bathtub, while the larger ones carefully held them with their fingertips. Li Chang'an found this amusing, when suddenly, a wave of floral fragrance enveloped him, and a bowl filled with clear wine was presented before him. Oh, he received it, slightly astonished. While other guests' bowls were filled only to 8/10 full, his brimmed almost to overflowing. He looked up to find a flower spirit, fluttering wings adorned with jasmine petals, winking at him before joining the gathering of spirits, disappearing into the floral sea. To your health. Mr. Hung raised his wine bowl high, and Li Chang'an cautiously lifted his own in response, joining the other guests in drinking it down. As the liquid flowed down his throat, it seemed to swirl with a myriad of flavors within his chest and abdomen, eventually coalescing into a vibrant essence that radiated warmth and comfort throughout his limbs and bones. A tingling sensation spread across his body, prompting him to rub the itchy spots, dislodging a scab in the process. Li Chang'an rolled up his sleeves, revealing that the wounds from the battle at Snakehead Mountain had healed completely. The vitality infused in the wine had diminished only slightly, as much of it melded seamlessly into his being. He was somewhat astonished. Such miraculous effects could only be described as the nectar of the gods. Suddenly, the large blue donkey nudged its head into his embrace, extending its tongue toward the bottom of the bowl. This foolish creature had grown accustomed to licking the remnants of the bowl. Li Chang'an gently patted the donkey's head, allowing it to clean up the leftovers. However, after a few licks, the donkey stumbled back a few steps, its body stiffening before collapsing onto the ground. Li Chang'an looked on in alarm. Though the donkey lay motionless, it was snoring softly, seemingly just intoxicated. He breathed a sigh of relief, but was soon struck by a curious sight. From the corners of the donkey's mouth, sprouts of snow grass emerged, and a bundle of morning glories began to wend their way out of its ears. It appeared as though green shoots were stirring beneath its fur. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Could this foolish donkey be transforming into a potted plant? Just then Mr. Hung reached out and gave the donkey a light tap on the top of its head, causing all the flowers and green shoots to fall away and land in the soil. The donkey wobbled as it got back on its feet. Its ears perked up in confusion, only to once again lower its head toward the wine bowl. Li Chang'an quickly swatted it away. Was the foolish creature still yearning to be a flower pot? The donkey let out a few pitiful brays before shaking its tail and wandering off to graze. Meanwhile, the various spirits in the gathering had begun to move from their original positions, clustering together in small groups to admire the flowers and drink. Alone and ignored, Li Chang'an suddenly had a thought. Although he had no leads on the spider demon, perhaps he could inquire among the many spirits present. Though he felt a twinge of absurdity in the notion, with nothing else to occupy his time, he boldly approached a few of the more amiable-looking spirits. A spider? This demon stood only half a person tall, its body largely human-shaped, but sporting two gossamer wings like those of an insect, indicating it was a creature of some kind. Could it be one of those repulsive beings with 8 legs and numerous eyes, known for ensnaring prey in traps? The insect spirit displayed a look of distaste. But Li Chang'an's heart leaped with hope. Perhaps he was onto something. Such loathsome creatures were abundant, both within the mountains and beyond the mortal realm. Those that have transformed into demons. Yes, quite a few. There are many of them scattered throughout the mountains and human territories. Li Chang'an blinked in surprise. So there are that many? I was asking about the large spider. Recalling an illustration of a spider from a tome, where it ensnared a living person in a cocoon. The victim appearing scarcely larger than a chick, he scanned his surroundings and finally pointed at a giant sitting cross-legged nearby. One as large as him. Oh. Several spirits tilted their heads back, collectively expressing bewildered awe at the giant. A spider of such size. Where have you seen one? The insect spirit asked eagerly, its face betraying shock and fear. Li Chang'an felt somewhat speechless. Am I not asking you? I seem to recall, a round-headed spirit, exuding the fragrance of grass and wood, tapped its forehead and said, a few days ago, I overheard a passing yellow sparrow mention that a giant spider had appeared in a mountain in Minzhou, a ferocious one that devoured nearby lesser spirits. Li Chang'an's eyes brightened, and he hastily inquired, "Which mountain?" The round-headed spirit's eyes widened. "I don't know." Just as Li Chang'an was about to delve deeper, a cool sensation touched the tip of his nose. Looking down, he saw a small petal. Feeling intrigued, he raised his gaze. The mountain breeze carried with it the essence of the woodland, causing half-transparent flowers to detach from their branches, creating a delicate rain of petals under the moonlight, blanketing the ground. In an instant, Li Chang'an found his shoulders adorned with petals. At that moment, the ground trembled as the giant, who had been sitting cross-legged, rose to his feet. He offered a courteous gesture to the gathering and, with a resounding thud of footsteps, departed. The banquet had concluded. The vibrant floral spectacle felt like a fleeting dream. As the beautiful reverie faded, the gathering dispersed, and the woods returned to their usual quietude. Li Chang'an remained rooted in place, not out of reluctance, but deep in thought regarding the information he had just uncovered. Minzhou? He pulled out a map he had acquired at a high price, studying it under the moonlight for a while, before finally nodding in understanding. Yes, Minzhou is here. Yet, scratching his head, he realized that according to his plan, he should have been on the official road. But now, as he gazed upward, he saw mountains upon mountains, trees jostling closely together, with no signs of human habitation, indicating he had long since lost his way. "Taoist, what are you looking at?" He turned to see Mr. Hung materializing unexpectedly. Li Chang'an forced a sheepish smile and candidly shared his predicament. A rare smile flickered across Mr. Heng's serious face as he pointed to a location on the map, stating, "You are here." Upon glancing at the spot Mr. Hung indicated, Li Chang'an felt even more embarrassed. The map labeled the area as Yuhing Mountain, a far cry from where he had anticipated being. At that moment, Mr. Hung spoke again. "Follow the mountain path to the left, and you will descend. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, you will find the official road leading north to Minzhou." A mountain path? The surrounding trees were tangled with underbrush, and the shrubs entwined with vines. Where could a mountain path possibly exist? Li Chang'an looked to the left and was astonished to find that the trees there were indeed sparser, suggesting the outline of a road. He quickly expressed his gratitude, and Mr. Hung nodded in acceptance, furrowing his brow in contemplation before handing him a wooden tablet. "Borrow this for the time being." Li Chang'an accepted it, discovering that although it appeared to be made of wood, its texture was remarkably solid, akin to a blend of wood and stone. The tablet bore several elegant characters inscribed in ink, which Li Chang'an could not decipher but found oddly familiar. Upon careful reflection, he suddenly recalled a talisman left by the ancestral master. The script on it bore a striking resemblance. "Cloud script," Li Chang'an exclaimed, raising his head. The wind rustling the trees, yet there was no one else around. Without any hesitation, he declared, "Thank you," before mounting the blue donkey and descending the mountain. As he traversed the mountain path, Li Chang'an became acutely aware of the tablet's extraordinary nature. Wherever he walked, the overgrown branches arched overhead to form a canopy. Wild grasses lay flat, and thorns cleared a path. When he encountered steep slopes, the trees extended their branches as handrails. When he faced ravines, vines intertwined to form bridges. And when he reached streams, the water receded to reveal stones. This was no ordinary mountain path. It was as if the very elements of the mountain were yielding to create a route for him. In just a few hours, Li Chang'an emerged from the dense forest and stepped onto a desolate official road. Yuhing Mountain? Mr. Hung? He suddenly realized that it was the spirit of Yuhing Mountain. He placed the wooden tablet on a piece of green stone at the mountain's foot, sincerely performed a gesture of respect, and then rode off on the blue donkey heading north. Chapter 24. Flying Sword. Does the body still move after death? Indeed, it can. This man had likely perished from a fall while foraging for herbs. His skin was marred with abrasions that had decayed and become infested with maggots. Even tightly bound with hemp ropes to a cart, he continued to writhe and struggle. Li Chang'an whispered incantations beside him, respectful deities of the 10 directions. Their numbers, like the sands of the earth, transform shapes in the 10 realms, universally redeeming beings, gathering energy to accumulate merits, speaking in unison to save souls. Gradually, the deceased's movement slowed as Li Chang'an's spiritual energy waned. Finally, he lifted a bowl of talisman water, containing a spell to calm the spirit, which could serve to soothe the soul. He dipped a willow branch into the talisman water and sprinkled it over the deceased, gently closing the man's eyes. At last, the battered body found peace. He had departed. The people nearby exhaled in relief, yet one woman began to wail uncontrollably. An elderly man stepped forward, offering a ceramic bowl filled with coins. He expressed gratitude for the monk's efforts in performing a rite for the deceased child of the Sher family. After the banquet, Li Chang'an had followed the path indicated by Mr. Hung, traversing through desolate lands and dilapidated villages. Eventually, he stumbled upon a small settlement, hoping to procure some food and water, only to encounter a corpse rising from the dead. Initially, he contemplated swiftly ending the situation with his sword, but he was swayed by the desperate pleas of the deceased's wife. Lacking formal training in such rites, he relied on his memory of old Lu's methods, surprisingly achieving the desired outcome. As Li Chang'an glanced at the coins in the old man's bowl, some were caked in black soil, others clung to fine dust. Some had worn inscriptions, and others displayed verdigris, likely gathered from the meager savings of many households. Previously, he had mocked the old monk for his soft-heartedness, but now, faced with the plight of these unfortunate souls, he found it difficult to take their only savings. However, guided by the principle that one must give to receive, he pondered and shook his tattered robe. He had not brought any spare clothing, and this robe was the same one he had worn on Snakehead Mountain. Although he had washed away the bloodstains in the mountain stream, the numerous rips remained unstitched. Thus, Li Chang'an returned the bowl to the old man and said with a smile, "A practitioner like myself requires little wealth. If it is convenient, I would appreciate some scraps to mend my robe." After half an hour, the old man dispersed the children who had gathered to hear the tale and returned with a patched robe. Li Chang'an accepted it, unfurling the garment to reveal it was now covered in patches, resembling a garment of 100 stitches. The mended areas were meticulously stitched, and although the fabric was coarse, it was not of poor quality. Noticing that the old man's own attire had become noticeably shorter, Li Chang'an felt a sense of gratitude but said little, merely nodding in farewell before departing. Once outside the settlement, the old man hurried after him. "Is there something else?" Li Chang'an inquired. "There is one matter I forgot to mention," the elder replied with a bow of respect. "Not long ago, a few bandits visited the village asking about a young priest with short hair. As the sun dipped low, Li Chang'an rode his donkey away from the village, passing a tavern. Tonight marked the final full moon of the month. Though a bed would have been more comfortable, he chose to spend the night on the grass, accompanied by the insects. Suddenly, an elderly voice called out, "Young priest, the road ahead is fraught with danger. Bandits and spirits roam at night. It would be wise to rest in the inn." Turning, Li Chang'an saw an old man seated on the threshold of the tavern, weaving a bamboo basket. After studying the man for a moment, Li Chang'an smiled and replied, "There is no need for your concern, old sir. My swordsmanship is sufficient for my own protection." With that, he continued on his way. However, 100 meters later, the smile faded from Li Chang'an's face. The old man was no ordinary person. If he were a mere bamboo weaver, he would bear the scars of years of labor. If he were a farmer, his back would not be so straight. Most telling was the meticulous grooming of his long beard. Coupled with the words of the elder from the village, the man's identity became apparent: an assassin. Someone was after his life. Though somewhat surprised, Li Chang'an felt no fear. While it is easy to speak grandly of drawing one's sword in the face of injustice, one must also recognize that each act of violence begets enmity. An assassin was surely a matter of time. Unperturbed by fate, Li Chang'an continued his journey, albeit with heightened vigilance. After walking a short distance, he entered a small grove. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Without turning back, he drew his sword. With a swift motion, he sliced an arrow in two. Almost immediately, he caught sight of a shadow flitting through the trees, arrows raining down upon him. Li Chang'an turned, allowing his donkey to keep moving while he skillfully deflected the incoming projectiles. Eventually, he even caught an arrow aimed at his eye with his bare hands. After this display, it seemed the archer was deterred, for no more arrows came forth. Li Chang'an assumed the assailant had retreated and continued urging his donkey onward. Yet, not long after, he heard a cacophony of crashing branches behind him. Startled, he turned to see two streaks of light darting towards him, slicing through tree trunks and branches. In an instant, they were upon him, and he quickly drew his sword in defense. The two streaks of light, however, suddenly separated, swirling around him in the grove. The air crackled with energy as they zipped about, resembling a fierce storm. Suddenly, the two lights converged, spiraling towards him. Li Chang'an managed to deflect one with his blade, while the other grazed the hilt of his sword, narrowly missing him and shearing off a tuft of his donkey's mane. The donkey brayed in surprise, raising its head in alarm just as the lights prepared for another assault. "Hold on," Li Chang'an shouted. The two streaks halted in midair, as if the tempest had ceased, leaving the grove in silence, save for the rustling leaves. Now, Li Chang'an could see that the two lights were actually two small swords, each only 2 fingers wide and half a meter long, their blades fine and delicate as they danced in the air. A sudden realization struck him: flying swords. At this moment, The two small swords circled him once more before slowly flying away in a particular direction. Li Chang'an had no choice but to urge his donkey to follow. They arrived at a small clearing where the old man from the tavern awaited them, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The two small swords swirling around him like playful children. Observing Li Chang'an's obedient approach, he smiled and said, "Young priest, relying on a modicum of swordsmanship, you act recklessly. Do you recognize the art of my flying swords?" Chapter 25, Flying Swords? Young priest, relying on a modicum of swordsmanship, you act recklessly. Do you recognize the art of my flying swords? The elder stood with his hands behind his back, a smile upon his face. Li Chang'an was taken aback, feeling a sense of disbelief. Reckless? How could that be? Surely there was a misunderstanding. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he asked, "Old sir, could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? I have never acted recklessly with my sword." "Mistaken you?" the elder retorted. "Have you forgotten the 130 souls lost to your blade on Snakehead Mountain?" "Snakehead Mountain? Those bandits? 130? Did I truly slay so many?" Li Chang'an questioned, incredulous. "Old sir, do you not pity the common folk who suffered at the hands of those brigands?" He believed the elder was criticizing him for excessive bloodshed, so he attempted to explain. Moreover, the leader of those bandits was known to harbor demons. To his surprise, the elder waved his hand dismissively and scoffed, "No matter how wretched Snakehead Mountain may be, it is still beneath my family's chief's command. Right or wrong? Only our chief may determine such matters. What right has a mere wandering priest to intervene?" At this moment, Li Chang'an finally grasped the elder's true identity. The old man was affiliated with the bandits. The elder's expression remained unchanged as he frowned and said, "My esteemed master, known in the Jianghu as the Golden Beam, is the leader of the Green Forest in Hebei. He commands respect from both the righteous and the wicked. How can you simply label him a bandit?" Li Chang'an could only chuckle in response. "A rogue is still a rogue, is he not?" The elder's countenance darkened, and he scolded, "You young priest, full of nonsense. I was willing to overlook your past transgressions due to your remarkable skills. Should you repent and join my ranks, all previous grievances would be erased. Yet, you choose to flaunt your tongue. I shall teach you a lesson with a few hundred slaps and make you kowtow 1,000 times before the bandits' graves." From the elder's tone, it seemed he assumed Li Chang'an had already surrendered, ready to be at his mercy. Li Chang'an sighed upon hearing this and said, "I fear my previous remark may have led you to misunderstand my intentions. I am merely Li Chang'an, having dismounted from my donkey. I patted the head of my sturdy steed, which then nuzzled against me affectionately before trotting away. I had no intention of harming my donkey. As for you and me..." Li Chang'an drew his long sword and gave a slight nod to the elder. "Words that do not resonate are of little use. Allow me to experience your flying sword technique." The elder's expression suddenly shifted, his voice cold as he retorted, "You know not what you invite." No sooner had he spoken than two small swords soared into the air, circling around him before darting towards Li Chang'an. Unlike before, they did not fly directly at him. Instead, they executed a complex maneuver, one high and the other low, as if two skilled masters were launching a coordinated attack. Fortunately, Li Chang'an was agile, and with the sword in hand, he moved as if it were an extension of his own body, parrying the incoming strikes from astonishing angles. However, one advantage of flying swords is that they leave their wielder unprotected. Li Chang'an could only endure the blows without striking back, and soon his robe, patched and frayed, bore several new tears. With no other choice, Li Chang'an feigned weakness and retreated step by step towards the elder. Yet, the elder, a cunning old rogue, saw through his ruse and, with a smug grin, stepped back a few paces. Could he still carry the demeanor of a sword immortal? Li Chang'an felt an inward surge of anger, but quickly realized that the elder might not truly be a sword immortal at all. Perhaps the weakness of the swords was not in comparison to Li Chang'an, but rather when juxtaposed with the legendary flying swords. Old Lu had mentioned the distinction between sword immortals and their flying swords during idle conversation. According to his descriptions, a sword immortal is akin to a terrestrial deity, capable of transforming swords into dragons, conjuring rivers from the earth, and splitting mountains and seas. The fundamental abilities included striking down foes from 1,000 miles away with the swiftness of lightning and the might of thunder. Truth be told, if Li Chang'an were to encounter a genuine sword immortal, he would likely only perceive a flash of azure light before finding himself cleaved in two. That is the essence of a flying sword. Yet the elder's flying swords were merely two blades that could soar. A glimmer of inspiration sparked within Li Chang'an. As he deftly maneuvered, he suddenly released a talisman from his person. The elder, who had been standing with a relaxed demeanor, instantly became serious upon seeing the talisman. He understood that this Taoist was adept in a few spells and quickly whistled sharply. The talisman ignited at one corner, and the two small swords abandoned their pursuit of Li Chang'an, intertwining in a dazzling display before shredding the talisman into fragments. The elder laughed triumphantly, believing that no matter how profound the Taoist's magic, it was futile if it could not be executed. However, as his gaze shifted, he noticed a flicker of flame emanating from beneath Li Chang'an's sleeve, accompanied by a few specks of ash drifting down. He had fallen into a trap. Looking up, he met Li Chang'an's beaming eyes. Indeed, the elder's expression transformed into a complex mixture of emotions, 7 parts anger and shame, 2 parts surprise, and the final part a vague sense of dread. He could not fathom what spell Li Chang'an had cast or what effects it might unleash. Gritting his teeth, he whistled once more, his tone sharper and more urgent, causing the two small swords to increase their assault. Yet Li Chang'an found himself increasingly at ease. The talisman he had just deployed was merely the dragon-summoning jade talisman. Although it lacked lethal power, it allowed him to fully discern the reality of the so-called flying swords. The two small swords charged at him, one moving stealthily and the other attacking with ferocity, akin to a thunderous strike. Li Chang'an, however, remained unperturbed, raising his hand to meet the leftward sword, having unknowingly grasped the sword sheath in his other hand. In the nick of time, the small sword could not halt its momentum and pierced straight into the sheath, where Li Chang'an secured it with his hand. Meanwhile, the other sword, lying in wait, dove down upon him. Li Chang'an had anticipated this moment, aiming to deliver a powerful strike that cleaved the air, producing a blue aura as he employed the demon-slaying technique. The two swords collided. Instead of the expected clashing of metal, a piercing scream erupted, as if an invisible entity had been shattered by Li Chang'an's strike. The small sword fell to the ground, flailing like a fish out of water before falling silent. The small sword trapped within the sheath, however, struggled violently. With a mere flick of his wrist, Li Chang'an silenced it, rendering it docile, trembling lightly within the sheath, akin to a frightened animal. The sword itself bore no fear. Rather, it was the entity affixed to it that quaked in terror. Li Chang'an turned to the elder, who appeared pale and paralyzed, seemingly unable to process the sudden turn of events. A third-rate sorcerer dares to call himself a sword immortal? With that thought, Li Chang'an suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance of 10 paces in the blink of an eye. The elder, still in a daze, had no time to react. By the time he moved, Li Chang'an's sword tip was pressed against his chin, severing his neatly groomed goat beard at its roots. The elder did not glance at the sword poised against his throat. Instead, he stared at the fallen small sword, his expression gradually losing its vitality. Finally, he sighed deeply and closed his eyes. I underestimated you, Taoist. Please, be swift with your blade. Li Chang'an, however, smoothly sheathed his sword and released the small sword from the sheath. The liberated sword darted away without a backward glance. Seeking refuge behind the elder, old man, Li Chang'an said with a smile, the road ahead is fraught with danger. It would be wise for you to return to your countryside and enjoy your twilight years. With that, he whistled. The sound of jingling bells announced the return of his sturdy donkey, which approached, eyeing the elder with a shake of its head and a snort. Li Chang'an, before the elder's gaze, leisurely sheathed his sword and mounted the donkey. The foolish creature playfully flicked its tail, splattering the elder with dirt. Li Chang'an gave it a light thump on the head and ambled away. Throughout this exchange, the elder remained ashen-faced, motionless. Once he was out of the elder's sight, Li Chang'an plunged into the forest. Today marked the final full moon of the month, a sight not to be missed. As for the elder, though a third-rate sorcerer, he was a formidable figure among common bandits. After this encounter, he would likely have a newfound respect for Li Chang'an, leading to a much quieter journey ahead. The following morning, Li Chang'an emerged from the woods and set foot on the official road towards Minzhou. Not long after, he encountered a fork in the road. Glancing around, he noticed no signs indicating the right path. Coincidentally, there stood a pavilion for travelers to rest, where an old monk sat. As he rode closer, he observed that the monk had white hair and beard, exuding the aura of a venerable sage. Yet, he could not fathom why the monk was alone in such a place. Li Chang'an respectfully performed a bow, preparing to inquire about directions. But to his surprise, the old monk burst into hearty laughter, rolled up his sleeves to reveal strong arms, and clasped his fists towards Li Chang'an, saying, "Forgive me, Taoist Xianxiao. My old brother made quite a fool of himself yesterday. Ah, so he is also a bandit leader." Chapter 26, Flying High. Ah, so he is also a bandit leader. Li Chang'an shook his head, simply asking, "Do you have any tea?" The unexpected question caught the old monk off guard. He stood in astonishment for a moment before retrieving a water pouch from his waist and tossing it over. Li Chang'an caught it and immediately began to drink, quenching his thirst from the journey. Observing him drink with such gusto, the old monk inquired, "Since you know I am a man of the green woods, why are you so unperturbed?" Li Chang'an cast him a sidelong glance without answering, suddenly drawing his sword. In that moment, it was as if he had disturbed a hornet's nest. From the surrounding bushes and tall grass, 100 or so bandits emerged, armed with knives and swords, many of whom wielded crossbows. Upon counting, there were certainly no fewer than 100. With a single command, they could transform the pavilion into a porcupine. Yet, as these bandits revealed themselves, Li Chang'an merely sheathed his sword with a calm demeanor, raising the water pouch once more to his lips. The recently confrontational bandits exchanged glances. Caught in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating seemed viable. Observing the demeanor of the old monk and listening to his words, it was evident that he was either the leader of the so-called Golden Beam or a prominent figure within that gang. Such a brigand, upon realizing the formidable nature of Li Chang'an, could hardly be expected to lack preparations. The reputation of Taoist Xianxiao is indeed well-deserved. The old monk nodded appreciatively, gesturing for the bandits to lower their weapons, and remarked, "Once again, I have become the subject of Taoist's jest. To be candid, I bear a smile for you. Our original intention was to ambush the Taoist here." Li Chang'an remained unperturbed, merely tossing back the water pouch, wiping his mouth, and inquired, "What has prompted a change of heart?" If they still desired to ambush him, the old monk would not have appeared in the pavilion. "My old brother overstepped his bounds, and I am grateful that the Taoist showed mercy." The old monk clasped his fists in a bow, adding, "Such kindness, how could we repay it with malice?" Li Chang'an scoffed, casting a glance at the bandits who had emerged from their ambush, his meaning unmistakable. Yet, the old monk chuckled. "I merely wish to invite the Taoist to my Lanjiao pavilion for a brief conversation, as a token of gratitude. As for these rascals, I smile freely, for they are only concerned about my safety. After all, who among us would dare to appear alone before Taoist Xianxiao? To articulate such sentiments with such candor is indeed a skill." Li Chang'an leisurely surveyed his surroundings. The bandits had closed in, encircling the pavilion in a manner that left no avenue for escape. Although they had sheathed their weapons, countless eyes were fixed intently on him. It seemed that the moment he made a move, he would be met with a flurry of blades, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. However, he pondered fleetingly, if he were to act now, how many of them could he take down before his own demise? This thought swiftly extinguished in his mind. Unconsciously, he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, an action that intensified the tension in the air, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of the nearest bandits. Returning from his reverie, Li Chang'an regarded the anxious bandits, chuckled dismissively, and turned his attention back to the old monk. "Is there meat? Fresh venison from yesterday's hunt. Is there wine?" "Indeed, a batch of fine-aged Fingio." "Since there is good wine and meat," Li Chang'an smiled, "I suppose I shall play the guest for once." The 100-odd bandits escorted him to a temple. Upon entering, the old monk led him into a side hall. The statues of the bodhisattvas had been completely removed, replaced by a statue of Guan Yu atop the Buddha's throne, adorned with a plaque that read, "Acting on heaven's behalf." Acting as a thief on heaven's behalf, I suppose. Li Chang'an silently mused, glancing around. The space previously occupied by the bodhisattvas had been transformed into a banquet, laden with cakes, dried meats, and fruits. In the center of the hall, a whole deer was roasting, the fat dripping into the fire, unbothered by the aroma wafting towards the Buddha. The old monk invited Li Chang'an to sit at the head of the table, and he did not decline, eager to see what scheme this old brigand was concocting. Soon after, more guests arrived, filling the seats rapidly. The foremost among them was the elder who wielded the flying sword. The old monk introduced them one by one. "This is Gu Erdu from Lufanshan. This is Wu Dayo from Haifengshai. This is Mei Weiba from Hengshui Gang." Upon hearing the names, Li Chang'an realized that nearly all the bandit leaders of Hebei were present. After finishing the introductions, the old monk sternly commanded, "Hurry and pay your respects to Taoist Xianxiao." The bandit leaders erupted into a cacophony of shouts, their expressions a mix of confusion, jealousy, animosity, and indifference. Li Chang'an merely snorted in response, indulging in the feast. It must be said, the roasted venison was truly exquisite. Eventually, as the guests dispersed, satiated, Li Chang'an patted his belly and lazily asked, "What is the meaning of this, old sir?" The old monk chuckled, transforming once more from a formidable leader to a humble monk. "I merely wished for my subordinates to meet the Taoist. In the future, should they inadvertently offend you, let it be known that you might consider sparing them for today's sake." Li Chang'an shook his head. "You jest, sir. On Snakehead Mountain, I relied on the advantage of terrain, but in open spaces, a mere 10 bows could turn me into a sieve. Despite the flattering gestures from the bandits, Li Chang'an understood well. What good is martial prowess? Demons and monsters do not engage in duels. Bandit leaders do not fight one-on-one. Although one might be foolish enough to try, nonetheless, it was clear that the leaders of Hebei's Green Forest could hardly be concerned about a lone swordsman. Politeness often conceals ulterior motives. If you have a request, please speak plainly. You are too humble, Taoist. The old monk pondered for a moment before changing the subject. I do indeed have a request. He clapped his hands and called out, Fei, come greet the Taoist. A youth, around 16 or 17, entered from outside. The old monk explained, this is my only son, Fei, the son of a great thief. Li Chang'an could not help but scrutinize the boy, who wore a green long robe, his gaze lowered. Though his face bore signs of roughness, his demeanor was serene. Anyone who saw him would assume he was a scholar. Had the old monk not spoken, no one would have suspected him to be a small brigand. The old monk dismissed Fei and turned to Li Chang'an, asking, what do you think of my son Fei? He does not resemble you, Li Chang'an thought to himself, but replied blandly, your son possesses a clear mind, unlike those tainted by malevolence. The old monk was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, displaying a hint of the brigand's audacity. You jest, Taoist. With me. The golden beam. Present. Which demon dares to cause trouble? Li Chang'an shot him a glance, saying nothing. He was correct, generally. Fierce generals and notorious bandits exude an aura that repels common demons. Although Li Chang'an lacked the ability to read such auras, he could sense that the golden beam, hailed as the leader of Hebei's Green Forest, must possess a considerable amount of it. At that moment, however, the old monk suddenly sighed, piquing Li Chang'an's interest. This man had been shifting between the persona of a powerful leader and that of an old monk, and this was the first time he had sighed. To be honest, Taoist, I have another name, Su Chongdao. Su Chongdao, the kind-hearted Su? Li Chang'an exclaimed. His astonishment was warranted. Had anyone else been present, their jaw might have dropped. Even though Li Chang'an had only recently arrived in this world, the name Su Chongdao was as resounding as thunder. He was known as the wealthiest man in Hebei and also the most benevolent. Whenever disasters struck in the south, he donated money. During droughts in the north, he donated money. When the court faced turmoil, he donated money. Against the incursions of the Turks, he also donated money. His acts of charity, such as building bridges and roads and aiding the needy, were countless. Li Chang'an often heard people say, if you can't survive, go seek Su the benevolent. Who would have thought that the benevolent benefactor was actually a great bandit, and that all the money he donated was pilfered? The old monk pressed his palms together, reciting Amit Ba, before continuing, having engaged in this line of work for so long, I have accumulated some surplus wealth, but it is not a sustainable path. Now that I am old, I feel the weight of my sins and wish to retire, cleanse my hands of this life of crime, and repent by doing good deeds. Li Chang'an lowered his gaze, treating his words as mere folly. Yet, Fei refuses to retire with me, determined to become a great thief, and will not heed my counsel. Although he is young, his skills are nearly on par with mine. The older generation cannot contend with him, while the younger ones cannot overpower him. Fearing future repercussions for our family. As he spoke, the old monk rose from his seat and solemnly bowed to Li Chang'an. I implore you, Taoist, to rid me of this calamity. The old monk guided Li Chang'an into the great hero hall. The hall was spacious, with towering wooden pillars. But at the far end stood a bronze statue of Buddha, elevated on the beams. Beneath the Buddha's downcast brows, Fei stood with a sword in hand. He had changed from his green robe into a form-fitting black outfit, his expression now cold and fierce, a far cry from the humble demeanor he had exhibited earlier. Li Chang'an felt a headache coming on. He was no fool. Rid me of this calamity? The old monk spoke with clarity and decisiveness. Should he truly act upon his words, it would be unlikely for him to escape this den of thieves. Moreover, his statements were evidently clear. He was unyielding against the older generation and found the younger ones lacking. He exhibited both authority and subtle flattery, clearly intent on inciting Li Chang'an to administer a thrashing to his son, to instill in him the understanding that there are greater powers beyond his comprehension, effectively extinguishing any aspirations of becoming a grand thief. The doors creaked shut with a slow finality, sealing the hall. The interior was cloaked in darkness, illuminated solely by the dim light filtering through the thick paper of the windows. Before the altar of the Buddha, a solitary oil lamp flickered, casting a grotesque smile upon the visage of the Buddha. As Li Chang'an prepared to extend a greeting, Fei, without uttering a word, produced a slingshot. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Li Chang'an raised his sword to shield his face, and the sound of metal clashing echoed as he deftly deflected the projectile, which then ricocheted off the stone floor, a round iron ball landing at his feet. Fei, with a haughty demeanor, coldly snorted and drew a grappling hook. Tossing it toward the beam overhead, he tugged thrice on the rope, propelled himself off the pillar twice, and swiftly ascended to the shadowy rafters. Li Chang'an gazed upward, the dimness of the hall obscuring Fei's figure clad in black. Yet he was acutely aware that Fei was silently searching for vulnerabilities, biding his time for an opportunity to strike. He stood resolutely in the center of the hall, calm and composed, awaiting Fei's move. Indeed, a youth of 16 or 17 years could scarcely remain patient. The shrill whistle sounded once more. Li Chang'an casually deflected the incoming iron ball. Yet before it could touch the ground, another ball soared towards him. The sharp whistles continued in succession. Within the dimly lit hall, Li Chang'an wielded his long sword, parrying and deflecting with a series of resonant clangs, occasionally igniting sparks. Suddenly, the whistling ceased. The balls rolled across the floor. Had it stopped? Li Chang'an's ears pricked. A slight whoosh announced another ball aimed at the back of his head. Reacting swiftly, he employed a Su Qin's sword technique, and after a soft clink, he noted that this ball's force was considerably diminished. Following the trajectory of the projectile, he spotted a dent upon the pillar. A revelation struck. He quickly maneuvered his sword, the cold blade slicing past his ear as Fei's blade collided with his, producing a shower of sparks. Fei had landed gracefully on the ground and, without a sound, rolled aside, positioning himself behind Li Chang'an and slashing towards his calf. Li Chang'an remained rooted, reversing his grip on the sword, thrusting backward, the tip of his blade meeting Fei's. The strike that Fei had meticulously prepared was abruptly intercepted by Li Chang'an's unexpected maneuver. Fei retreated, glancing incredulously at Li Chang'an's sword, and then at his own. Disbelief etched across his face. Li Chang'an leisurely turned to face him, smiling as he queried, "Shall we end this here?" Fei, infuriated by the perceived condescension, stamped his foot. Where did this insufferable priest gather such nonsense? I will not yield. As he spoke, he hurled the slingshot at Li Chang'an, who deftly turned to evade the projectile, only for Fei to seize the moment, lunging towards his throat with his sword. Li Chang'an, undeterred, thrust his sword straight back. Fei, still a youthful lad, had yet to fully develop, and his sword was shorter than Li Chang'an's. The tip of his sword failed to reach Li Chang'an, while Li Chang'an's blade was already poised before his eyes. He had no choice but to withdraw, seeking another angle to attack with relentless determination. The ensuing assault from Fei was as fierce as a crashing tide, but to Li Chang'an, it paled in comparison to the earlier threat posed by the slingshot from the rafters. The two exchanged blows, with Li Chang'an treating it as an opportunity to offer him lessons, even allowing himself to become slightly distracted. Truth be told, swordsmanship was rather straightforward. No matter how elaborately one spoke of it, it ultimately boiled down to speed, precision, and decisiveness. Now, with the sword in hand, Li Chang'an moved with remarkable fluidity. The techniques he had mastered endowed him with agility and strength, and the experience he lacked was swiftly being compensated through his battles against demons and bandits. In the realm of martial arts, few could surpass him. As for the concept of shattering mountains with a single strike or unleashing waves of sword energy, such feats indeed existed, yet they were typically referred to as sorcery. Although he had suddenly transformed from an ordinary person into a martial arts expert, Li Chang'an understood there was no room for arrogance. After all, demons and monsters would not engage in duels. Li Chang'an, lost in thought, failed to notice the slight hint of distraction that Fei had keenly observed. Young and prideful, Fei could not tolerate being underestimated, and in his wrath, his face flushed crimson as he lunged forward with fiery intent. Li Chang'an, without overthinking, resorted to his previous tactic, leveraging the length of his sword to counterattack. To his surprise, Fei gritted his teeth, twisting his body just enough to evade a fatal blow, opting to sacrifice his flesh to collide with the sword's tip rather than relinquish his strike. He sought to create a scenario of mutual destruction. Li Chang'an's focus sharpened. At this moment, they were perilously close. Escape was no longer an option. He remained calm, executing a swift kick that sent several balls rolling towards Fei's feet. As Fei stepped on one, he stumbled, his sword's trajectory skewed, allowing Li Chang'an to twist his sword and disarm him. Now, Li Chang'an's sword was but a gentle flick away from piercing Fei's chest, fulfilling the monk's desire, yet he ultimately chose to refrain from delivering a fatal blow. In a fleeting moment, he managed to redirect the blade, but his body was too late to evade, resulting in Fei crashing into his embrace. Fei charged with great force, and as they collided, Li Chang'an had braced himself, yet he was surprised by the impact as relative lightness. Fei Fei seemed more agile than the average youth. Instinctively, he glanced down, astonished to find that despite Fei Fei's rough, weathered face, the skin on his neck was pale and tender, starkly contrasting with his visage. Li Chang'an dismissed it as mere signs of hardship from the elements. However, during their tussle, Fei Fei's collar had loosened, and Li Chang'an inadvertently caught sight of a bulge beneath a thick layer of white cloth wrapped around his chest. This was rather unexpected. A jolt of alarm surged through Li Chang'an, prompting him to cast Fei Fei away from him. "Don't move," Fei Fei barked, revealing a slingshot in his grasp. The rubber band drawn taut, an iron ball primed for launch. "Move, and I shall swap out your eyeball." With that, his fierce countenance instantly transformed into one of delight. "Did I win?" Li Chang'an, resigned, nodded. "You have won. I won." Fei Fei jubilantly leaped from Li Chang'an's arms, took a few steps, then abruptly halted, turning to gaze intently at Li Chang'an before pacing back and forth, hands behind his back, exclaiming, "Here, priest, this is for you." He tossed the slingshot over with a triumphant air. With a tune on his lips, Fei Fei exited the hall, leaving Li Chang'an to inspect the slingshot in his hands. Adorned with gold and silver, clearly a valuable item. Sighing softly, he glanced to the side, where the old monk descended from the beams. Having watched the entire exchange from the shadows, this family truly carried on the same lineage. Even the priest had been outsmarted by that rogue. Thus, there was no one left to restrain him. Hearing this, a rare smirk of derision crossed Li Chang'an's face. In a world rife with monsters, what significance did the addition of a mere thief hold? He weighed the slingshot in his hand and casually tossed it toward the old monk. "It's yours." Chapter 27. Cloud and Silk. Having been delayed by the old monk's affairs, reaching Minzhou City in time seemed futile, as the gates would likely close before his arrival. Consequently, at the monk's generous invitation, Li Chang'an spent the night in the lodgings. The following morning, thud, the distant chime of bells shattered the tranquility of the mountains. The morning bells accompanied by the dawn-esque glow, creating a picturesque ambience within the secluded temple. Yet, despite its beauty, it intruded upon peaceful dreams. Li Chang'an turned over in bed, pulling the blanket over his ears, but the relentless sound of the bells penetrated his eardrums. Resigned, he rose from his slumber, yawning as he stepped outside. As he opened the door, the morning light was faint. The rooster had just begun to crow, and Li Chang'an, grappling with low blood pressure and morning irritability, wondered why a false monk's temple would engage in such morning rituals. "Good morning, Taoist," greeted a small novice sweeping the corridor, quickly placing his hands together in a gesture of respect. "Ah, good morning, little master," Li Chang'an replied absent-mindedly. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly froze. A little monk?" He turned sharply, startling the novice so that the broom fell from his hands. Li Chang'an scrutinized the novice's awkward demeanor and smoothly shaven head. Well, a real monk. After his encounter with Fei Fei the previous day, Li Chang'an had swaggered around the temple, only to find not a single monk but an abundance of bandits. Given that even the bodhisattva had made way for wine and meat, he had assumed the temple was merely a facade for a den of thieves. Amused, he laughed and turned to exit the courtyard, arriving at the main hall. Upon leaving the hall yesterday, he had seen the bandits in a drunken stupor, but today they had vanished, leaving only a few monks tidying up. The sound of chanting reached his ears, leading him to the side hall where the previous day's feast had been held. Entering the hall, he found the bodhisattvas had returned to their rightful places, embodying compassion and wrath as appropriate. The Tathagata Buddha sat with a gentle smile, and the plaque proclaiming the divine theft had returned to radiate the light of Buddha. Before the Buddha, an elderly monk draped in robes led a group of 10 or so monks in reciting scriptures. Overnight, the den of bandits had transformed back into a temple of monks. "Ah, this world is indeed a strange one," he mused. Upon noticing Li Chang'an, the old monk approached him. "Amitba, Taoist, you are awake." Li Chang'an smiled, disinterested in pretense, and candidly stated that he had come to take his leave. "Please wait a moment," the old monk instructed the monks, leading Li Chang'an to a side courtyard. Once in the courtyard, he dropped the facade of a venerable monk and addressed Li Chang'an with a bow and a booming voice. "I truly apologize for the trouble caused by my little one yesterday. I have prepared a small gift for you as a token of gratitude." He clapped his hands, and 2 bandits with shaved heads and tattoos on their scalps entered, carrying a large chest. They set it down beside the old monk and opened it. Li Chang'an peered inside, his expression turning peculiar. The old monk noticed this sudden change in his demeanor and subtly furrowed his brow, yet continued to smile. Is there something amiss with the gift? Initially, he believed Li Chang'an found it lacking, thinking, This Taoist appears carefree, yet secretly harbors greed, which caused him to harbor a hint of disdain. However, upon turning, he too was taken aback. The contents of the chest were not particularly valuable or extraordinary. It contained merely some silk fabric. While this was not concerning, as this world had a tradition of treating silk as currency, the issue lay in the fact that Li Chang'an, a wandering Taoist, bore such a cumbersome load. More importantly, the old monk's intended gift was not silk. Frowning, he summoned the bearers of the chest and whispered urgently, "What is going on? Where is the silver I prepared?" The bearers, faces stricken with worry, leaned in to whisper something to the old monk. The monk's countenance shifted from anger to realization, then to conflict, a myriad of emotions reminiscent of the ever-changing clouds in the mountains. This expression, though complex, was not uncommon. Every parent exhibits such a face upon hearing of their child's mischief. Taoist. At that moment, the old monk lacked the demeanor of a great figure. "Please wait. I will prepare another gift." "There's no need," Li Chang'an waved dismissively, striding over to the chest. A talisman in his hand began to smolder quietly. He bent over and inhaled deeply from within the chest, rising to nod. Indeed, his earlier peculiar expression was not due to the fabric, but rather the familiar scent wafting from the chest. Summoning the dragon's jade talisman, he called upon his sense of smell and leaned in closely to confirm that the aroma of the fabric bore a striking resemblance to that emanating from the cavern of Snakehead Mountain. It was the scent of a spider demon. Li Chang'an turned to ask, "Where did this come from?" "This is the renowned Yunhuansha. It is said that this material, woven, is pure white, resistant to dust and water, remarkably durable, yet feels weightless when worn. It has just emerged and is highly sought after as a tribute to the emperor by officials in the city." Li Chang'an interrupted the man's enthusiastic sales pitch. "I asked where this material originates from." He pressed for further details. Realizing the demonic aura on the Yunhuansha was not merely an external taint, but rather emanated from the fabric itself. This led him to an astonishing conclusion. The raw material of this fabric likely originated from the demons themselves. "It comes from Qi County." Qi County. Li Chang'an recalled that there was indeed a Qi County under the jurisdiction of Minzhou City. Exactly. The man seized the opportunity to elaborate. Qi County was once impoverished, with poor soil and water, unable to yield good crops. They had to marry their daughters off and could not bring brides in. However, it is said that a weaving goddess suddenly appeared in the mountains of Qi County, bringing with her celestial shuttles that weave the evening glow, thus producing this remarkable fabric. "Wait," Li Chang'an interrupted, "what mountain?" The man replied, dazed, Yunluo Mountain. "There's a ferocious spider in Minzhou that has devoured nearby small demons." Li Chang'an stroked his chin, pondering, could it be? Li Chang'an declined the old monk's offer to escort him and led his donkey out of the mountain gate. The temple was built on the mountainside, and though it was still early with mist lingering on the paths, some pilgrims were already arriving to pay their respects. Upon spotting Li Chang'an, they wore expressions of confusion at the sight of a short-haired Taoist leading a donkey out of a monk's temple. Little did they know, Li Chang'an found their gazes even more bewildering. In a world with countless temples and deities, why had they chosen to worship at this temple with a bloodthirsty bodhisattva? He descended the mountain, altering his course to visit Qi County and seek out the weaving goddess, and mounted his donkey. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. An object hurtled through the sky. Chapter 28. The mountain rain seized the abandoned village in ambush. Li Chang'an was taken aback, fearing the old monk had reneged on his word. Yet, even as he realized he was overthinking, the prolonged whistling sound persisted, clearly originating from afar. And by the time it reached him, it was merely a shadow of its former strength. Rather than an attack, it felt more like a greeting. Li Chang'an lightly raised his sword sheath, deflecting the incoming object, which landed squarely upon the back of his sturdy donkey. Upon closer inspection, he found a tuft of swirling mane with an iron ball resting atop it. "Ah, this is quite the headache." He turned to see a magnificent lion-like horse stepping out from the roadside. On its back lounged a cheerful youth. Let us call him a young man for now. "Taoist, I hear you are heading to Qi County." The lion-like horse trotted closer, and besides Fei on its back, there was a heavy bundle of belongings. Weighing the horse down, "Why do you look like you are preparing for a long journey?" Li Chang'an felt a sense of foreboding in his heart, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I am also going to Qi County." Fei gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. "My father still refuses to acknowledge me, always saying I lack skill and experience. I am going to Qi County this time for the celestial shuttle in the hands of the weaving goddess." As he spoke, Li Chang'an felt an increasing sense of unease and hastily raised his hand. "In light of this, I wish you success in your endeavors, and may our paths cross again in the future." As soon as the words goodbye left his lips, Li Chang'an had already ridden his donkey 100 paces away. He glanced back, noticing Fei Fei still lingering on horseback. Only then did he exhale with relief, when suddenly, a rapid sound of hoofbeats reached his ears. The lion-maned steed galloped alongside the large blue donkey in mere moments. Alas, Li Chang'an tapped the donkey's head, exclaiming, "Why can't you run a bit faster, you foolish beast? Is the Taoist challenging me to a race?" Perched atop the high-spirited horse, Fei Fei looked down at Li Chang'an on the donkey's back. "Shall I give you a head start of several paces?" Sighing again, he tapped the donkey's head, lamenting, "Why couldn't you be a bit taller?" The big blue donkey, feeling wronged, brayed pitifully, its large eyes blinking at its master as if to say, "Master, I am but a donkey, my young lord. If you wish to go to Qi County, then go ahead," Li Chang'an replied, somewhat helpless. "Why must you follow me, a mere wild Taoist?" Fei Fei silently rode alongside for a while before speaking, though his words seemed to stray from the topic. "My father never approved of my learning his ways. Yet I took a liking to them and learned quickly. One day, he announced his intention to retire, and I declared my desire to become a notorious thief, renowned throughout the land. He forbade me, yet I persisted. He sought many to dissuade me, but none could match me." As Fei Fei recounted this, he raised his chin, pride swelling within him. "When my father's most formidable uncle lost to you, I knew he would summon you to compete with me. At that moment, I felt no worry, only joy, believing that if I could overcome you, my father would change his mind." Fei Fei turned to Li Chang'an, his voice descending into a somber tone. "Taoist, did I win?" "You did win," Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly, nodding. He cared little for the triviality of victory or defeat, nor was he interested in the domestic affairs of bandit families. "But my father says I won through unfair means. Yet a win is still a win, isn't it?" Fei Fei gazed at Li Chang'an, his eyes clouded with confusion. Li Chang'an merely smiled, offering no further response. This silence incited Fei Fei's irritation. With a swift crack of his whip, the sound echoed sharply through the air. Li Chang'an and the big blue donkey remained unfazed, while the lion-maned steed nearly stumbled in fright. Fei Fei hurriedly calmed his mount, only to find Li Chang'an observing the scene with a leisurely demeanor, which further fueled his anger. "Let us duel again." Li Chang'an continued to remain silent, merely smiling. That smile struck Fei Fei as particularly vexing. With a clang, he drew his sword. "Yesterday, I conceded to your superior swordsmanship, but that was merely because your sword was longer than mine. This sword is 7 inches longer than the one I used yesterday and 3 inches longer than yours. This time, I shall ensure you are thoroughly defeated." Fei Fei positioned his sword before him, its glimmer shimmering like autumn waters, a truly exceptional blade. Yet, swordsmanship is not merely about length. It is determined by the wielder's reach and understanding of balance and weight. Fei Fei, in his haste, had chosen a different sword, and victory seemed unlikely, perhaps even leading to a swifter defeat. Li Chang'an shook his head, disinterested in explaining further, and urged the donkey onward. The heavens, fickle as they are, suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour without warning, enveloping the landscape in a curtain of rain and confining them to a small shelter. "It's all your fault. Instead of taking the main road, you insisted on the back paths. There's not a single place to escape the rain. Who told you to follow me?" Li Chang'an muttered to himself, shedding his soaked outer garment. Due to Fei Fei's relentless pursuit, Li Chang'an opted for the narrow path, leading them into desolate areas. Hoping to impart the hardships of travel upon Fei Fei, believing he would reconsider his intentions and no longer follow him. However, Fei Fei remained resolute, while the skies conspired against them. After enduring half an hour in the rain without shelter, they finally stumbled upon a thatched hut. Li Chang'an hung his robe to dry, then turned to find Fei Fei huddled in a corner with his back turned, arms wrapped around himself, seemingly trembling. His large backpack sat nearby, showing no signs of being opened. Li Chang'an understood the implications. "It seems we may have to spend the night here. I will gather some firewood." With that, he donned a tattered raincoat and stepped into the downpour. As he exited, Fei Fei slightly turned his head, his yellow cloak appearing considerably dulled. Approximately half an hour later, the rain had lessened, though the sky remained overcast. Upon returning with a collection of dry twigs, Li Chang'an found himself greeted by a flash of brilliant sword light. He hastily threw the twigs aside, but the sword merely flickered, slicing them into pieces. In that brief moment, Li Chang'an had seized his own sword. He frowned, observing Fei Fei, who had donned a fresh, spirited outfit, challengingly meeting his gaze. "What do you intend to do? I stated we would have another match. Now that we are trapped by the mountain rain, what else can we do but duel?" With that, Fei Fei unsheathed his sword and charged forward. This sword, indeed, was of fine quality. Wherever it struck, tables, chairs, walls, and beams fell as easily as butter under a hot knife, without a hint of resistance. Stop! Stop! Be careful! Li Chang'an exclaimed. His concern was not for himself. While Fei Fei wielded a worthy sword, Li Chang'an's weapon was forged from modern steel. His anxiety stemmed solely from the dilapidated hut. The shelter, likely abandoned by hunters or woodcutters for resting, had numerous rotting supports. Fei Fei's reckless slashes, crack, caused the hut to sway precariously before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Fei Fei emerged from the wreckage, his head adorned with bits of straw, alongside his lion-maned steed. Nearby, he heard the cheerful braying of a donkey. He glared at Li Chang'an, who stood calmly under a tree, draped in the raincoat he had retrieved. In the moment the hut had collapsed, Li Chang'an and his donkey had made a swift exit, even taking the time to grab his robe. Fei Fei, brushing debris from his head, raised his sword, poised to charge again. Li Chang'an quickly raised a hand. Wait. Perhaps we should first find somewhere to shield ourselves from the rain? Find shelter where? Fei Fei wiped his face, now smeared with rainwater and straw. Isn't there a ready place right there? He pointed to a small village nestled below the mountain. Earlier, they had spotted this village while searching for cover. Yet Li Chang'an had stood at the crossroads for a moment before choosing the hut, without a backward glance. Fei Fei was quite displeased, believing they should head to the village now. However, Li Chang'an remarked with a knowing tone, that village is likely deserted. Isn't that just perfect? Fei Fei replied, confused. Li Chang'an scrutinized him, pondering while stroking his short beard. Very well. It is time for him to understand that this world is perilous, with dangers beyond mere bandits and officials. Chapter 29. The Feast of Corpses. The village appeared even more dilapidated than anticipated, hidden behind the heavy curtain of rain. Its true state had been obscured. Now, as they approached, the veil lifted, revealing a place riddled with crumbling rooftops and toppled walls, rotting with sprouting fungi, and rainwater coursing down muddy walls. An involuntary gasp escaped Li Chang'an's lips as he turned to find Fei Fei standing with a stern expression. His feet planted near a dry, skeletal remains half submerged in mud, with only an arm lying far off. Without uttering a word, Li Chang'an stepped forward, retrieving the arm and placing it back with the bones before continuing deeper into the village. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon a multitude of coffins, each as decayed and dilapidated as the village itself. Beneath the half-collapsed roof, the exposed areas were besieged by wind and rain, covered in moss and wild grass, with dark, shriveled hands and feet protruding from the murky green. Fei Fei's expression was somewhat rigid. What? Are you afraid? Afraid? They're just a handful of corpses, he defended, his neck stiffening. I witnessed the Battle of Dinghaichuan in the 5th year of the Tianjing era, and the extermination of the White Lotus sect in Hezhou in the 6th year. In fact, I have encountered more dead than you have living. Oh, really? Then you must not have experienced the Spring Festival travel rush. Besides, what is there for the living to fear from the deceased? It is the entities beyond their lifeless shells that instill dread. Li Chang'an refrained from arguing further, and they each set off to find shelter. Soon after, Taoist. Li Chang'an followed the voice. I found it, Fei Fei exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a seemingly intact large house. Li Chang'an scrutinized it. The structure was made of stone with a solid wooden door tightly shut, its roof and walls intact, standing out conspicuously amidst the ruins. Huh. It seems Fei Fei possesses a knack for thievery, finding the right place at first glance. In the brief moment of distraction, Fei Fei had already tied up the horse and was eager to push the door open. Observing this, a playful expression crossed Li Chang'an's face as he led the donkey to a nearby spot, patting its head. Be clever. Perhaps it was the excitement of leaving home for the first time, as everything appeared novel to Fei Fei. He darted around the house, unable to stay still. Despite the lack of anything particularly special, this house was a village shrine, adorned with spirit tablets on the elevated platform, flanked by oil lamps, their oil long dried, leaving only brown stains. Near the doorway, there was a hole in the roof, previously obscured by a high wall, unnoticed by the two. The only peculiarity was a large stone platform standing alone in the spacious hall, oddly prominent, like the shrine itself. After exploring for a while, Fei Fei recalled the time and decided to prepare a bed, noting that the stone platform was flat and just the right size. As he was about to step outside to retrieve his pillow from the horse's pack, he suddenly turned to Li Chang'an, saying, "That platform is mine." Li Chang'an blinked a few times, chuckling, "Be my guest." Suddenly, Fei Fei's eyes flew open. A ghostly green face loomed before him. Startled, he trembled and nearly screamed. But his mouth was covered, and as he reached for his sword, his hand was restrained. A chill crept through him, yet his fiery temperament flared. Unable to draw his sword, he exposed his forehead, ready to charge. Look closely, it's me. The green face snapped, its voice familiar. Fei Fei froze, gazing at Li Chang'an in bewilderment. After a moment, he stammered, "W, what are you doing here? Dead? You're the one who's dead." Even Li Chang'an found the situation absurd. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and gestured to the surroundings. Following his cue, Fei Fei noticed that the oil lamps were now lit with a ghostly green flame, casting an eerie glow that transformed the room into a phantasmagoria. Realizing that Li Chang'an's green visage was merely a result of the green light, his frantic heart began to settle. Yet, he couldn't shake off the bizarre legends recounted by the elders. He glanced up, spotting a moon tinged with a blood-red edge framed by the roof's hole. Resembling a monstrous eye, a shiver coursed through him. Something is amiss here. Suddenly, he recalled Li Chang'an's earlier enigmatic expression and the tales of exorcising demons. He must know something. Regaining his composure, Fei Fei gripped his sword tightly and turned to search for the Taoist, discovering Li Chang'an signaling him from the doorway. He approached cautiously. "Shoo!" Li Chang'an indicated for him to remain silent, then pointed towards the door's crack. Following his gaze, Fei Fei peered through the gap. At that moment, the torrential rain had ceased, and the sky should have been clear, yet a thin mist enveloped the village. The murky light from the yellow moon illuminated shadows of figures moving slowly towards the shrine. "Who are they?" Fei Fei whispered, glancing back at Li Chang'an. Sensing something was amiss in his own words, Li Chang'an remained silent, merely gesturing again. Fei Fei followed his indication to a completely collapsed house, where a dilapidated coffin lay among the rubble. Suddenly, the coffin trembled slightly, its lid sliding open. A shriveled corpse emerged, its mouth agape as if silently moaning, and it stood up, staggering forth to join the figures in the mist. Fei Fei's heart raced to his throat. Just then, a faint scratching sound came from within the room, and he felt as though his heart might leap out of his chest. Slowly, he turned around. A crack had formed in the stone platform. The heavy door of the shrine creaked open, and a mist mingled with the throng of figures surged inside. In an instant, the green flames on the lamps flared brightly. The fog dissipated, revealing the true forms of the figures. They were not mere people. Their hair was dry and yellow like withered grass. Their bodies gaunt and their clothes tattered. Undeniably, they were the recently risen dead. This horde of corpses stood orderly in the hall, mirroring the living in their arrangement before they all knelt, bowing to the stone platform. As the dead bowed, the platform trembled, and with a grating sound, its surface began to shift. Meanwhile, above the platform, a barely audible noise arose. It turned out that Li Chang'an and Fei Fei were hiding on the beam, and upon witnessing the platform's opening, they shifted positions to avoid being seen by whatever might emerge. Fortunately, the sound of the platform concealed any noise they made. As the platform slowly opened, another corpse leaped out. This one appeared more robust than the others, with hair still holding a semblance of luster and skin retaining some vitality. Li Chang'an's expression darkened. This indicated that the corpse demon had gained some power. Fei Fei's face turned pale, realizing he had unknowingly slept atop a corpse for most of the night. He shot an angry glare at Li Chang'an, convinced the Taoist must have known, yet failed to warn him. More changes unfolded beneath the beam. After emerging from the stone coffin, the corpse demon closed the coffin lid. Standing behind it, it raised a hand, and the other corpses stood in unison. A second wave of motion followed, and several corpses exited the shrine. Moments later, a mournful whinny echoed from outside. To Fei Fei's surprise, several corpses carried a horse back into the shrine. He initially gasped, but quickly sighed in relief. It was not his prized steed, but rather a pony. The pony struggled futilely against the grip of the dead, who placed it on the stone platform before retreating. However, the pony ceased its struggles, merely whimpering sorrowfully, its eyes glistening with tears. The corpse demon extended its skeletal fingers, caressing the pony's neck, slowly bending down to bite. As the sound of sucking filled the air, the pony trembled, and the corpse demon visibly regained vitality. When it rose, it had transformed into an elderly figure who had lived far too long. The corpse demon took a step back, and this seemed to signal the others as they surged forward. Within moments, the stone platform was left with nothing but a withered, gaping horse carcass. The demon stepped closer, and the remaining corpses tossed the horse's remains aside, returning to their positions. The demon waved its hand again. Li Chang'an's pupils constricted as he gripped the hilt of his sword. This time, they had brought in a living person. Chapter 30, The Zombie Tide. The dead were carrying a young man, who wore a scholar's cap, yet he appeared to be just an ordinary student. The young man was in a state of panic, but his limbs, as frail as bamboo, were unable to struggle against the grasp of the corpses. When he was laid upon the stone coffin, his face was devoid of color. Li Chang'an had already crouched low, his hand firmly clasping the sword hilt. However, he was suddenly seized by his sleeve. Turning to look, he saw Fei Fei gripping him tightly, afraid to speak lest they disturb the corpses below, merely signaling to Li Chang'an with his eyes. Li Chang'an smiled. Understanding Fei Fei's concern, the scholar below was a stranger to him, and surrounded by such terrifying living corpses, jumping down would be akin to leaping into the underworld. But suddenly, the corpse demon raised both hands high. The green flames in the room surged accordingly. Instantly, the room was illuminated, exposing Li Chang'an and Fei Fei, who were hiding in the beams of the ceiling. Fortunately, none of the dead below looked up at that moment, but Fei Fei's movements became stiff. The scholar, lying on his back, looked at the two of them distinctly. An indescribable light burst forth in his eyes, causing Fei Fei's heart to sink to the depths. If the scholar were to utter even a sound, the two of them would have to face the densely packed living corpses below. Yet, the scholar remained silent. The light in his eyes rapidly faded as he scanned the surrounding zombies, revealing a bitter smile. With a soft sigh, he chose to close his eyes and await death. Fei Fei felt a great sense of relief, yet the complexity of his emotions left him at a loss for how to proceed. Li Chang'an, however, silently erupted in laughter. How could such a righteous man not be saved? He unfastened the grappling rope from Fei Fei's waist and leaped into action. In midair, his sword was already unsheathed. The azure light entwined with the sword's gleam, striking at the startled horde of corpses. With such extraordinary skills, there was no need for hesitation in the face of danger. Under Li Chang'an's sudden attack, even the corpse demon was caught off guard. It had just raised its head, unable to display any surprise before the azure light flashed, and a portion of its head vanished without a trace. There was no blood splattering. It merely twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment before the living corpses closed in, Li Chang'an swiftly pulled the scholar, securing a rope around his waist. Grasping the other end of the rope, he exerted force, and the scholar was pulled straight up to the beam. Having completed this, Li Chang'an found it peculiar that the living corpses did not come up to interfere. There was no time for further contemplation. He took a few steps back, kicked off the wall, and propelled himself upwards. Caution! Two cries of alarm echoed from the beam. Suddenly, Li Chang'an felt a tight grip on his ankle, and he was pulled down from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. He gritted his teeth against the pain and looked up to see the corpse demon, its half-head grotesquely grinning, opening its mouth to reveal a set of blackened, decayed teeth, lunging at him. Li Chang'an dared not underestimate the threat, hastily raising his sword to defend himself, but the corpse demon unexpectedly exhaled a foul, black mist. He was unprepared, and the mist enveloped him completely. The moment it touched him, his mind became hazy, and he could only dimly see the corpse demon's rotting teeth drawing nearer. Panic surged within him, yet his body remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a surge of vitality erupted within him, sweeping away the fog in his mind. With clarity restored, Li Chang'an saw the demon's foul teeth approaching. He quickly struck the sword's hilt against the demon's mouth, catching it off guard. The demon was thrown back, losing several teeth, its head tilting backward. Li Chang'an's sword flicked once more, the blade enveloped in azure light, and he slashed downwards. The demon's half-head flew into the air, and the corpse finally fell silent. At last, a trickle of blood spattered forth. Li Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the living corpses emitted strange howls, and he turned helplessly to see them surging towards him. With light-footed grace, he evaded a living corpse's gnarled, dark claws. His sword struck the corpse, leaving a long gash on its emaciated body, yet it showed no sign of injury, continuing its relentless advance. If he could use the demon-slaying technique, it would surely yield effective results, but such attacks were immensely draining. With so many living corpses in the hall, one sword per corpse would surely exhaust Li Chang'an first. Left with no other choice, he resorted to dodging. However, the space was too confined, and the living corpses too numerous. Li Chang'an soon found himself cornered against the wall. From the beams above, Fei Fei hastily shot down some iron beads. Each strike could topple a corpse, yet those that fell quickly rose again, and gaps left by the fallen were promptly filled by others. Thus, his support proved futile and almost struck Li Chang'an instead. As Li Chang'an faced imminent capture, destined to meet a fate akin to that of a riddled corpse, he suddenly crouched low and rolled on the spot. With his sword, he struck and defended, twisting and turning, miraculously squeezing through the horde of corpses. He took 2 or 3 steps to the front door, but did not escape. Instead, he closed the heavy doors behind him. He then pushed off the wall, narrowly climbing back up to the beams before the swarm could reach him. He patted his chest, ready to express his relief to the astonished Fei Fei when, suddenly, a crack resounded. The section of the beam beneath him had been hollowed out by insects. With a sudden void below, he fell. Below him surged the mass of corpses, and he felt no panic, rather a sense of clarity, as if this was the end of all things. Yet, at that moment, a tight grip around his wrist halted his descent. In a critical moment, Fei Fei had caught him with his foot, holding him fast with both hands. Taoist, you owe me a life now. A Taoist's life is hardly worth much. Li Chang'an replied with a smile, estimating it to be worth a bowl of wine. Wine would suffice. Fei Fei exerted himself and pulled Li Chang'an back up to the beams. Just as Li Chang'an regained his footing, he utilized his sword, turning to draw Fei Fei's treasured sword, signaling for them to retreat a bit further. He then swung the sword down upon the beam. This section of the beam was directly above the door, and its structure had already been misaligned, causing the roof to sag. Li Chang'an's strike landed precisely on the supporting beam, causing this portion of wood and tiles to collapse, blocking the door. He returned the sword to Fei Fei and said, "All right, let us depart." Depart? The scholar was taken aback, glancing around. How do we leave? Before he could finish, he received a kick to his backside, feeling as if he were riding the clouds, only to crash into the muddy water below. As he sputtered and lifted his head from the muck, he found himself staring at a pair of thin, dark legs, a living corpse. As he opened his mouth to cry for help, mud flooded in, choking him into a fit of coughing. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an descended from above, pinning the living corpse to the ground. He twisted his sword blade, severing the corpse's head, before rising to survey the surroundings, discovering a few scattered living corpses still moving about the village. Fei Fei, however, was swinging his sword sheath against the stone wall, cursing. These accursed dead. My Qinghua Bai. Qinghua Bai was the affectionate name Fei Fei had for his steed, and the place where he had tethered the horse was now completely vacant. Unfazed, Li Chang'an whistled, and the sound of a copper bell rang out. The spirited Dacheng donkey bounded around the corner, this time not chewing on grass, but rather holding a rein in its mouth. The other, in leading to Fei Fei's lion-colored steed. Well done. Li Chang'an rubbed the donkey's head. Next time, I'll fill a bowl for you. Just then, the scholar finally managed to rise from the mud, wiping his mouth and bowing respectfully to the two of them. Thank you both. However, before he could finish, Fei Fei seized him by the collar and tossed him onto the horse's back. What more is there to say? Let us hurry. With that, they turned and galloped away. Just as they exited the village, a chilling howl erupted from the animated corpses within, a deep and eerie sound reverberating through the valley, as if countless undead were responding from all directions. Simultaneously, several companions became acutely aware that, in response to the howl, arms resembling a forest stretched forth from the ruins of the village, and in an instant, countless corpses emerged from the earth, merging into the pursuing horde, creating an ominous wave that instilled a sense of being chased by a relentless tide. Fei Fei turned pale with fright. How could there be so many? Li Chang'an suddenly chuckled. Have you ever heard of the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains? What? Li Chang'an, perched upon a donkey, mimicked an old philosopher with a nodding head. Though I may perish, my offspring shall endure. They in turn shall have descendants, and so forth. The lineage shall be endless. He gestured toward the chaotic tide of corpses behind them. An unending lineage indeed. Fei Fei was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Instead, the scholar, sprawled across the saddle, lifted his head and said in a solemn tone, Taoist, at this time, you ought not to jest. Li Chang'an, in response, laughed heartily without replying, merely urging the donkey to race forward, leaving the horde to kick up dust behind them. Li Chang'an had envisioned it differently. He had presumed that two-legged creatures could never outrun those with four. Yet today, as he shook his head and dispatched a corpse attempting to bite the donkey's hindquarters with a swift thrust of his sword, the donkey, without uttering a sound, tucked its tail and galloped forward with all its might. He had not anticipated that these undead would actually be quite swift, relentlessly pursuing them. As another corpse drew near, Li Chang'an raised his sword to strike. Suddenly, a familiar shriek pierced the air, and the corpse fell at once. Turning to look, he beheld a dashing knight leaping from the mountainside. It was Fei Fei returning. Like the wind, he swept to Li Chang'an's side, drawing a slingshot and firing several projectiles, taking down the nearest corpses one by one. Taoist, you owe me 2 lives. Yes, yes, Li Chang'an nodded. 2 rounds of drinks, perhaps? This time, mere drinks will not suffice. Fei Fei laughed heartily, racing alongside Li Chang'an, and whenever a corpse drew too close, he would reward it with a steel bead. In no time, Li Chang'an found himself with nothing to do. He sheathed his sword, noticing the wild fruits growing vibrantly by the roadside, casually picked a handful, and tossed them into his mouth, delightfully sweet and tangy. Fei Fei galloped over, looking quite cross. What's wrong? Li Chang'an blinked innocently. Fei opened his mouth, but suddenly struck the scholar resting across the saddle. The scholar, helpless, looked up at Li Chang'an and said, "Taoist, your actions are rather inappropriate." Before he could finish, Li Chang'an offered him some wild fruit. "Would you care to try?" "Oh, thank you." Just as I felt a pang of hunger. The scholar reached out to take it, but Fei snatched it away and galloped off. "The flavor is delightful. It's worth half your life." Despite the relentless pursuit of the undead, for some reason, after crossing a boundary stone, they ceased their chase. The group, however, dared not linger, hastening onward. Finally, upon escaping the forest, they beheld before them the first light of day, revealing a city nestled between mountains and water, with the closed city gates emblazoned with two large characters, Qi County. Chapter 31. Hope this morning. An unusual event transpired at the inn in the southern part of the city. Early in the day, without having time to sweep or clean, with only one door ajar, a whirlwind of peculiar individuals burst in. Leading the pack was a short-haired Taoist riding a donkey, accompanied by a yellow-faced youth on horseback, with a young scholar wedged between them. This ragtag group, covered in mud, dried branches, and leaves, looked like wild children chased by a giant goose, yet they were extravagant. Immediately booking 3 upper rooms without a word of hesitation. Once inside, they did not engage in any activity other than collapsing into sleep, remaining unconscious until well past noon. What a peculiar sight to arrive at an inn at such an hour, as if rushing to be reborn, mused the innkeeper, who had been in the business for decades and had never witnessed such behavior. He relayed the incident to a familiar guest, who pondered whether they had encountered that infamous village. The guest spoke cryptically, gesturing vaguely in a direction. "Surely not," replied another drinker nearby, more candid. "In that village. Can one even survive?" He abruptly halted, as the wooden staircase creaked underfoot, revealing the short-haired Taoist who chose a window seat and ordered a lavish spread of food and drink. Yet, after only a few bites, he called the waiter over and inquired, "My good man, have there been any strange happenings of late?" "Taoist, you jest. With the festival approaching, it is a time of universal celebration. How could there be any unusual events?" The waiter chuckled amiably, though his words belied a hint of insincerity. Li Chang'an understood the subtext, but chose not to expose it, instead following the thread of conversation. "Festival? What festival?" "Why, the Qixi festival, of course." The waiter's voice rose an octave, brimming with enthusiasm. "Taoist, you must witness it tonight. Our Qixi festival is unlike any other, far more lively. And there will be a lantern festival this evening." He gestured for Li Chang'an to look outside, where several ox-drawn carts were arriving, laden with silks and colorful lanterns, as attendants busily hung them along the street. "My word, this ox half-city is indeed extravagant. They will spare no effort to please the weaver girl." The waiter shook his head, his thoughts wandering. If only I could encounter her descent. What the waiter did not say was what might happen if he did. Yet, judging by his fanciful expressions, it was evident where his mind wandered. The weaver girl? Ox half-city. Li Chang'an listened intently, eager to inquire further, when suddenly a commotion erupted downstairs. Moments later, a group of burly men armed with swords and knives surged up the stairs, dispersing to reveal a portly middle-aged man clad in fine silk. The moment this man scanned the room, the previously boisterous hall fell silent. He approached the nearest table, where several robust men lounged, their chests bare, boasting loudly about the widows of this merchant and the maidens of that alley, their demeanor akin to roosters fighting for dominance. Likely ruffians from the streets. However, as the armed men approached, the ruffians transformed from proud roosters to frightened hens. As the portly man drew nearer, they squirmed as if seated upon hot coals, unable to withstand the pressure, rising to plead for mercy and to relinquish their seats. The middle-aged man then produced a portrait from his robes. "Have any of you seen the person depicted here? A young gentleman, pale-faced, riding a short-legged horse?" Li Chang'an chuckled, shaking his head. "I do not know him." With a sigh, the middle-aged man clasped his hands in a bow and, along with his guards, descended the stairs. Having questioned everyone present without finding anyone who recognized the rider of the short-legged horse. Shortly after their departure, the scholar stealthily covered his face with his sleeve, lowering his head as he approached. As he took a seat, Li Chang'an teased, "No one suspected anything until you made such a fuss. Isn't that a confession in itself?" "Huh." The scholar blinked, scanning the room, relieved to see that no one was paying him any mind. After a moment, he glanced down at his attire, still clad in the same soiled scholar's robe from yesterday, which hardly resembled that of a gentleman. He exhaled, finally lowering his sleeve. "To be honest, no need to elaborate." Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. He had never been one to indulge in the trivialities of others' lives. merely pouring a cup of tea for the scholar. Thank you. The scholar assumed Li Chang'an was being considerate and expressed his gratitude, reaching out for the cup. Suddenly, a hand reached from the side, snatching the tea away, followed by the arrival of someone else taking a seat beside him. It was none other than Fei Fei. Scholar. I overheard those men downstairs say they were looking for a rider on a short-legged horse. Fei Fei leaned closer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. The scholar frantically waved his hands. Yet Fei Fei continued, grinning. Those men clearly come from a wealthy family. It is quite remarkable. Last night, I could not see clearly, but today, after washing my face, I discovered that this scholar bears a rather handsome visage. Pray tell, have you taken someone's money? Or perhaps stolen someone's heart? Or is it a case of both fortune and love? The young lord chuckled lightly. The scholar, however, sighed and, with a touch of melancholy, confessed, I have run away from home. In an instant, Fei Fei's eyes lit up. Oh, you two have fled from home. At that moment, the two seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and as they exchanged words, their cups clinked together, evoking a profound sense of camaraderie among those who have both fallen from grace. Since childhood, I have harbored a disdain for books. Yet my father compelled me to study diligently, urging me to pursue an official title. But in today's world, what good is it to hold such a position? Indeed, what significance does education hold? What nonsense is the distinction between genders? And how much more exhilarating is it to wield a sword or dance with a blade? As their conversation grew animated, they suddenly turned in unison to look at Li Chang'an. And you, Taoist, what of your tale? Me, Li Chang'an, who had been enjoying his drink in splendid solitude, was unprepared for the abrupt shift in conversation. A man of the cloth is unencumbered by worldly worries. Let us instead speak of the Lantern Festival tonight. He drank heartily, his laughter free and unrestrained. Yet beneath his smile lay a chill akin to the wine in his cup. Which child has not defied the expectations of their parents and family? The scholar's family desires him to pursue scholarly achievements. Fei Fei's father wishes for him to abandon his aspirations of becoming a notorious thief. And what of Li Chang'an? He let out a barely perceptible sigh. Upon reflection, the expectations placed upon him were perhaps even lighter than those borne by the scholar and Fei Fei. If those who held such expectations were still alive, the disappointment they would feel might be even greater. Chang'an, oh Chang'an, he mused. Is it not true that even this small matter has eluded me? Chapter 32. Lantern Festival. The east wind releases 1,000 trees of flowers at night, and the stars fall like rain. Joshuan's poem, Qingyu Case, captures the splendor of the Lantern Festival. Although tonight's celebration is neither on the Lantern Festival nor in linen, the vibrancy of the festivities resonates with the imagery in the verses. Though the moon is high in the sky, the city grows more jubilant. Flower trees line the streets, adorned with thousands of colorful lanterns. The throng of pedestrians flows like a tide, their laughter echoing through the air as various vendors line the streets. Suddenly, the sound of drums and gongs erupts, heralding the arrival of a grand procession. At the forefront is a 3 or 4 meter tall statue of a goddess, bedecked with ribbons and lanterns. Behind her follows a lively parade of drummers, stilt walkers, fire breathers, and lion dancers, forming a magnificent dragon of celebration. A peal of laughter, as light as silver bells, emerges from the throng. From this animated dragon emerges an 11 or 12-year-old girl, exquisitely delicate. Oh, slow down, she exclaims, followed closely by a young woman of gentle demeanor. The grace and beauty of the two are a rarity in this small county. Yet the surrounding passers-by seem oblivious to their presence, instinctively avoiding them as they draw near. How fragrant! The girl suddenly lifts her face, sniffing the air, and follows the enticing aroma to a dumpling stall. Old man, she calls twice, but the elderly vendor is too preoccupied with other customers to respond. With a clever twinkle in her eye, the girl turns to the young woman beside her and sweetly says, "Sister." "Yes," the woman replies, forming a gesture with her hands. The elderly vendor seems to have just noticed the two, momentarily stunned by their beauty, yet he approaches them. "What can I get for you, ladies?" "Old man, what are you cooking in that pot?" the girl asks eagerly, pointing at the iron pot, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Ah, my dumplings are the pride of this city. Even a deity would sing their praises." The old man's boast is perhaps excessive, but the girl's face lights up with delight. "Bring me a couple of bowls." "Coming right up." Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of dumplings are placed on the table. The girl seizes her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling, and as she lifts one to her mouth, she exclaims, "Delicious." What she tastes is not merely flavor, but a sensation of novelty. The young woman watches with a gentle smile, yet she herself has not touched her chopsticks. When the girl has nearly finished, the woman softly says, "It is time to return. Master is waiting anxiously. At this, the girl's joyful expression instantly fades. She gazes wistfully at the bustling street, nodding in acknowledgement, but suddenly exclaims, "Mother says that if we take something from the mortal realm, we must pay. Should we not pay? Pay." The woman is taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of payment, and her expression turns awkward. "But I have no money." At this, the girl's eyes spark with inspiration. "Old man," she calls out. The vendor approaches, but the girl produces a jade ring from her pocket. "Can this cover the cost of the dumplings?" The old man's eyes widen. This jade ring is worth far more than 2 bowls of dumplings. It could easily purchase the vendor and his stall. Trembling, he reaches for it. But suddenly a hand appears from the side, deftly snatching the ring away. "1 bowl of dumplings is not worth this price. Allow me to cover their expenses." A Taoist, wearing a fox mask, emerges from the crowd, tossing a few coins into the vendor's palm. Then, with calm assurance, he slips the jade ring into his own pocket. The young woman furrows her brow at this sight. Yet the girl's eyes widen with excitement. "Taoist brother, where did you buy your mask?" The address makes the Taoist pause momentarily, but he points across the street. "Over there." The girl glances in the direction indicated and spots a small stall adorned with a variety of quirky masks. "Sister, I want one." The woman casts a wary glance at the Taoist, turning back with a resigned expression. "But we have no money." "If you do not mind," the Taoist interjects, "I can purchase them for you." The woman frowns, about to decline, but the young girl claps her hands in delight. "Oh yes." The girl eagerly pulls the woman toward the mask stall, first selecting a fox mask identical to the Taoist's, followed by a rabbit mask. She dons them in succession. Sweet candied hawthorn. Large, round, and sweet. A vendor flaunts his wares before her. The girl stares at the tempting skewers, her eyes wide with desire. She quickly turns to the Taoist and pleads, "Taoist brother, could you buy me a skewer of candied hawthorn?" The Taoist smiles, of course. In no time the girl, adorned with 2 masks, holds a skewer of candied hawthorn in one hand and a sugar figurine in the other, along with a motley assortment of other items, all of which the exasperated woman must carry. She takes a bite of the candied hawthorn, then a taste of the sugar figurine. "Taoist brother, you are truly kind. If my family were not moving away, I would invite you to visit us." "Moving?" The Taoist, also clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn, speaks with a muffled voice beneath his mask. "Is this place not good enough?" The girl's tone grows somber. "I think this place is wonderful too, but recently, a terrible neighbor has moved in." As she speaks, she brandishes her snacks dramatically, appearing all the more adorable. "Mother says she will bring calamity, and we fear it will affect us, so we must leave." "A terrible neighbor? Where?" The girl raises her hand to point, ready to speak. But the gentle woman quickly pulls her back. The girl realizes she nearly let something slip. "I want to tell you," she declares, waving goodbye to the Taoist. "Farewell, Taoist brother." With that, she takes the woman's hand, and they dash away. The Taoist waves, but turns back to look in the direction the girl had pointed. A waning moon hangs in the clouds, casting a faint silhouette of a mountain range in the moonlight. Slow down," the woman gently urges. Yet the girl, heedless, tugs at her hand, racing forward, only to suddenly halt in her tracks. In the distance, a gracefully attired young woman stood against the wall of a long alley, her smile radiant as she gazed over. The woman possessed an air of elegance, adorned in luxurious garments and jewelry. Yet her presence felt jarringly out of place amidst the surroundings. Despite her striking beauty, no passerby paused to cast a glance. They instinctively circumvented her, leaving a wide berth around her. "Mother." A little girl laughed as she leaped into the woman's embrace. "It's so lively and fun here. Can't we stay?" The woman gently stroked the girl's head, her tone laced with affection. "We truly cannot remain here any longer. But everything is perfectly fine. What calamity could there possibly be?" The woman chuckled, shaking her head. "Calamity? Has it not already arrived?" She lifted her gaze to see a Taoist priest in a fox mask nodding at her from beneath a flowering tree before he vanished into the bustling crowd. She patted the girl's back, taking her small hand. "It's getting late. We must be on our way." With that, she led the girl and the gentle woman, turning to step into the shadows of the alley's corner. There, at the base of the wall, stood a row of life-sized bronze statues, each exquisitely crafted and depicting a variety of figures: a mounted warrior, musicians playing drums and gongs, a coachman, an attending maid, a young porter, and an ox cart laden with baggage. Strangely, as the 3 figures stepped forward, their bodies shrank dramatically until they matched the size of the bronze figures. They approached the wagon, opened the compartment, and astonishingly, climbed inside. Then, the bronze statues sprang to life. The warrior galloped ahead, the musicians played their instruments, and the coachman cracked his whip, causing the wheels to roll slowly forward. Soon, this procession disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 33. The guest on the beams before a wonton stall, an elderly man, holding a few copper coins, appeared somewhat dazed. Boss, boss, a customer called from a distance, snapping the old man from his reverie. Never mind. He slapped his forehead, lamenting, I'm just not destined for wealth. Here we go, he shouted, tossing a rag over his shoulder, only to find himself face to face with the fox-masked Taoist. The priest tossed a small object to him, which the old man clumsily caught, looking down to discover it was a jade ring. This is a fine treasure. Yet it ought to be offered at the great monk's temple for a few days, considering it was pried from a deceased person's possession. A ceremonial object? Upon hearing this, the old man's hand trembled, nearly sending the reclaimed treasure flying. He quickly glanced up, but the Taoist had vanished. In a quiet alley, the fox-masked Taoist stood alone in the shadows. The old man, filled with a sense of joy, absorbed the laughter of the streets, removing his mask with a deep sigh. Who would have thought that beneath such a peaceful and vibrant spectacle lay a city rife with malevolent energy? Due to the influence of Lu the Elder, Li Chang'an had developed a habit of sensing the atmosphere upon arriving at any location. Today, with the sacrificial offerings of dragon jade, the pervasive aura of malevolence startled him. As he wandered through the city, following the scent, he unexpectedly detected two distinct sources of that energy. There are two categories of malevolent beings: those who cultivate their powers in earnest, whose energy is pure and clear, and those who consume blood and flesh, whose energy is foul and murky. The little girl and the gentle woman exuded the former's aura, which caused Li Chang'an no concern. However, the pervasive energy in the city belonged to the latter. He leisurely donned a night cloak, donned his mask, secured his sword, and stepped into the alley's end, where the aura was most concentrated. As he followed the scent through the winding alley, it grew increasingly potent, leading him to what he presumed was an abandoned manor or temple. However, he stumbled upon a brightly illuminated and bustling area. Peering cautiously from the alley's entrance, he discovered the grand entrance of a wealthy household, where traffic flowed like a river before a vermilion door adorned with a golden plaque reading Neo Mansion. Instantly, Li Chang'an recalled the tavern attendant's words and envious expressions, reflecting on his travels. Huh, he chuckled, shaking his head. The collusion of officials and bandits. The intertwining of humans and demons. What an absurd spectacle. He circled to a secluded corner of the Neo Mansion, nimbly scaling its walls. Stepping into a side courtyard, his masked face revealed a hint of excitement. This was his first venture into such a clandestine endeavor. In the modern world, he was fond of the game Assassin's Creed, and today he had finally seized the opportunity to partake in a real-life version. Concealing himself behind a tree trunk, he surveyed his surroundings. The Neo Mansion truly lived up to its name, being quite extravagant for a mere county town, filled with vibrant lanterns adorning the streets and hanging within the estate, illuminating it as bright as day. After a careful analysis of potential hiding routes, the awkward truth dawned upon him. The Neo Mansion was merely a local tycoon's abode. Lacking any formidable patrols, he decided to step out of hiding, swaggering boldly toward the source of the malevolent energy. Upon entering a large room, Li Chang'an took a deep breath, unsheathed his sword, and cautiously pushed the door open. However, the room was empty. No one was present, nor any demons. Only a cluster of wooden crates stacked together. Opening one, he found it filled with fine silks, revealing that this was merely a storage area, and the malevolent energy permeating the mansion emanated from these goods. Disappointment washed over him as he contemplated seeking another lead. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Li Chang'an quickly scanned his surroundings before climbing up the pillar to perch on the beams. Hurry, hurry! A man, appearing to be the steward, called to a group of servants who were carrying large bamboo baskets into the storage room. Hey! He suddenly shouted. One of the servants tripped over the threshold, causing the basket to crash to the ground. The steward rushed over, ignoring the fallen basket, and kicked the servant a few times. I told you to be quick. Be careful. This is for the Lady Weaver tomorrow. If anything gets damaged, I'll have your skin. The servant scrambled to his feet, responding meekly. The Lady Weaver? Li Chang'an, crouched atop the beams, felt a spark of intrigue. Once the group of servants had departed, he cautiously slid down the pillar and opened one of the bamboo baskets. Utilizing the dim light from the corridor lantern, he discovered that the baskets contained an array of grains, wines, meats, fruits, and vegetables. How strange. Do these demons, or perhaps deities, require such an abundance of mortal sustenance? Could there be some deeper mystery within? As Li Chang'an reached out to inspect further, a sudden voice pierced the air. What are you doing? Startled, Li Chang'an spun around. drawing his sword and lunging toward the source of the voice. Clang! A spark flickered in the dim light as a masked figure clad in black, wielding two short swords, blocked his strike. This was his first foray into real-life stealth, and being unexpectedly discovered sent a wave of panic through him, causing his attacks to grow more ferocious. The black-clad figure, taken aback by Li Chang'an's sudden onslaught, struggled to fend off the rapid strikes, retreating swiftly until they were cornered by the bed. Seizing the upper hand, Li Chang'an pressed his advantage. In no time, both figures crashed through a window. The black-clad figure, evading attacks, seemed to defy gravity, swiftly maneuvering and dodging. A typical skilled fighter might have slipped away from the edge of Li Chang'an's blade, but any misstep could result in being wounded in return. However, Li Chang'an's sword danced with precision, shadowing every move. The black-clad figure, after a few attempts to escape, found it increasingly difficult to withstand. And as Li Chang'an twisted his sword, one of the short swords slipped from the figure's grasp, leaving them cornered. Just as Li Chang'an was on the verge of victory, the black-clad figure hastily formed a series of hand seals, uttering a few concise incantations, and suddenly slapped against the wall. The wall was entirely adorned with a vivid painting of a hunting tiger. As the figure struck the tiger's head, it was as if a dragon had been brought to life. Roar! Suddenly, the tiger in the painting let out a ferocious roar and leapt from the wall. Li Chang'an, without flinching, thrust his sword forward. To his astonishment, the tiger swelled in size, transforming into a colossal beast in the blink of an eye. With a single gulp, it devoured both Li Chang'an and his sword. Immediately, the tiger's belly swelled, and a brilliant flash of sword light erupted from beneath its fur, causing its body to explode. Li Chang'an emerged unscathed. No blood or flesh was scattered. Only a shower of paint and wall dust fell around him. Ignoring the debris that landed on his head, he gripped his sword, eyes scanning warily, only to find that the figure in black had already seized the opportunity to escape. At that moment, what was that sound? Thieves! A cacophony of shouts approached the courtyard, the commotion from their fight having alerted the residents of the Niu household. Glancing down, Li Chang'an spotted a short sword that the black-clad figure had left behind, picked it up, and leapt over the wall. Upon returning to the inn, he found the scholar already asleep, while Fei Fei was nowhere to be seen. Li Chang'an lit an oil lamp, set the mask aside, and examined the short sword closely. This sword was entirely silver, its blade and hilt seamlessly integrated, adorned with intricate engravings. It resembled a decorative item rather than a deadly weapon. However, the blade was exceptionally sharp. When Li Chang'an swung it casually, a thick corner of the table fell away effortlessly. Its sharpness rivaled that of Fei Fei's treasured sword. Yet, a fine sword alone did not warrant Li Chang'an's concern. It was the giant tiger that had leapt from the wall that troubled him. That person possessed magic. Li Chang'an soon realized that the figure in black must have been investigating the Niu household as well, leading to their unexpected confrontation. However, the sudden emergence of such an individual would likely complicate his already uncertain journey to vanquish demons. The next day, well past the hour of Chun, the mist-covered Yunluo Mountain, which overlooked Qixin across the river, lay in eerie stillness. In stark contrast, Qixin buzzed with activity, celebrating the completion of the newly constructed Weaving Girl Temple. Niu Banqing hosted a lavish banquet and invited a troupe of performers. Naturally, all the pious townsfolk flocked to participate. The scholar eagerly pulled Li Chang'an and Fei Fei out, securing front-row seats for the event. It wasn't he so much that he cherished the festivities, but rather, Li Daozhong. Young Master Fei Fei, he exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Look, it's Master Xue. Fei Fei stifled a yawn, while Li Chang'an apathetically scanned the surroundings. Master Xue was a renowned dancer, akin to a modern-day artist, but in ancient times, she would be called a dancing girl. The scholar's infatuation was rather absurd. He had once witnessed Master Xue perform at a banquet and had since been unable to forget her. His reasons for leaving home were not only his disdain for studying and pursuing an official career, but also the allure of Master Xue's performance in Qixin, which he longed to see again. Unfortunately, he had lost his way and stumbled upon the village of the living dead, nearly losing his life. When asked if it was worth it or if he regretted it, he would thump his chest, wearing a look of pride. If I could witness Master Xue's sword dance once more, I would gladly meet my demise. While Li Chang'an found it difficult to comprehend such a mindset, he refrained from interfering with the scholar's thoughts, yet he felt a flicker of curiosity about the captivating Master Xue. A grand stage had been set up in front of the new temple, with performers showcasing their acts before it was finally Master Xue's turn to take the spotlight. However, the first to appear were 12 burly men, each carrying a large drum. Only after their performance did Master Xue gracefully make her entrance. standing on the stage. Her face adorned with a hint of makeup, she radiated beauty. Clad in a fitted outfit, she exuded an air of elegance, standing tall with her hands behind her back, confidently accepting the gaze of thousands below. Then, with a resounding thud, the 12 men struck the drums in unison. Master Xue extended her arms, and the crowd gasped in awe. To their astonishment, she brandished 2 gleaming swords, their hilts devoid of tassels, secured only by iron rings tied with long silken ribbons. As the drums echoed, she began to dance, her waist twisting and turning in harmony with the rhythm. With her flowing garments and flashing blades, she infused the dance with a spirited energy that belied her delicate form. The scholar was entranced, while Li Chang'an remained a stoic spectator, acknowledging only her graceful form and poise, and recognizing that her swordplay suggested rigorous training in genuine swordsmanship. Gradually, the beats quickened, and Master Xue's movements became increasingly rapid. Suddenly, she released the sword hilt, using the silk to guide the blade in a mesmerizing display. The stage was filled with the shimmering outlines of the swords and her graceful figure. The crowd behind her was captivated, inching forward, while those in the front recoiled in fear of the flashing blades, resulting in a chaotic collision in the middle. At that moment, Master Xue suddenly sheathed one sword and tossed the other into the audience. Though secured by the silk, it soared just above the heads of the spectators, causing panic as they fell to the ground in fright. The blade cleaved through the crowd, landing directly before Li Chang'an. Unfazed, he gripped his sword. However, Master Xue deftly retrieved the sword with a flick of her wrist, her expression betraying a hint of mischief. She smiled at me, Li Chang'an thought, astonished. Unexpectedly, the scholar beside him burst forth with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, wow, look at that." Li Chang'an nodded absently, a smile creeping onto his face. He glanced around at the throngs of people surrounding them, with only the audacious scholar remaining enthralled, blissfully oblivious to the chaos. Truly, what a fool. Meanwhile, Master Xue had concluded her performance and exited the stage, leaving the scholar still lost in reverie, murmuring about the brilliance of her sword dance. Li Chang'an, seeing the scholar struggle to regain his composure, interjected suddenly, "Like thunder, collect your wrath, like the tranquil sea, gather your clarity." The scholar's eyes lit up. "Daozhong, your eloquence is remarkable." Li Chang'an chuckled. "Do I appear to be one who dances with words?" The scholar fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Li Chang'an paid him no mind, his gaze lingering on Master Xue's retreating figure. That unexpected tossed sword, that enigmatic smile, there was something intriguing about it. After the performance concluded, Li Chang'an finally beheld Niu Banqing. Like many wealthy landlords, he was adorned in fine silks, his appearance opulent, though one could only speculate about the nature of his heart. He ascended the stage, filling the air with trivialities. Li Chang'an found himself bored, contemplating whether he might return at a more opportune time, such as the hour of Z, to hear some genuine truths. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Li Chang'an turned his gaze, discovering a young boy being restrained by several people, unable to break free. The boy struggled, then shouted, "The weaving girl is not a goddess. She is a monster. Not a goddess, but a monster." Before he could utter more, those surrounding him swiftly covered his mouth. Despite their haste, his outburst sparked a wave of murmurs among the audience. "Who is this boy?" Someone wondered. "Oh, it's just Niu Quo's son." Others chimed in, criticizing the boy for his ingratitude and ignorance, as Niu Quo, being a member of the Niu clan, had secured a privileged position serving the goddess while enjoying the comforts of the celestial realm, leaving his mother behind. It was absurd for him to claim the goddess was a monster. The crowd buzzed with indignation, condemning the boy and dragging his mother into the fray. The boy's face flushed with shame as he was held tightly, his mouth covered, rendered utterly voiceless. Li Chang'an felt a pang of frustration on behalf of the young man. Upon hearing the public opinion swaying in his favor, Niu Banqing's expression lightened slightly. However, in such a public setting, he refrained from taking any overt action, merely waving his hand to instruct 2 servants to escort the youth back home, where his mother could discipline him properly. Skipping over this interlude, Niu Banqing resumed his lengthy, pointless discourse. The scholar, having savored the sword dance for a considerable time, finally returned to his senses, but found himself unwilling to listen to a single word from Niu Banqing. He decided to leave. "Li Daozhong." He intended to call out to Li Chang'an, only to discover that the Taoist had vanished. "Fei Fei, young lord." Turning around, he realized that Fei Fei had long since disappeared as well. Oh, upon another glance, he noticed a portly middle-aged man leading a group of armed men, tearfully gazing at him. "Uncle Wang, quick, don't let the eldest son escape." Chapter 35. Miss Li Chang'an followed the 3 men to a secluded courtyard. Upon seeing them force the youth inside, he then departed. Once the two men had walked far enough away, Li Chang'an approached the small courtyard. Just as he reached the door, a woman's voice, strained with suppressed sobs, emerged from within. "You unfilial son, why do you provoke that Niu Banqing?" "Mother, I was just," the boy's voice, still somewhat agitated, continued, "I only wish to witness once more. Are you to be sent away as well?" Following this, the young man responded, "Mother, please do not be angry. I simply lost my temper for a moment." The woman sighed. "One must endure, as a pair of solitary souls. How could we stand against the Niu family?" After a pause, the boy's voice resumed slowly. "If only there were a chivalrous hero in Qixian, like those in the tales who come to the aid of others. What chivalrous hero exists in this world? How can you say that? There is a grand hero named Daozhong Xianxiao over by Yuan." Hearing his name mentioned so unexpectedly, Li Chang'an felt a bit awkward, but he knocked on the door. Instantly, the argument inside ceased. Soon after, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a gaunt woman with reddened eyes. Though her features bore a hint of beauty, she was clad in simple, tattered garments, with only a unique ring on her finger setting her apart. Upon seeing a Taoist, she wiped her eyes and forced a bitter smile. "Please do not take offense, Daozhong. Our family is impoverished, and we struggle to make ends meet. If you seek alms, I kindly ask you to go elsewhere." As she attempted to close the door, Li Chang'an quickly pressed his hand against it. The woman's expression changed instantly, and she demanded, "What is your intention, Daozhong?" "Madam, I mean no harm," Li Chang'an hastily clarified. "I merely wish to inquire about the weaving maiden." To his surprise, his explanation only heightened the woman's anxiety. She attempted to shut the door again. "We have nothing to discuss. Please do not panic," Li Chang'an urged, glancing inside. The boy, hearing the commotion, rushed over wielding a stick. He smiled at the two women and said, "I heard someone mention Xianxiao. What a coincidence. My Taoist title is indeed Xianxiao." Doubtful, he produced a document from his robe. "This is my certificate." With a clatter, the mother's expression went blank, and the boy dropped his stick. "Niu Banqing colluded with demons, causing the deaths of my father and fellow villagers. I beg you, Daozhong, to help me avenge them." Entering the courtyard, the youth immediately knelt before Li Chang'an, determinedly banging his forehead against the ground. Li Chang'an quickly supported him, but the boy stubbornly refused to rise, leaving him no choice but to allow it. He then turned to the woman beside him. "Madam, why do you believe the weaving maiden is a demon responsible for your husband's demise?" The woman bowed deeply before recounting her family's plight. "My husband, Niu, was educated and often helped others with writing letters, while I contributed to our household by weaving. Though times were hard, we managed to get by." Her expression grew distant, lost in memories, but then she clenched her teeth. However, Niu Wu, that Niu Banqing, suddenly proclaimed that an immortal had descended from the mountains to grant people celestial blessings. Initially, no one believed him, but he forcefully bound several individuals, including my husband, to send them into the mountains. He never returned. Then why do the others in the city not express doubt? Li Chang'an inquired, frowning. He had heard similar sentiments from others in town, with all but newcomers speaking highly of the weaving maiden. The woman opened her mouth, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Daozhong, please follow me." With that, she instructed the boy to guard the house and led Li Chang'an out. They left the county town and arrived at a muddy bank by the river. "Look, Daozhong." Without her prompting, Li Chang'an had already spotted a row of small boats on the river. Each boat held two individuals, with those at the bow wielding long bamboo poles, stirring the water before pulling up strands of white silk that clung to the poles. The person at the stern hurriedly gathered the filaments and placed them inside the boat, while the one at the bow plunged the pole back into the water. "Is this the cloud-weaving silk?" Li Chang'an asked in surprise. The stories surrounding the cloud-weaving silk had grown fantastical, even mentioning celestial shuttles. He had not anticipated it was derived from the water itself. Fei Fei would likely be disappointed upon witnessing this. No matter how skilled a thief, one could not steal back a river's bounty. "This so-called cloud-weaving silk is the handiwork of those demons," the woman said coldly. "Qixian owes its current prosperity to this cloud-weaving silk. Aside from those whose loved ones have perished, who would dare speak ill of the weaving maiden?" Li Chang'an observed the scene on the river, furrowing his brow. If that is the case, the weaving maiden might indeed be a benefactor. Why then must she be labeled a demon? "You do not understand, Daozhong," she replied. "This silk gathering does not occur at all times. It only happens when a batch of people is sent to the weaving maiden. Only then can silk be harvested from the river. Niu Banqing claims it is a blessing from the immortal." The woman scoffed, her tone growing more fervent. "But what kind of immortal would conduct business in such a manner?" Li Chang'an nodded, remaining silent as he scrutinized the river. Suddenly, he noticed that while mist swirled on the river, it consistently failed to reach the positions of those small boats. It appeared as though an invisible barrier separated the two sides. The waters near Qixian sparkled under clear skies, while dense fog enveloped the area near Yunlu Mountain. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the strands were not merely emerging from the water, but were instead formed from the mist that had condensed within it. This fog was indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, the woman continued with a tone of hatred. Every so often, Niu Banqing gathers unsuspecting outsiders to send across the river. To maintain the facade, he occasionally selects a few local commoners, yet not a single one of his own kin has been sent. Daozhong. If there truly are immortals on the other side, why has Niu Banqing not allowed his own family to partake in this celestial fortune? At this point, Li Chang'an was puzzled. Isn't your family also of the Niu clan? My husband indeed shares the surname Niu. But we originally fled here to escape disaster and have no ties to the Niu family of Qixian. However, Niu Banqing forcibly included my husband in the clan registry, falsely claiming him as a member of the Niu lineage to send him into Yunlu Mountain. Li Chang'an nodded, his understanding deepening. He had never believed that the weaving maiden was truly a celestial being. The acrid aura of malevolence surrounding her was undeniable. He merely sought to clarify the specifics of the situation and the reason for the pervasive demonic energy. Now, having seen the silk gatherers on the river, he had a clearer idea of the origins of the affliction. It seemed that the demons were not active within the city. Rather, the demonic energy within the town stemmed from the silk gatherers who returned. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, "You mentioned that people are sent across the river at regular intervals. When will this occur?" Today? Chapter 36, Celestial Mountain as the sun dipped in the west. A boat docked at the port of Qixian. On the dock, the atmosphere was lively as the men and women of Qixian bid farewell to a group of individuals boarding the vessel. The expressions of these chosen few were a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, for they were to serve the weaving maiden. After this group of fated individuals boarded the vessel, a contingent of laborers followed, lifting large baskets into the cabin. Hiss! One youthful laborer exhaled through his teeth. "Why are these baskets so heavy?" As he spoke, he instinctively reached out to investigate. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you not afraid of the lady's wrath?" responded an elderly man, once perhaps a coachman, whose professional instincts flared under pressure. The young man quickly withdrew his hand, repeatedly expressing his apologies. The laborers had set off simultaneously. Yet the two men's baskets seemed particularly burdensome, and by the time they entered the cabin, they found themselves at the end of the line. Stretching their weary arms, they realized they were the last to arrive and closed the cabin door behind them. However, shortly thereafter, the lid of the basket they carried was pushed open, and a living person emerged. Who else could it be but Li Chang'an, with his shoulder-length hair, having waited in the basket for some time. Seeing no further movement at the cabin door, he decided to leap out. He opened the other baskets, discovering they contained rice, vegetables, and fruits. "This is chives. I don't recognize this. This is a pear." He picked up a large pear and wiped it on his sleeve. Just as he bit into it, a window was swung open, and a figure nimbly leaped inside, only to collide with Li Chang'an, revealing a pale face. "What are you doing here?" they both exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging incredulous glances until they could no longer contain their surprise. "Of course, I'm here to seek the Jade Shuttle. There is no such thing as a Jade Shuttle," Li Chang'an urgently replied, about to elaborate on the demons in the mountains. Suddenly, the window was pushed open again, and another figure tumbled in, far less graceful than the first. As he fell, he revealed a handsome, beardless face. He was a scholar. "Well, everyone is here now." The scholar's eyes lit up upon seeing the two. "Daoistly, young Master Fei Fei, you're also here." Li Chang'an, feeling a headache coming on, quickly interrupted. "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, the scholar's eyes sparkled, and he hurriedly explained, "I heard that the Shui family is going to perform for the Lady Weaver, and they're preparing to present the Pei Jiang Jun Mantang Shi." Li Chang'an realized the absurdity of it all. One was chasing a baseless treasure, and the other was pursuing a courtesan, both daring to venture into a den of danger. Just as he was about to advise them to leave while they still had the chance, a sound came from the cabin door. "Someone is coming." Li Chang'an swiftly jumped back into the bamboo basket, while Fei Fei leaped onto a ship's support beam, clinging to the wall like a gecko. Only the scholar stood there, bewildered. The cabin door swung open, revealing a dark, lean man, clearly a sailor weathered by the elements. He had come down to check the cargo, and, upon spotting the bewildered scholar, paused for a moment before bellowing, "Boss." Before long, a scar-faced man descended, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the scholar, making him sweat and stammer. Li Chang'an merely watched, thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea for the ship's captain to send the scholar back to shore. However, unexpectedly, the captain seemed indifferent to the intruder, even appearing somewhat amused. He waved, "Come aboard." The scholar, still dazed, nodded and started to follow. Wait. From the pile of baskets, the lid suddenly flew open, and Li Chang'an sprang out. He pulled aside the vegetable leaves atop his head and grabbed Fei Fei. There are still 2 more. Boss. The servant's eyes flickered as he whispered something into the ear of the scar-faced man, both fixating on the swords at Li Chang'an and Fei Fei's waists. The captain, impatient, brushed aside the sailor, smirking dismissively. Those weapons are useless in the mountains. With that, he beckoned for the others to follow and turned to ascend the deck. As they stepped onto the deck, they realized the boat had already departed from the dock, slowly heading towards Yunlu Mountain. Li Chang'an observed the crew. The sailors appeared nonchalant, accustomed to their routine, while the fated individuals were a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Glancing towards the bow, he noticed a beautifully adorned lady who smiled back at him. He nodded toward the Shui family, then cast his gaze ahead. Not far from the boat, thick mist enveloped Yunlu Mountain, resembling a wall rising from the river, slowly undulating. As the boat was about to enter the fog, achoo! The sudden sneeze drew the attention of everyone on board, and Li Chang'an hastily apologized. "My apologies, I caught a chill last night." As he pretended to sneeze again, those nearby instinctively dodged, but he calmly produced a handkerchief to cover his mouth. He offered another apology as the boat plunged into the mist. After a while, the voice of the boat's owner broke through the fog. "For those who boarded midway, I forgot to inform you. The Lady Weaver is a water deity and detests fire. If you have any matches, fire sticks, or flint, hand them over now." Upon hearing this, a sailor approached to search them. Without waiting for him to act, Li Chang'an and the others surrendered their fire-starting items. The river was not particularly wide, and it wasn't long before the boat reached the opposite shore, shrouded in mist. The captain called for everyone to disembark. Upon stepping onto the shore, they spotted 2 maidens waiting, likely the mountainess attendants. Behind them, the mist obscured the mountain, revealing only the occasional glimpse of strange rocks and cliffs. One fated individual timidly inquired, "Is this the celestial mountain?" The 2 maidens exchanged smiles and waved their hands, causing the mist to dissipate and revealing the true form of Yunlu Mountain. It was as if a curtain had been drawn back, unveiling pavilions, flowing waterfalls, and peculiar stones. In the midst of it all, a winding mountain path led to the summit, where palatial structures stood tall. After completing this spectacle, the maidens spoke not a word but turned to ascend the mountain path. The captain hurriedly followed, urging, "Hurry up." As they tread the path, the scenery was breathtaking, earning admiration from all. However, Li Chang'an occasionally sneezed, which was rather disruptive. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the maidens guided everyone into a palace. By this time, the sun had dipped below the western mountains, yet the hall remained brightly lit, as the Lady Weaver disliked fire. Instead, the palace was adorned with a peculiar plant that emitted a soft white light. Tables were laden with an array of colorful delicacies, presumably exquisite treats. Most seats had already been filled by earlier arrivals, who appeared to be seasoned guests. The maidens arranged for everyone to take their places. Initially, the fated individuals, mere common folk, felt out of place as guests in such a celestial abode, awkwardly shifting in their seats. However, soon a group of beautiful maidens entered, each more enchanting than the last, bustling among the guests, serving drinks with cheerful attentiveness. With some encouragement from the seasoned guests, they gradually shed their shyness, and the atmosphere in the hall grew lively. Among the crowd, Li Chang'an, notably taller than most, along with the handsome scholar, naturally attracted the attention of the maidens. Li Chang'an smiled graciously at their attention, but, upon noticing the sumptuous feast before him, followed the captain's example and contented himself with a few fruits. As the banquet approached, the hall lay in disarray. Suddenly, a female official entered, holding a tablet and reciting names. Wang Er, Zhou Lu, Li Hu. With each name spoken, someone would joyfully rise and exit. Li Chang'an, observing this curious scene, turned to inquire of an elder nearby. The newcomer is unaware, this is merely the outer court. To truly indulge in the life of the celestial beings, one must venture to the inner court. Periodically, a group of devout individuals is selected to serve the weaver girl and sent to the inner court. The elder stroked his glossy beard, a glint of pride in his eyes. Judging by his physique, he must be a laborer who has grown a bit plump since arriving in the mountains. Calculating the time, it should soon be my turn. He patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, saying, "You still have to wait a while." After the official finished, she suddenly addressed the esteemed Shui family. "The weaver girl wishes to see a sword dance. You should come along this time." Li Chang'an regarded the hall with a discerning gaze, lost in thought. As the banquet concluded, everyone returned to their quarters for rest. Along the way, the scholar appeared to be relishing the experience. Having received special attention from several maidens who showered him with affection and encouraged him to drink, naturally causing him to become somewhat enamored. Feifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. There are so many treasures. Li Chang'an smiled, choosing not to join the conversation, occasionally coughing softly into his hand. Upon reaching the room and closing the door, he asked, "What do you think of this place?" The scholar and Feifei chimed in unison. "It is indeed worthy of being a celestial abode." Celestial abode? Li Chang'an burst into laughter, finding it the most amusing joke of the year. Meeting their puzzled gazes, he produced a paper talisman from his robes and with a flick of his wrist, ignited the yellow talisman. A faint crackling sound filled the air, as if something had been set ablaze. A layer of ash fell to the ground amidst the gentle sounds of the crackling. It was as though a delicate curtain had been scorched away, revealing a hidden world. What had appeared to be a magnificent dwelling was now partially exposed as a shabby earthen hut, dividing the room into two halves, one opulent and the other impoverished. Feifei's eyes widened in astonishment as she darted towards the ash, touching it with her fingertips, finding it almost weightless. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the shabby side seemed clearer before her. Is this mist? It turned out the dissipating fog was merely cloaking them more subtly. The scholar was drawn to the sight as well. He knelt and brushed his hand against the ground. Before the fog was burned away, it had been a wooden floor, but now it revealed a flat expanse of muddy earth. Yet, the touch on his fingertips still bore the firm, smooth texture of the wooden floor. And a gentle knock echoed back. Seeing this, Li Chang'an flicked his fingers, sending forth 2 points of azure light, pressing them into the foreheads of both individuals. They immediately felt a layer of hazy confusion in their minds clear away. As the scholar touched the ground again, it was undeniably muddy now. Just then, Li Chang'an's ears perked up. Someone's coming. Feifei quickly pulled the scholar back to the table, feigning a casual conversation. Li Chang'an waved his sleeve, scattering the ashes on the floor. At that moment, the mist began to converge again, and the dispelled illusion re-emerged. However, Li Chang'an had infused both individuals with azure light once more, preserving a glimpse of reality, blending the realms of illusion and truth, leaving them both dizzy. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" came a soft, sultry voice from outside. Delivering bedding. Li Chang'an signaled for Feifei and the scholar to remain discreet and replied, "Please come in." As the door creaked open, a striking beauty in a red gown appeared at the threshold, draped in sheer fabric. She wore a low-cut skirt that revealed a hint of her snowy bosom. Her hair was loosely held up by a hairpin, with strands cascading down her face, imparting a touch of allure, her gaze sparkling like spring waters. This was no mere bedding delivery. It was clearly a visit of a different nature. Suddenly, a startled exclamation erupted from the scholar. The beautiful woman turned her curious gaze towards him, and he found his head nearly drooping into his lap. What he had seen was not a captivating beauty, but a creature whose upper body was human, while the lower half resembled that of a spider. This monstrosity bore 8 crimson eyes scattered across its face, lacking a nose, and from its gaping maw protruded 2 pincers. At that moment, she scrutinized him with her 8 eyes, causing him to hold his breath in fear. "Oh, my brother must be from a small place," Li Chang'an quickly interjected. "He has never encountered such a heavenly beauty and naturally feels nervous." "Hee, you certainly know how to charm," she replied, addressing Li Chang'an without using the term Taoist, as he had donned ordinary clothes for convenience. Upon saying this, she pretended to step inside, only to trip over the threshold. "Oh!" she exclaimed, tumbling into Li Chang'an's arms, who instinctively caught her. The scholar's lips twitched. It was not merely a foot that had caught. It was her substantial abdomen that had become wedged in the doorframe, and she had forced her way in, landing in Li Chang'an's embrace. He nearly cried out again, but was silenced by Feifei's fierce glare, swallowing his gasp. The beauty nestled in Li Chang'an's arms, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Or perhaps it was the movement of her pincers. "You are truly robust," she remarked, sending a shiver down the scholar's spine, as it sounded akin to praising livestock. Li Chang'an chuckled, "I think so too." "You are indeed quite witty," the red-clad lady said, her eyes sparkling as they lingered on Li Chang'an. The night was long and desolate in the mountains. Her fingers glided along the collar of his robe, whispering sweet nothings in his ear before she turned, leaving behind a silk scarf as she gracefully exited. As soon as she departed, the scholar was eager to ask questions, but Li Chang'an gestured for silence. Indeed, the red-clad lady peeked back in, winking at Li Chang'an and casting a flirtatious glance before finally leaving. After a moment, confirming she had truly gone, Feifei and the scholar could no longer maintain their composure. Countless questions surged forth, but they could only form two simple phrases. What were those things? Illusions? Celestials? Monsters? They sighed, a mix of surprise, anger, and fear flooding their senses. As the opulent pavilion transformed into a dilapidated shack, and the enchanting beauty morphed into a creature of the night, the scholar, particularly, was covered in goosebumps. Now reflecting on the maiden who had snuggled close to him during the banquet. Trembling, he inquired, and the food? Fruits are still fruits. Fei-Fei's expression shifted. But the scholar felt a wave of relief. Indeed, the fruits remained as they were. As for the rest, Li Chang'an thought to himself, it would be better if they never found out. The scholar's expression fluctuated, but he ultimately accepted the truth, calming himself. However, his gaze towards Li Chang'an revealed a hint of complexity. They had unknowingly fallen under the enchantment of a monster's illusion. Yet, Li Chang'an perceived clearly. Hearing and sensing everything, the spider lady, with her massive abdomen, had embraced him, her pincers whispering sweet words in his ear. Was he not afraid, anxious, or disgusted? Taoist. You. Li Chang'an brushed his sleeve against where the red-clad lady had touched him, vigorously wiping it clean. What? The scholar need not voice the question. He had gleaned the answer from the action. Changing the subject, he remarked, you have not caught a cold. You were merely pretending to sneeze to cover your mouth and breathe. Li Chang'an displayed a handkerchief, which was thick with layers of damp cotton cloth. Since entering the mist, he had not inhaled a single breath of it. We should leave quickly while the boat remains here and the monsters are still occupied, he declared, drawing his sword and pushing the door open. Where are you going? Li Chang'an gently swayed the silk scarf left by the woman in red. When a beauty summons, how can one refuse? Yet, Li Chang'an did not genuinely intend to honor the appointment. He stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. Surrounding him was not a picturesque pavilion or tower, but merely rudely constructed earthen enclosures, with some souls lying flat upon the ground. He circumvented the spider demons along the path, following the source of their aura as he stealthily ascended the mountain, eager to uncover the true visage of the weaver goddess. After navigating cautiously for a while, he sensed the night deepening and the mist thickening. Fortunately, the mountain was dotted with luminescent plants, providing some visibility. Li Chang'an ventured into a grove of towering dead trees. As he traversed the forest, he suddenly spotted white cocoons hanging from the branches ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a shriveled human head protruding from one of the cocoons. With another step forward, he found more cocoons adorned with heads. The further he advanced, the denser the clusters of cocoons became, until he could no longer proceed, halted by the sight of countless cocoons resembling overripe mountain fruits hanging from the trees. A chill crept into his heart as he surveyed the scene, when suddenly a familiar cry echoed from behind. Could it be? He frowned and paused for a moment. Emerging from the thick fog were Fei-Fei and the scholar. What are you two doing here? Li Chang'an inquired, his tone growing stern with urgency. Didn't I instruct you to return to Qixin? How could one return empty-handed after the first encounter? Fei-Fei defiantly lifted her chin, insisting that the demoness lair was not without treasures. The scholar timidly added, Shweta is also here. Just as they began to speak, Li Chang'an's gaze sharpened, and he straightened, turning to look back. 8 clusters of crimson light flickered in the dark mist. How foolish of me. He gripped the hilt of his sword. Where would a spider be without a web? This fog is its net. Chapter 38. Mountain spider in the dark mist. 8 clusters of scarlet light flared up. Soon, the fog surged like a tide. The earth trembled, and the human heads within the cocoons fled from the branches, accompanied by the thick fog. A colossal creature emerged from the darkness. It was a giant spider, the size of a small mountain, adorned with mottled colors. Its limbs, as thick as tree trunks, were covered in menacing spikes. It raised its body on its 8 long legs, its enormous crimson eyes peering down from above the deadwood forest. Clutching a man with its pincers, it exhaled silk as it rolled him over ceaselessly. In an instant, a living man was ensconced within a cocoon. Both Fei-Fei and the scholar stood pale with terror, and even Li Chang'an felt his body tremble for the first time, not from excitement, but from anxiety and fear. When he perused the yellow-covered tome, he had a simplistic impression of the spider demon as merely a large creature. However, facing it now, he realized the magnitude of what that size entailed. The sword he relied upon was hardly larger than a toothpick before this monstrous entity. Could he truly challenge such a giant with nothing more than a mere toothpick? A sense of despair washed over Li Chang'an. Yet, since acquiring his swordsmanship, he had encountered demons and vanquished them, cultivating a resolute spirit that would not permit him to retreat so easily. Having come this far, he gritted his teeth, unsheathed his sword, and pointed it toward the demon. Suddenly, the spider demon shifted its body, sweeping its long limbs. unleashing a torrent of mud and debris like a torrential downpour. Li Chang'an immediately raised his hands to shield his face, even with clothing as a barrier. The mud and stone struck him painfully. After enduring that onslaught, he bared his teeth and lowered his hands, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him, where the limbs had passed, mighty trees were uprooted, and rocks were sent flying, creating a chasm half a meter deep that threatened to split the forest in two. Li Chang'an swallowed hard. Having come this far, it was time to take a look before departing. He turned and shouted, "Run!" Fei Fei and the scholar, still in shock, finally snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly responded, running alongside Li Chang'an. After only a few paces, a wave of unease surged through Li Chang'an. The three of them, whether counting legs or length, could not match the spider demoness speed. Could they possibly outrun it? He glanced back, only to see the spider leisurely hanging the cocoon from its pincers on the treetops, then sweeping its limbs across the ground, sending a stone as large as a millstone hurtling towards them. The sound of the rushing wind grew deafening. Too fast. As Li Chang'an moved to evade the flying stone, he suddenly recalled that Fei Fei and the scholar were still in front of him. Even if he warned Fei Fei in time, she might manage to escape. But the scholar would undoubtedly be unable to avoid it. Thus, he steeled himself, forcing his body to twist back. With his sword horizontally positioned, he braced against the massive stone. Though it was a struggle, in that fleeting moment, he employed every technique of deflection he knew. Nevertheless, the force of the stone transmitted through the sword and into his arm, making him feel a sickly sweetness rise in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he exhaled sharply, redirecting the stone's momentum, which grazed his calf and rolled away. At that moment, another fierce howl erupted. Li Chang'an looked up abruptly to find the spider demon had already closed the distance, swinging its tree trunk-like limb towards him. In an instant, Li Chang'an's form shrank, then sprang forward like a coiled spring, not retreating but advancing, dashing beneath the sweeping limb of the spider demon. However, the spider's legs were too lengthy for him to reach its body. Thus, he darted to the side of one of its limbs, swiftly retrieving a talisman and affixing it to the blade of his sword, biting his tongue to let a drop of blood fall upon it. Simultaneously, he formed a seal with his fingers, coating the sword in a faint azure glow. Then, gripping the hilt tightly as if felling timber, he swung down with all his might. The clash of metal rang out, causing his hands to split open, blood flowing profusely. Yet, he tightened his grip even more, raising the sword high to strike once again. With a resounding slash, the first blow severed the menacing spikes. The second blow found its mark on the spider's limb, accompanied by a piercing sound of tearing as the blade embedded itself, leaving a long and deep wound. The spider demon finally howled in pain, collapsing to the ground in a mournful wail. Li Chang'an laughed heartily, the sword gleaming with azure light once more as he spun around, bringing the blade down upon the spider demon's abdomen. Its belly was far less sturdy than its limbs, easily cleaved open, releasing a foul green ichor that splattered all over Li Chang'an. He sheathed his sword at his waist, preparing to deliver a more devastating blow. But suddenly, the spider demon leapt up, soaring above the treetops, its 8 legs retracting into a ball. In midair, its legs unfurled, striking down wildly. In a fierce gale, the ground was soon riddled with holes from the spider's assault. Though Li Chang'an relied on his agile movements to evade, he was still at a loss against the spider demon and had no choice but to withdraw. As he escaped the range of the spider's attack and turned back, he almost choked in disbelief. Fei Fei and the scholar had not seized the opportunity to flee but stood frozen, watching the spectacle. Fei Fei was utterly astonished by Li Chang'an's display, from daringly invading the spider demon's core to wounding it, and then making a composed retreat. Every action exhibited a blend of bravery and skill that was nothing short of extraordinary. No, one should say that both his courage and prowess had transcended human limits. This was a scene straight out of a tale. The scholar murmured in awe. Li Chang'an had not anticipated that his performance would be so astonishing. Discovering the two fools still staring at him in a daze, he barked in anger, "What are you gaping at? Run!" The sword strike he had just executed did not deter the spider demon. Instead, it ignited its ferocity. A few individuals had not run far when they suddenly heard a series of thunderous roars behind them. Turning back, they were met with a sight both terrifying and astonishing. The 8 enormous eyes of the spider demon glowed a more vivid crimson than before, as it barreled through the boulders and trees that obstructed its path with reckless abandon. Its ferocious presence pushed forward relentlessly. The group hastened their pace, yet their 2 short legs could never outpace the demon's 8 long ones. Li Chang'an suddenly called out, "Split up and run." With that, he pivoted and silently dashed in another direction. "Taoist!" Fei Fei exclaimed in alarm as she turned back. "Run!" Li Chang'an responded tersely, offering no further words. The spider demon, noting their division, did not hesitate either, swiftly turning to smash through a massive rock as it pursued Li Chang'an. Perhaps due to the excessive exertion, Li Chang'an's pace faltered slightly. In mere moments, the spider demon was already upon him, lunging downward with its pincers poised to strike. Given the demon's size and strength, those pincers could easily sever a person in half. In that life-or-death moment, however, Li Chang'an stood his ground and turned to face it. As if willingly walking into a trap, the spider demon, instead of seizing the opportunity to bite, abruptly halted its charge, its crimson gaze narrowing. Li Chang'an had already drawn his sword. The blade shimmered with a cold, ethereal blue light. The spider demon's eyes flickered with panic as it attempted to elevate its body once more. But it was too late. Li Chang'an laughed heartily. Reversing his grip on the sword, stepping forth, twisting his body, and sweeping his arm in one fluid motion, the sword flew from his hand, slicing through the mist and accurately piercing the vibrant crimson glow. Hiss! In immense pain, the spider demon crashed to the ground, its 8 limbs thrashing wildly. Instantly, rocks were sent flying, and trees splintered. Just as Li Chang'an prepared to retreat from the demon's thrashing limbs, a sudden roar echoed in his mind, and a feeling of weakness surged through his body. Oh no! He had overexerted himself in slaying the demon. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the demon's limbs sweeping towards him menacingly. Chapter 39. Desperate straits. Li Chang'an watched helplessly as the demon's limbs swept towards him. At that moment, a rope-like vine suddenly coiled around his waist. In a split second, he was yanked backward. He rolled on the ground several times before coming to a stop beneath a pair of moon-white pant legs. Looking up, he saw Fei Fei had arrived just in time. Breathless, she leaned on her knees, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Though she struggled to catch her breath, she broke into a broad smile, raising 3 fingers before Li Chang'an's eyes. Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a grin. All right, 3 meals. Suddenly, a snowflake landed on the tip of his nose. He glanced around in astonishment, realizing that the dense fog in the mountains had begun to churn violently, gradually thickening until it coalesced into white wisps that floated gently down through the forest. In the blink of an eye, the woods were blanketed in a thick layer of velvet-like mist. As the fog dissipated, the sky cleared, resembling the calm after the first snowfall. Meanwhile, the spider demon's frenzied movements had ceased. It lay curled up, motionless on the chaotic forest floor. To assume it was dead would be a grave mistake. This stillness indicated it was now more capable of enduring the excruciating pain in its eye than ever before, rendering it more dangerous than at any previous moment. Li Chang'an was acutely aware of this, and he pulled Fei Fei, who was eager to engage, away and turned to leave. They dashed out of the desolate woods and onto the mountain path. As the demon mist cleared, the true nature of the mountain was revealed, devoid of wondrous flowers or pavilions, only withered branches, fallen leaves, dilapidated huts, and spider webs, giving the Yunlu mountain the appearance of a demon's lair. The two hastened down the mountain, only to encounter the despondent scholar waiting by the roadside. Upon seeing them, the scholar turned with a face full of despair. Li Chang'an's heart sank. What could be the matter? The scholar offered a rueful smile and pointed down the mountain. In the direction he indicated stood a crumbling shrine to the mountain deity, surrounded by a haphazard cluster of thatched huts. This was the very palace complex they had seen from the foot of the mountain when they first arrived, the lodging for wayfarers. At that moment, cries of terror echoed from within the palatial complex. People occasionally burst through the doors, only to be ensnared by long, claw-like limbs and dragged back inside. Vanishing without a sound, Li Chang'an felt a pang of sorrow. He could easily imagine the scene when the mist abruptly cleared, shattering the beautiful illusions like bubbles. The grand halls transformed into makeshift huts, luxurious beds turned into muddy stone platforms, and the alluring beauties in their arms morphed into flesh-eating demons. After such disillusionment, tragedy always ensued. However, the scholar's gesture was not directed at these horrors. Li Chang'an looked up to see a boat drifting away from the riverbank, heading toward the county town shrouded in the night. Suddenly, a chill of fear gripped their hearts, and they turned to look back. The thick fog rolled over the desolate woods. Their path was cut off, and the pursuers were upon them. Though the mist was dense, it did not envelop the mountain as it had at their arrival. Now, it barely reached their waists. The spider demon stirred the fog as it descended the mountain, appearing as though it were descending from the clouds. Fei Fei and Li Chang'an ran with all their might, unwilling to follow the mountain path, as it led directly to the makeshift huts that served as the demon's dining hall. They had no choice but to change direction and take a longer route down the mountain. Yet the rampant thorns, twisted branches, and scattered rocks seemed to conspire to hinder their escape. In mere moments, they found themselves cornered against a cliff face by the spider demon. Li Chang'an, having exhausted himself, realized there was no way out and collapsed onto the ground. In contrast, Fei Fei turned defiantly to face the approaching demon, armed only with a slingshot. Having lost her sword, the spider demon drew ever closer, and Fei Fei could clearly see its grotesque mandibles, lined with jagged spines, and its 7 eyes, one having been lost. The fog surged violently as the demon advanced, enveloping Fei Fei's chest and crashing against the cliff, as if it aimed to swallow her whole. Amidst the swirling mist, Fei Fei suppressed her fear, just as she had countless times before, drawing back her slingshot, taking aim, and releasing. Swoosh! The iron pellet flew towards its seemingly immovable foe. Indeed, the pellet struck the spider demon, yet it showed no reaction whatsoever. Fei Fei frowned. No reaction? She quickly retrieved another pellet and pulled back her slingshot once more. This time, she focused intently as the projectile hit the demon's hardened head, embedding itself as if it had struck a mass of cotton. Fei Fei's face paled in horror, and she turned back, exclaiming, "Wait." At that moment, from above the cliff, Li Chang'an, or perhaps someone who had exchanged clothes with him, leaped down. He wielded Fei Fei's sword, which shimmered with the same ethereal blue light of demon slaying. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his vision had already blurred, rendering the spider demon a mere indistinct mass of colors. This was his final strike. Failure meant death. The roar in his mind intensified, and Li Chang'an faintly heard Fei Fei's cries. What was she saying? Wait. Wait for what? The indistinct mass finally consumed his vision entirely. Li Chang'an bit down on his lip hard enough to draw blood, the pain momentarily reviving his senses. He adjusted the sword, leveraging his descent to pierce the spider demon's crown. However, with a soft pop, the spider demon exploded into a flurry of fragments. Li Chang'an found himself empty-handed, devoid of the strength to adjust his body. He plummeted to the ground, pain and exhaustion engulfing his consciousness. Just before losing awareness entirely, he thought he heard a mocking laugh. When Li Chang'an opened his eyes again, he was confronted by a grotesque and loathsome face. This visage bore the semblance of a human, yet its sparse hair and the colorful, horn-like growths on its face were unsettling, with eyes of various sizes sprouting chaotically across its forehead, chin, and cheeks. The owner of the grotesque visage reached out to pry open Li Chang'an's jaws, inserting a soft tube into his throat. Li Chang'an attempted to struggle, but his body felt weak and limp, rendering him immobile. He ceased his efforts altogether, fixing his gaze coldly on the creature to discern its intentions. The monster, having noticed that Li Chang'an was awake, maintained its composure, pushing the tube deeper still. Soon, Li Chang'an sensed a liquid coursing through the tube into his stomach. It was only when his stomach could no longer accommodate the influx that the creature withdrew the tube and retreated from his side. At this moment, Li Chang'an finally beheld the creature's true form. Clad in tattered garments, its body resembled that of a human, yet sprouted 8 arms from its back. Varying in length and thickness, some segmented into 3 parts, while others were singular. This was not a spider demon, but rather a warped human, a living being corrupted and distorted by dark energies. What was that? Li Chang'an rasped. Feed, the creature replied monotonously, its tone as lifeless as a withered branch or a stone. Feed. Li Chang'an disregarded the creature, turning his head to survey his surroundings. The most striking feature was a massive cavern, its entrance framed by towering, withered trees that barely exceeded the cave's mouth. Li Chang'an himself was wrapped in a cocoon of flesh, suspended from a tree, alongside others, Shui Dejia, Fei Fei, Shusheng, and even the elderly survivor he had previously questioned, all ensnared in this dreadful fate. Most of the captives, though encased in cocoons, wore serene and joyful expressions, evidently lost in a dreamlike state. Only Fei Fei and Shusheng bore looks of despair and pain. They are not dead, the creature discerned Li Chang'an's worry, just enduring some torment. It inserted the tube into one of the cocoons and added, but it would have been better to die then. Li Chang'an managed a grim smile in agreement. Suddenly, the treetops trembled violently. The creature hastily withdrew the tube and slid down the tree, prostrating itself on the ground. The spider demon emerged from the cavern, its movements causing the earth to quake and dark mists to swirl. It halted before Li Chang'an, its pincers swirling ominously in front of him, an acrid stench enveloping the air. Li Chang'an, however, lifted his chin slightly, locating his sword. It was embedded deep within the spider demon's eye, leaving only the hilt visible. A smile crept across Li Chang'an's face. Does it hurt? Chapter 40. How to survive a desperate situation. Does it hurt? No sooner had the words left his lips than the mist surged violently, 7 immense, crimson eyes glowing fiercely. The sword tip protruding from the eye oozed with green. Demonic blood. Li Chang'an coolly met its gaze, allowing the pincers to sway menacingly around his head. CRR. The pincers sliced through the air, leaving a gash upon Li Chang'an's cheek. Yet, the spider demon did not further assault this oblivious captive. Instead, it turned and retrieved a cocoon, pinching it and presenting it to Li Chang'an. Encased within was a middle-aged woman, her rough skin barely concealed beneath poor quality makeup, with crow's feet betraying her age. She remained entranced in her dream, her eyes and mouth curving into a gentle smile. What is this? Li Chang'an's cold smile faded as his pupils dilated. The spider demon extended one of its pincers, from which emerged a translucent black syringe. With a gentle press, it pierced the woman's crown. The woman jolted awake from her ethereal slumber, her head trembling as she lifted it slightly, eyes widening in pain. Yet, she could see nothing, could utter nothing. For a web-like white membrane enveloped her mouth, eyes, and nostrils. Amidst the horrifying sound of suction, liquid was drawn from her head through the syringe. Her trembling ceased, her body shriveling like an emptied beverage pouch. Still, the spider demon persisted, probing further with its pincers, forcing her deflated head back into the cocoon, draining every last remnant, as if consuming the dregs of a container. Gradually, the woman's head re-emerged from the cocoon, initially wilted and lopsided upon her neck, before slowly swelling back to the contorted visage of agony. The skin resembled a balloon, inflated by the spider demon, which then sealed the wound at the top of her head with a strand of silk, ultimately hanging this empty shell beside Li Chang'an. The spider demon then seized another cocoon, this one containing a man. It extended the syringe once more, but this time, instead of consuming, it lightly pierced the man's neck, injecting its venom, before hanging him alongside Li Chang'an. The man appeared to be lost in a delightful dream, his mouth slightly agape, white filaments visibly sprouting from his lips. Before long, these filaments would form a membrane sealing all his orifices. No need to worry about his ability to breathe or eat, for by then, he would have already transformed into a bag of viscous liquid. Li Chang'an could bear no more and turned away, only to face the woman's grotesque visage. Truly a monstrosity, with a most vile sense of amusement. Li Chang'an shut his eyes. Fei Fei awoke from a series of nightmares. She dreamt of having her slingshot and sword taken, her arms filled with books and embroidery, only to be bound and placed into a crimson palanquin. In an instant, the palanquin morphed into a fearsome spider. Upon awakening, her entire body ached, her throat sore, her mind ringing. She opened her eyes to the harsh light filtering through gnarled branches, casting shadows upon her bruised face. The last memory she held was of the spider demon's wrathful torment. Is this the underworld? Am I dead? This outcome was not worse than the horrors of her dreams. Soon, she realized she could not move, her neck completely ensnared in white cocoons. Fei Fei has awakened. The voice belonged to someone filled with excitement and joy. Who was it? Familiar, yet elusive. Fei Fei's mind struggled to catch up. Not the right time to awaken. The voice was calm, as if the speaker was unconcerned with the world's troubles. It's a Taoist. A sudden epiphany jolted Fei Fei, and she turned her head to search. Li Chang'an hung from a branch diagonally opposite her, swaying gently in the wind, surrounded by a ring of cocoons. Noticing the familiar short hair, Fei Fei felt a strange sense of reassurance wash over her. Yet, a moment later, she pondered why he said it was not the right time to awaken. Suddenly, thick fog engulfed the withered forest. 7 blood-red giant eyes loomed before her. As the mist receded, the spider demon returned to its lair. Another cocoon hung beside Li Chang'an. Is this how one dies? Fei Fei's complexion paled. The scene of the spider devouring its prey was indeed too horrific. Is this how one dies? Shushing sighed. Having awakened slightly earlier, no matter how many times he had witnessed such cruelty, it never ceased to shock him. He saw the bewilderment in Fei Fei's eyes and offered reassurance. From the spider demon's intent, it appears it intends to keep the 3 of us for last, allowing us to survive a little longer. Fei Fei gave a bitter smile. Isn't that worse? Shushing's heart quivered, rendered speechless. Indeed, those who perished earlier could escape in blissful dreams, while the 3 of them were left to endure torment before their demise. Better to have died then. Li Chang'an, who had remained silent during their conversation, suddenly spoke. Die? Perhaps not. He turned to gaze downward, where the spider human was using its back arms to cling to the trunk, inserting the tube into a cocoon. Li Chang'an took a deep breath and called out, Miao Xiaotsai. Upon uttering the name, he fixed his gaze intently on the spider human, or rather, on its one normal arm, which bore a uniquely crafted ring that shone with a pristine luster amidst its filthy form. Fei Fei and the scholar were taken aback when Li Chang'an unexpectedly referred to the monster as Niu Xiaocai. Could it be that this creature was an acquaintance of the Taoist? Both were filled with profound curiosity. Unable to contain her eagerness, Fei Fei was about to inquire. But Li Chang'an silenced her with a glance. He continued to probe. Currently, Niu Banqing holds absolute power in Qixian, and the local populace believes that the spider demon residing in the mountains is a celestial being descended to earth. Only Niu Xiaocai's wife claims that the Weaving Maiden is a demon, while Niu Xiaocai's only son has caused a ruckus at the Weaving Maiden's temple, repeatedly embarrassing Niu Banqing. Do you think Niu Banqing might simply send that boy over? If he does, will he transform into a creature that is neither human, nor demon, nor ghost? Or will he be cocooned and drained of his essence? After this exchange, the spider-transformed individual remained as unyielding as stone, continuing his monotonous tasks. Li Chang'an felt a pang of emptiness. He dared not claim the title of Xiaocai, merely a humble student. Yet, such a trivial statement seemed to provide a lifeline for the trio amidst turbulent waters. Li Chang'an exhaled in relief, realizing his gamble had not been in vain. Just as he was about to speak, Niu Xiaocai interjected, "No need for further words. I understand what you wish to convey." He spoke while maintaining a steady rhythm in his actions. However, it was futile. Just when it appeared there was a glimmer of hope, the lifeline threatened to snap. Fei Fei, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "How do you know it is useless, you demon?" Indeed, the scholar chimed in. "Did you see the spider demon's eyes? They were blinded by the Taoist." Niu Xiaocai's multifaceted gaze swept over their faces, his tone still devoid of emotion. "And what of that? Do you see my eyes? 8 in total. 1 is blind, yet I still possess 7. And you? Are you not merely hanging from a tree, awaiting death?" With that, he turned towards Li Chang'an. "This mountain shrouded in fog is but the spider's web. Even if I assist you in escaping the cocoon, you cannot evade this misty trap." Unless Niu Xiaocai raises his head, his 8 scattered eyes gleaming with hatred. "You have the means to slay this spider demon." "Slay the spider demon?" Both Fei Fei and the scholar's expressions darkened. "How can that be easy?" "I know," Li Chang'an replied calmly. "Do you possess a way?" Niu Xiaocai pressed urgently. "I have no means." Niu Xiaocai paused for a moment, the light in his eyes slowly fading, threatening to revert him back into a state of stone-like indifference. "Yet," Li Chang'an remarked with a smile, "but that does not imply others lack the means. Am I not correct?" He suddenly turned towards an empty branch beside him. "Shuedaijia." "Shuedaijia?" The scholar glanced at the branch above him, where a charming beauty was playfully perched. "But Shuedaijia is right here." Li Chang'an chuckled. "How could a beauty like Shuedaijia reek of fish?" "Reek of fish?" Upon hearing Li Chang'an's remark, the scholar seemed to faintly catch a whiff, which indeed seemed to emanate from Shuedaijia. Just then, a soft, melodious voice echoed. "The little Taoist speaks earnestly, yet it's rather sweetly said." "Ah!" The scholar's eyes widened as he turned to see ripples forming in the mist. In an instant, a graceful yet alluring beauty leaned against the branch, delicately handling a silver-white short sword, none other than Shuedaijia. Like a nimble cat, Shuedaijia effortlessly leapt from one branch to another, casting a playful glance and a light laugh towards the scholar, leaving him utterly entranced. She approached the cocoon where Shuedaijia rested, furrowing her brows as she assessed it with an air of silliness. After a moment, she playfully tapped Shuedaijia on the head, causing her to transform into Li Chang'an's likeness. A second tap revealed another unfamiliar man, who bore a vague resemblance to the ferryman they had encountered on the boat. No wonder there was a fishy scent. Having utilized the Long Yu talisman extensively, Li Chang'an's sense of smell had sharpened significantly. He had already detected that the Shuedaijia hanging from the tree was not the true form. But what of it? Unmasking another's identity would yield no benefit in their current predicament. It wasn't until today that he caught a whiff of a faint yet enticing fragrance, prompting him to take the risk of revealing Niu Xiaocai's identity. In fact, he had sensed that fragrance days ago, but it had vanished too swiftly for him to ponder. Now, with Shuedaijia's return, Li Chang'an directly pointed out her presence, suggesting she must have a complete plan. Shuedaijia did not respond, but instead hopped closer to Li Chang'an, cheerfully inquiring, "Little Taoist, where do you think I hail from?" Li Chang'an blinked, pondering how he could possibly discern that. He was, after all, somewhat face-blind. However, he had heard that people from the north resembled cattle, sheep, donkeys, and horses, while those from the south resembled fish, crabs, turtles, and shrimp. "You, dear lady, bear a striking resemblance to the turtles of the mountains." This playful remark rolled around in Li Chang'an's mind, but did not escape his lips. Meanwhile, Shwedajia sat upon the branch, hugging her knees, and began recounting a tale. I am from Lingnan. In my home, 7 parts are mountains, 2 parts are water, and only 1 part is arable land. Each winter, in years of disaster, entire villages perish. In good years, it's merely families. It's strange how people, much like wild grasses, seem unable to die out. My hometown is just a remote village, not resilient to turmoil. Fortunately, in the nearby mountains, there exists a type of large spider that occasionally produces white pearls within its silk sacs. The noblemen of the central plains cherish these pearls, finding one could provide enough grain for the entire village to survive the winter. This spider is known as the wheel spider, named for its size, but we call it a Kongnauo, which means man-eating monster. This wheel spider is formidable. Even 5 or 6 skilled hunters are no match for it. When faced with danger, it can summon its kin. Yet, to survive, humans always devise ways. We discovered a type of herb called mariu, which, when consumed by the spider, induces deep slumber. She produced a vibrant green plant, which Li Chang'an recognized. But spiders do not eat grass, he interjected. Hence, one must use bait to entice the spider to consume the mariu, and then the bait is offered to the spider. She paused momentarily. However, when one is starving and desperate, any living creature that can be consumed is likely already in their stomachs. So, what else can be used as bait? The trio's faces paled. What other bait could there be? The answer was all too apparent. Shwedajia lingered on their expressions for a moment before continuing with a smile, whether in Lingnan or the Central Plains. The method by which spiders consume humans remains quite similar. First, they wrap their prey in cocoons, then inject venom to dissolve flesh and blood, before finally draining them dry. Curiously, the mariu can also dissolve in the venom while retaining its efficacy. Once the spider consumes a bite, it will fall into slumber, allowing the waiting spider hunters to pounce and extract the pearls. Yet, it is somewhat amusing, she remarked, though a shadow passed over her face. After all this effort to hunt the spider, there is no guarantee it will contain pearls within. What then? One must continue to use bait. First, the elderly, then the children, and when the children are exhausted, only the young and strong remain. Careful consideration is required. If there are more men in the village, they should be used first. If there are more women, then they should go first, until the pearls are found, or the grain is sufficient to eat. Her words, though delivered lightly, caused shivers to run down their spines. In such a context, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The scholar gazed at the enchanting Shwedajia. A bitter smile etched on his face. Shwedajia, if you possess a solution, why speak of such things? What of it? He could not articulate, left speechless. You've spoken too soon, scholar. I have yet to finish, Shwedajia replied with a playful smile. I truly have no means. No means? How can that be possible? Did you not mention the mariu? The most agitated was Nyo Shiotsai, who clutched the soft hose tightly, almost wishing to rush forward and spit in Shwe's face, yet fearing to disturb the spider demon. After grinding his teeth for a moment, he resumed his task with a measured pace, fixing his 8 eyes on Shwe. However, Shwe paid him no mind, and instead posed a question to Li Chang'an. Do you know Yin Huanxia? Li Chang'an nodded affirmatively. Of course I do. Why do you ask? After a moment's thought, his expression turned grave. Blades and swords cannot harm her. Indeed, Shwe sighed lazily. This spider demon is akin to a pig. Once it has fed, it retreats to its lair for slumber, always cocooned in silk when it sleeps. How thick is that silk? I cannot say. All I know is that when the spider ventures out, its cave is filled with webs that I suspect are no thinner than the walls of Qiqing. So thick. Li Chang'an calculated. Even with my demon-slaying skills, I cannot break through. What about fire? Li Chang'an suggested. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei's eyes brightened. Yes. Isn't spider silk afraid of fire? When we entered the mountains, the boat crew specifically took away some fire-starting tools. Shwe pondered for a moment, but shook his head. A fire would only ensure the spider demon sleeps deeply. Although it cannot sense the misty webs in the mountains, a great fire would inevitably awaken it. The forest fell into silence, save for a few lost in a dream, occasionally breaking into fits of silly laughter. Suddenly, Li Chang'an spoke. I have a rather foolish idea. Chapter 42. Racing towards rebirth. What is this idea? Shwe scrutinized Li Chang'an, as if trying to re-evaluate him. It was no surprise, for the method Li Chang'an had just proposed was not something a lawless person would conceive in an instant. It could indeed be useful, but Shwe's tone shifted. It would require a substantial amount of manpower and resources. I could gather them, but it would inevitably take a considerable amount of time. By then, you might be nothing but bones. No, by then, you would have no bones at all. Li Chang'an retorted. Why go to the trouble of gathering forces when we have resources at hand? You mean? Shui regarded Fei Fei with suspicion, wondering if perhaps the golden beam had indeed arranged a group to escort them. However, Li Chang'an asserted, "Does the government not have the duty to maintain peace and exterminate evil?" Shui could not contain his laughter. "I thought you had a clever plan. The government? That Daoi official in Qiqing? He wouldn't dare confront even half the city. Do you think he has the guts to take on demons? Just place a knife at his throat and see if he still dares." Fei Fei interjected, her eyes glinting with mischief, clearly accustomed to such antics. Yet, Shui merely smiled at Fei Fei's suggestion in silence. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Could it be that she still had connections within the official circles? Regardless, he turned his gaze to the scholar. The scholar, unfazed by Li Chang'an's scrutiny, subtly nodded back and then turned to Shui, instantly adopting a fawning demeanor. "You need not worry about this. Just go to the Qiqing Inn and seek a man named Wang Qi. Inform him of our plan, and the magistrate of Qiqing will surely comply." The scholar's confidence was so overwhelming that even Li Chang'an, prepared for anything, was astonished. Li Chang'an was unaware of the scholar's true identity, but sensed that he hailed from a prominent family. He had heard of the lowly horses drained of blood in the living corpse village. This breed was not native to the Central Plains, but rather a tribute from a nation known as the Ugly and Short. Now, with the turmoil in the realm, the tribute routes blocked, and the Central Plains in decline, these lowly horses had become rare, attainable only by noble families. Shui was equally taken aback. Although Li Chang'an had some understanding, it was superficial. This magistrate was known as the 100-Mile Marquis, a veritable local emperor in remote areas. Though this particular magistrate was a coward, the ability to make him bow to authority indicated the scholar's formidable backing. Her mind raced through the names of several powerful families, and she inquired, "May I ask your name?" The scholar had been anticipating this question and promptly proclaimed, "I am Wang Zifu of Guizhou." Upon finishing, he slightly raised his head, attempting to adopt an air of nobility, though his lower body was entirely wrapped in cocoons, and his face bore bruises. He lacked the demeanor of a proud aristocrat, instead appearing foolish. Nevertheless, the name Wang Zifu seemed to carry sufficient weight, prompting exclamations of surprise from both Fei Fei and Shui. A romantic fool? A lovesick fool? Their words caused the scholar, or rather Wang Zifu, to lose his composure. Awkwardly retorting, "It is affection, not foolishness." Yet, he seemed rather pleased with the title of lovesick fool, repeatedly insisting, "Lovesick is merely a term of endearment from friends. I do not deserve such praise." Yet, there was no semblance of modesty in his demeanor. He clearly relished the attention. With the plan thoroughly discussed, Shui remarked, "In that case, I shall use the Wang family's name to intimidate that official. As for the three of you, I suggest you seek your fortunes." "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Fei Fei exclaimed urgently. "Aren't you going to let us down first?" At her words, Shui displayed an expression of disbelief. Is this little sister truly as adorably naive as she seems? With that, she vanished in a ripple, leaving only a lingering fragrance in the air. "Shui, come back. What are you doing?" Fei Fei shouted in frustration, suddenly realizing she referred to herself as a sister. Habitually, she retorted, "What sister? I am a proper forest man." Halfway through her protest, her face flushed crimson. In the past, her sun-kissed complexion would have concealed any embarrassment, but now, her fair skin turned her into a ripe apple. Previously, she might have used some potion to achieve her rough, yellow complexion, but after days in the spider's cocoon, her makeup had gradually worn away. Coupled with the morning rain, her true appearance was revealed, a delicate girl with fair skin and a striking visage, still not fully matured. "You all," she turned to her companions, attempting to explain, but upon seeing their faces devoid of surprise, she narrowed her eyes. "You knew all along?" The scholar, trying to weave a few words into the conversation, quickly surrendered under Fei Fei's piercing gaze. "Fei Fei, little sister," he stammered, noting the significant differences in posture between men and women. "Is that so?" Fei Fei mused. "I do not differ much from men." Li Chang'an, pondering this, began to understand why the scholar had earned the title of lovesick fool. A Taoist? He turned to Fei Fei, who had shifted her gaze to him, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. He could hardly confess. "I saw your bandages." Fei Fei regarded him with a mix of disbelief and growing annoyance. "Then why doesn't that Shui woman release us?" Well, Li Chang'an sighed. "Firstly, she fears that releasing us would alert the spider demon. Secondly, catching a spider requires bait." Fei Fei looked at him incredulously. Li Chang'an sighed again. "We are the bait." He glanced at the desolate forest. The remaining living souls were dwindling. The withered woods remained unchanged, the pale sunlight mingling with the gloomy mist, wrapping the empty cocoons on the gnarled branches, swirling in the wind. "Is it not here yet?" Fei Fei's voice had long lost its usual vitality. Her eyes were sunken. and her complexion bore a bluish hue. The scholar beside her oscillated between moments of consciousness and stupor. In contrast, Li Chang'an, surrounded by the deceased, though weary, retained a semblance of composure. "It's already here," Li Chang'an said softly, his gaze directed at the scholar Niu. "Isn't that so?" The scholar, busy clearing the heads of the fallen, paused momentarily, but offered no reply. Fei mustered her strength while the scholar struggled to awaken from his semi-conscious state. They lacked the energy to speak, merely waiting for Li Chang'an to continue. "The food we consumed yesterday contained a peculiar flavor, likely that of the Mi Ri Su." The three turned their eyes towards the scholar Niu, who hesitated before finally responding. "Today, that scoundrel Niu Wu will send a batch of people." Before he could finish, he suddenly leaped from the tree and knelt on the ground. The thick fog surged, and the spider demon emerged to feast on the living. To be frank, upon unexpectedly seeing Shue's head impaled with a syringe, Li Chang'an felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet, if the beautiful ferryman were indeed a conspirator of Niu Banqing, it would be a case of poetic justice. If he were an unwitting victim, there was little to lament, for death had claimed him. The pressing concern now lay in the fact that the spider demon had suspended Shue's empty shell. According to its predatory habits, it would select the next victim and inject venom in advance. Li Chang'an surveyed his surroundings. The forest was desolate, with only the three of them remaining alive. The spider demon oscillated its venomous needle between Fei and the scholar, ultimately halting above Fei's head. Her expression shifted to one of despair. She opened her mouth, but only managed to cast a lingering glance at Li Chang'an before closing her eyes. The scholar, on the other hand, began to shout hoarsely, "You eight-legged pest! Remove your claws. If you're going to feast, then devour your royal grandpa first." In a moment of desperation, the scholar resorted to vulgarities. Fei glared and retorted, "Be quiet. My predicament at the hands of this demon is due to my own lack of skill. It has nothing to do with you, scholar. Demon, if you wish to kill, then do so. If I frown even slightly, it shall be on your conscience." Li Chang'an spoke leisurely. "What are you two bickering about? This foolish demon cannot comprehend human speech. Spiders, as creatures, gather sound and rely on their legs to sense vibrations. They might hear sounds, but cannot discern human language. Otherwise, Shui would not have blithely emerged to converse with them. However, it might be possible to attract its attention using sound." As the spider demon's venomous needle approached Fei's head, Li Chang'an summoned his remaining strength and bellowed, "Hey!" Indeed, upon hearing the sound, the spider turned its head. Spitting with great precision, Li Chang'an struck its eye with saliva. "Huh, look at the fiery glow in the spider's eyes." He grinned, secretly thinking, using spit is indeed less strenuous. "Come on, I am in a hurry to be reborn." He closed his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his neck. Chapter 43. The dry weather calls for fire attacks. The venom coursed through Li Chang'an's body, and his consciousness was abruptly drawn into darkness. Yet, just as his thoughts began to fade, a glimmer of green light burst forth from the darkness, rapidly expanding and dispelling the shadows in his mind, though simultaneously, it seemed to consume his very essence. Li Chang'an found himself in a peculiar state, not dead, yet unable to awaken. Fortunately, a beam of white light infiltrated his consciousness, although it was much weaker than the green light. It was sufficient to shatter the shell that had confined his awareness. First, he sensed a liquid flowing into his stomach, followed by a moistness on his lips. Gradually, he opened his eyes to see Shui smiling as he retrieved a water pouch. Sounds gradually entered his ears. "Taoist, how are you? Daozhang, are you alright?" Finally, he regained control over his body. Turning his head, he was met with the concerned gazes of Fei and the scholar. He opened his mouth, realizing his tongue was still somewhat uncooperative, but he managed a nod. The two immediately broke into weary smiles before collapsing to the ground. Li Chang'an struggled to rise and muttered incoherently, Shui checked, no major issues. The spider demon? It's sleeping soundly in its lair." Li Chang'an lifted his head to survey the area. He noticed a throng of people gathered around. Some were local officials, others militia, and a few were guards from the scholar's household. Wang Qi was supporting the scholar while directing the others to disperse a viscous liquid throughout the forest. This thick, black liquid, with its peculiar and pungent odor, was the ancient city's formidable weapon, fire oil, or what modern individuals might recognize as petroleum. This was Li Chang'an's clumsy strategy to set the mountain ablaze. Li Chang'an, feeling weak, decided to descend the mountain, observing as others poured the oil along the way. Upon reaching the hillside, he noted that the fog had dissipated, revealing a layer of ash on the ground. Both the buildings and the demons were laid bare, with the smaller spider demons still slumbering. However, the officials and soldiers dared not strike at the demons, merely dousing them from a distance with fire oil. This was of little consequence. Soon, the great fire would turn everything to ash. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a boat lay docked at the base. While the ferryman, dejected and bound, was nearby. Teams of officials and militia were hauling canisters of fire oil from the boat's hold, their weapons carelessly piled on the dock. Hours passed, and the officials and militia returned from the mountain, calling out names one by one. The leading county officer nodded to a few individuals. Shui immediately tossed a torch to the ground. Instantly, a dragon of fire spiraled upwards, and where it passed, flames rapidly spread. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the heights of Yunlu Mountain erupted in blazing flames. Whether due to the fire's glow or the toxin's effects, Li Chang'an felt a surge of exhilaration, a sickly flush appearing on his pallid face. Having regained some strength, he rose, picked up a long spear from the boat's side, and silently walked in another direction, observing the inferno that consumed the sky. In an instant, the fierce flames enveloped the heavens. Yunlu Mountain, long tainted by the spider demon's malefic aura, had seen its waters severed and its vegetation wither. Aside from the demons, no living creature remained. Coupled with the fire oil, the entire mountain ignited effortlessly. The smaller spider demons, still in slumber, were reduced to ash by the flames. Yet, the faces of those present bore little joy, for all knew that the crux of the matter lay not with these minor demons, but with. Suddenly, a deep, unsettling roar echoed from the mountaintop, sending everyone's gaze skyward. From the heart of the flames emerged a colossal figure. The spider demon awoke amidst the agonizing blaze. The very silk that usually safeguarded it now became the harbinger of its doom. Its silk was inherently flammable and had been doused with fire oil by Li Chang'an and his companions. As the flames ignited, the cave transformed into a furnace of molten steel. It struggled desperately to escape the burning threads, already charred and bleeding its demon blood, which evaporated almost instantly in the searing heat, and most of its 8 limbs were rendered useless. However, escaping the cave did not mark the end of its calamity, but merely the inception of greater misfortune. The entire mountain was engulfed in flames. Just as it had been once ensnared by a web of fog, no quarry could elude the grasp of this merciless hunter. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained. At the foot of Yunlu Mountain flowed the Qijiang River. If it could escape the flames in time and plunge into the river, the demon's formidable life force might yet preserve its life. Even the most ignorant beasts instinctively know how to survive, let alone a spider demon. It let out a furious roar and charged directly down the mountain, plunging into the fiery abyss. Along the way, without flinching or retreating, it charged through obstacles, crashing headlong into them, and when faced with a precipice, it rolled down without hesitation, even if such a cost left it battered and bruised. With only 2 limbs still capable of movement, and 6 of its 7 eyes blinded by the searing flames and toxic smoke, it somehow managed to break free from the inferno. Undoubtedly, should it escape today, the people of Sichuan would face the most brutal retaliation. However, as the spider demon held its breath, it finally bulldozed its way out of the fire, and before it lay the rushing Qijiang River. Directly in its path stood a solitary figure, brandishing a spear. It was Li Chang'an. Upon seeing Li Chang'an, the spider demon let out a deep growl. The animosity between the two was palpable. At this moment, if the spider demon did not remove this obstacle, it could not reach the water in time to cool down, and would be cooked alive by the heat within its body. Li Chang'an understood that if the spider demon escaped here, the consequences would be dire. The confrontation was more intense than ever. The spider demon, now devoid of its minions and with its silk pouch long destroyed, could only drag its massive body forward, resembling a collapsing mountain as it charged at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an did not flinch, grasping the long spear in both hands. He drove it into the ground with his knee, snapping the bamboo shaft in 2. He discarded the broken end and surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them shrank to merely 20 or 30 steps. The shadow cast by the spider demon under the blaze of the wildfire had already enveloped Li Chang'an. Suddenly, Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words: "Exterminate the demon." Instantly, the broken spear was enveloped in a verdant glow, particularly at the tip, which radiated a chilling intensity. While still in motion, he thrust his foot forward, pivoting his body with force, as if he intended to hurl both his arm and the broken spear together. The spear flew like an arrow. It struck the spider demon's head with precision. Its tough exoskeleton had already been scorched by the flames. The spear penetrated the demon's brain with a sickening crunch. The spider demon's charge faltered abruptly, crashing to the ground. However, due to inertia, it continued to slide forward, coming to a halt just before Li Chang'an. At that moment, the spider demon still attempted to claw at Li Chang'an with its charred pincers. Li Chang'an scoffed coldly, stepping onto the spear shaft, driving the broken spear deeper into the demon's skull. The monstrous creature, known for devouring countless lives, trembled and ultimately fell silent, perhaps fueled by adrenaline. Despite having expended nearly all his energy in that throw in the act of extermination, Li Chang'an felt a lingering dissatisfaction. He scrutinized the remains of the spider demon for a moment, then suddenly plunged his hand into one of its destroyed eyes, grasping a sword hilt that felt as hot as iron amidst the boiling blood. Ignoring the sharp pain in his hand, he exerted all his strength to pull the sword free. Instantly, scalding steam and bubbling blood erupted from the wound left by the sword. "Old friend." Li Chang'an smiled as he held the sword. "It's been a long time." He had expected that the first to arrive here would be Shuedejia, but unexpectedly, it was Niu Xiaocai who appeared first. Since awakening, Li Chang'an had not seen Niu Xiaocai and thought he might have been too afraid to show himself. Yet now, he suddenly emerged. Upon seeing the massive charred corpse of the spider demon, the wooden expression on his face shattered instantly, and he rushed forward. He tore at it, kicked it, cursed, and wept. This man, who usually appeared as if he were a mere shell of a person, erupted with such fervent emotion at the moment of vengeance. After venting his fury, he turned to face Li Chang'an. Benefactor, Niu Xiaocai knelt before him, offering the spider demon's only intact eye. Li Chang'an accepted it. The eye was multifaceted and devoid of any remaining tissue, resembling a large, blood-red gem in his hand. "Benefactor, please lend me the sword." Li Chang'an remained silent. Handing over the sword, Niu Xiaocai took the sword and, with a swift motion, sliced off the grotesque arm growing from his back, then proceeded to gouge out the surplus eyes from his face. He then removed the concentric ring from his hand, carefully wiping away the bloodstains, and handed both the ring and the sword back to Li Chang'an. He then turned and stepped into the raging fire. Li Chang'an said nothing and made no attempt to stop him. After a moment of calmness amidst the flames, he smiled and nodded. All gatherings must eventually part. The long pavilion, the ancient path, it is indeed the season of farewells. The galloping horses return northward, the scholar reluctant to part, while the Taoist stands resolutely with his sword. As the figure gradually recedes, the scholar cannot help but call out loudly, "Sister Feifei, the world is perilous. How will I hear news of you again?" At his words, she turned her horse around, her proud neck held high as if to respond to the scholar. Yet her gaze flickered towards the Taoist. "Remember, one day, my name will be known throughout the world, and then you shall hear of me." With that, the lion-colored steed tossed its mane and galloped away. The scholar watched that figure vanish at the end of the road, sighing deeply. After today's parting, I know not if we shall meet again in this lifetime. In a blink, Li Chang'an too had disappeared. Wang Qi, who had been waiting nearby for some time, stepped forward, leading the Taoist's large blue donkey. "Taoist Li has already departed, and before leaving, he entrusted his donkey to you." "The Taoist has left too?" the scholar murmured. "Oh, dear donkey." He stroked the donkey's gentle back. "Now, it seems it is just you and I remaining. Wang Qi, what about me?" In the stillness of midnight, all was silent. In the Sichuan jail, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a hunched figure emerging from the shadows. Clad in prison garb and holding a lantern, the dim light illuminated the face of Niu Banqing, who had once basked in glory. "It's over. Everything is over. The business is over. The land is gone. The house is gone. My reputation is utterly ruined." Yet fortunately, the hidden wealth remained, enough to bribe the jailer, to placate loyal subordinates, to change his name and start anew. He hurried towards the city gate. Beneath the gate, a solitary figure stood with their back to the long street, waiting with the lantern raised. Just as Niu Banqing was about to urge for the gate to be opened, he suddenly fell silent. As he approached, the lantern-bearer turned, revealing not one of his loyal subordinates, but a short-haired young Taoist. "Niu Wu?" he instinctively responded. A flash of the sword, and the lantern was knocked to the ground. Li Chang'an wiped the blood from the tip of his sword on Niu Wu's lifeless body. What Niu Xiaocai had entrusted to him before taking his own life, aside from the ring, was the life of his enemy, Niu Banqing. Chapter 44. The nest of insects. Like many single men who live alone, I am not particularly fond of tidying up my room. Thus, it became a matter of course that my space was inhabited by flat, small creatures with antennae, scuttling about in the dark corners. I paid little mind to them, for after all, cockroaches do not eat humans. Until one day, when I awoke in the middle of the night and, half asleep, pushed open my bedroom door, stepping barefoot onto the floor. Crunch. Something slick and sticky crunched beneath my foot. I've decided to eradicate them. I ordered some pesticide online and, following the seller's instructions, sprinkled it in the corners of the room before nightfall. The next morning, I found numerous lifeless bodies scattered on the floor, some still twitching. Collecting them took up nearly half a dustpan. How could there be so many? The number truly exceeded my expectations. It seems that old adage holds true. If you spot one cockroach in your home, rest assured, thousands more are lurking in the corners. So that evening, I laid out more, and the results the following day were predictable. Thus, on the third day, the cycle continued, and I found myself somewhat amused by it all. Doesn't this resemble agricultural practices? Seeds sown on one day yield fruits the next, evoking a certain joy in harvesting. However, my bounty has burgeoned excessively. It began with a modest half basket, then grew to nearly fill a whole one, ultimately forming a small mountain that overflowed beyond the basket's confines. This is unsettling. I awaken from this inexplicable fervor, realizing something is amiss. Why are the cockroaches multiplying? Where do they come from? Where do they hide? Standing alone in the center of the room, it feels as though every corner harbors something watching me, each shadow whispering secrets. Yet, despite my determined search through every nook and cranny, I find nothing. It's all right. Cockroaches do not harm humans, I reassure myself, yet I still purchase several surveillance cameras, strategically placing them around the room. Before dawn, I awaken, or perhaps I never truly slept, eagerly booting up my computer to examine the footage. I feel a blend of anxiety and excitement, tinged with fear, as if uncovering a dark, terrifying secret that bears a deadly allure. Initially, the footage reveals nothing unusual. The room appears eerily still. Just as I consider fast-forwarding, a cockroach emerges from the corner, followed by another, and then a third. Like a black tide surging forth from corners, crevices, beneath chairs, and every shadowy recess, engulfing the entire room. My heart shudders as if constricted by a poisonous serpent. My lips dry, I struggle to produce saliva, fighting the urge to hurl my mouse away, compelled to continue watching. The tide finally recedes, revealing the room once more. But the source of the surge is my bedroom. A jolt of realization propels me to frantically search my bedroom. Beneath the bed? Nothing. Behind the nightstand? Empty. Under the chair? No sign. In the drawers? Nothing. Where are they? Where? I feel lost, like a beast trapped in a cage. Could it be? Suddenly, I spot a slight gap in the window. Could they have escaped? Yes. They must have slipped out. A sigh of relief escapes me as I collapse into my chair, sitting in stunned silence. Abruptly, my ear itches, prompting me to scratch. Yet I wonder, where could they have gone? Doubt creeps in. A sharp sting pricks at the corner of my eye, urging me to rub it. Never mind. Tomorrow, I must move out. My nose begins to itch uncontrollably, and I can no longer suppress it. Achoo. With that sneeze, a small, flat creature with antennae, lurking in the shadows, falls onto my keyboard. Oh, I now know where they hide. Room 1404. A dark resentment permeates the entire hall. A ghastly specter hovers in midair. Opposite the specter, a group of frightened souls huddles together. Trembling, the specter emits a piercing wail, its form and the palpable resentment charging forth. The group scatters in terror, except for one small spirit, who, in a daze, curls into a ball in a futile defense. The specter, its mouth agape, jaws stretching down to its waist, appears poised to devour the small spirit whole. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, seizing the specter by the neck and slamming it down, delivering a flurry of blows. The pinned specter struggles desperately, yet the unexpected strike only fuels its madness, devoid of any other emotion. Is it solely driven by hatred? The one battling the specter, apart from the spirits, is none other than the returning Li Chang'an. Observing the scene, he furrows his brow, intending to draw his sword to cleave the specter in two. However, as his hand grazes the hilt, a sharp pain radiates from his insides. His face pales, his body swaying, yet his hand remains steadfast. This is a remnant of the spider venom. Upon reflection, Li Chang'an realizes that the liquor consumed at the banquet on Yuhing Mountain must have saved him. At that time, the venom had already permeated his organs, but it simultaneously awakened the life force contained within the wine, resulting in a neutralization of the poison. Consequently, Li Chang'an's internal organs were rejuvenated, albeit at the expense of their strength, leaving them fragile. Any exertion or use of magical powers could easily disturb them. After resolving matters in Qixin, Li Chang'an returned to the modern world, intending to recuperate, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in this chaos. Without time to shed his travel attire, he had to intervene. Since drawing his sword proved futile, he opted against further violence. He instructed Wu Laoda to find a beverage bottle, compressing the specter into a small mass and sealing it within the bottle, affixing a yellow talisman. Placing it on the table, He watched as dark smoke swirled within, faintly revealing a grotesque visage, the bottle vibrating incessantly. A swift motion saw him adhere another talisman, finally quieting the specter, transforming it into a bottle of black ink. Where did this specter originate? What immense resentment does it harbor? It is not that the specter is particularly powerful. Rather, in this environment, spirits lingering in the mortal realm are easily worn down by external conditions, dissipating into nothingness. Wu Laoda and his companions, despite appearing weak and cowardly now, were once formidable spirits themselves, for it was only through their resilience that they endured until entering room 1404. However, before joining, their souls were nearly dissipated, and the resentment that had clung to them was the first to be eroded. Thus, they now exhibit a facade of tranquility, with some even unaware of their own names. Just as Li Chang'an was about to reprimand these cowardly souls, an unexpected phone call rang out. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he answered, "Is this Master Li?" "This is Zhang Suxuan." Chapter 45. The female officer, a rusted bus sign leaned askew by the pavilion, and the advertisement-clad bus barely halted before swiftly departing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coughs erupted among pedestrians as the fine particles invaded their lungs. Li Chang'an covered his mouth and nose as he stepped out of the bus shelter. He surveyed his surroundings, confronted by the dilapidated facades of old houses, with makeshift shanties wedged between them, further constricting the narrow streets. The area appeared neglected, with heaps of trash teeming with flies accumulating in corners and by garbage bins. And as the wind picked up, plastic bags and dust swirled chaotically. "Mr. Li," called a voice tinged with a Hong Kong accent. "Over here." Li Chang'an turned to see Zhang Suxuan, clad in a simple white training outfit, standing by the roadside. Her silver hair was neatly combed back, exuding a serene and composed demeanor that seemed to stand apart from the chaotic world around her. It said that some individuals are naturally suited to their calling, bestowed with an innate talent. In this environment, others dressed similarly would evoke the image of an elderly person casually strolling about. Yet Master Zhang managed to convey an air of ethereal grace. Alas, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. Otherwise, she would not have sought me out. With a smile, Li Chang'an approached to join her. The day before, Zhang Suxuan had called, requesting his assistance. Initially, Li Chang'an, already fatigued and weary, intended to decline. However, upon reflection, despite having earned a small sum from Boss Liu, he had also invested in numerous unutilized supplies and equipment, especially that bottle of Limao for the old Taoist, and the specially crafted sword at his waist, which had consumed a significant portion of his funds. It is said that a penny can thwart a hero, unwilling to resort to theft or deceitful means for sustenance. He reluctantly agreed to help. Truth be told, even after acquiescing, Li Chang'an found it puzzling. Individuals like Zhang Suxuan, akin to scientific researchers, should be the least likely to believe in the supernatural. Even when events unfold right before their eyes, most individuals will stubbornly seek an excuse to deny the truth. One cannot help but wonder why this Master's perspective has shifted so swiftly. At the first sign of trouble, he immediately sought out Li Chang'an. For those who dabble in the supernatural, reading the mood is an essential skill. Zhang Suxuan, for some reason, seemed to intuit Li Chang'an's thoughts. "Mr. Li is a true expert. I, as a mere pretender, wouldn't dare deceive you with falsehoods. This craft has been passed down through 3 generations since the time of my master's master. Although my ancestors imparted some knowledge of feng shui, divination, and exorcisms, it was merely superficial. I had never encountered genuine skill until my recent encounter with that fox spirit and zombie, which seemed to open a door. Recently, however." Zhang Suxuan fell silent, waiting for Li Chang'an to make the first move. But such heartfelt openness surely comes with ulterior motives. Li Chang'an, fully aware of this, regarded him with an enigmatic smile. After a couple of forced chuckles, he waved his hand with a sigh. "Let us not dwell on that," he said, stepping forward to lead the way. "Mr. Li, the location can be a bit tricky to find. Allow me to guide you there." "No need," Li Chang'an replied, stepping past him. "I'm quite familiar with this place." With that, he led Zhang Suxuan through a small supermarket, turning into a narrow alley, and after a short walk, they arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. A short, plump young officer awaited them in front of the security booth. "Zhang Lao, you're here." Zhang Suxuan nodded with restraint, then introduced Li Chang'an. "Xiao Tang, this is Mr. Li Chang'an. Don't be fooled by his youth. His expertise is profound, and he is here specifically for this case." The officer named Tang, upon hearing this, hurriedly greeted Li Chang'an and then led the two into the complex. "Come, Master Zhang." "Mr. Li, the crime scene is on the 8th floor of Building 1. The matter for which Zhang Suxuan sought Li Chang'an's assistance was indeed a homicide. though he had no illusions about being able to solve it himself. He simply wished to ascertain whether there were any supernatural elements involved. Given the bizarre nature of the victim's demise, Li Chang'an had inquired briefly over the phone. The deceased bore no direct relation to Zhang Sushuan, signifying that this was purely a professional matter. It was rather unusual for a self-proclaimed practitioner to take such an enthusiastic interest and even personally fund Li Chang'an's involvement. If there were no ulterior motives, it would be hard to believe. However, Li Chang'an was not one to pry into others' affairs, thus he refrained from asking further questions. The building was an old residential structure, lacking an elevator and necessitating a climb up the stairs, which left them all slightly out of breath. After catching their breath, Xiao Tang removed the seal from his security door and produced a key. "What are you doing?" A sharp voice rang out as a policewoman stormed up the stairs. Though referred to as a beauty, the term was a polite euphemism. The woman, in her 30s, had decent features but a rough complexion, lacking even a hint of makeup. Her athletic build and brisk movements suggested she was a seasoned professional. Taken aback by her sudden appearance, Li Chang'an initially thought it a mere internal communication oversight within the police force. However, upon noticing Xiao Tang's sweating face and Zhang Sushuan's eagerness to ingratiate himself, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Xiao Yun." To his surprise, the policewoman glared back. "Who is Xiao Yun?" "My name is Zhang Qian." Her retort left Zhang Sushuan momentarily speechless, while she turned her ire towards Xiao Tang. "Do you know what you're doing? As a police officer, you brought two unrelated civilians into a crime scene. If you compromise any vital evidence, can you bear the responsibility?" Under her fierce authority, Xiao Tang trembled. "Zhang team leader. It's Director Wang who asked me to handle this matter," he stammered. Zhang Sushuan quickly interjected to mediate. "Xiao Qian, Director Wang has entrusted me with this case. You need not interfere. I repeat, my name is Zhang Qian." She emphasized, her anger palpable. "What do you mean by not interfere? Am I a police officer, or are you?" As tensions threatened to erupt, suddenly, the policewoman's phone rang from her pocket. She answered it begrudgingly, her expression shifting from dark to darker. Meanwhile, Xiao Tang discreetly tucked his phone back into his pocket. Li Chang'an gave him a thumbs up, signaling him to maintain discretion. Moments later, the policewoman hung up, her face resembling a thundercloud. With a huff, she warned, "Do not disturb the scene," before storming back down the stairs, deliberately avoiding eye contact with anyone present. Zhang Sushuan opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Turning to Li Chang'an, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and then addressed Xiao Tang. "Please open the door." As the security door swung open, a wave of stale, putrid air rushed out, prompting the three to instinctively cover their noses. "I'll open a window for some fresh air," Xiao Tang said, darting toward it. Wait. We must preserve the scene," Zhang Sushuan shouted in alarm. Thus, Li Chang'an had no choice but to survey the surroundings amidst the oppressive atmosphere. This appeared to be a rented room. The floor was bare, and while some furniture was present, it was mismatched and incomplete. It seemed as though someone had made minimal renovations for the sake of rental income. A cursory glance revealed a box of cockroach bait in the corner, and surprisingly, surveillance cameras were installed in each corner. Xiao Tang led them into the bedroom. Upon opening the door, the stench intensified. The body of the deceased slumped over the computer desk chair in the bedroom. Earlier, Zhang Sushuan had not clarified the manner of death on the phone, only indicating it was peculiar. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the body having been discovered for some time, the police had not yet removed it. Xiao Tang began to outline the basic details of the deceased. The victim, surnamed Qian, was Qian Sheng, aged 22. A recent university graduate who moved to the city alone for work and is currently employed at a certain internet company. While Xiao Tang recited the details, Li Chang'an approached, turning the chair to face him, and furrowed his brow. The victim bore no visible wounds or bloodstains, but the expression was grotesque, mouth slightly ajar, and eyes wide open, with the position of the eyeballs seeming slightly askew. Despite the alarming appearance, what troubled Li Chang'an was a fleeting sense of familiarity. He felt he had seen this person somewhere before. "Don't move." Just as Li Chang'an pondered this, Xiao Tang suddenly shouted, startling Zhang Sushuan. "What's wrong?" Xiao Tang's face paled further than it had when confronted by the policewoman. Just as Li Chang'an was about to inquire, a faint, strange sound caught their attention. Although subtle, in the stillness of the closed room, it was distinctly audible. All eyes turned to the left eyeball of the deceased, which began to twitch. Not merely moving but appearing to be forced to the side. The inner corner of the eye bulged slightly, and a tendril emerged from within. Soon, the eyeball was nearly bulging from its socket as two insect legs, hooked at the ends, clung to the discolored orb, and a cockroach emerged from the eye. Xiao Tang turned ashen. "Run." He screamed, his voice cracking. Yet, it was too late. With a loud pop, both eyeballs burst free, followed by an unfathomable swarm of cockroaches pouring from the victim's eye sockets, nostrils, ears, and mouth, a dark tide surging toward the ceiling before crashing back down. In an instant, the room was besieged by the swarm, and with the buzzing of wings, the insects converged upon the three. Chapter 46. Wind control. The room was swarming with insects. As a cacophony of wings filled the air, and the creatures descended upon the three individuals from every direction. Xiao Tang and Zhang Suxuan hurriedly grabbed nearby objects to swat at the pests, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. When Zhang Suxuan opened his mouth, a bug attempted to crawl inside. Xiao Tang wore a bitter expression. The corpse was so infested that the cockroaches would attack anyone who approached, which was why the police had yet to handle the body. He had been assigned this task due to a recent falling out with his superiors. He had assumed that the two were aware of the situation, but it appeared that Zhang Suxuan had forgotten in his anxiety. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, upon encountering the dead body, approached without hesitation. This was akin to stirring a hornet's nest or disturbing a nest of cockroaches. However, Xiao Tang sensed something different. Previously, the cockroaches had attacked to drive away intruders, but this time, the chaotic swarm seemed more panicked, as if frightened. While Xiao Tang was lost in thought, the old diviner beside him could no longer tolerate the onslaught of insects burrowing into his ears. Suddenly, he remembered that he had brought along Li Chang'an. He glanced toward Li, who was strolling calmly amidst the buzzing swarm, and as he passed, the insects seemed to part for him. Zhang Suxuan quickly called out, "Mr. Li, help us." Noticing their distress, Li Chang'an nodded and, under the hopeful gaze of the old diviner, pursed his lips and exhaled. Zhang Suxuan, caught in a moment of stupor, felt a sudden cool breeze brush against his cheek. Almost immediately, a sharp sound pierced the air, the rush of wind slicing through the room. A tempest arose, stirring the air within the bedroom, and the insects were violently swept away, crashing against the walls, floor, and ceiling. With a loud bang, the bedroom door burst open, slamming against the wall. The frenzied wind surged inside, intensifying the chaos. The furniture shook violently, papers and pages flew about, and both Zhang Suxuan and Xiao Tang were tossed around by the gale. The small room was quickly filled with a torrent of air. Finally, the windows could bear no more and shattered with a shriek. The whirlwind, now carrying the insects along with shards of glass, escaped through the broken windows. As the wind subsided, Zhang Suxuan and Xiao Tang stood amidst the wreckage, the bodies of insects falling from the ceiling, yet they remained motionless, their faces blank with shock. The source of their bewilderment was Li Chang'an, who leaned against a table, his complexion pale and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What he had just employed was a newly acquired technique following the vanquishing of a spider demon. Wind control. The wind was wild, a force untamed, connecting all things in existence. With this newfound ability, Li Chang'an could summon a tempest simply by attuning his own breath. However, such power was difficult to control. He had only just attempted a small invocation and felt as though he were grappling with the very essence of nature, leaving him drained of both magical energy and vitality, and even affecting his internal organs. Zhang Dali. A high-pitched voice echoed at the door. Was that the name of the deceased? Curiosity piqued. Li Chang'an looked over to see a furious female officer blocking the entrance, her gaze fixed on the old diviner. Meanwhile, the ethereal master Zhang Suxuan appeared anxious, his dialect slipping into his native tongue as he exclaimed, "What Zhang Dali? Where does this Zhang Dali come from?" "Huh," the female officer scoffed, sweeping her gaze over Li Chang'an's pale face before turning her attention to Xiao Tang. "I instructed you to secure the scene. What have you done to protect it?" Both men snapped out of their stupor, glancing around to see overturned chairs, scattered debris, and the walls smeared with remnants of cockroaches and blood. On one chair, only a smooth skeleton and a few shreds of human skin remained. "This Xiaoyan, I'm Zhang Qian." Downstairs, a crowd of elderly residents had gathered. Just as the glass shattered, some were present, but fortunately, the fragments were sufficiently small that no serious injuries occurred. Only a thin man had sustained a minor cut on his left leg, yet he rolled on the ground as though he had suffered a grave wound, leading onlookers to believe the injury was far worse. At that moment, the female officer led the bewildered old diviner downstairs, and upon spotting the man rolling on the ground, she called out, "Bai Xiuyue, what are you doing on the ground?" Hearing his name, the man sprang up, grinning sheepishly. "Nothing, just having a bit of fun, Captain Zhang." As Bai settled down, others gathered around. They had escaped harm, but the debris was not limited to glass shards. Observing the female officer and Xiao Tang surrounded by a throng, both sweating profusely as they calmed the crowd, Zhang Suxuan seized the moment to discreetly pull Li Chang'an away. Once they were far from the chaos, the old diviner sighed deeply. Mr. Li, you must have discerned the connection between me and Xiaoyan. Li Chang'an nodded nonchalantly. You certainly owe her a considerable sum. Zhang Suxuan paused, torn between amusement and exasperation. Mr. Li, you jest. I indeed owe much to Xiaoyan. He turned back, casting a lingering glance. She is the daughter of my late ex-wife. Li Chang'an grimaced, disinterested in such soap opera narratives. He quickly interjected. You came to me for a reason. As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a bundle wrapped in a tablecloth. Unwrapping it, he unveiled an extraordinarily large, luminescent purple cockroach. At the sight of such a grotesque creature, Zhang Suxuan felt his scalp prickle, instinctively stepping back. What is this? Found at the scene, Li Chang'an added. And it bears traces of sorcery. Zhang Suxuan's expression darkened. His involvement in this matter stemmed from a fear that his daughter might encounter entities beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Is it a curse? He thought, recalling the notorious sorcery associated with such creatures. I cannot say for certain if it is a curse, but Li Chang'an's demeanor was resolute, his hand instinctively moving toward his waist. There is indeed a malevolent force at play. He re-wrapped the insect and ignited a talisman of the dragon and jade. Observing invisible strands extending into the depths of the city, entwined with a foul stench akin to that of the scene, Li Chang'an lifted his gaze, peering beyond the streets and rooftops toward the hazy city sky. This way, following the invisible thread, Li Chang'an traced it to the other side of the city's village, only to confront an old, dilapidated apartment building. They ascended the stairs, following the scent, until they reached a wooden door. Knock, knock. Zhang Suxuan rapped twice, but no response came from within. Is anyone there? Li Chang'an shook his head. Take this. He thrust the large insect into Zhang Suxuan's hands and asked, Did you purchase insurance? What? Zhang Suxuan's face twitched as he accepted the insect, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Chang'an grinned, stepping back and then lunging forward to slam against the door. Bang! The door swung open, revealing the interior to their astonished eyes. Zhang Suxuan gasped in horror. In the center of the room stood a grotesque figure, not corpulent from excess weight or clothing, but ensnared in a thick swarm of mosquitoes, layered upon layers enveloping it. Wind, come forth. Without further thought, Li Chang'an summoned the tempest once more. With the force of the wind, he burst into the room. As the wind flooded inside, it created a vortex, swiftly stripping away the mosquitoes and revealing a desiccated corpse beneath. Mr. Li, Zhang Suxuan followed him in, suddenly pointing at the body and exclaiming in shock. The remnants of mosquitoes gathered atop the corpse, coalescing into a mass the size of a fist. Swirling in the fierce wind towards the window, Li Chang'an deftly drew a small sword, measuring half a palm in length and 2 fingers in width. Its blade adorned with intricate talismans painted in red cinnabar. The heavens blazed ominously, and the earth trembled with portent. Li Chang'an's lips moved rapidly, and the small sword slipped from his grasp, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the center of the insect mass, scattering it into oblivion. The sword continued its trajectory, embedding itself in the wardrobe, pinned through a mosquito the size of a fingertip. Its abdomen was swollen and glistening red, blood oozing along the blade. This small sword was a product of Li Chang'an's imaginative ingenuity, as he pondered whether swordsmanship could be applied in such unconventional ways. Unfortunately, it had been delayed during transit, and only upon his return did he manage to retrieve it from the security booth. Yet, its efficacy was far from ideal. It lacked the sharpness of true swordplay, and the talismans proved less potent than those inscribed on paper. Nevertheless, thanks to his mastery over transformation techniques, Li Chang'an's muscle control and hand-eye coordination had become remarkably refined. With a throw, he could accurately strike within a 10-step radius. As the swarm of mosquitoes dissipated, Li Chang'an emitted a muffled groan as a sweet, metallic taste surged in his throat. The tempest he had summoned had strained his internal organs. Mr. Li, are you all right? Zhang Suxuan inquired, having observed the scene intently. Li Chang'an shook his head, signaling that he was fine, then extracted the sword talisman, letting the corpse of the mosquito fall to the floor. He frowned and suddenly crouched down, prying open the mosquito's abdomen to retrieve a shard of crystal. Roughly the size of a fingernail, Li Chang'an pinched it between his fingers, wiping away the blood, and held it up to the sunlight, which illuminated it with a crimson glow. Mr. Li, what is this? Zhang Suxuan asked again. Li Chang'an shook his head once more. He sensed a faint aura emanating from the crystal shard, but remained uncertain of its true significance. What should we do now? Zhang Suxuan pressed. What else can we do? We must utilize that cockroach, Li Chang'an replied, turning to look at Zhang Suxuan's hands. only to be taken aback. Where's the insect? Insect? Zhang Suxuan glanced down to find his hands empty, save for a small piece of tablecloth spread on the floor. He had inadvertently let it slip during his moment of panic. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Zhang Suxuan's forehead. This was no ordinary cockroach, but a creature capable of devouring a person. If it were to escape, the old fortune teller shivered, frantically searching the vicinity. Just as he turned his head, half of the insect's body emerged behind his ear. Chapter 47, A New Victim. The insect's antennae had already ventured into the old fortune teller's ear. Oblivious, he continued to scan his surroundings, unaware that the grim reaper he sought was lurking right behind him. Don't move, Li Chang'an commanded sharply. The old fortune teller, confused, turned around only to be met with the glint of a sword's tip. He was so startled by the sudden appearance of the blade that he nearly froze. A chill swept over his ear as the sword grazed perilously close to it. You, he began to question, but was interrupted by a sudden sound as something dropped at his feet. He looked down to find the very cockroach he had desperately sought. Its head cleaved in two, yet still struggling to right itself. His face drained of color, resembling his hair, as he recoiled in horror, realizing what had just transpired. Touching the small cut left by the sword's edge on his ear, he felt a twinge of pain, but was overwhelmingly relieved that the creature had not burrowed into his brain. Mr. Li, thank you for saving my life, the old fortune teller said, still shaken. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively as he retrieved his small sword and cast a glance at the cockroach, which had finally managed to flip itself over. With a swift motion, he crushed it underfoot and extracted another shard of crystal from its remains. Zhang Suxuan, observing the scene of insects and corpses within the room, felt a tumult of emotions, wavering in apprehension. Mr. Li, what should we do now? He stammered. Li Chang'an instructed him to wait a moment, then closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on his sense of smell. After a brief pause, he shook his head again. His ability to track these insects relied on the scent of the invisible threads that lingered on them. In his haste to save Zhang Suxuan, he had severed the cockroach's head, causing those threads to dissipate instantly. The remaining scent in the air was lost amidst the complexities of modern urban life, rendering it indistinguishable. Yet, there were indeed multiple threads emanating from the cockroach. This was merely one among many. This indicated that elsewhere in the city, other insects might be at work. Such a situation was beyond Li Chang'an's capabilities. He rose to his feet and uttered a phrase that brought relief to Zhang Suxuan. Call the police. At the police station, both officers and civilians couldn't help but cast their gazes towards a certain corner of the hall as they passed through. It was not out of curiosity, after all. Witnessing a young man wielding a sword while standing in a police station, calmly composed, was indeed peculiar. Zhang Suxuan did not make the call to the authorities. Rather, he directly contacted Director Wang, relaying Li Chang'an's suspicions and the situation at hand. Director Wang immediately took the matter seriously. After all, if the case of the insect attack was an isolated incident, it could be explained as a rare and bizarre natural phenomenon. However, should another incident occur in quick succession, it might very well signify a series of heinous murders with unknown methods. Following Li Chang'an's deductions, it was highly probable that other victims had already emerged or would soon do so. This warranted utmost caution. Director Wang promptly mobilized police resources for a citywide investigation while personally leading a team to secure the scene. It was during this time that Li Chang'an met Director Wang for the first time, a portly, elderly man. Without hesitation, the director conferred the titles of consultants upon Li Chang'an and Zhang Suxuan. One must admit, the efficiency of the state apparatus was indeed remarkable. Before long, a commonality between the two deceased individuals was uncovered. The first victim, named Sui Liang, was also a laborer from the lower strata of the city, having recently vacated an apartment just like Qiansheng. Both had moved out in close succession and subsequently fell victim to the insects. Although the clues were scant, it was a starting point. The police swiftly summoned the residents of that apartment to the station, while simultaneously investigating any cases of sudden disappearances or individuals who had not been seen recently. As a consultant, Li Chang'an was entitled to participate in the proceedings. Thus, while the officers questioned the apartment residents, he stood aside, sword in hand, attracting frequent glances from onlookers. Unfazed, he turned to a short, plump officer named Xiao Tang, who had also been temporarily assigned to handle the case. Why are there so few people? Only a sparse handful of residents had arrived, far fewer than the police present. Xiao Tang explained, that apartment is in a remote area with low rent. The inhabitants are either laborers or recent graduates from out of town, leading to high turnover. Given the circumstances, it's quite impressive to gather this many. Li Chang'an nodded, scanning the faces of the few residents before settling his gaze on one man. This individual had deep-set eyes and was as gaunt as a skeleton. Wasn't he the same Bai Shiyue who had caused a scene beneath Qiancheng's building? This Bai Shiyue seemed to be a regular at the police station, appearing utterly at ease as he sprawled across two chairs. The neighboring residents avoided him with great caution, especially a heavily made-up young woman who dared not glance his way, retreating with her head buried deep in her collar. Yet the more she recoiled, the more Bai Shiyue gazed intently at her, a vague smile playing on his lips. This person? Li Chang'an inquired, pointing at Bai Shiyue, turning to Xiao Tang for clarification. Xiao Tang, having witnessed Li Chang'an's capabilities firsthand, dared not delay and promptly replied, "This man is Bai Shiyue, a notorious figure, but the reason she avoids him," he added with a hint of disdain on his chubby face, "is likely due to her own guilty conscience." What guilty conscience? Before Xiao Tang could finish, a female voice interjected. It was Zhang Qian, the daughter of the old sorcerer. No. Xiao Tang quickly waved his hands. "I'm just rambling." He hastily gathered a pile of documents, adding, "Right, Director Wang is waiting for these. You all take your time to chat." With that, he dashed away. Perhaps accustomed to the behavior of her subordinates, Zhang Qian gave it little thought, offering a rare smile that softened her usually tense expression. "Don't heed his nonsense about Bai Shiyue," she paused. "He is, in a way, a pitiable soul. We know his situation well. He suffers from a peculiar illness that causes excruciating pain throughout his body. Initially, he relied on morphine for relief, but gradually developed a resistance and succumbed to addiction. It's tragic for his daughter, a charming little girl of only 3 or 4 years, left in the care of an addict. Fortunately, despite his struggles, he still manages to provide her with a meal." After sharing her thoughts, Zhang Qian busied herself with her tasks. No sooner had she left than Xiao Tang returned. Coincidentally, Li Chang'an found himself with a minor inquiry. "Is your forensic lab on this floor?" "Forensic lab?" Xiao Tang scratched his head. "No, it's not here." "Why?" Just then, a loud shout echoed through the corridor. "Found it." "Found what?" At that moment, Zhang Suxuan suddenly emerged, grabbing Li Chang'an and pulling him outside. "Master Li, hurry. We found a new victim." Chapter 48. Bai Shiyue Director Wang led the way, with Xiao Tang driving Li Chang'an and Zhang Suxuan following closely. This time, the crime scene was not in a village, but rather in an ordinary residential community in the northern part of the city. Upon their arrival, the courtyard was teeming with police vehicles, surrounded by a crowd speculating about the events that transpired upstairs, many snapping photos and recording videos. Li Chang'an wished to remain inconspicuous and circumvented the throng, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the designated floor, he encountered a group of officers blocking the entrance. Most with ashen faces, some even leaning against the walls, retching violently. Upon entering the room, the reason for their distress became apparent. A nauseating stench of decay filled the air, overpowering even the scent of the insects. Xiao Tang and the old sorcerer turned pale, covering their mouths as they rushed out. Li Chang'an pinched his nose, relieved he hadn't indulged in his usual habits. The deceased lay in the center of the living room, where Director Wang was busy directing a team of forensic experts around the body. Li Chang'an approached to examine the victim, perhaps having just bathed. The deceased was clad only in underwear. The upper half of the corpse appeared relatively intact, with a complete head and a sheen still present on the facial skin, indicating that death had occurred not long ago. However, the lower half was a horrific sight. Even Li Chang'an, seasoned as he was, felt his stomach churn. The limbs and torso bore gaping, festering sores, some as small as a coin, others as large as bowls, exposing bone, oozing pus and decay. Intestines spilled from the abdominal wounds, mingling red blood with yellow pus, as white maggots crawled in and out. Meanwhile, Director Wang and the forensic officers, unfazed, leaned in closely to examine the body, even digging through the putrid flesh. Observing their dedication, Li Chang'an felt compelled, despite his advisory role, to contribute and summoned his spiritual talisman. Moments later, he bolted from the room, joining the wave of retching in the corridor. Leaning against the wall, his face turned an unhealthy shade of green. Regardless of how many times he encountered such sights, the odor always reset his threshold for tolerance. Regrettably, despite expelling his lunch, he gleaned no insights. While traces of the curse lingered on the corpse, the core entity harboring the crystal shards remained elusive. It was no wonder that no swarms of flies were drawn to the living. He had initially intended to trace the invisible threads from the insects to uncover the practitioner or another victim. Now, it seemed he could only hope for alternative leads. Seeking fresh air, he retreated to another floor, as the acrid stench of the corridor was unbearable. Upon his return to the scene, he noticed Director Wang directing officers to collect the body, while the maggots, entrenched within the corpse, would have to be dealt with later. At this moment, Li Chang'an observed a peculiar expression on Director Wang's face. It was neither the bureaucratic detachment typical of a veteran officer nor the fervent indignation of someone still engaged in their mission, but rather a blend of sorrow and remembrance. A glance at the other officers revealed similar expressions, with a few younger female officers stifling sobs behind their hands. Did you know the deceased? Li Chang'an approached Xiao Tang, whispering. His name was Sun Yong. Xiao Tang replied, his expression complex. He was a former colleague of ours. Former? Li Chang'an probed. He was dismissed from the force recently. Xiao Tang hesitated before continuing softly. He made a mistake at work, but why dwell on it? He is gone now. Xiao Tang's face reflected discomfort, unwilling to elaborate further. However, Li Chang'an pressed on. What kind of mistake? This wasn't mere gossip. He believed it could be a pivotal lead. Under Li Chang'an's persistent questioning, Xiao Tang's demeanor soured, indicating that Sun Yong's error was likely a dark chapter not only for him, but possibly for the entire police force. Yet, Li Chang'an, unabashed, persisted. What exactly was the mistake? Sensing Xiao Tang's reluctance to respond, he added, the cause of your colleague's death may very well be an act of revenge. Revenge? How could that be? Xiao Tang chuckled incredulously. That white toxin addict. He received a substantial sum afterward. How could he be unhappy? White toxin addict. Li Chang'an's mind immediately conjured the image of the gaunt man by Xu Yue. That's him. This matter had originally been suppressed by higher authorities, with a confidentiality order issued. Under Li Chang'an's penetrating gaze, Xiao Tang faltered, glancing at Director Wang before cautiously pulling Li Chang'an aside to explain in hushed tones. Bai Shiyue was a user. He was recently caught and sent for mandatory rehabilitation, and it was Sun Yong who accompanied him to the rehab center. Rehabilitation? Li Chang'an recalled Zhang Qian's words. Doesn't he have a daughter? He pondered. What will happen to her now that he's gone for rehab? That's the thing, Xiao Tang sighed apparently. Before being sent for rehab, Bai Shiyue begged Sun Yong, mentioning his daughter was still at home. But Sun Yong had just been dumped by his girlfriend, lost in his own world, and either forgot or simply didn't register it. And now, we think of that little girl. Xiao Tang pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, but not lighting it. The body is already decayed, with bloodstains all over the door. Xiao Tang closed his eyes, unable to continue. Li Chang'an did not press further. The scene was all too vivid in their minds. Negligence, he stated coldly. Xiao Tang nodded. After the incident, the higher-ups, concerned about the potential social repercussions if the matter were to become public, opted to suppress the situation. Those involved were dismissed or sentenced as appropriate. Sun Yong, who should have faced incarceration, managed to evade legal consequences due to his family's connections, only to find that he could not escape the fate of murder. Xiao Tang smiled faintly, refraining from further comment. As a law enforcement officer, it was not his place to speak in such a manner. Indeed, Sun Yong had brought this upon himself. And what of Bai Shiyue's neighbors? The little girl had knocked on doors until her hands were bruised. It would have sufficed for them to merely inform the community police. Bai Shiyue's neighbors? Li Chang'an mused. They are likely all dead by now. You can't be serious? Xiao Tang exclaimed, eyes wide, but quickly shook his head in disbelief. Bai Shiyue didn't utter a single word afterwards. He simply went about his business, and even received a substantial hush money. Li Chang'an remained non-committal, stating that those who had made up their minds rarely voiced their intentions. He inquired, is he a local? No, Xiao Tang replied promptly. Individuals like Bai Shiyue were well documented in police records, and thus, he was quick to respond. His household registration is in Qianan. He is. Xiao Tang suddenly shivered. A Miao person. Li Chang'an's pupils constricted, and he felt a strong conviction solidifying within him. Just then, an elderly charlatan rushed around the corner, seizing Li Chang'an's arm, his pallor alarming, and his body swaying precariously. Mr. Li, please help. The old charlatan had been eavesdropping and, upon hearing the dire conclusion, burst forth with a look of sheer horror. What is happening? What is wrong with you? It's not me. It's my daughter. The old man clutched Li Chang'an's arm tightly, his nails digging into the flesh. Captain Zhang? Li Chang'an recalled that Captain Zhang was indeed still at the station, but she was not Bai Shiyue's target. Was she? Oh no, Xiao Tang exclaimed, slapping his forehead. That time, Bai Shiyue was captured by Captain Zhang. Chapter 49. The serpent ball. Zhang Qian sat in the hall, enveloped by a palpable tension. As the captain of the police force, she should have led the team to the scene upon discovering the victim. However, just before departure, the director concocted an excuse requiring her to remain at the station to coordinate, dismissing her vehement objections. Observing the old charlatan trailing behind Director Wang, she understood all too well the implications of the situation. Suppressing her frustration in silence, the surrounding officers, well aware of their captain's temper, avoided provoking her and tactfully navigated around her. After some time, she finally came to terms with the reality of her situation. What else could be done? Higher authorities often crushed those beneath them. With a resigned sigh, she rose. Most of the personnel had been dispatched, leaving her, the captain, with nothing to do. The hall was sparsely populated, with the most conspicuous figures being Bai Shiyue and the trembling woman beside him. Zhang Qian furrowed her brow, moving to sit between them. She observed Bai Shiyue, noting his apparent emaciation since their last encounter. When had they last met? After a moment's reflection, she recalled apprehending him for drug use and subsequently handing him over to the department before being dispatched on urgent business. It had only been a couple of days since her return. Seeing Bai Shiyue prompted thoughts of that sweet, innocent little girl. How has Qiuqiu been lately? At her words, Bai Shiyue slowly shifted his gaze to her face. After a long pause, he began to laugh softly at first, then increasingly louder, until his laughter echoed through the precinct. A manic cacophony of hysteria. What are you laughing at? Zhang Qian interrupted. Nothing, nothing. Bai Shiyue managed to stifle his laughter, wiping away tears of mirth from his gaunt face. You didn't know, did you? Didn't he know? What is it that I don't know? Zhang Qian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she caught a whiff of a familiar, unsettling odor. After a brief exchange with Director Wang, Zhang Suxuan pulled Li Chang'an back to the station. Xiao Tang drove them along the way. What about Captain Zhang? Zhang Suxuan asked, eyes glued to her phone, her fingers white from tension. No answer, Li Chang'an pressed. What of the station's phone? Zhang Suxuan gritted her teeth. No one is answering. And the nearby officers? They've all been dispatched. Even if we call for emergency reinforcements. Her expression darkened, but she refrained from voicing the thought. If Bai Shiyue truly was the murderer, the people at the station might have already lost their lives. It's all my fault, Zhang Suxuan murmured, reflecting on how Captain Zhang, as the rightful leader, should have been on site. Yet, due to her lingering fears from the roach and mosquito incident, she had leveraged her connections with Director Wang to keep her daughter at the station. Little did she know, the supposed safe haven had morphed into a perilous trap. Burying her head in her hands, her shoulders trembled. Li Chang'an observed her plight, uncertain how to console her. The entire precinct was silent, likely lost to self-deception as they awaited the inevitable. Suddenly, Zhang Suxuan raised her head, gazing out the window, and shouted at Xiao Tang, "Can you drive any faster?" In her desperation, she abandoned all decorum, her frustration spilling over as she inadvertently sprayed spittle onto Xiao Tang's face. It was understandable. 5 or 6 minutes had passed, and they had barely traveled 100 meters. Yet, it was not entirely Xiao Tang's fault. Despite the late hour, traffic remained a reality, with red lights and congestion persisting. Xiao Tang bit his lip and retorted, "How fast do you want me to go? Drive as fast as you did when you were born. Fine. Buckle up." Without further ado, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Li Chang'an found himself in an exhilarating, real-life car chase. He had not anticipated that Xiao Tang, who appeared rather unassuming, would drive with such fervor. Under Zhang Suxuan's urgent prodding, he embraced his reckless side, speeding through intersections, running red lights, and taking shortcuts. Arriving at the police station in record time, while the rest of the team remained mired in traffic. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Chang'an swiftly exited the vehicle, ushering the old charlatan back inside. "You stay here and don't cause a ruckus." Turning to Xiao Tang, he added, "You as well." Despite knowing Bai Shiyue posed a threat, Xiao Tang suppressed his quaking legs, swallowed hard, and declared loudly, "I am a People's police officer." Li Chang'an paused, as though seeing this stout man for the first time. He chuckled and asked, "Officer, do you know how to deal with pests?" Xiao Tang's expression soured. "Officer, do you have a gun?" Xiao Tang was left speechless. Li Chang'an patted his chest, pushing the protruding flesh back into his body. "The duty of the People's police is to protect the masses." He pointed at the old charlatan. "This old citizen is now your responsibility." With that, he strode toward the police building. The structure remained as brightly lit as when he had left, yet it was eerily silent, akin to a resplendent tomb. With the foul odor of pestilence wafting through the air, Li Chang'an could not help but smile wryly, feeling as though he had been transported back to an ancient world. Dragon's lair or tiger's den, it was merely a matter of facing the challenge head-on. Alas, he lamented his own wounds were yet to heal completely. Without waiting for reinforcements, he ventured into the precinct alone. Every passing moment could cost a life. Upon entering the building, the pungent scent of the cursed insects intensified palpably. I should have recognized the anomaly sooner. Unbeknownst to the old diviner, as he wallowed in regret, Li Chang'an was also consumed by remorse. His earlier inquiry to Xiao Tang about the presence of the forensic office stemmed from his detection of the foul odor within the police station. At that moment, he assumed it was merely the scent clinging to him and his companions from the scene, failing to give it due consideration. It was only when the odor became overwhelmingly potent that he posed the question. Regrettably, the news of a newly discovered victim diverted their attention. Otherwise, Li Chang'an would have gripped his sword sheath and rushed toward the source of the stench. The source lay within the hall, precisely where the previous residents had gathered. Li Chang'an unsheathed his sword and cautiously pushed open the door to the hall. The lights had been extinguished, and only the illumination from the corridor streamed in, revealing the sprawled bodies of residents and officers alike. He hurried forward to examine them. Fortunately, they still exhibited signs of life. At first glance, it appeared they had merely fainted. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, only to be interrupted by a hissing sound. Rather than rushing toward the noise, Li Chang'an retreated to the doorway and flicked on the light switch. The illumination returned to the hall, yet his palm grew clammy around the sword's hilt. In the corner of the hall, a multitude of vividly colored snakes coiled together, forming a massive sphere. Amidst their writhing bodies, Li Chang'an discerned a grotesquely made-up face. The ominous atmosphere was palpable. Li Chang'an recited an incantation, casting a small sword inscribed with a spell to dispel evil. He surmised that these serpents were gathered through dark sorcery, and the spell might yield some effect, so he decided to give it a try. To his astonishment, the snakes dispersed, with the remaining few being dispatched by Li Chang'an's sword. Enveloped within the serpentine sphere was indeed the woman whom Bai Shiyue had been fixated on. Her countenance was now rigid and contorted, the heavy makeup having transformed into a ghastly visage. Though hope was dim, Li Chang'an leaned down to check for her breath. Suddenly, her mouth gaped wide, and a small red snake shot forth, aiming its venomous fangs at Li Chang'an's wrist. This snake, thin as chopsticks and gleaming like a flickering flame, was smaller than the mutated insects Li Chang'an had previously encountered. However, its vibrant coloration hinted at the potency of its venom. At that moment, the fangs were perilously close to his wrist. In a split second of instinctive awareness, Li Chang'an swiftly rotated his wrist, causing the cold serpent's head to narrowly graze his skin. Unyielding, the snake lunged directly at his face, leaving him no option to evade. Yet why evade? With venomous fangs inches away, Li Chang'an did not flinch. He merely recoiled slightly. As the serpent neared the tip of his nose, it suddenly stiffened, unable to advance further. In truth, Li Chang'an had seized its tail in the very motion of his wrist rotation. The small snake futilely bit at the air, splattering a few drops of foul venom. Li Chang'an casually flicked it against the wall. However, the snake twisted midair, rebounding off the wall and lunging back toward him. In response, a flash of sword light erupted. From merely 3 inches away, the red snake was cleaved in two. Before the severed pieces could hit the ground, Li Chang'an unsheathed a small sword, hurling it forth to pin the snake's head against the wall. Despite being sliced in half and impaled, the creature continued to writhe, the severed body inching toward its head. Li Chang'an swiftly grasped it, and the snake coiled around his wrist, its slender frame surprisingly strong, tightening painfully around him. He extricated the serpent from his wrist, gripping it by the midsection, and with a swift motion, a shard of crystal mixed with viscera oozed from the severed end. Instantly, the once writhing body fell limp, the head ceasing its struggles, lifeless. Li Chang'an collected the crystal fragments and turned to inspect the heavily made-up woman, only to find her lifeless. A victim of the serpent's bite. He sighed, gently closing her eyes. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the corridor outside. At this moment, most of the police personnel lay unconscious on the floor, while Xiao Tang and the old diviner remained outside. Who was stirring in the corridor? Bai Shiyue. Li Chang'an drew his sword and sprang to his feet, rushing out of the hall, spotting a gaunt figure fleeing down the corridor. Bai Shiyue. Stop, he shouted, retrieving his small sword. Under such circumstances, who would comply? True to his nature, Bai Shiyue disregarded Li Chang'an's command. Observing this, Li Chang'an hurled the small sword at him. In a bygone era, he would have aimed for the back of his head. However, in this modern society, he could only target Bai Shiyue's legs. Ah! Bai Shiyue cried out, stumbling as he fell to the ground. As he toppled, he raised his hand, unleashing a swarm of flies, mosquitoes, and cockroaches from his sleeve, forming an insect wall that surged toward Li Chang'an. Unperturbed, Li Chang'an produced a dispelling talisman, flicking his wrist to ignite the yellow paper without the need for wind. Drawing the talisman forward, the insect wall immediately crumbled, the insects buzzing chaotically. He then removed his outer garment, sweeping through the swarm with both hands until the terrifying insect wall vanished. Meanwhile, Bai Shiyue had managed to prop himself against the wall. using his sleeve to cover his hand as he extracted the small sword from his leg and discarded it on the floor. Li Chang'an glanced over, observing faint wisps of smoke rising from the blade. Enough. You can no longer escape. Upon hearing this, Bai Shiyue's skeletal face broke into an unsettling grin, and he raised his middle finger at Li Chang'an, silently mouthing a universally understood curse. Grasping the window ledge, he leaped out. Li Chang'an's expression darkened as he followed suit. Leaping after him, the fall was not far, merely from the second floor, and the ground below was a grassy patch. Bai Shiyue landed awkwardly, rolling several times before struggling to rise. Li Chang'an swiftly pursued, already aiming for Bai Shiyue's fleeing figure while gripping his sword, intent on using his momentum to incapacitate this foul-mouthed miscreant. Under normal circumstances, Li Chang'an's agility would have sufficed to execute this maneuver effortlessly. However, upon landing, he found himself unexpectedly weakened. Crack! Li Chang'an lost his balance, crashing onto the grass. Damn it! He had forgotten his injury had not yet healed. Frustration etched across his face. He propped himself up with the sword sheath. Ahead, Bai Shiyue limped away desperately. He spat out some grass, dragging his injured foot as he pursued with a noticeable limp. The old diviner stealthily emerged from the back of the police station. Realizing that Li Chang'an's words had been true, his entrance into the police station had only hindered matters. Yet, when a daughter is in peril, which father can remain a passive observer? That young officer was obstinate, refusing to let him enter despite Li Chang'an's insistence. But how could a novice stand against an experienced old fox? With a few clever words, he had managed to extricate himself and circumnavigated to the back of the police station. At this moment, he was not focused on confronting the murderer. His sole intention was to ascertain his daughter's safety. As he turned towards the back door, he looked up and was met with the sight of two limping figures engaged in a slow chase across the lawn. The one in pursuit was naturally Li Chang'an, while the one fleeing was the gaunt and skeletal Bai Shiyue. The old sorcerer shivered, intending to sidestep, but as he moved, the horrifying visages of three victims flashed in his mind. Yet, propelled by an inexplicable courage, the old sorcerer let out a ghastly wail and charged forward. Bai Shiyue, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another person, momentarily froze, allowing the old sorcerer to seize his arm. "Let go!" Bai Shiyue cried, thrashing wildly. "Release me!" The old sorcerer gritted his teeth, holding on with all his might, as if he wanted to mount Bai Shiyue entirely. "Mr. Li, hurry!" As Bai Shiyue sensed Li Chang'an drawing nearer, he gritted his teeth and made a desperate pull, resulting in the old sorcerer clinging to his arm being severed at the shoulder. Strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. The old sorcerer collapsed to the ground, clutching his severed arm, and before he could rise, a swarm of venomous insects surged forth from the wound. These creatures quickly enveloped his body, crawling into his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. Neglecting his pursuit of Bai Shiyue, Li Chang'an rushed to the old sorcerer's side. He first extracted a red-headed centipede from the old man's ear, then produced a talisman to dispel the poisonous insects. After that, he grasped the old sorcerer's collar and shook him awake as he teetered on the brink of oblivion. "Did any insects enter your body?" The old sorcerer, momentarily dazed, shook his head in confusion, then suddenly turned pale and began nodding vigorously. "A cockroach crawled into my mouth." As he spoke, two cockroach legs shot out from between his teeth. "Ah, it seems I need not worry about that cockroach. It's merely a bit nauseating." Li Chang'an remained silent, choosing to distance himself. However, the old sorcerer's expression abruptly shifted as he grasped Li Chang'an's arm. "Where is Xiaoyan?" Before Li Chang'an could respond, a female voice interjected. "You're back so soon. What have you two been up to?" They turned to see a female officer holding two large bags of takeout, staring in astonishment at their disheveled state. Chapter 51. Seeking vengeance. The hospital buzzed with commotion, and the iron chair felt icy. The old sorcerer clutched a diagnosis report, a flimsy piece of paper that he unfolded and refolded. The doctor informed him that after a radiographic scan, no abnormalities were found within his body. The wounds inflicted by the insects were merely superficial, treatable with a simple ointment. Li Chang'an silently gazed at the bandage on his ankle, feeling the frustration of the nurse called back to work, who wrapped the bandage around his leg as if it were free of charge, wishing he had simply gone home to apply a traditional plaster instead. At the far end of the hospital corridor, voices echoed as officers lined up for inspections. Following the arrival of reinforcements, the officers in the precinct gradually regained consciousness and were subsequently taken to the hospital for evaluation. The first few examined exhibited symptoms consistent with a toxin that induced unconsciousness, with no immediate side effects detected. Captain Zhang navigated through the crowd, maintaining order with an air of authority. She had been fortunate. Before Bai Shiyue struck, she noticed everyone was preoccupied, leaving her, as the captain, with the leisure to personally fetch supper for the remaining officers and residents, thus narrowly escaping disaster. She hadn't answered her phone, as it had been left behind at the precinct. Family members inquired with concern, residents wept in fear, and officers offered quiet reassurances. In short, chaos reigned. The two men exchanged glances. Despite their disarray, Bai Xiuyue had still managed to escape. Zhang Suxuan appeared fatigued, her eyes bloodshot. No matter how well she maintained her health, beneath her ethereal demeanor, she was just an ordinary old man. After an exhausting day, she felt utterly drained, sitting in a chair that seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet she persisted, unwilling to rest. She twisted the paper in her hands anxiously, her expression laden with worry. Do not fret excessively, Li Chang'an reassured her. Although Bai Xiuyue was apprehended by Captain Zhang, she remains unaware of his intentions towards his daughter. His target may not necessarily be her. Mr. Li. Zhang Suxuan raised her head, wiping her face in an attempt to dispel her fatigue. He dared to commit murder in the police station. Do you think he cares about who is innocent or guilty? Li Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. The mindset of a drug addict and sorcerer could not be evaluated through the lens of conventional morality. Mr. Li, is there truly no other way to locate him? Since Bai Xiuyue fled the precinct, he had seemingly vanished from the mortal realm, and no one could ascertain his whereabouts. Faced with Zhang Suxuan's hopeful gaze, Li Chang'an slowly shook his head. He, too, yearned to capture Bai Xiuyue. Whether his next target was Zhang Qian or not, it represented a living soul extinguished. Li Chang'an pursued the supernatural, relying solely on the talisman of the dragon-chasing jade. However, in this modern world, where spiritual energy was depleted, the efficacy of talismans was significantly diminished. Moreover, the heterogeneous odors of the city could easily disrupt one's sense of smell. Furthermore, the urban environment was rife with various enclosed modes of transport, and not far behind the police station lay a garbage transfer station. All of these factors rendered the dragon-chasing jade talisman ineffective. Mr. Li, could it be possible that Zhang Suxuan has not given up? His eyes suddenly brightened, and he eagerly inquired, what if we summoned the vengeful spirits to inquire about Bai Xiuyue's whereabouts? Do you possess the ability to do so? Li Chang'an encountered. Zhang Suxuan stumbled over his words. The typical art of summoning spirits merely called upon wandering souls, but in this modern world, it could be likened to a grinding furnace. Without the protection of a corporeal form, souls would be swiftly eroded. In such circumstances, attempting to summon spirits would likely necessitate delving into the underworld and interrogating the realm of the dead. Li Chang'an was uncertain whether anyone could achieve this in the murky world devoid of spiritual energy. He certainly lacked such capabilities. He shook his head, preparing to offer Zhang Suxuan an explanation when suddenly, Li Chang'an had a thought. The vengeful spirit? Perhaps there is still hope. In the living room of his home, Li Chang'an held a bottle of beverage, its surface adorned with several yellow talismans. Beneath the talismans, black smoke swirled slowly within the bottle. The spirits in the room dared not linger in the living area, retreating to the bedroom, leaving only a narrow crack in the door. Through the dark crevice, 17 pairs of ghostly eyes fixated on Li Chang'an, or rather, on the bottle he held. The reason there were only 17 pairs was that Wu Laoda stood to the side, trembling as his bloated, pallid flesh shook uncontrollably. With each tremor, droplets of water cascaded from him. Those droplets seemed animated, rolling across the floor and gathering at Wu Laoda's feet. Li Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at him. If you are afraid, you might as well retreat into the room. How could that be possible? Wu Laoda quickly retorted. With you here, how could a mere vengeful spirit dare to bite my backside? Yet even as he spoke, the ghost subtly inched backward. Humph. Li Chang'an shook his head and twisted open the bottle cap, prompting Wu Laoda to dart into the bedroom with a whoosh. He blinked, thinking that this ghost was rather cowardly. Instantly, the bottle released a torrent of black mist, and a chilling wail echoed throughout the room as the vengeful spirit attempted to burst forth from the bottle. However, as soon as its head emerged, Li Chang'an swiftly pressed it down. Thus, the small beverage bottle bore an oversized head, an appearance both bizarre and comical. Huh. A series of low chuckles erupted from the crack in the door. The vengeful spirit turned to display a fierce countenance. With a crash, the door was abruptly slammed shut. A bunch of cowards. Li Chang'an gazed at the tightly shut door, silently scoffing, then seized the vengeful spirit's head, twisting its face towards him. He then pulled out a photograph and held it before the spirit, comparing the two. The photograph depicted a young man named Qiancheng. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Qiancheng, Li Chang'an felt a vague sense of familiarity. After the old priest's reminder, He finally recalled the malevolent spirit he had trapped in a beverage bottle and connected the two. When the spirit was suppressed, it must have wandered in the outside world for some time, still shrouded in intense resentment, indicative of the overwhelming rage it possessed at the moment of death. It was evident that either it had lived with profound hatred or had met an excruciating end. Was being devoured by countless insects not a tragic fate? Qiansheng. Li Chang'an called softly. However, the vengeful spirit offered no response, only thrashing violently and attempting to bite Li Chang'an's arm. This was quite normal. The weight of resentment obscured its consciousness, leaving it unable to recognize itself or its loved ones, fixating solely on its grievances, a common occurrence. Li Chang'an scrutinized its face. The photograph depicted a dull young man, yet in his hands lay a grotesque spirit. Although the contours of the brows and eyes bore a faint resemblance, he could not ascertain that they were one and the same. Thus, he turned towards the bedroom and called out, "Wu Laoda." Wu, the hefty figure, sluggishly emerged from the room. Li Chang'an furrowed his brows and admonished, "Hurry and bring it out." Wu Laoda, startled, recalled that this situation was far more perilous than the spirit and hurried over, albeit cautious, keeping a distance of over a meter. He raised his hand, revealing a small, wriggling creature, a cockroach. At once, the dark resentment emanating from the bottle receded, and the spirit's manic expression shifted to one of terror, its head bowing as it attempted to retreat back into the bottle. Li Chang'an, quick to react, seized its hair and pulled it back out. Indeed, he thought to himself, the spirit feared the very thing that could bring about its demise. If it had perished at the hands of a cockroach, it would likely fear no other entity. On the other side, Wu Laoda, seeing the once ferocious spirit now cower in the presence of a mere cockroach, teasingly held the insect in front of the spirit's face. "Wait." Li Chang'an noticed his action and urgently called out, "What?" Wu Laoda, bewildered, looked down only to see the spirit abandon its fearful demeanor and lunge forward, baring its bloody jaws to bite. Fortunately, Wu Laoda had been forewarned and quickly retracted his hand, allowing the spirit to snap its jaws around the cockroach instead, crunching it into bits. While the spirit feared the specific entity that had caused its demise, it was not afraid of the type of creature itself. Much like a condemned criminal transformed into a vengeful ghost, it feared only the bullet that executed it, not all firearms. From a distance, it could be momentarily intimidated by a cockroach, but up close, after a prolonged gaze, how could it not discern the truth? That would be courting disaster. Wu Laoda had already fled back to the bedroom in a panic, and Li Chang'an, too lazy to scold him, focused on the spirit and suddenly spoke, "Bai Shiyue." The malevolent spirit's fierce and frenzied expression momentarily paused. "You remember him, don't you?" Li Chang'an smiled. "Do you wish to take revenge?" The spirit slightly raised its head, for the first time revealing a semblance of clarity on its face. Chapter 52. The soul lamp in the old buildings at the crossroads of the alley. Under the low streetlight, flying insects swarmed, casting a faint glow. This place was not far from the river, where the damp, cold mist was blown over by the night breeze, veiling the alley in a thin shroud. The hour had long passed midnight. All pedestrians had returned home, and the surroundings were eerily silent. If one were to wander into this intersection in a daze, they might feel as though they had crossed into another realm, where a single misstep could lead to the illusion of entering a place beyond the human realm. However, Li Chang'an felt no such sentiment. He merely perceived the solitude around him, perfect for performing his rite. He placed 4 bowls of white rice at the entrances of the 4 alleys, then inserted incense candles into the rice. Next, he produced a bowl filled with vibrant, fresh blood. He took several sheets of yellow paper and a brush, dipping the brush into the blood to inscribe 4 words: Ling Guang, Ji Ming, Meng Zhang, Jianbing. After completing the inscriptions, he positioned the still wet yellow paper beneath the bowls, aligning them properly. He then bowed in each direction, reciting, "I pay homage to the 4 deities. Please open the 4 gates." Li Chang'an was still a novice in his studies, possessing only a few spells. Most of his abilities to exorcise demons relied on the transformative powers granted by the yellow-shelled book. Yet, by a twist of fate, he had also been introduced to some folk rituals through Old Lu. What he employed now was one such method. As the preparations concluded, he reached the most crucial step. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved an orange lantern, which had 4 openings for light. He then took the bottle containing the vengeful spirit and placed it alongside the lantern in the center of the crossroads. After twisting off the bottle cap, a plume of black mist surged forth, and amidst the flickering light, the spirit regained its freedom. Li Chang'an stepped back 2 paces and bowed. "Please, immortal, ascend the carriage." The spirit remained still, only the sound of its eerie laughter echoed through the cold mist. Li Chang'an maintained his composure and bowed again. Please, immortal, ascend the carriage. Still, the spirit did not budge, its laughter growing more raucous and piercing. The dark resentment swirled, the streetlight flickered violently, and the insects scattered in fright. Within the erratic shadows, Li Chang'an furrowed his brow and bowed once more. Please, immortal, ascend the carriage. At last, the spirit moved, opening its grotesque maw and lunging at Li Chang'an. You damned immortal! Li Chang'an exclaimed in exasperation, laughing in anger. This was the drawback of such folk rituals. While they could conveniently summon spirits and demons, ordinary individuals lacked the means to confront these entities, often leading them straight into peril. However, Li Chang'an was no ordinary person. He made no effort to draw his sword. Instead, he swiftly grasped the spirit's face and delivered an uppercut to its chin. Instantly, the spirit's gaping mouth snapped shut, and a few of its teeth flew out, dissipating into black smoke upon hitting the ground. Following this, Li Chang'an unleashed a flurry of punches, causing the black mist to dissipate and the spirit's form to weaken. Only then did he cease his assault, compressing the spirit into a small ball akin to dough and stuffing it into the orange lantern. Seeing it still thrashing about, Li Chang'an inquired, "Do you still wish to take revenge?" The commotion within the lantern finally subsided, and the surrounding black mist converged into its opening. Soon after, a red glow emanated from within the lantern. Li Chang'an lifted the lantern, following the red light into the depths of the narrow alley. The soul lamp pointed the way, leading him to the outskirts of the city. Before him stood a dilapidated old house. This two-story dwelling had long been neglected, its second floor collapsed, and vines crept along the cracked walls. It was a place unfit even for a homeless person, yet faint light flickered from the deformed windows. The soul lamp glowed brightly. Yet, even without its guidance, the intense, almost unbearable stench of the cursed insects informed Li Chang'an. This was undoubtedly the hiding place of Bai Shiyue. Li Chang'an used the talisman to restrain the vengeful spirit, preventing it from alerting any potential threats. Not rushing in, he crouched low and stealthily approached. Through the broken window, he glimpsed a gaunt figure seated with its back to the door, holding what seemed to be a notebook and a pen, seemingly scribbling something. Yet, hunched over and with a vacant expression, it only occasionally snapped back to reality to jot down a line. Surveying his surroundings once more, Li Chang'an's pupils constricted. What he initially believed to be walls darkened by the ravages of wind and rain revealed themselves to be subtly undulating. Upon closer inspection, it was not a wall at all, but an immense mass of writhing insects. The black swarms moved sluggishly across the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. The sheer number was overwhelming. Li Chang'an retreated, calculating his options. Alerting the authorities? No, for fear that the situation would worsen with the passing of time, and the presence of police would only render them hesitant. He grasped a piece of withered grass, unconsciously rubbing it between his fingers as fragments fell away. An idea struck him. Given the recent dry weather and the debris left behind by sanitation vehicles along the road he had traveled, there lay heaps of dried leaves. Had he encountered them again, he would have noticed that Bai Shiyue appeared even more emaciated than just a few hours prior. It seemed as though no flesh or fat remained on his body, only bones were left beneath the skin. He had become so gaunt that he resembled a skeleton, utterly devoid of expression. He sat there, numbly, like a statue on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a howling wind swept outside. Had a storm arisen? He slowly lifted his head, his movements as sluggish as an aging man nearing his end. With a crash, the fierce wind shattered the wooden barrier blocking the door, surging in with a tempest of burning leaves. In that roar, it resembled a fire dragon in a wild dance. It was then that Bai Shiyue awakened from his stupor. Seizing a bony flute, the sharp notes of the flute stirred the insect mass, rallying them against the fire dragon. Yet, as they approached, the insects scattered like headless flies, frantically dispersing, only to be consumed by flames, leaving behind a carpet of carcasses. What was this? An image of the young swordsman flashed in Bai Shiyue's mind. Li Chang'an. A fierce shout echoed, the winds twisted, and the fire dragon ruptured. Amidst the swirling flames and flying leaves, Li Chang'an stepped forth from the inferno, his sword gleaming with brilliance. With a commanding voice, he announced his arrival to his adversary. Li Chang'an spoke no further, or rather, his sword was his only utterance. He thrust it forward without hesitation. Bai Shiyue appeared paralyzed by the sword's edge, frozen in place. The sword pierced his heart without a moment's delay, but something felt amiss. Li Chang'an's expression shifted. The ease with which the sword penetrated felt wrong, as if it had breached something loosely structured rather than tightly bound flesh. He raised his gaze abruptly, only to find Bai Shiyue's eyes wide in fury, mouth agape, yet devoid of eyeballs, teeth, or tongue. A buzzing sound erupted. and swarms of green flies burst forth from his eyes, nose, mouth, and the very place where the sword had torn through. Li Chang'an withdrew hastily. Simultaneously, the fierce winds intertwined with the flames, intensifying the acrid stench in the air. The swarm of flies was obstructed by the flames. And as Li Chang'an prepared to maneuver around to find Bai Xiuyue, he suddenly felt a weight upon his sword. Glancing sideways, he saw several large snakes descending from a gaping hole in the ceiling, landing upon the blade. Despite their bloodied wounds from the sword's edge, they coiled around it, opening their mouths to strike. Li Chang'an flicked his wrist, intending to shake them off. Suddenly, a deafening buzz erupted, and from the flames emerged an enormous green fly. The distance was too short, and entangled with the snakes. There was no time to evade or strike with his sword. Yet, without a glance back, Li Chang'an extended his other hand, fingers sharpened into a sword, thrusting it forth. The buzzing ceased. Unbeknownst to him, a small sword had appeared between his fingers, which he drove through the massive fly. Chapter 53. The diary. Li Chang'an flicked the small sword, disemboweling the enormous fly, which fell lifeless to the ground, leaving behind a shard of crystal. Instantly, the insects that had lingered in the room fled through the doors and windows, while the snakes clinging to Li Chang'an's sword loosened their grip, trailing blood as they slithered away. He dissipated the tempest, leaving behind a ground strewn with charred insect corpses and remnants of burnt leaves. As for Bai Xiuyue, only his skin remained on the floor. Li Chang'an prodded it with the tip of his sword, examining it before shaking his head. Once again, he had escaped. He did not believe this pelt represented the true essence of a sorcerer. However, to shed one's skin and flee thus, was that any way for a person to behave? Despite being practitioners of the arcane, Li Chang'an hoped never to find himself in such a state. His gaze wandered around Bai Xiuyue's hideout and was drawn to a table. This table was merely a dilapidated, old wooden four-legged structure, the kind commonly used in rural feasts, often referred to as an 8 immortals table. The table itself was unremarkable. What truly captivated Li Chang'an's attention was the object resting upon it. Previously obscured by a thick layer of insects, now, with the bugs either scorched or fled, the object unveiled itself, a grotesque idol. The idol was crudely crafted, yet one could discern a vague, humanoid shape, its specific features composed of various insect organs, cockroach legs, mosquito mouthparts, fly eyes, and centipede tails, an unsettling sight that evoked both revulsion and dread. Before the idol, a large bowl contained offerings. Maggots crawled over the sacrificial items, emanating a potent stench of decay. Upon closer inspection, the offerings revealed themselves to be hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. What is this? Li Chang'an's expression grew grave as he prepared to examine it closely. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the orange lantern in his pocket exploded, revealing a vengeful spirit that had broken free from the seal of the yellow talisman. It shrieked as it circled above Li Chang'an. He squinted, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword, but the spirit unexpectedly lunged toward the offering table, seizing the innards and tearing into them. The scene was utterly repugnant, prompting Li Chang'an to step forward to intervene. Yet, he noticed that the spirit's resentment was gradually dissipating. He moved to the side of the spirit, observing as it gnawed and wept. Li Chang'an's mind raced, and he allowed the scene to unfold. Amidst the litter of insect corpses, he crouched and fished out a small notebook from the ground. It was the very one Bai Xiuyue had previously held, now left behind in the haste of escape. As Li Chang'an opened the notebook, he found it filled with neat handwriting, a diary. Today, Granny brought me a sorcerer's furnace. He is called I, and he looks rather foolish. Do we really have to raise the insects on I? He seems to be in so much pain. If I raise these insects, will I die? I know that I, as a witch, should not become emotional, especially not about the sorcerer's furnace, but I am pregnant. I told I this news, and he smiled foolishly, even coming up with a nickname for the child, Qiuqiu, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl. He said he was foolish and asked me to name the child later. But Granny would never allow this child to be born. We must escape. Granny has found out. What should we do? If you are reading this, I may no longer be by your side. You must live well and raise Qiuqiu. Do not return, do not use sorcery again, and do not think of me. At this point in the diary, the handwriting became increasingly blurred, as if the paper had been soaked repeatedly. Li Chang'an flipped to the next page, where the handwriting differed significantly, revealing the unmistakable scrawl of a man. Asha, please be patient a little longer. Rest assured, I will not leave you alone for long. Once Qiuqiu grows up, I will come to be with you. Today, I found a strange stone. When I approached it, the insects within me began to bite. This stone is too dangerous. I have hidden it away. Do not worry. Asha, I will not touch the insects again. It hurts. It hurts so much. Morphine? Why isn't it working? Asha, Chochio, I'm sorry. I've become addicted. I'm so sorry, so sorry. This page was filled with apologies. Li Chang'an hastily flipped to the following pages, filled with sentences of repentance and longing, until he reached the line. Chochio is dead? Asha, Chochio is dead. You all must die. Die, 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 die. The simplicity of death is far too cheap for you. By the way, you do not see me as a mere joke, but rather as a venomous creature. Very well. Let me show you the taste of being slowly consumed by a poisonous insect, one bite at a time. Is that too much to ask? I am indeed a failure. I could not protect my wife in the past, and now I cannot shield my daughter either. What use is there? That stone serves a purpose. Why can it not heed my commands? It has been nurtured to this point. I finally comprehend. It is indeed a sacrifice that is required. Take it. Take it all. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. Take them all. Still afraid of the daylight. Yet it is sufficient. More than enough. Does it hurt? Is it painful to be devoured bit by the insects? Ha ha ha. Chochio, did you see that? Father is avenging you. No need to rush. They will all join you soon, including your beloved Aunt Zhang. I can barely hold on, but there is one last person, and I should still be able to command one final offering from my last bit of strength. Asha, Chochio, do not fret. I will soon join you both. The notes abruptly ended here. Li Chang'an closed the diary, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Life is fraught with hardships, and the world is filled with suffering. Had he not known this long ago? He put away the notes and turned to face the vengeful spirit, or rather, Qiancheng. The dark resentment enveloping Qiancheng had dissipated significantly, leaving only a few strands of darkness clinging to him. While Li Chang'an perused the diary, Qiancheng had nearly consumed all the entrails on the offering table. Now, he was fiercely gnawing on a piece of liver. Li Chang'an sighed and suddenly called out, Qiancheng. This utterance was like a resounding bell, awakening him from an endless enchantment. His body froze abruptly, the madness and ferocity on his face fading away, as he stared blankly at the mangled liver in his hands for a long moment. Suddenly, as if jolted by electricity, he flung it away and collapsed to the ground, retching. Unfortunately, a soul cannot expel anything. After a bout of dry heaving, he finally raised his head in confusion to gaze at Li Chang'an, and as he opened his mouth, tears flooded his eyes. How painful! So painfully. Li Chang'an sighed softly and sat cross-legged on the ground. Heavenly deities of the 10 directions, numbering like grains of sand, transform within the realms of existence, providing salvation to the celestial beings, gathering virtue and compassion, speaking in unison to save all souls. As the incantation flowed forth, Qiancheng's countenance gradually became serene. A few minutes later, Li Chang'an finally beheld the young man from the photograph, still somewhat wooden in demeanor. The young man bowed respectfully and then transformed into a radiant light that slowly dissipated. Li Chang'an exhaled deeply, pressing on his painfully throbbing ankle, too weary to stand. He retrieved his phone from the chaotic floor and made a call. Hello, this is Li Chang'an. Oh, is this Captain Zhang? What? Teacher Zhang has been admitted to intensive care. Chapter 54. Wind and fire. Once a person ages, their body no longer feels like their own. The old shaman propped himself up from the blue blanket, his frail back resting against the similarly blue pillow. The single patient room was modestly furnished, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant. He pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from beneath the pillow and turned to Li Chang'an, asking, Do you have a lighter? But the cigarette pack was promptly snatched away. Smoking is not allowed in the hospital, his current wife exclaimed, angrily tossing the pack into the trash. Li Chang'an spread his hands, unsure whether to indicate he had no lighter or to convey something else entirely. The old shaman could only smile wryly at his wife's exasperation. I'm not in any trouble, he insisted truthfully, despite his age. He had spent an entire day running around with Li Chang'an and had been further agitated by the encounter with Bai Xiuya. At the police station, as he relaxed momentarily, he promptly fainted. Director Wang, a loyal believer, immediately had him admitted to intensive care. After a thorough examination, the doctors found no serious issues and transferred him back to his single patient room. However, he hadn't finished his thought. What do you mean no trouble? Do you have any idea how much? His wife began, wiping away tears. A nearby young man interjected, Dad, do you know how worried we were when we received Director Wang's call? Mom was nearly frantic. I canceled all my plans and flew over. Can you promise that in the future? Though the young man complained, the concern in his expression was unmistakable. Li Chang'an looked out the window. The sun was setting, and it was nearly time. He decided not to intrude further on their family moment and took his leave from the room. As he stepped outside, he noticed Zhang Qian sitting on a medical chair in the corridor, a basin of lukewarm water at her feet. Zhang Suxuan had been in a deep sleep for quite some time, and she had remained by his side throughout. Li Chang'an pointed toward the room, and Zhang Qian shook her head with a smile. He approached and sat beside her, suddenly asking, Captain Zhang. May I invite you for a drink? Li Chang'an was not fond of bars. Nightclubs were too loud. The music made him nauseous, while lounges were overly elegant and made him feel out of place. In short, he considered himself quite ordinary. And as an ordinary person, drinking was less about the alcohol and more about the atmosphere. Thus, he preferred barbecue stalls and bustling eateries. Though a serene evening under the moon with a few close friends was also a delightful option, Captain Zhang seemed to feel the same. She had changed out of her uniform into a fitted black dress, her hair styled in glamorous waves cascading over her shoulders, her lips adorned with lipstick and her eyes subtly enhanced with makeup to mask her fatigue. Yet, she appeared quite uncomfortable, frequently adjusting her hair and attire, as if she were anxious about any imperfections in her appearance, fidgeting like a girl on her first date. Li Chang'an found it amusing and reassured her. There's no need to be so tense. Let us treat it as a casual gathering among friends. Look at me, he said, standing up and spinning around, still clad in the same clothes he had worn for 2 days. Hey, Zhang Qian couldn't help but chuckle, followed by a self-deprecating sigh as she pulled out a hair tie and gathered her waves into a single ponytail. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, she said, visibly relaxing and reclaiming her fierce persona as a policewoman. I haven't been on a date in ages. Suddenly going out like this makes me quite nervous. I feel the same, Li Chang'an replied with a smile as they clinked glasses. Li Chang'an was not particularly eloquent, while Captain Zhang preferred to express herself through actions. Together, they made for a rather dull pair. Ultimately, their interactions had been limited to the case involving Bai Xiuye and the old shaman. Yet, neither of them broached these topics, which established a certain unspoken understanding between them. As they drank, Li Chang'an noticed a slight twitch of his nostrils and suddenly posed a question. Do you know why I chose this bar? Zhang Qian hesitated, then replied. Because the ambience here is quite peaceful? No, Li Chang'an shook his head, his tone laden with meaning. It's because this bar's back alley is secluded and quiet. What? Zhang Qian looked confused, unable to grasp Li Chang'an's implication. It's nothing. He offered no further explanation, simply gesturing to her phone. I forgot my phone. May I borrow yours to make a call? Pushing open the iron door, Li Chang'an stepped into the bar's back alley. The alley was neither wide nor narrow, sufficient for a small vehicle to pass through. As Li Chang'an had remarked, it was a quiet, deserted dead end. He did not make a call, instead stuffing the phone into his pocket and leisurely unsheathing the sword sheath he always carried. The alley streetlights were old, flickering on for brief moments before plunging into prolonged darkness. The only illumination came from the faint reflection of the city's thick cloud cover. In the dimness, a night breeze wandered, and in its gentle whispers, it seemed to harbor a latent power. Li Chang'an secured the sword sheath at his waist and spoke suddenly. His tone relaxed as if conversing with an old friend. No matter what kind of sorcery, be it nightmare, curse, hex, or even voodoo, it all requires something to confirm the target. The more sophisticated methods rely on birth dates and true names, while simpler ones might use hair, blood, or nails. So, what is your goo technique used to locate its target? Li Chang'an turned his head to see a gaunt man clad in a loose hooded sweatshirt, his head bowed as he stood in the alley. Later, I pondered. Was it the scent? Yet, such an essence is fleeting. With people frequently changing clothes and bathing, how could one ensure the scent lingers? What remains perpetually by one's side, impervious to cleansing? The answer is quite simple. The mobile phone. Li Chang'an regarded the emaciated figure before him with a cold gaze. Am I correct? Bai Xiuye. At the mention of the name, the man abruptly lifted his head. The streetlight illuminated the scene, and Li Chang'an's grip on the sword hilt tightened. Bai Xiuye had long discarded his human skin in the dilapidated house. Yet beneath the hood now writhed a mass of insects, intertwined and squirming. Amidst the writhing swarm, 2 orbs floated and bobbed, occasionally pressing against the forehead and then rolling down to the chin. These were not human eyes, but mere instruments of observation. Was this the so-called sacrifice of the last remnants? No, this was no longer Bai Xiuye. Here existed only a creature, a mere vessel seeking to harm through the scent. As the thought escaped my lips, Bai Xiuye suddenly lunged toward Li Chang'an. Has he forgotten the art of self-preservation? Li Chang'an met him with a detached gaze, flicking a small sword that struck true to his throat. Yet Bai Xiuye merely paused. A multitude of insects shed from the wound, mingling with the fallen blade upon the ground. He seemed to retain some vestiges of intelligence, recognizing Li Chang'an's prowess, and refrained from recklessly advancing. He raised his hands high and emitted a strange, piercing shriek from the mouth at his center. Immediately, a horrid buzzing filled the air. Li Chang'an looked up to see a dark cloud descending upon the alley. Upon closer inspection, it was not a cloud, but a swarm of mosquitoes and flies, densely packed. Then came the sound of skittering from all around. Li Chang'an scanned the surroundings, witnessing a cascade of spiders, ants, and centipedes emerging from the shadows of the walls and corners of the alley. Lastly, a hissing sound reached his ears. Lowering his gaze, he saw an endless writhing mass of venomous snakes spilling from the drainage ditch. This was indeed a net from which escape was impossible. Yet, Li Chang'an's countenance bore no hint of panic. Instead, he began to smile. "Do you know why I chose this bar, this alley?" The adversary remained silent. But Li Chang'an continued to answer himself, "Because it is both quiet and secluded." He then produced a talisman, igniting it and casting it not toward Bai Shiyue, but rather at the base of the wall. "Because there are gas pipes here." Wind. Instantly, flames erupted, swept by a fierce gust. The fire, aided by the wind, quickly engulfed the entire alley in a crimson blaze. The swirling firestorm consumed the insects, reducing them to mere ash. Moments later, a stronger gust swept through the alley, extinguishing the flames. Once the fire was quelled, the wind abruptly ceased, leaving only a few embers and a sky filled with drifting ash. Li Chang'an emerged from the ash, completely unscathed. He approached Bai Shiyue, who had been reduced to a charred husk, yet still clung to life. A faint red glow emanated from his chest, and charred insects continued to flake off his body as he crawled toward Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an drew his sword, gazing downwards. The charred corpse, still defiant, reached out a hand, yet as it lifted, the remnants of insects fell away, and before it could touch Li Chang'an, it was left with naught but a charred bone, which ultimately crumbled to the ground. A lamentable sight, indeed. Thoughts swirled within him, yet he found no words to speak. Ultimately, Li Chang'an was but a wild man, unable to judge right from wrong or discern cause and effect. His actions were simply manifestations of his whims. He raised his sword and plunged it into the chest of the husk. The defiant corpse trembled twice before disintegrating, leaving behind a small red crystal dangling from the sword's tip. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Li Chang'an's face. A sudden downpour arrived, a timely rain that extinguished the residual flames and dispelled the acrid stench, washing away the remnants into the sewer. Li Chang'an sheathed his sword and turned to return. He came back to Zhang Qian, handing back the mobile phone. Captain Zhang observed the wetness on his clothes. "What happened?" "It rained." She looked up to see several staff members rushing toward Li Chang'an's direction. "What is wrong with them?" "Oh, their gas line burst." With Bai Shiyue's demise, tranquility returned, and Li Chang'an was able to recuperate at home. Each day, he indulged in television, surfing the internet, playing games, and enjoying leisurely strolls under the bright sun, a delightful existence indeed. Strangely, his physical constitution was remarkably resilient. Injuries that would leave others with lifelong ailments healed within a month for him, and his body, long and active, felt a stirring to move once more. This morning, he was already awake, having jogged for an hour before returning home for breakfast. Turning around, he noticed a bulky figure blocking the sunlight from the window. It was Wu Laoda, peering through the glass, staring blankly outside. Li Chang'an approached to see, unsurprisingly, the mother and daughter who had recently moved in downstairs. Ever since their arrival, Wu Laoda had been in this state, resembling a lovesick statue. One could not tell if it was youthful infatuation or unyielding desires. Li Chang'an shook his head, dismissing the matter. He stretched his limbs, leading the spirits to tidy up the room and refrigerator. Afterward, he organized his sword and various belongings. Last night, he had a dream. It was time to set off once more. Before my eyes, wild grasses thrived between the cobblestones of the path, and cobwebs adorned the eaves of the walls. Various bizarre legends fluttered through Yuan Tong's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, he declared, "I refuse to become a Buddha." A chilling cry startled him, causing him to stumble. Still shaken, the sound of chanting echoed in his ears. Strangely, this seemed to calm him somewhat. After all, it was unlikely that demons and monsters recited Buddhist scriptures, was it? He perked up his ears, recognizing that the sounds were emanating from behind a courtyard wall. Noticing a large, leafy tree beside the wall, he climbed up quietly, using the cover of night and the tree's canopy to peer inside. To his surprise, this secluded courtyard was more crowded than he had anticipated. A circle had formed, with everyone holding a lotus lamp and reciting unfamiliar verses. Among them was a particularly stout figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the steward. To his left stood the dormitory head, while to his right was the guest master. The figure opposite him appeared to be the head of the storeroom. Indeed, they were all prominent monks of the temple. In the center of the circle, two warrior monks restrained a young monk, pouring something into his mouth. Yuan Tong did not recognize the two burly warriors, but the young monk. Wasn't he that Ben Yuan? People spoke of his youth, yet profound understanding of Buddhism. This year, he was destined for enlightenment. Just as Yuan Tong was lost in thought, the two warriors suddenly released Ben Yuan, who, upon regaining his freedom, turned to flee. The warriors did not stop him. They merely crossed their arms and observed coldly. However, as Ben Yuan took a few steps, his lower body seemed to be bound to the ground, while his upper body continued to mimic the motion of running. Before long, even his upper body froze, leaving only his neck and head capable of movement. He could only turn his head towards his master, the Temple's Vinaya master, who, without lifting his eyelids, appeared indifferent, as if Ben Yuan were a mere stone or grass, reciting scriptures without concern. Meanwhile, the two warrior monks brought forth a heavy object, unveiling it from beneath a black cloth. Ben Yuan's face twisted in horror. It was a lotus pedestal, with a half-man-high iron nail protruding from it. The chanting of the great monks grew more urgent. The supervising monk slightly nodded, and one of the warrior monks lifted one of Ben Yuan's legs high, positioning it over the iron nail. Instantly, veins bulged on Ben Yuan's face. His eyes widened with a crimson hue, seemingly on the verge of excruciating pain. Yet he could not utter a scream. Soon after, even the expression of pain became fixed. The warrior monk pressed him down onto the lotus pedestal, driving the iron nail completely through his body. They then folded his legs in a meditative posture, raising his left hand in a gesture of fearlessness and placing his right hand on his knee in a gesture of aspiration. They reached towards his contorted, terrified face, adjusting it with meticulous care as if to mold a perfect image. In the desolate courtyard, under the mournful night, the chin needed to be tucked in slightly, the right corner of the mouth raised just a bit, and the brows and eyes lowered further. The chanting ceased. On the lotus throne, a dignified and majestic flesh Buddha had taken form. The supervising monk placed a piece of yellow jade into Ben Yuan's mouth, after which it seemed to drain the great monks of their strength, advising the warrior monks to carry Ben Yuan into the house for guarding the courtyard before they helped each other away. Yuan Tong was already in a state of sheer terror. He desperately stifled his breath and heartbeat. So this is becoming a Buddha? This is truly the path to enlightenment. Suddenly, he recalled a few days prior when he had flattered the steward, who praised his intelligence. At that moment, he had felt pride. Now, however, he was filled with dread. He had to escape. But in these dire times, how could he flee without some means? Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open and then shut again. It was the two warrior monks bringing Ben Yuan into the room. As they stepped out, they began to converse. Junior brother, I suddenly remembered something urgent. Urgent? Could it be to seek that widow from the Lin family? Alas, junior brother, do not speak nonsense. How is that nonsense? To be honest with you, I too find that widow's ample, fair figure quite enticing. What do you mean by that? Could it be that we brothers should deepen our ties tonight? But what about here? What is there to fear? Who would come? Who would dare? Then shall we go together? Together. As the two guards ambled off, Yuan Tong suddenly recalled the yellow jade in Ben Yuan's mouth. Wasn't he that a form of currency? Once the two had gone far, Yuan Tong stealthily climbed into the courtyard, pushing open the door, which revealed complete darkness within. He had prepared for this. Taking down the lantern hanging outside to illuminate his path, he immediately fell to the ground. In the dim room, a dozen individuals awaited him in silence. Yuan Tong lay on the floor for a long while, but no other sounds emerged. Gathering his courage, he stood and shone the lantern around. To his relief, he found another flesh Buddha similar to Ben Yuan, albeit with an additional layer of gold paint on its skin. He breathed a sigh of relief and bowed several times around. Brothers, debts have their owners. I merely wish to take a few trinkets. Please do not seek revenge on me. With that, he approached Ben Yuan and pried the yellow jade from his mouth. It seemed as though Ben Yuan was still alive. As the jade was removed, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his lowered eyes. Yuan Tong paid no heed, swiftly moving to the next flesh Buddha. If Ben Yuan had a jade, then surely others would as well. This flesh Buddha was evidently older than Ben Yuan, and it was the only one in the room that had not been coated in gold paint. Yuan Tong pried open its lips and, indeed, found another piece of jade. Overjoyed, he extracted it and proceeded to another body, unaware that the mouth of this flesh Buddha was slowly growing fangs, and red hair sprouted on its face. Chapter 56. The Rain-Soaked Monk 1, 2, 31, 12. It's done. Yuan Tong held 12 pieces of yellow jade in his hands, the warm hue dispelling the terror within his heart. He turned to leave, but suddenly froze. In a fleeting glance, he noticed an empty lotus pedestal. A long, rancid, Cold breath wafted from behind his head into his collar. He trembled all over but clutched the jade tightly, unwilling to turn back, and hastily stepped away. However, a gust of wind swept past. A colossal head shot up towards the sky. The lantern fell to the ground and was extinguished by a splash of blood. In the darkness, his dilated pupils reflected a tall, dark figure lifting a headless corpse, drinking deeply from the severed neck. As dawn approached, two monks, arm in arm, stumbled back, their conversation filled with intimacy. Suddenly, both paused, their expressions shifting dramatically. The door to the house they were supposed to guard stood wide open. They exchanged horrified glances and rushed inside. What they beheld was the dismembered corpse collapsed on the floor, yellow jade scattered around. Looking at Ben Yuan, his neck had been bitten open, yet due to the iron nail piercing through, his head remained upright. The other flesh Buddhas were writhing and struggling on their lotus pedestals. The first warrior monk, upon witnessing this, hastily removed the prayer beads from his wrist and placed the beads one by one on the heads of the flesh Buddhas. Instantly, they all quieted down, and the two monks twisted back their hands and feet. Everything seemed to revert to normal, except for one detail. Brother, we are missing one. No, we have not lost any. Their gazes shifted towards the corpse on the ground. After the fresh rain in the empty mountains. Old man, I apologize for the disturbance. But could you tell me where the Yuyun Temple is located in this mountain? The elderly man beneath the pine tree appeared bewildered. Li Chang'an called out from across the valley. Old man. Oh, the old man seemed to awaken from his stupor, turning his head to search around until he finally noticed the young Taoist with short hair across the way. Is this Taoist calling for me, the old man? Li Chang'an nodded, patiently inquiring about the earlier question. Yuyun Temple? The old man muttered, but then fell back into his own long-standing thoughts. The wind blew, and the clouds drifted, the pines whispered. Finally, the old man spoke. It has been so long that I cannot remember clearly. I believe it lies deep within this mountain. As he spoke, the mountain breeze caressed him, and he was soon lifted, gliding over the treetops and vanishing into the mist. After all, he was but a wandering spirit of the mountains. How much could he truly remember? Li Chang'an felt no profound disappointment. It was merely the weariness of the repetitious mountain paths that prompted his casual inquiry. With a faint smile, he turned and ventured deeper into the cloud-covered mountains. The rain clouds seemed unwilling to part from the mountains. After a short while, a fine drizzle began to fall again. Li Chang'an held a large umbrella. Yet the mountain winds whisked the rain from all directions. He struggled to navigate the steep trails. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from deep within the forest. On the chilly mountain path, by the lonely cold stream, chirping autumn birds, yet no one else is here. Someone. Li Chang'an followed the sound, and soon spotted a monk clad in white strolling along a small stream. A monk? Wait. Li Chang'an's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace. However, upon reaching the spot, he looked around. The mountain rain pattered, and the stream gurgled. The rain transformed the mountains, stones, streams, and trees into a harmonious scene. Yet in this picturesque tableau, the white-clad monk was nowhere to be seen. Disappeared? A specter? Li Chang'an felt more joy than surprise. He summoned his spirit, but found nothing. At this moment, the rain intensified. Li Chang'an had no choice but to abandon his search. He lifted his gaze and spotted a yellow-horn tree whose crown towered over the surrounding woods, resembling a roof. He hurried over and discovered that the tree was large enough for 10 people to embrace, and beside it leaned a boulder the size of a small house. Between the boulder and the tree trunk stood a tiny thatched hut. As the heavy rain approached, to stumble upon a shelter in the wilderness was indeed fortuitous. Unfortunately, the hut already had an occupant, a stone statue of a bodhisattva, weathered by the elements over time, the origin of which was unknown. Li Chang'an offered a respectful bow to the statue. After all, the bodhisattva was made of stone. It would be better to grant the hut to the wandering spirit. Having said that, he politely vacated the space for the stone Buddha and nestled himself inside the hut. Remarkably, with a shelter from the rain, he could appreciate the beauty of the mountain rain, yet the fatigue from his journey was palpable. He laid his sword across his lap, used the umbrella to shield himself from the rain, and leaned against the boulder, drifting into a light slumber. Time slipped away in the dreamscape. A few droplets of rain struck his face, and Li Chang'an awoke instantly, his eyes flashing like lightning as his sword sang softly. Before him, the trees stood as trees, the mountains as mountains, the water as water. Nothing seemed amiss, except, where had his umbrella gone? He turned to find, to his astonishment, that his umbrella was perched atop the statue's head. He studied the statue closely. Indeed, it was merely a stubborn stone. Filled with doubt, he reclaimed his umbrella, returned it to its original position, and closed his eyes to feign sleep once more. Before long, a chill swept over his face as the wind brought rain into the hut. Li Chang'an abruptly opened his eyes and reached forward. He saw the umbrella spinning on the ground, yet in his hand was a string of prayer beads. He brought them to his nose and sniffed. Only the scent of rain lingered. Li Chang'an discovered the temple, or rather, the ruins of it. The remnants of Yuyun Temple had long since crumbled into a mire of broken tiles, with a blurred visage of the Buddha emerging from the debris, adorned with moss and wild grass. Only a section of the side hall remained, a fragment of wall that provided a meager shelter from the rain. Li Chang'an felt no sorrow at the sight of the temple's ruin. Perhaps he had sought the ruins from the very beginning. He stepped under the remains of the wall, sat down gracefully, and closed his eyes to meditate. Time passed, perhaps the duration of a downpour. Li Chang'an sensed something and opened his eyes. He beheld the fallen wall rising slowly, buildings reconstructing behind him, blue tiles flying back to the rooftops, and the main hall's plaque fading yet regal, surrounded by the fragrant smoke of sandalwood. In the courtyard, withered trees blossomed vibrantly, the overgrown weeds receded, revealing a path of bluestone slabs. With a creak, the mountain gate opened, and a monk in white stepped into the rain. He approached Li Chang'an and pressed his palms together. Amitabha, young monk Kongyan, may I inquire your honored name? The monk returned the greeting. I am Xianyao. After his introduction, Li Chang'an regarded the monk with newfound interest. This Kongyan possessed a handsome visage and an air as clear and tranquil as the autumn rain in the empty mountains. Yet, he bore the countenance of one who could easily deceive ladies and gentlemen for offerings, should he still be alive. Li Chang'an shifted slightly to make space, smiling. Monk, why stand in the rain? Come, let us share this shelter. Reverend, you jest, Kongyan replied, standing still, his demeanor composed. I am but a solitary spirit in the rain. Why should I seek refuge beneath a roof? This response was refreshingly candid. He then asked, might I know why you have come to this desolate mountain ruin? Nothing more. Li Chang'an replied, sword resting on his lap, but to slay demons and dispel evil. Chapter 57. The monk and the demon slay demons and dispel evil. Li Chang'an spoke with an untroubled tone, yet his words bore the weight of a sharp blade. The monk, however, pressed his palms together and uttered Amitabha. Before sitting cross-legged with a smile, rain cascading down his form without dampening his robes. Reverend, do you perceive this monk as a demon? Li Chang'an observed the monk, whose aura was profoundly clear and serene. Were it not for the faintest trace of an otherworldly essence, he might have believed this was yet another mountain deity. However, he shook his head. Though the monk's spirit was not malevolent, the body, after death, when the soul reincarnates, the remaining corpse can indeed become a source of calamity. Why not see for yourself? He said, gesturing behind Li Chang'an. At that moment, a muddy stone wall leaned behind Li Chang'an, but it was merely an illusion. He reached out, passing through it effortlessly, and with the scabbard of his sword, he dug around until he unearthed a yellowed skull. Is this you? Indeed. It is the shell of the young monk. Li Chang'an shook his head, feeling no profound loss, and returned the prayer beads along with the skull to their rightful owner. The monk expressed his gratitude, cradling the skull and using the rainwater to wash away the grime. Upon his death, he had witnessed the slow decay day by day. In the interim, insects had gnawed, grass had grown, and eventually, the wall had collapsed, burying it all, truly a fitting end. Yet sometimes, in the rain, I returned to reminisce. As he spoke, he produced several fruits from his robe and offered them. Mountain-grown green fruits, a humble offering for my guest. Li Chang'an accepted the fruits. Their rain-kissed appearance vibrant and appealing, yet their taste was predictably tart. As Li Chang'an set the fruits down, he engaged in conversation with the monk. Discovering that this spirit was open-minded, unburdened by material possessions, and spoke with a remarkable eloquence. Thus, one man and one spirit, one monk and one demon, one in the rain and one beneath the eaves, found themselves in joyful discourse. After some time, noticing Kongyan's broad-mindedness, Li Chang'an produced a book with a yellow cover and showed it to him. Have you ever encountered this demon? Kongyan peered through the curtain of rain, seeing a depiction of a three-headed, six-armed figure, vividly illustrated yet faded in color. This figure sat on a lotus platform, draped in robes, adorned with a crown, yet bore a fearsome visage with fangs protruding. Such an illustration might evoke exclamations of dismay from other monks, yet Kongyan merely chuckled. I have not encountered such a Buddha. Li Chang'an offered an apology, and Kongyan waved it off, inquiring. Thus, you journey into the deep mountains, seeking ancient temples, questioning old spirits. He gestured to himself. And you seek this demon? Precisely. Then, you may pursue it on your own. Slaying this malevolent being would indeed rid our Buddhist order of an evil presence. Yet, Kong Yen pointed toward the east. Do not venture further in that direction. Why? Li Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Kong Yen spoke earnestly. In recent days, the rain clouds from the east have carried a menacing aura, reeking of bloodshed, an omen of warfare. After a brief pause, he glanced at the sword resting on Li Chang'an's lap. Reverend, with your valiant spirit, embarking alone into the depths of the mountains in search of demons, you must possess remarkable skills. Yet, amidst the perils of conflict, becoming ensnared would be akin to a small boat caught in a tempest, leading to inevitable disaster. As Kong Yen cautioned him, a gust of wind suddenly swept away the rain clouds, the downpour lightening considerably. Li Chang'an looked up, realizing even the eaves were no longer draped in a continuous curtain. At that moment, Kong Yen stood up. The rain is about to cease, and the young monk must take his leave. The Taoist priest bids him safe travels. With that, he turns and seamlessly merges into the fine drizzle, and soon after, the clouds disperse and the rain subsides. Looking around the courtyard, all that remains are dilapidated bricks and a solitary withered tree. Li Chang'an rises to his feet. He has seen what he came to see. Although the outcome was not as anticipated, encountering such a person made the journey worthwhile. He stretches his limbs, secures his sword upon his back, performs a farewell gesture, and sets forth towards the east. It is not that Li Chang'an dismisses the empty words lightly. After vanquishing a few demons inscribed in the yellow-covered tome, he has gleaned some insights. The illustrations of the demons on those pages begin as mere simple lines. Yet as one approaches the demons, the lines become more vivid and the colors more vibrant. This time, he has traversed in every direction. But it is only towards the east that the illustrations exhibit a hint of color. Ultimately, it is not out of goodwill that he ventures this way, but rather an unavoidable necessity. After bidding farewell to the Yuyun Temple, he journeys eastward. The turmoil of war is yet to be witnessed. Only mountains stretch endlessly before him. After a day and night, he finally discovers a narrow path overgrown with thatch. Upon stepping onto this path, he feels a sense of relief. With a road, there must be signs of habitation, thus he may procure a proper meal and find lodging. Just as he revels in this moment, his expression suddenly shifts. From the thicket by the roadside, a glimmer of cold light accompanied by a fierce wind rushes toward him. His sword is secured on his back, making it difficult to draw. Li Chang'an steps back, seizes the object in question, and with a swift motion, he redirects the force. Upon closer inspection, he finds a 3-foot-long blackened pole with a spearhead. Indeed, a spear. This spear is merely the beginning. Soon, a series of whistling sounds fill the air as multiple spears soar towards him. Yet, Li Chang'an does not draw his sword, relying on his keen eyesight and quick reflexes. He deftly deflects the incoming spears. In an instant, several spears lie scattered around him, yet he remains unscathed, as if the forest itself is awed by his prowess. Falling into a sudden stillness, Li Chang'an calls out towards the thicket, his voice cold. Come out. There is no reply from the thicket, only the faint rustle of movement, as if the assailants are stealthily retreating. Not so easily, Li Chang'an muses, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the bushes. He raises the spear and hurls it towards the source of the noise. Immediately, a muffled grunt is heard, but it is swiftly silenced, as if the struck individual has been gagged, and the subtle sounds in the forest cease. Li Chang'an scoffs, declaring, "What good is it to remain motionless now? I distinctly remember the direction of that sound." With that, he uses his foot to pick up a spear from the ground, brandishing it menacingly towards the thicket. Feigning a throw. Wait. Suddenly, from the thicket, a large man wrapped in animal hide leaps out. Upon emerging, he quickly begs for mercy. "Taoist, please, do not strike. It was all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Li Chang'an lowers the spear, scrutinizing the man before gesturing towards the thicket. If it is a misunderstanding, why hide? The large man, upon hearing this, bows slightly. "It is our fault. Come out now." Upon his command, 5 more men emerge from the woods, one of whom is lean and limping. Clearly the one who had grunted after being struck by Li Chang'an's spear. It appears that the blow, obstructed by branches, did not inflict significant harm. The foremost man bows, introducing himself as Sun Zhong, a hunter from the mountains. "We heard a commotion and thought it was a wild boar. We acted recklessly." His tone is sincere. Yet Li Chang'an, comparing the spear in his hand with the others, notices they are all similarly coated in black lacquer, of comparable design and length. "Hunters?" He chuckles, remaining silent. "We sincerely apologize for the affront, Taoist. How about this? This treacherous mountain path is quite desolate. Why not rest with us for the night? I shall prepare some food to make amends." Li Chang'an initially intends to decline, but suddenly observes that, despite their differing appearances, these men share certain common traits: sparse eyebrows, darkened veins on their foreheads, bloodshot eyes, and uneven teeth. After a moment of contemplation, he unexpectedly tosses the spear back to Sun Zhong and replies, "Very well." Chapter 58. The aroma of meat. The courtyard is exceedingly dilapidated. The walls are mottled, and the beams are askew. The repairs are crude, patched with mud, bamboo strips, and tattered cloth, propped up by still green tree trunks. Towering cypress trees encroach upon the courtyard, casting a pervasive shadow that evokes a chilling atmosphere. While Li Chang'an surveys this hideout, Sun Zhong claps his hands and announces, "We have arrived. Everyone, take your rest." The men in the courtyard scatter like birds and beasts. But the injured man continues to stare intently at Li Chang'an's retreating figure, his hand absently rubbing the hilt of his hunting knife. When Li Chang'an glances over, the man quickly averts his gaze and limps away hurriedly, which only piques Li Chang'an's curiosity. Noticing this, Sun Zhong quickly interjects, "After such a long trek through the mountains, I believe the Taoist must be hungry." Li Chang'an turns back, admitting, "Now that you mention it, my stomach does feel a bit unsettled." With a hearty yet simple expression, Sun Zhong responds, "In that case, Taoist, please follow me. I shall prepare some food for you." Sun Zhong leads Li Chang'an into a room. Despite the courtyard's decay, it contains several rooms, and between the pillars, one can still discern exquisite carvings, suggesting it was once a mountain retreat of a noble family, now abandoned and repurposed by these hunters. Before long, Sun Zhong returns with a modest meal, a bowl of thin porridge, a few pieces of flatbread, and some wild greens. Conditions are rather rudimentary in the mountains, and the women are down in the village, so the taste may not be the best. "I hope you can be forgiving," he says, serving Li Chang'an a generous portion. Li Chang'an remains silent, lifting the porridge to his lips, sniffing the aroma, which carries a hint of something uniquely fragrant. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices Sun Zhong's gaze fixed intently on his mouth. Abruptly, he sets the bowl down. Sun Zhong, taken aback, stammers, "Is it not to your liking?" "Not at all," Li Chang'an replies, maintaining an air of composure. "I simply have a peculiar habit." He turns to Sun Zhong, a smirk playing on his lips. "No feast is complete without meat." Sun Zhong, clearly taken aback by the Taoist's boldness, feels a flicker of disdain. What audacity it takes to utter such words. Yet, he manages to maintain his composure, replying cautiously, "For a distinguished guest such as yourself, it is customary to offer fine wine and meat. However, as you have seen, my brothers and I are empty-handed. Thus, we have no meat to offer." "You speak falsely," Li Chang'an counters, having caught a whiff of braised meat. Sun Zhong's expression shifts dramatically as he prepares to respond, but Li Chang'an has already risen, sword in hand, and bounds towards the door. "Ah, it is this way." Following the scent, he moves swiftly, but before he can take more than a few steps, Sun Zhong catches up and blocks his path. "Taoist, you are mistaken. I must confess, my brothers are on the brink of starvation. We have no meat." Li Chang'an flashes a grin, suddenly sweeping his hand to push Sun Zhong aside, bypassing him as he strides forward. Before long, he finds himself before a tightly shut wooden door, ready to push it open, when Sun Zhong relentlessly pursues him once more. This time, however, he spread his arms wide, positioning himself firmly in front of the Taoist priest. "Take your time, Taoist. It is not that I, Sun, am being stingy. I recently hunted a wild boar. If you invite me, I shall promptly prepare several pounds of prime fat for you." "No need," Li Chang'an replied, raising his hand to push him aside. Yet, Sun Zhong rooted himself in place. Without hesitation, Li Chang'an seized his clothing and yanked, causing Sun Zhong to lose his balance and tumble like a rolling gourd. Li Chang'an swiftly entered the room. The space was modest, appearing to be a kitchen, with windows on all sides and 2 doors at the front and back. A quick glance allowed Li Chang'an to identify his target. It was a stove within the kitchen, flames flickering brightly, and an iron pot covered by a lid, from which white steam seeped. The aroma of meat wafted from within. At that moment, however, Li Chang'an's expression was not one of delight. Rather, he hesitated. After a moment, he inhaled deeply and abruptly lifted the lid. Inside the pot was a large cauldron of soup. The milky broth bubbled, with a frothy edge and wild vegetable leaves clinging to the sides of the pot. Amidst the boiling broth, various human heads bobbed about. Li Chang'an pursed his lips, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. One woman's head rolled to the bottom of the pot, while a child's head surfaced, facing Li Chang'an. The child's face had swollen and turned pale from boiling, rendering it unrecognizable, save for a conspicuous mole on the forehead. According to fortune-telling, a mole on the forehead signifies great prospects. Yet, This child's life was tragically cut short, becoming mere ingredients for a pot of soup. I intended to let you live a while longer, but since you are so eager to meet your end, you shall not bear the surname Sun. Li Chang'an turned his head aside, finding Sun Zhong blocking the doorway. His earlier friendly demeanor had vanished, replaced by a sinister glare. Under sparse brows, his bloodshot eyes blinked not at all. He clapped his hands and called out cheerfully, "Brothers, come forth." At his command, raucous laughter and bizarre shouts erupted from outside. As a group of men armed with various weapons surged into the room, Li Chang'an surveyed them coldly. Sparse brows, jagged teeth, sinewy bodies, and red eyes, truly. They bore the countenance of cannibals. The old Taoist's words rang true. Silently, Li Chang'an appraised the band of ruffians. Including Sun Zhong, there were 8 in total. 2 more than before, likely those who had been hiding in the courtyard. Their weapons were not the hunting knives and bows of earlier, but crude swords, long spears, short axes, and iron hammers. Some wore simple leather armor, revealing their true identities. Deserters, perhaps? Li Chang'an calculated inwardly. Although they had rushed in together, they had quickly formed a semblance of order, indicating years of battle experience. This was troubling. These men were far more formidable than mere mountain bandits. While Li Chang'an contemplated, Sun Zhong spoke again. I had intended to butcher the Taoist for meat, but I, Sun Zhong, am also one who values talent. If the Taoist surrenders, I shall make you the leader. What do you say? Join you? Li Chang'an chuckled derisively. To become sustenance? What's wrong with that? Sun Zhong bellowed with laughter, his gaze sinister as it roamed over Li Chang'an. Old men are tough, young ones tender, women soft, and men have a satisfying chew. In this broken world, bah? He spat. Without killing, where does the meat come from? Without meat, where does the strength come from? Without strength, how can my brothers survive? He was about to continue when the man with the bullet wound could no longer contain himself, stepping forward. Boss, why waste breath on this Taoist? Perfect timing to dig out his heart and pair it with the bread in the pot. But as he finished, Sun Zhong grabbed his shoulder. What is the rush? This Taoist is formidable. We should attack together. With that, the cannibalistic thieves spread out in a crescent formation, cautiously advancing. Li Chang'an, seasoned in combat against men, demons, and ghosts alike, had never encountered an opponent who fought so cohesively. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the bandits. Despite their practiced coordination, he was confident he could kill any one of them in an instant, even Sun Zhong lurking in the rear. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that killing one would undoubtedly provoke the others, potentially trapping him in their encirclement, leading to dire consequences. For a moment, Li Chang'an felt like a tiger facing a porcupine, unable to strike. Furrowing his brow, he drew his sword. The bandits stepped forward in unison. He adjusted his stance, feigning an attack. The bandits responded by stepping closer still. Ultimately, Li Chang'an refrained from a direct assault and instead retreated behind the stove. Within the stove, several thick logs burned fiercely, half resting outside, half engulfed in flames. Li Chang'an glanced at the fire, and Sun Zhong immediately grasped his intent. Be careful, he warned. But before he could finish, Li Chang'an had seized all the firewood and hurled it at the bandits. Sparks flew in all directions. Yet, the bandits merely waved their weapons to deflect the firewood, their formation briefly disrupted but quickly restored. As Li Chang'an advanced, he retreated instead, seizing the opportunity to dash towards the back door of the kitchen, where no bandits blocked his path. Sun Zhong, instead of showing panic, wore a triumphant expression. Qin Laolu, he bellowed. Responding to the call, a towering black man emerged from the back door, wielding a massive axe. Its handle as dark as lacquer and the blade as white as snow. With a menacing expression, he locked eyes with Li Chang'an and, without a word, swung the axe horizontally at him. As Li Chang'an was about to escape through the back door, this axe appeared out of nowhere, as though he had delivered himself directly into its path. Just as he was about to be cleaved in two, he did not hesitate. In a split second, he executed a move akin to the iron bridge, twisting his body as if he were bending in half. The axe narrowly missed, slicing through thin air. Li Chang'an planted his palm on the ground for leverage, using the force to pivot and stand upright again. As he regained his footing, his sword found its mark, piercing straight into Qin Laolu's knee. The black man cried out in pain, collapsing to one knee. He bellowed, attempting to rise, but felt a sharp, icy point press against the back of his neck. Li Chang'an glanced up, recognizing the swiftness of his own actions. In an instant, he had turned a dire situation to his advantage. The grinning faces of the bandits were now twisted with shock and outrage. Only the man with the bullet wound had turned pale. Brother, he cried in despair, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. I will skin you alive. While such words might typically express mere anger, this man seemed likely to act upon them. perhaps having done so before. Fueled by rage, he charged forward, disregarding any semblance of formation. Despite his limp, he surged to the forefront, bursting through the door, only to find the corpse of the black man sprawled outside, alongside a pair of cold, piercing eyes, and an even colder sword tip thrusting toward him. The man clutched his throat, staggering back into the kitchen. The remaining bandits halted in their tracks, uncertainty etched upon their faces. The burly man and the one shot in the backside were both among the most skilled of their group. Yet they fell victim to the Taoist's blade in a fleeting encounter. If one were to rashly charge forward, could they survive under the Taoist's sword? In that moment, the thieves hesitated to take the lead, and Li Chang'an did not rush in. Only one thief, clutching his throat, staggered but remained upright. The previously charged atmosphere turned eerily still. Suddenly, Sun Zhong's face changed dramatically as he shouted for formation. Unfortunately, his realization came too late. Li Chang'an had already curled into a ball and leaped in, colliding with the thief clutching his throat. The impact caused a torrent of blood to erupt from the man's mouth, splattering 3 feet away and drenching the face of the fallen burly man. The still twitching body flew sideways, crashing into the throng of thieves. The thieves, already disbanding, had no time to regroup and were further scattered by the collision. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chang'an pressed forward. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he gutted an unsuspecting thief, then pivoted to plunge his blade into another thief's chest. Yet, this thief proved unexpectedly fierce. Despite the searing pain of the sword piercing through him, he seized the blade with desperate hands. Li Chang'an, unwilling to engage in a struggle, relinquished the sword and grasped the spear the brave thief had let go. The spear twirled in his hand. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a thief wielding a crude knife, intent on attacking, found his left knee shattered. He collapsed in agony, but Li Chang'an bypassed him, deftly disarming another trembling thief of his iron hammer. The man, pale and terrified, turned to flee, heedless of exposing his back to Li Chang'an's spear. Humph! Li Chang'an sneered. Coward! He hurled the spear, which pierced through the fleeing thief's back, its momentum unyielding as it pinned him to the wall. A glance at the remaining thieves revealed that they were utterly paralyzed with fear, trembling, and unable to advance. A hint of derision crept onto Li Chang'an's face as he casually picked up the fallen hammer and returned to the thief with the shattered knee. Raising the hammer, he exhaled forcefully. Huh! The hammer descended like a fierce wind. The thief hastily raised his crude knife in defense. Bang! A tremendous noise filled the air as dust rained from the ceiling. The hammer struck the knife with tremendous force, driving it down onto the thief's head. Thud! Another muffled sound resonated. Blood, mixed with mucus, tears, and brain matter, erupted from all 7 orifices. The thief's hands fell limply, and the knife slipped from his grasp. Li Chang'an remained silent, lifting the hammer once more. Thud! It was as if he were smashing a ripe watermelon. A fragment of skull flew away, splattering yellow, white, and red matter across the ground. He discarded the hammer without a glance at the shattered skull and turned to the fierce thief, whose expression remained grotesque and vile. Though he had long since met his demise, Li Chang'an gripped the hilt of his sword, rotated the blade, and withdrew it. Instantly, hot blood gushed forth from the wound in the thief's chest, a few droplets splattering high enough to land on Li Chang'an's eyelids. The small kitchen was awash with blood. Sun Zhong and the remaining thieves no longer bore expressions of menace. Their faces were pale, gripping their weapons as if they were drowning men clutching at straws. Li Chang'an lifted his gaze, his blood-stained eyes fixed on Sun Zhong, his expression devoid of emotion. I had thought. He wiped the blood from his face, leaving a trace of warmth on his fingertips. Your blood, however, is cold. Chapter 60. The message the kitchen was silent, devoid of the clash of blades or shouts. Only the partially ajar door allowing dark red blood mixed with dust to flow outside. In the corridor, a trail of bloody footprints extended outward. At the end of this bloody trail, the short-haired Taoist approached the 3 remaining thieves with his sword drawn. One of the cannibal thieves dropped his large knife at his feet, kneeling with a thud. Please, spare me, spare me. He bowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Yet, the response to his pleas was a swift and resolute point of the sword. The blade glimmered as it flashed, a vivid spray of blood erupting from his throat. The Taoist calmly stepped over the fallen corpse. Ah! Another cannibal thief suddenly cried out, charging forward with a long spear. His approach was fierce, seemingly unstoppable. Yet tears streamed from his eyes, flowing down his face twisted in fear. The Taoist merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the spearhead to pass, simultaneously trapping the shaft with his arm. The thief, who had a dagger at his waist, had lost his wits in fear, merely crying out as he thrust the spear forward. Li Chang'an raised his sword and sliced the spear in two. The thief, unable to halt his momentum, toppled toward Li Chang'an, who readily met him with the broken spear, the sharp end piercing his abdomen and pushing out a portion of his leather armor from behind. Li Chang'an shoved him against the railing at the corridor's edge, which had long been hollowed out by time and woodworm, and it shattered under the weight, sending the thief tumbling into the dust below, mixed with broken wood. Only one remained. Li Chang'an turned back to face the pale, trembling man before him. Sun Zhong. As Li Chang'an stepped forward, Sun Zhong quivered backward a few paces. Not realizing he had retreated to the threshold of the door, he stumbled over the threshold, falling into the room, failing to steady the hunting knife in his hand, which rolled aside. He attempted to retrieve the knife, but darkness enveloped him as he looked up to see the Taoist standing at the door, his bloodied sword still dripping. The evening sun poured in behind him, casting a blood-tinged silhouette. In the backlight, Sun Zhong could not discern the Taoist's features, only seeing the contours of his face and the two piercing gazes, as cold as the edge of a sword. A shiver ran through him, and he abandoned the only weapon on the ground, crawling away in panic. Li Chang'an, however, did not pursue. He merely stood at the door, staring blankly into the room. This room must be the slaughterhouse of these thieves. Iron hooks hung from the beams, each bearing human torsos and limbs, swaying slightly in the air, some even dripping blood. Against the wall, a platform made of stones and door panels held a corpse, its chest and abdomen flayed open, with some parts missing. Beside the corpse, a large wooden basin brimmed with intestines, hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. After a long while, Li Chang'an exhaled deeply, turning to Sun Zhong, uttering each word with conviction. "You deserve death, and there is no forgiveness." With that, he kicked the hunting knife back to Sun Zhong. Yet, Sun Zhong did not seize the meager means of defense. Instead, he suddenly erupted in laughter. "Heh, hee, ha ha." The smile was twisted and grotesque, as if it were a blend of fear, surprise, and rage. In the dim light, it was difficult to discern how many emotions were intertwined. Only the shrillness of his voice echoed hysterically. "So you came to kill us because we eat people?" His voice suddenly rose, the pace quickening. "Unforgivable? What crime is eating people? What crime is it to consume so few?" Back in the day, the man-eaters surrounded Kaizhou, and they did so for over half a year. Both the city and its outskirts ran out of food. When the food ran out, the fighting had to continue. "What do you say?" Sun Zhong grinned, revealing his sparse, ghastly teeth. "Those of us surrounding the city feasted on those outside. The garrison's soldiers dined on those within. By the time it was over, the people of Kaizhou had been completely consumed by us." He chuckled. "Taoist, if you wish to kill those who eat people, then go ahead and do it. There are at least 100,000 of them in and around the city. If you have the ability, capture them all and slay them." As Sun Zhong spoke, he noticed a change in Li Chang'an's expression and felt a flicker of hope, eager to continue his rhetoric. "In this chaotic era, the weak are merely prey for the strong." The brilliance of the sword flickered, and with a swift stroke, Sun Zhong's head soared into the air, landing squarely in a wooden basin. "Enough of this nonsense." Li Chang'an lifted the hem of his robe to wipe the blood from his sword. "I am but a Taoist priest, not a confessor. Why should I listen to your dying words?" He sheathed his sword and glanced at the scattered remains throughout the room, sighing deeply. There is some truth in that. Indeed, a Taoist is no great master. In this tumultuous world, rife with demons and calamity, what can one truly do? One can only strive to do good in the present and eliminate evil as it arises. Shaking his head, he was about to detach the dismembered body from the iron hook, preparing to bury the victims whose identities had become indistinguishable. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he seemed to hear a faint voice. "Help! Are there still living souls?" Li Chang'an turned sharply, rushing towards the source of the sound, only to find a man hanging from the iron hook. His body was ravaged, the wounds indicative of having been carved away with a knife. One arm was entirely severed, and a sharp hook had pierced his flesh, leaving him suspended upside down, a wooden basin beneath him already half filled with blood. "This man is still alive." Li Chang'an cautiously lowered him, ready to inquire about his injuries. Yet, the man suddenly broke free from Li Chang'an's grasp, leaping towards the wall. "You confused." The Taoist watched as the man hurriedly cleared debris from the wall, revealing a small door, and without hesitation, he bent down and dashed inside. "There's a partition in this house." Li Chang'an quickly followed. Upon entering, he looked up to find a cramped space filled with many women and children bound. The man muttered to himself, frantically searching through the crowd, blood gushing from his wounds, forming puddles on the ground with each moment he paused. Li Chang'an opened his mouth, but ultimately chose not to stop him, instead setting about untying the others. However, his heart grew colder. These women and children are all lifeless. No, no, they are not here, not here. The man fell to his knees, mumbling incoherently. His gaze wandered aimlessly around the room, filled with despair and helplessness, until it suddenly fixed upon Li Chang'an. In his eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited. Taoist, Taoist. He could not rise, perhaps having lost the strength to do so. He crawled towards Li Chang'an, dragging a trail of blood behind him. Have you seen my child? About this tall, with a round face. The man frantically gestured, then suddenly remembered something and pointed to his forehead. Yes, there is a mole here. Forehead? Mole? Li Chang'an's hand, which had reached out to help the man, froze midair. The man's expression shifted from anticipation to shock, ultimately settling into despair. His body swayed slightly, but he steadied himself with his hands against the ground, and after a moment, he spoke again. Kind Taoist, could I trouble you with a small favor? Li Chang'an quickly responded. Please, speak. My name is Fengyan, from the village of Xiahe beneath the mountain. Due to recent military disasters, to protect my family's lineage, I brought my wife to seek refuge in the mountains. Little did I know, Fengyan's words trailed off, his face devoid of sorrow, only a numbness remained. Please, if you could convey a message for me. He fell prostrate. I have failed as a son. Rest assured, I shall deliver it. Li Chang'an helped him up, gently closing his eyes. Chapter 61. The village feast. It was nearly dusk. The short-haired Taoist walked alone along the overgrown village path. The setting sun cast a dim light, with crimson clouds spreading across the horizon. After a night's rest, he hastily buried the bodies that morning and descended the mountain to search for the village. Along the way, he had not encountered many who still breathed, and he found himself lost in thought until this moment. It was the time when demons and spirits began to stir. The Japanese seem to call this the hour of transformation. Alas, it is merely the transition between day and night, a time when phantoms awaken. Li Chang'an halted in his tracks. Ahead stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Xiahe Village. Have I arrived? Upon closer inspection, the base of the tablet was adorned with a tortoise's body and a serpent's tail, and it was bound with numerous ropes, upon which red cloths covered in talismans hung. This was a guardian tablet, much like those found in many villages to ward off lesser demons in this world teeming with malevolence. It required only seasonal offerings. However, the incense and candles upon this guardian tablet had long since burned out, leaving only a few bamboo sticks embedded in the soft ash. Li Chang'an withdrew his gaze and began to survey the surrounding fields. No one toiled in the fields. Wild grasses thrived, obscuring the scattered crops. At the end of the path lay a small village basking in the remnants of the sunset, devoid of smoke, silent as a grave. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The closer he approached the village, the more evident its desolation became. There were no signs of life. Not even the crowing of a rooster or the barking of a dog could be heard. Li Chang'an paused at the village entrance, hesitating. The esteemed guest has finally arrived. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out, and Li Chang'an turned to see an old man emerging from beneath an ancient locust tree at the village entrance. Esteemed guest? Me? Li Chang'an was somewhat perplexed, cupping his hands in greeting. May I inquire your name, elder? The old man returned the gesture, saying, I am the village headman, and I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. We have prepared a feast to welcome you. Taoist, please, follow me. As he spoke, he extended his hand to lead the way. His hand emerged from his sleeve, but was quickly concealed again, and in a fleeting glance, Li Chang'an noticed that the back of his hand was swollen and blistered. Was this a burn? In but a brief time, the sun had dipped below the western mountains, leaving only remnants of twilight in the sky. Time was of the essence, and Li Chang'an decided to follow, curious to see what would transpire. However, upon entering the village, the old man suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, Everyone, come quickly to greet our esteemed guest. As his words fell, villagers poured out from their homes. They came with the elderly and the young, greeting Li Chang'an one by one. I am Mao Wu. I am Mao Lu. Strangely, they insisted on introducing themselves clearly, as if fearing the Taoist would forget anyone. Li Chang'an, not one to carry airs, responded to each in turn. During this time, he noticed that all the villagers, regardless of age, bore burn marks on the backs of their hands, some of which had become severely infected. Yet, there was no time for inquiries, as he was overwhelmed by their greetings. Dazed, he was led into a large courtyard, where a spacious building stood with extended eaves. The elder guided Li Chang'an to sit beneath the eaves, and shortly thereafter, people began to set up 2 low tables. The elder seated himself alongside Li Chang'an. Then, a steady stream of villagers arranged tables in the courtyard, offering fruits, wines, and meats, all taking their seats in an orderly manner. As Li Chang'an came to his senses, He found himself amidst a cacophony, with men, women, and children mingling without reserve, discussing families and exchanging toasts. Meanwhile, a few children played and chased each other, prompting gentle admonishments from the adults. It was indeed a village feast. Li Chang'an turned to glance at the elder, who watched the children with a smile, his white beard quivering, raising a wine jug to drink for himself. Upon inspecting the elder's table, it was abundantly laid out like the others, save for Li Chang'an's, which was starkly bare, holding only a wine jug and a cup. He felt no irritation. Instead, he lifted the jug's lid, bringing it to his nose to sniff. This was not wine, but merely water. Suddenly, the clamor around him came to an abrupt halt. Li Chang'an lifted his head. The night breeze parted the clouds, revealing the waning moon casting a pale glow. Beneath the desolate moonlight, the banquet was devoid of living souls, only headless, decaying corpses occupied the seats. Do not misunderstand, Taoist. We are not the source of this mischief. The moonlight was obstructed by the eaves. Thus the elder maintained the appearance of a living man. Seeing the cold indifference in Li Chang'an's expression, he hastily offered an explanation. Upon concluding his words, he clapped his hands. From the heap of decaying corpses emerged a man, distinct from the rest. His head remained firmly attached to his neck, though his garments were soaked in blood, indicating he too belonged to the realm of the deceased. He approached the courtyard and knelt upright before Li Chang'an. I have come to pay my respects, and I thank you for interring my wife and child. As he raised his head, it was revealed to be Mao Fengnian, whom Li Chang'an had personally laid to rest. Witnessing this, Li Chang'an's expression softened somewhat as he inquired, "When did you return?" "Just last night," he replied. "Have you found your wife and child?" "Thanks to your grace, our family is reunited." As he spoke, he gestured towards the crowd, and the headless spirits parted to reveal a woman holding a child. The child, timid and shy, hid behind his mother until the couple crouched down and whispered softly in his ear, prompting him to murmur, "Thank you, benefactor," before retreating into his mother's embrace. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a round face adorned with a prominent birthmark, a visage of innocence that seemed to hold no regrets. Observing this family standing together in harmonious joy, Li Chang'an felt a twinge of envy. He poured himself a cup of clear water and drank deeply, the coolness enveloping him in warmth. Setting down the cup, the elder nearby chuckled. "We are all denizens of the underworld, devoid of offerings for our guests. Is this cup of clear water to your liking? How could the morning dew be mere water?" Li Chang'an replied with a smile. "Among all earthly waters, the most suitable for brewing tea, concocting medicine, and inscribing charms is known as rootless water. The finest of this is the morning dew, collected after the first rays of sunlight grace the earth. Since time immemorial, as the rooster heralds dawn, all spirits retreat. For that initial beam of sunlight cleaves day from night, severing yin from yang, a sort of light that even the most ancient of demons dare not confront. These spirits, braving the morning light's burn, have painstakingly gathered this pot of dew. To offer a gift is to seek a favor." Li Chang'an set down his cup and turned towards the elder, speaking calmly. "If you have a request, please speak plainly. I shall do what I can." Upon hearing this, the elder's smile faded, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "Indeed, you possess a discerning eye." At that moment, a series of thuds echoed through the courtyard as the headless spirits vacated their seats and prostrated themselves on the ground. Li Chang'an turned his gaze back, noticing the elder had moved the table aside and was now kneeling upright. "Those who have passed seek nothing more, yet our broken souls cannot be reborn." The elder bowed low, pleading, "I beseech you, kind benefactor, to retrieve our severed heads." Chapter 62. The capital's watchtower. The landscape lay still and desolate, the yellow sands stretching endlessly. In this region of lush vegetation, a small patch of ground was barren, the plants withered and the earth cracked into dry grains. At the center of this parched land lay the heads of men and women, young and old, stacked in layers to form a diminutive watchtower. Li Chang'an was well aware of what a watchtower represented, a display of military prowess meant to intimidate foes. Yet, this tower, constructed from the heads of innocent souls, held no power to terrify anything in this forsaken land devoid of life. Would it frighten ghosts or hares? Li Chang'an's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, an impulse to draw it surging within him. But alas, the enemy was not present. Ultimately, he relinquished his grasp. Yet a heaviness settled in his chest as he examined the heads, noting that all their left ears had been severed. Turning to the elder who had guided him, Li Chang'an inquired, "Was this the work of the rebel forces?" This realm, weakened and incapable of suppressing the chaos, was rife with insurrections and the plundering of innocent lives. As a wandering Taoist, Li Chang'an considered himself merely a transient presence and had not given much thought to the tumultuous state of affairs. However, he had heard whispers of the imperial court dispatching troops to quell the rebels in this region. With the outbreak of conflict, the already lax discipline of the rebel forces became even more unrestrained, as evidenced by the horrors wrought by the voracious Sun Zhong. No, the elder shook his head, revealing an unexpected truth. It was the imperial army. The imperial army? Li Chang'an's initial shock stemmed from his instinctive belief that the government was meant to protect the people. How could the soldiers representing the crown massacre their own citizens? Yet, he soon realized that this was a battleground amidst the chaos of feudal society, where bandits and soldiers alike wreaked havoc with impunity. The elder continued, before the imperial troops even arrived, the bandits in the city forcibly seized the village's grain. We had hoped that once the imperial army triumphed over these bandits, our lives would improve. We thought we could endure this hardship for a little longer. Who knew that when the imperial army finally appeared, they too would demand grain? Alas, our provisions had already been taken by the bandits. From where could we procure more to surrender? Yet, the officer demanded that if we could not present our grain, the entire village would be deemed rebellious. I had no choice but to plead for a 3-day grace period to gather what we could. As the elder recounted his plight, tears streamed down his face, and the surrounding villagers joined in sorrowful weeping. However, as clouds drifted away to reveal the moon, only the headless corpses trembled by the roadside, the night wind carrying the haunting wails of the spirits throughout the desolation. Before the 3 days had elapsed, another battalion of soldiers arrived, silent and merciless, slaying anyone in their path. Tragically, my 3-year-old grandson was among those who lost their heads, now added to this grim collection. As the moon once again obscured itself, the corpses transformed back into humans. The elder pointed accusingly at the watchtower, his eyes bleeding with tears. Anger surged within him as he approached the tower, causing the grieving villagers to gasp in alarm, calling out, "Sir!" Just as the elder neared the watchtower, all the heads suddenly opened their mouths, their eyes wide with horror. A fierce wind accompanied their shrieks, and the elder was knocked back as if struck by an unseen force. He fell to the ground, unable to maintain his human form, reverting to the visage of a headless corpse. The villagers quickly gathered around, exhaling faint blue vapors that converged upon the elder, restoring him to human form, albeit looking significantly weakened. He pushed away the hands that sought to support him, trembling as he stood upright and bowed deeply to Li Chang'an. In these chaotic times, human life is as insignificant as grass. Though we have suffered this calamity, we harbor no thoughts of vengeance. We simply wish to escape this wretched existence. His tone was filled with sorrow and anger. But, kind Taoist, you have also witnessed our heads held captive here, unable to receive proper burial, doomed to wander this sorrowful land. Must we, as common folk, continue to be oppressed even in death? Rest assured, Elder, Li Chang'an replied with resolute determination. Having heard your words, I find my spirit ignited. I shall do all within my power. The Taoist stepped onto the sandy ground, sword in hand, gradually advancing towards the watchtower. 10 steps, 9 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. He approached cautiously, yet no unsettling occurrences arose as they had for the elder. Was it perhaps only targeting spirits? As Li Chang'an reached the heads, he extended his hand to grasp one. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Be careful," from behind him, followed by a gust of wind. Though the attack was unexpected, Li Chang'an's senses remained alert. He swiftly turned, employing the technique of Su Qin's backsword. Clang! A ghostly blade materialized from thin air, crashing heavily against his sword, yet he managed to deflect its force with his momentum and seize the opportunity to thrust forward. In a flash, he caught a glimpse of his sword piercing the assailant, only to feel as though he had struck nothing but air. The Taoist quickly retreated 2 steps, creating distance, and looked up to confront his attacker. The assailant, wielding a ghostly blade and clad in chain mail, was surrounded by swirling black mist. It was a ghostly soldier. This presented a formidable challenge. As Li Chang'an assessed the situation, the ghostly soldier bellowed, the black mist swirling violently as he charged forward with his blade raised. After the battlefield has claimed its victims, those who can transform into ghost soldiers are seasoned veterans of combat. Li Chang'an did not dare to underestimate the situation and met the challenge with his sword. As the ghost soldier lunged forward with a blade, Li Chang'an deftly maneuvered, surprisingly managing to disarm the ghost with ease. Could it be a mere illusion? Just as Li Chang'an pondered this, the ghost soldier closed in, seizing the sword's hilt and gripping Li Chang'an's wrist tightly. The talismans inscribed on the sword ignited rapidly, and at the point of contact, a thick, dark vapor swirled violently, emitting a sizzling sound akin to cold water meeting hot oil. Yet, The ghost soldier showed no sign of discomfort, tightening his grip instead. What was his intention? Li Chang'an raised his gaze to meet the ghost soldier's strange grin as he opened his mouth wide, revealing a swirling mass of nebulous white vapor coalescing within. This vapor, resembling threads, exuded a sharpness that was palpable. Even the ghost soldier, the master of this power, bore wounds on his mouth and face as it gathered. The aura of the white tiger. A chill ran down Li Chang'an's spine. This ghost soldier was formidable, not merely due to its fierce and valiant nature, but because of this lethal white tiger energy, capable of severing gold and jade with ease. The ghost soldier possessed great strength, and despite Li Chang'an's efforts, he found himself unable to break free, destined to endure the assault of the white tiger energy. However, unbeknownst to the ghost, Li Chang'an wielded a transformative technique known as Tome. Suddenly, Li Chang'an contracted his body and then sprang forth like a coiled spring. The top of his head collided with the ghost soldier's chin with a resounding thud. Both let out cries of pain. The ghost, caught off guard, released its hold on Li Chang'an. Seizing the moment, Li Chang'an pushed off the ground and retreated swiftly. Upon glancing back, he saw the malevolent energy erupt from the ghost soldier's mouth, piercing through its skull in chaotic torrents of dark vapor. In an instant, the ghost soldier's head resembled a punctured bladder, leaking black mist from various orifices. Despite this grievous injury, the ghost soldier continued to struggle, trying to gather the dispersing dark energy, refusing to dissipate. Li Chang'an resolved to send it on its way. With a swift motion, he invoked the spell Zhan Yao, and a green light enveloped the sword as it cleaved the ghost soldier in two. The ghost soldier exploded into a cloud of black smoke, from which a green light darted away unnoticed. Quickly, Li Chang'an swiped at his waist, launching a small sword that severed the green light in half. One portion escaped into the void, while the other gently descended. Li Chang'an approached, retrieving the fragment, which dissipated to reveal a piece of yellowed paper. The delicate texture bore celestial characters in red cinnabar, while intricate indigo patterns adorned its edges, presenting itself as a luxurious talisman. Yet, inscribed at the bottom were the names of Feng Renqing and Yi, suggesting not a deity, but perhaps the name of the Taoist himself. Would a talisman bear such personal inscriptions? Could it be a decree? Li Chang'an felt uncertain. He had heard the old Taoists speak of such decrees, which were powerful artifacts used by disciples of the Tao to summon divine assistance. Such items were rare, especially in lesser sects like Shang Jingmen, which had fallen from grace. The presence of such a decree on the ghost soldier hinted at a deeper mystery behind its creation. As Li Chang'an pondered, a cautious voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to find a group of village ghosts watching him expectantly. A thought struck him, regardless of the reasons. The slaughter of innocent people was no different from the actions of demons. If the sorcerer sought him out, he would not hesitate to strike. Resolving his internal conflict, Li Chang'an felt a surge of relief and laughed heartily at the headless ghosts. It is resolved. The ghostly crowd fell silent, as if unprepared for the sudden news that their heads could be reclaimed. Then, a jubilant cry erupted, "My head!" It was as if a dam had burst, and the entire ghostly assembly surged toward the altar. "My head is back. This head is mine. No, this is my head." They clamored, their voices overlapping in joyous confusion. Li Chang'an chuckled at the scene, but upon turning to find a place to sit, he noticed an elder still standing reservedly in his spot. "Young ones, forgive me for causing you to laugh," he said, gesturing toward the throng of ghosts. "Old sir, are you not going to search for your head?" Li Chang'an inquired. The elder chuckled, stroking his long beard, ready to respond, when suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Li Zheng, I found your head." A young man emerged, holding a tangled mass of white hair, yanking a head from the altar as if pulling a radish. The elder's eyes widened, and he hopped in agitation, scolding, "Watch it. You little rascal. Don't break my beard." In the desolate wilderness, a woman with needle and thread beckoned slowly. "Come here, dear." A bear child clasping a skull laughed and leaped into the woman's embrace, then held the head up, pleading, "Mother, look, there are worms in my head." "All right, I see." The woman replied, smiling as she extracted a centipede from the skull's eye socket, then patted the child's bottom. "Lie down." The child complied, transforming into a headless corpse that collapsed onto the woman's lap. She carefully aligned the head with the neck of the corpse, stitching them together in the dim light. Li Chang'an observed, feeling a pang of discomfort. In any other circumstance, the Taoist would have struck with his sword. Yet here, he felt a peculiar sense of unease. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. "Son!" Li Chang'an whirled around, spotting the mother and child once more. The child's head had been reattached, but now his body was a ghastly shade of blue-black, his face twisted into a terrifying visage, having transformed into a vengeful spirit in an instant. Disaster. The child had been tainted by malevolent energy. In a matter of moments, the child lunged at his mother, not in affection but with the intent to bite. Just in time, Li Chang'an intervened, lifting the child's chin to close his gaping mouth. Without hesitation, he produced a yellow talisman and pressed it against the child's forehead. Li Chang'an gently placed the child on the ground. The little one's body writhed, his face shifting between the horrific guise of a ghost and the innocent countenance of a child. The mother, still shaken, instinctively grasped Li Chang'an's sleeve, urgently asking, "Taoist, what has happened to my son?" Li Chang'an waved his hand reassuringly. "No need for concern. It is merely the malevolent energy affecting his mind. The talisman I placed upon him is simply a calming charm, assisting him in battling the turmoil within." In that moment, Li Chang'an comprehended the situation. No wonder the village ghosts had not transformed into vengeful spirits despite their tragedy. Their resentments were trapped within their heads, nurturing the ghost soldiers. Once their heads were returned, the energies of their untimely deaths would be reclaimed. Fortuitously, he had not left, or he would have faced the wrath of an entire village of ghosts. Li Chang'an silently rejoiced, placing his hand on the talisman, and began to chant softly. The revered beings of the 10 directions are as numerous as the grains of sand. They transform across the realms, universally saving the souls of the world. Under Li Chang'an's chant, the child gradually calms down, and ultimately, the Taoist priest gently closes the boy's eyes. Li Chang'an rises and surveys the assembly of spirits, only to find the ghosts, women with heads unfitted, and men who no longer dig graves, merely standing in place, gazing at him in a daze. "Why have you all stopped? Continue," he urges, but is met with an uncomfortable silence. After a prolonged moment, an elder steps forth from the crowd. "Revered Taoist, we have deliberated and decided not to fit our heads back on for the time being." "Why is that?" Li Chang'an inquires, puzzled. The elder offers a wry smile. "Once we attach our heads, we shall be tainted by resentment and transformed into vengeful spirits, doomed to never be reborn." "What difficulty lies in that?" Li Chang'an chuckles softly. "I shall guide each of you to the next realm. That is all that is required." However, upon hearing this, the elder merely bows deeply. Such benevolence from the Taoist cannot be repaid with malice. "What do you mean?" Li Chang'an begins, but then realizes the underlying reason. "You have also heard the rumors about the warlords in the city who wield sorcery. The officials do not seek us for food, but to exploit our grievances for their spells." The elder, cradling his head, wears a face of despair. "We have already drawn the Taoist into our troubles by asking you to dispel the malign influence. If we were to burden you further with our salvation and attract the officials, it would be repaying kindness with enmity, bringing you into peril." "Ha ha ha." Li Chang'an bursts into hearty laughter. "Why must you worry? With a great battle imminent, the officials will hardly spare the time to concern themselves with us. Even if they did, the time taken to relay information would suffice for your salvation." "But," the elder attempts to speak again, but Li Chang'an interrupts. "There is no but. Do not forget, we still possess a considerable supply of rootless water, an excellent material for blessings and salvation." "Even rootless water may prove inconsequential," the elder murmurs. Li Chang'an, with a playful pat on his sword at his waist, smiles enigmatically. Outside Jiangling City, encampments tightly encircle the fortress. Within the central tent, a middle-aged Taoist sits upon a mat. Suddenly, a flash of azure light pierces through the curtain. The Taoist opens his eyes wide. The azure light approaches swiftly, swelling into a figure wielding a long sword, attacking head-on. Unperturbed, the Taoist swiftly gestures, uttering genuine incantations. The swordsman dissipates into azure light, transforming into a half-scroll of decree. Reviewing the images returned by the decree, the figure appears to have a monk's cropped hair, but is clad in Taoist robes. A monk? No, a Taoist. The Taoist's expression shifts, and he stands to call outside. "Quickly summon General Luo." Before long, the heavy curtain is lifted, and a heavily armored general strides in. "Taoist, what is the matter?" "Behold." The middle-aged Taoist points to a massive sand table at the center of the tent. The detailed layout includes cities, provinces, and crucial mountain passes, even marking each scattered village surrounding the city. Strangely, a slender incense stick is inserted into the location of each village. The Taoist indicates one broken incense stick, marking it as Downriver Village. The general's expression shifts to one of alarm upon seeing the broken incense. This is merely a minor array point, inconsequential to the grand scheme. The Taoist remarks calmly. Hearing this, the general exhales in relief. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously asks, "Then, shall we disregard it?" The middle-aged Taoist furrows his brow in thought. If it is merely the work of a careless sorcerer passing by, it is indeed harmless. However, I fear the bandits within the city may intentionally disrupt our array point. The general nods, turning to call out, Zhang Jihu, at your service, replies a subordinate. Send a capable team to Downriver Village. Capture any suspicious individuals among the monks or Taoists. Outside, a hesitant voice inquires, what if they resist? The general raises an eyebrow, ready to utter a bloody command, but glances at the middle-aged Taoist, realizing he too is a Taoist, and refrains from outright threats, responding with irritation, then drive them away. Hold on. The general need not concern himself with me. The middle-aged Taoist interjects, returning to his mat, the flickering candlelight casting a sinister shadow on his face. Having already committed such heinous acts, why spare a mere handful of lives among our kind? Among the monks, many are treacherous and adept at transformation. Should we encounter them, do not question the reason, just eliminate them. Chapter 64. The Demon Exterminator. Yin. The next morning, fog envelopes the countryside. On the desolate mountain path, the sound of galloping hooves stirs the mist. Suddenly, a robust yellow stallion bursts through the thick fog, galloping with its mane flying. In other circumstances, anyone would exclaim, what a magnificent steed! Yet at this moment, the horse appears diminutive compared to its rider, an imposing figure clad in a thick bear fur cloak, obscuring his features, resembling a black bear with a yellow dog. Suddenly, the rider pulls on the reins, bringing the stallion to a halt. He listens intently as faint voices drift through the gaps in the fog. Turning the horse around, he rides toward the sound. Although the horse carries a bear-like man, it moves swiftly, soon arriving at a cleared area. The fog is dense, obscuring the view, but the rider can hear a raspy chanting echoing. Dismounting, the rider's cloak clinks as he moves. He leads the horse forward a few steps, and the scene begins to clear. In the open space, there are no people. Only a dozen or so fresh graves scattered about, alongside several unfilled pits from which the chanting emanates. Suddenly, the raspy voice ceases, followed by a low shout, and then a series of dull thuds as a ragged figure emerges from one of the pits. The creature, with a decaying body and crawling maggots below the neck, has a dry, shriveled mouth above, exposing a sparse, blackened set of teeth. Its yellowed eyes fixate on the rider after a few moments of dazed observation. After staring intently for several breaths, it suddenly opens its mouth to reveal a withered tongue sticking to its gums, convulsing its limbs before lunging toward the rider in a grotesque manner. Any ordinary person would likely have fled in terror, yet the rider stands undaunted. And even the typically skittish horse merely snorts lazily. As the corpse lunges forward, the rider nonchalantly draws a massive sword from beneath his cloak, swinging it with a fierce wind. This sword, capable of flattening even iron, is poised to strike the decaying corpse when a wooden stick suddenly appears from the side, blocking the blow. However, this feeble obstruction is no match for the sword's might. The rider slightly increases his force, pausing scarcely a blink, and the blade continues its descent. Yet for the one who blocked the sword, that fleeting moment proves ample. In that instant, he seizes the corpse, narrowly escaping the sword's reach. With the sword missing its target, the rider does not pursue. He stands firm, examining the stick that blocked his blade, realizing it is no weapon, merely the long handle of a shovel. Glancing back at the corpse, he sees a short-haired youth holding a yellow talisman to subdue it. A monk? His voice is deep and resonant, imbued with the frost and snow of the northern lands. The young man looks over, gesturing to his hemp robe. A Taoist. The short-haired Taoist is a rare sight in the world, and one with such remarkable skills is none other than Li Chang'an. It is indeed curious. Even the art of sewing the ghostly seams has its own intricacies. No matter how tightly stitched, it is rendered meaningless unless tied with a knot, a requirement for it to be deemed properly joined. This peculiarity benefits Li Chang'an, as he only needs to instruct the spirits to dig their own graves and sew their heads back without tying knots, allowing him to collect them one by one. Nevertheless, after a night of toil, he still found himself unable to complete his task. His voice was hoarse, and in a moment of carelessness, a wandering corpse managed to escape the pit, nearly resulting in a gruesome fate for him. He swiftly reclaimed the body, immobilizing it with talismans, and sighed in relief before turning his gaze to the rider. The rider lowered his hood, revealing a broad-nosed, mustachioed man of imposing stature. The man's appearance held little intrigue, but Li Chang'an's attention quickly shifted to the massive sword in the man's grasp, a formidable blade measuring 2 palms in width and over 3 feet in length. Such a hefty piece of iron, wielded by such a robust figure, could surely cleave not only humans, but even monsters in twain. His gaze lingered on the sword for a moment, and then he noticed a glint of cold light reflecting from the gap in the rider's thick cloak, revealing armor beneath. Startled, Li Chang'an's eyes darted past the giant to the saddle of his steed, where a quiver hung, containing an iron bow. Li Chang'an understood that having broken the spells of the capital city, he might face retribution from the officials, and this armored figure could very well be one of them. Heightening his vigilance, he maintained his composure while continuing the rites of exorcism, adjusting the sword sheath at his waist to a more accessible position before calmly inquiring. "Are you a military officer?" "Just a subordinate," the giant replied. "Practicing corpses?" "Exorcising them." Observing the wandering corpse gradually finding peace under Li Chang'an's care, the giant nodded, sheathing his sword and respectfully asking, "Do you know the nearest village, Taoist?" "Oh, there is indeed a village nearby," the Taoist replied leisurely, eyeing the giant. "But may I ask what business you have there?" Li Chang'an felt a twinge of suspicion, and his demeanor was far from respectful. Surprisingly, the man did not take offense. Instead, he explained, "Please do not be alarmed, Taoist. I mean no harm. I only wish to purchase some provisions." "Is that so?" The Taoist did not confirm nor deny, merely smiling. "Then I would advise you against that endeavor." "What do you mean?" The giant, becoming increasingly frustrated by the evasive responses, found Li Chang'an unfazed. "To buy food in the village, there must be someone willing to sell, would you not agree?" "Of course," the giant replied promptly. "I am not a bandit who takes by force." "Then it is settled," Li Chang'an chuckled, gesturing with his shovel behind him. "The village you seek is just ahead. As for the people you are looking for," he pointed to the grave beneath his feet, "they are all right here." Upon hearing this, the giant's eyes widened in shock, his beard bristling, and his voice thundered, "Who did this?" Li Chang'an simply gestured towards him. Despite his rough exterior, the giant's wits were sharp, and he quickly grasped Li Chang'an's implication. His face shifted from red to pale, and with a heavy sigh, he led his horse to a nearby stone, sitting cross-legged. From his pocket, he retrieved a cloth pouch, untying it to reveal nothing more than a stale bun. "Taoist?" he inquired. "Not hungry." He wrapped half of the bun back up and stowed it away, taking a long swig from a water pouch. After a few violent coughs, he finally began to eat the bun, though he did so slowly, not out of respect for the food, but rather as a means to catch his breath. Yet, no matter how slowly he ate, half a bun could hardly withstand the appetite of such a large man. Before long, it was gone, and after a brief pause, he mounted his horse. At that moment, the Taoist was busy filling the grave with dirt, when the giant hesitated before asking, "Are you with Lu Haizi?" "Who?" The Taoist replied, sweating profusely as he wielded his shovel. This response seemed to relieve the giant, who clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "I admire your compassion, Taoist, but it would be wise for you to leave quickly." "Why?" the Taoist asked, shoveling yellow earth into the pit. "Is it for the villagers who died unjustly?" The giant stood still, at a loss for words, his thoughts swirling, ultimately resolving into a simple bow. "Take care, Taoist. Until we meet again." As Li Chang'an closed the eyes of the corpse, he straightened his back and stretched his spine. This arduous task was finally nearing completion, and the body at his feet was the last to be exorcised. All that remained was to cover it with earth. Just then, he heard the distant sound of horses' hooves. Why had the bearded man returned? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, puzzled, but paid it little mind as he continued to fill the grave. However, as he emerged from the pit, he sensed something was amiss. The giant had come alone on horseback, yet the sound of hooves was far too numerous. He quickly looked up to see a young commander in white robes, riding alongside a dozen others. Each one had drawn their bows, aiming directly at him. The Taoist felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively rolled back into the muddy pit. Arrows rained down, striking the earth and the corpse within. Outside, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Li Chang'an pulled several arrows from the body, their uniform design and excellent craftsmanship revealing their origin. These were no ordinary bandits. They were indeed official soldiers. "You little bastards," he seethed, discarding the arrows and seizing his shovel, climbing out of the pit. Despite the onslaught of arrows, the Taoist remained unscathed. Zhang Jihu, the commander, attributed the ease of his shot to his lack of practice during the months of inactivity in the camp. He had come out to stretch his limbs, finding the prolonged siege against the city rather dull. As he daydreamed, the Taoist emerged from the pit once more, seemingly undeterred by the chaos. Zhang Jihu waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their bows. It would be a shame for such a rare opportunity to slip away so easily. "Charge!" he urged his steed, raising his lance like a striking serpent. The fog had dissipated, sunlight streaming down, illuminating his silver armor that shimmered like a celestial being descending from the heavens. "Taoist, when you reach the underworld, do not forget to mention my name, Zhang Jihu." With only 100 paces between them, the warhorse charged, and in mere moments, the lance was poised before the Taoist. Yet, the Taoist showed no sign of reaction, still clutching his dilapidated shovel. his sword at his waist appearing more like a mere decoration, untouched. This disappointment Zhang Jihu, who had anticipated a spirited contest, but found the Taoist seemingly frozen in fear. However, he did not hold back, thrusting downwards with all his might. The force behind the strike was akin to splitting mountains and shattering stones, a technique that had proven effective on the battlefield. Yet, to his astonishment, the Taoist deftly sidestepped, avoiding what should have been a certain hit. Before Zhang Jihu could register the emptiness of his thrust, he heard a mournful cry from his horse. In a flash, the Taoist not only evaded the lance, but also struck the horse's hoof with his shovel. Instantly, the horse stumbled, throwing Zhang Jihu off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. Despite his experience, he tried to protect himself during the fall, but the impact left him dazed, his chest heavy and aching, his entire body throbbing in pain. His helmet adorned with long white feathers was nowhere to be found. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to raise himself, when darkness enveloped him as the Taoist advanced. Zhang Jihu's reaction was swift, though he was kneeling on one knee. He felt a weight at his waist, his left hand steadying the sheath while his right hand drew the blade. With a sharp clang, a burst of icy light resembling snow was about to erupt from the sheath. Alas, Li Chang'an was quicker, just as the sword emerged halfway. The Taoist stepped down upon the hilt, forcefully suppressing his counterattack. Subsequently, he seized Zhang Jihu by the collar of his battle robe and yanked him to the ground. Raising the iron shovel high, he aimed at the unprotected back of Zhang's head. With a clang, the shovel struck the ground, sending sparks flying and leaving behind a tuft of hair, yet no expected bloodshed ensued. It turned out that in a critical moment, the young general had resorted to a turtle's retreat, shedding his battle robe and narrowly escaping death from the shovel's onslaught. Struggling to survive, the Taoist let out a cold snort, preparing to pursue and finish him off. Suddenly, the sound of bowstrings twanging echoed sharply. Li Chang'an halted, deflecting the incoming arrows, while the white-robed young general was swiftly reclaimed by his subordinates. Although Zhang Jihu remained shaken, he forced himself to glare at Li Chang'an, who returned the gaze with a mocking smile before bursting into laughter. The young general's face fluctuated between red and white as he drew his sword, pointing it at the Taoist. "You thieving Taoist! I merely fell into your trap by accident. What is there to laugh about? How could it not be amusing?" Li Chang'an retorted, his shovel raised, revealing a large clump of bloodied hair caught on its tattered edge. "Who would have thought that a military man like you would have such a connection with the Buddha? Why then seek my services as a Taoist to shave your head?" Zhang Jihu was momentarily stunned, trembling as he touched the top of his head, which was not only bloodied but also bald. The shovel, crafted from inferior materials and poorly forged, had a dull edge. Hence, rather than cutting his hair, it had forcibly ripped it from his scalp during his retreat. Now, his head bore a gruesome sight, and the once dashing young general had transformed into a blood-stained Mediterranean. Observing Zhang's white horse and robe, one could surmise he was a man of flamboyant vanity, yet now he appeared prematurely aged. "Kill him!" he shrieked. "Slay this rebel! Stand down!" Just as Zhang Jihu's frantic cry subsided, a thunderous voice interjected. Yet, blinded by rage, Zhang Jihu disregarded this voice, seizing a bow from one of his subordinates and drawing the string taut. Suddenly, a whistling sound, akin to a fierce wind, erupted, and a dark light flashed past Zhang Jihu's eyes. Both parties instinctively turned to see a massive arrow embedded in the stone by the roadside, its fletching quivering slightly. Zhang Jihu broke out in a cold sweat, while his subordinates gasped in unison. The sound of hooves grew urgent as a rider galloped into the fray. The newcomer pulled the reins, causing his horse to rear, positioning himself squarely between the two factions. The horse, a grand yellow steed, seemed diminutive under its rider, who was none other than the returning bearded man. He sheathed his iron bow and produced an object from his bosom, tossing it to the officers, then bowed to both sides, exclaiming, "Taoist, young general, grant me, Yan, a favor and let this matter rest." Zhang Jihu had drawn his bow like a crescent moon, ready to release the arrow at any moment. However, the man on horseback loomed over him, casting a heavy shadow that made it impossible for him to shoot. Ultimately, the Mediterranean general slammed his bow to the ground, pointing at the man. "The officers are here to apprehend rebels. Do you dare to rebel as well?" His subordinate abruptly interrupted, handing Zhang Jihu the object thrown by the bearded man. It was a square, iron token. Upon seeing it, the young general's face paled, and he exclaimed, "Yao the demon, the cavalry officer?" Noting his startled reaction, Li Chang'an thought, could this man hold significant power? He glanced at the bearded man, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. The newly promoted Mediterranean general's expression shifted dramatically, and after several tugs from his subordinates, He reluctantly returned the token to the bearded man and bowed. It was indeed Li Chang'an in person. The bearded man shook his head. I am no longer in the military and cannot accept the title of Zhicheng. If I still hold any influence, young general, grant me this favor and let this matter conclude. Zhang Jihu was most unwilling, which was understandable. Anyone would be reluctant after losing their hair. As he deliberated, the bearded man waved his hand decisively. This matter is settled. I have urgent business and cannot linger. Please convey my regards to your commander. With that, he mounted his horse and rode away, leaving behind an arrow embedded in the stone. What on earth was that? Li Chang'an felt bewildered, while Zhang Jihu shot him a few fierce glares before whistling to signal a retreat. Soon, the field was left with only Li Chang'an and a cluster of fresh graves, as if the fierce battle moments earlier had been but a fleeting illusion. Dissipating with the mist. Truly perplexing. Li Chang'an shook his head and lifted the shovel. One grave still awaited its soil. Chapter 65. Endurance. The northern outskirts had once been a splendid destination, with verdant waters and vibrant blossoms in spring. A prominent family had claimed land here, building a villa by the mountains and rivers, transforming it into a delightful retreat. Yet, that was years ago. The world had worsened day by day. And after several rounds of natural disasters and human calamities, people were left to survive in despair, devoid of any leisure for enjoyment. Even the once grand family had faced numerous trials, scattering like stars in the night sky. Thus, the once bright spring turned into an eerie wilderness, and the grand mansion succumbed to decay alongside the flora. In the past, homeless beggars would seek shelter among the crumbling bricks and tiles, but recently, they had vanished completely, rumored to have been taken by the restless spirits of the deceased owners. The desolation grew even more sinister, and the northern outskirts became even more desolate. However, today, this desolate place had a visitor. As dusk fell, the wild grass lining the path brushed against the hooves of a magnificent horse, and its rider silently surveyed the remnants before him. The mansion had mostly collapsed, with only the low foundations of its high walls remaining. Crossing the overgrown courtyard, a house lay shrouded in dim light, resembling a dying beast. The door creaked slightly on its hinges, swaying in the wind like a beast's maw. The rider urged his horse forward, and it gracefully leaped over the fallen wall, landing in the courtyard. The space was empty, save for wild grass and an old locust tree. Dismounting, the rider tethered his horse and, shedding his cloak, revealed a rugged face belonging to the Yin clan. Suddenly, something drifted onto his shoulder. He brushed it away to reveal a coarse and sturdy feather. Raising his gaze, he noticed, beneath the dim light, a tree full of crimson eyes. The dark mass atop the branches was not leaves, but a multitude of crows with blood-red eyes. These crows remained eerily still, their gaze fixed upon him. Just one of them could send chills down one's spine, but here, the branches were laden with them. Yet, the Yin man felt no fear. Instead, his serious expression softened slightly. He retrieved a wooden box from his saddle, opened a small door on it, and knocked several times. Bang, bang, bang. In a serendipitous turn of events, a bird unexpectedly emerged from the box, its head adorned with a pair of crimson eyes, peering about at the small entrance before fluttering away to join the flock of crows perched upon the trees. This avian creature, known simply as the red-eyed crow, though not particularly auspicious in appearance, is an extraordinary being cultivated through arcane practices, serving purposes of vigilance, surveillance, and communication. The Xuanqi of the town protectorate often favored the company of one or two of these birds during official duties. The town protectorate itself, established by the imperial court, comprises 26 divisions, collectively referred to as the Emperor's personal army, tasked with safeguarding the realm from various supernatural entities. Clad in dark attire, they are affectionately dubbed Xuanqi in the martial world, though less flatteringly, they are sometimes called Old Crows. Unfortunately, the once mighty court has diminished, rendering the protectorate a mere mediator of relations between the martial world and the imperial court. However, this seemingly inconsequential office recently undertook a significant case, capturing a formidable target, which stirred a tempest of intrigue across the land. The man by the surname Yin was originally part of the Longxiang Guard under the town protectorate, and according to prior arrangements, he was to rendezvous with colleagues 3 days hence to escort the captured target. Yet, mere days ago, the escorting convoy had inexplicably fallen silent. In these turbulent times, it was not unusual for communication to falter, so the Longxiang Guard continued with their plans, executing their duties as scheduled. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Yin, compelling him to abandon his assembling comrades and set forth alone under the cover of night, aided by his remarkable steed, the yellow stallion, without which he might have perished from fatigue. Upon arriving at the destination, he observed the multitude of red eyes in the trees, indicating that reinforcements from other divisions must have arrived on time. Could it be that his worries were unfounded? He straightened his attire and strode boldly through the door, hoping for the best. The interior was shrouded in an unsettling darkness, thick and oppressive, enveloping him as he crossed the threshold, obscuring any glimmer of light. A cloying, sinister fragrance pervaded the air, cloaking the space in a malevolent ambience. Frowning, Yin stepped further inside and proclaimed loudly, "I, Yin Xinglia of the Longxiang Guard, have come in response to the summons." After a long pause, a frail, aged voice emerged from the depths of the darkness. "Ah, it is you, Captain Yin. My apologies for the oversight." With that, the shadows parted, revealing a flickering bonfire and a gaunt elder swathed in a cloak. The elder's tone suggested familiarity with Yin, though he could not recall the specifics of their past encounters. The elder introduced himself. "I am Hu Daogong, the deputy commander of the Fengtian Guard." This revelation sparked a flicker of recognition within Yin, who nodded in acknowledgement of the elder's status. He then produced a document and a metal insignia from his robes, stating, "Please verify the seal." As per the protocols of the office, the task handover necessitated verification, a request the elder readily accepted, beckoning, "Oh." In moments, the darkness swirled like mist, giving way to a figure clad in the same garb of the town protectorate, his face obscured by a black veil. His gait was peculiar, with tiny steps taken without bending his knees. Yin chose to ignore this oddity and extended the items to Ao. Yet, as Ao reached for them, Yan's demeanor shifted dramatically. He seized Ao's arm with a swift motion. A low growl escaped Ao, whose reaction was neither to retreat nor to strike, but rather to lunge forward as if to bite. In a flash, Yin grasped Ao by the throat, slamming him to the ground with a resounding thud that shattered several bricks beneath them. Ao continued to snarl and writhe, though his joints seemed rigid, rendering his struggles akin to a fish floundering on dry land. Despite his considerable strength, Yin remained unyielding, his grip as firm as iron. With a series of sickening cracks, he forced Ao's arms behind his back and freed a hand to unveil the veil. Beneath it lay a youthful visage, yet marred by a pallid hue, with a small yellow talisman affixed to his forehead. A grotesque gash marred his face, revealing purplish, decaying flesh, and two elongated fangs protruded from his snarling mouth. A zombie. As Yin had anticipated, the source of his earlier discomfort was not merely the cloying aroma, but rather the underlying scent of decay and rot. His years of service on the battlefield had made him intimately familiar with such miasma. The peculiar gait of Ao had alerted him to the presence of a newly transformed zombie, its joints not yet fully stiffened. Without hesitation, Yin retrieved a yellow talisman and recited an incantation. Summon the 6 Ding and 6 Jiao warriors, dispel the evil and remove the obstacles, bring forth the light, go. Upon completion, he cast the talisman forth. The tail of the talisman ignited with a brilliant flame, conjuring a gust of wind that spiraled around Yin, the radiant light tearing through the dense shadows. In an instant, the room was illuminated, revealing not only the elder and Ao, but also 13 others garbed similarly, their faces concealed by black veils. Each bore the marks of violent demise, some disemboweled, others missing limbs, while Yan's own subordinates appeared to be the most intact among them. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the corpses strewn about the perimeter of the room, lifeless figures clad in the town protectorate's attire, piled haphazardly like refuse. Among the fallen, he recognized several familiar faces, renowned figures from various divisions. "You scoundrels!" Yin grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet the elder interjected, "Hold your hand, Captain. What more is there to say?" Yin demanded, his frustration palpable. The elder, unperturbed, began to slowly unveil his cloak, exposing a frail, emaciated figure. Yin was taken aback as he beheld the elder's left leg severed at the knee, his right wrist nothing more than a brown bone protruding from his arm. His torso was marred with injuries, the most horrifying being a gaping hole in his left chest, revealing pulsating flesh and broken ribs, with the heart conspicuously absent. With deliberate slowness, the elder reached into the bonfire, retrieving a charred object and placing it within his hollow chest cavity. As he performed this act, the nauseating aroma that had pervaded the room began to dissipate. The elder then inquired, "Captain Yin, have you ever heard of the art of enduring death?" At that moment, the realization dawned upon Yin, the escorting convoy, along with this elder, had met with utter destruction. He sighed deeply, overwhelmed with sorrow and disbelief, questioning how such a skilled assembly could have fallen without a trace. What could have led to this calamity? He implored. "Ah, what indeed?" The elder shook his head in self-mockery, recounting the saga of their ill-fated mission. Initially, their endeavor had progressed smoothly, for they had believed that even the most audacious of thieves would hesitate to provoke the might of the town protectorate. Yet, a few days prior, they had fallen into the enemy's trap, losing a significant portion of their strength and failing to transmit any messages. Despite repelling several assaults and vanquishing numerous foes, they had suffered grievously. As the elder recounted their misfortune, his gaze remained fixed upon the flickering flames, revealing an expression of despair and sorrow. My poor disciples, filled with filial piety, chose to become zombies even in death to aid their incapable master. It is only through this art of enduring death that I have managed to survive until now. If the Commander Yin had arrived, even a moment later, the old man feared he would have succumbed. However, the elder's tone shifted. The commander could see that the enemy was fierce. All the skilled warriors from the 3 states and 9 guards had fallen here, and even the old man was nearing his end. At present, the only surviving Xuanqi of the town protector's office in this room was you alone, but the task ahead was perilous indeed. He turned to gaze at Yan Xinglia, his aged face illuminated by the firelight, stern and grave. Will you accept it, or will you not? Yan Xinglia replied with calm laughter. For the sake of the nation, why cherish one's life? Good, good, good. The elder burst into hearty laughter. Commander Yin truly lived up to his reputation. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden sound pierced the air. The horses in the courtyard whinnied loudly, and the previously still red-eyed crows began to squawk in unison. Yan Xinglia rushed outside, witnessing the flock of crows scattering, their wings filling the sky. The elder's voice echoed from within. These rascals are pursuing quite closely. Dusk has arrived. Prepare. The leader's half-finished words morphed into a scream. The enemies, shrouded in dark mist, effortlessly shattered the front lines and charged forth. A young rebel soldier, overwhelmed by fear, thrust his spear at the approaching foe, striking true to the chest, yet it seemed to pierce only a wisp of smoke. However, the opponent's blade swiftly severed his head from his shoulders. On the other side of the battlefield, a general atop his steed coldly observed the final remnants of the rebel strength being extinguished by the ghostly soldiers summoned by sorcery. This stronghold, guarded by heavy troops, was finally reclaimed without a scratch on him. General, the young vice-general's throat swallowed hard, his eyes glinting with desire, much like the other silent soldiers. Having lived his life on the battlefield, he understood what the soldiers truly sought. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, the general commanded, pillage the city. That night, in the desolate mountains and deep forests, beneath the full moon, Li Chang'an sat cross-legged on a large stone, raising his wine cup to embrace the moonlight. Once the moonlight had transformed into exquisite wine, the Taoist retracted his cup, only to furrow his brow. The once clear moon wine had, unexpectedly, taken on a tinge of crimson. After tasting it, he found the metallic tang overwhelming. It was spoiled. The Taoist shook his head, carelessly spilling the wine, which transformed into moonlight mid-air, with 7 parts dissipating and the remaining 3 landing upon the grass, scattering into glimmers as the night breeze stirred. He shook his head and looked up. In the distant eastern horizon, a red glow spread across the sky. Chapter 66. The ghostly governor in the desolate outskirts. Several riders pursued beneath the moonlight. Yan Xinglia pressed against his horse's smooth mane, the damp and chilly southern air creeping into his collar, lifting his cloak high. Behind him, the shadow cast by the cliffs was accompanied by the rapid sound of hooves. The hoofbeats were quick and light, yet they did not indicate great distance. Soon, 3 riders emerged from the mountain's shadow. The cold moonlight illuminated the pale bones, the dried flesh encased in tattered armor. The newcomers were not the living. Yan Xinglia did not halt, dismissing the thought of dispatching these 3 tails, for the circling birds above informed him that more awaited behind. Reckless fighting was futile. It would only slow his pace and lead to entrapment. Yet suddenly, from the shadows ahead, another rider leaped forth. The abrupt appearance brought them face to face. Despite the horses galloping full speed, there was no time to evade. Yan Xinglia hastily deflected the long spear thrust at him, and the 2 horses collided forcefully. The impact caused the yellow steed to falter, reeling a few steps, while the ghostly horse was flung away, disintegrating before it hit the ground. The rider, however, had anticipated this and swiftly dismounted, taking advantage of the yellow steed's disorientation to slash at its head. In an instant, there was no time to dodge. Yan Xinglia seized the reins with brute strength, lifting the horse's front hooves into the air, narrowly avoiding the blade. The horse's iron hoof then came crashing down upon the ghostly being's forehead, driving its head into its chest and embedding it into the earth. Although this ghostly rider was dispatched, in that brief moment, the 3 pursuers had caught up. From their earlier skirmish, Yan Xinglia deduced that these ghostly soldiers retained some of their combat prowess. Indeed, while all three pursued in unison, one rider lingered momentarily, circling the periphery, while the other two flanked him from left and right. Yet, Yan Xinglia remained unperturbed, coldly observing the two as they approached with blades drawn. As they came close, he suddenly raised his right hand and shouted, "Swift!" Instantly, a blinding light erupted from his hand. The two ghostly riders were caught in the radiance and were sent tumbling. The bright light extinguished in an instant. Yan Xinglia had already leapt from his horse, crashing into the armed ghost rider and sending him crashing against a tree, shattering into pieces. With a powerful swing of his heavy sword, he reduced the other rider to a heap of shattered bones and flesh. Meanwhile, he heard the urgent thundering of hooves behind him. The flanking ghost riders had surged forward, thrusting a spear at him with the momentum of their horses. Yan Xinglia did not need his sword. He merely extended his arm, trapping the spear under his armpit, stepping back 2 paces, rendering the ghost rider unable to budge him, and flipping both horse and rider to the ground, crushing their skull beneath his foot. The battle flared and extinguished, and Yan Xinglia sheathed his sword, feeling a hint of warmth on his cheek. It was his horse nuzzling affectionately against him. He patted his old companion's neck, only to realize the horse was breathing heavily, its legs trembling slightly. Indeed, despite the yellow steed's extraordinary nature, bearing the hefty Yan Xinglia for days on end had pushed it to its limits. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Xinglia made a decision. He rummaged through his bag and retrieved a pair of paper figures, one representing himself and the other his horse, smearing them with their respective blood before tossing them to the ground. The moonlight glimmered, and after a peculiar expansion and transformation, they took on the forms of the yellow steed and Yan Xinglia. However, the paper version of Yan Xinglia, beneath his grand beard, bore a face as pale as powdered rice, adorned with rosy cheeks, giving an oddly humorous appearance. Yan Xinglia circled around the paper figures, finding them insufficient. With a clap, he dragged down a large black cloth bag from the saddle. Unraveling it, he discovered a beautiful woman clad in red, her skin fair as snow, features enchanting. Yet her hands were bound by heavy iron shackles. Even in sleep, her brow remained furrowed, a sight that evoked sympathy. Yet, this bearded man showed no compassion. He hoisted the woman onto the saddle without a second thought. Grabbing a handful of rotten bones from the ground, he haphazardly stuffed them into the bag, securing it atop the paper horse. Go! The paper figures obediently set off eastward. Having completed this, Yan Xinglia led his horse into the woods beside the road, ensuring to erase his tracks. Before long, the sound of hooves echoed like a sudden downpour. A throng of ghostly riders surged forth, numbering no less than 100. They paused briefly among the scattered remains before, under the command of the leading spectre, they pursued eastward in the direction of the paper figures. The area fell silent once more, save for the sporadic chirping of insects. After an indeterminate time, a fog began to rise on the road. In the hazy distance, ethereal sounds of drums and flutes emerged. The music grew closer and louder. Suddenly, a band of musicians appeared through the mist, followed by a procession carrying long banners, signs, and flags. Then came soldiers wielding long weapons, marching in formation, followed by armored warriors, moving in pairs. Finally, a luxurious black carriage emerged from the fog, carrying a dignified man adorned in a crown and flowing robes, holding a jade rui, his expression solemn, alongside a golden-armored general standing guard. The grand flag atop the carriage fluttered, emblazoned with the words, "Governor of the Zhuangtu." The scene was one of a myriad of horsemen surrounding a high-ranking official, exuding an air of authority befitting a governor on a grand tour. Yet, in reality, where in this world would one find a high-ranking official who preferred to patrol only at night? Furthermore, there existed no state known as Zhangzhou. This Zhangzhou did exist, but it was merely a mountain in Hanzhong, notorious for its treacherous terrain, dense forests that blocked out the sun, and the heavy miasma that earned it the moniker of Ghostly Abode. In recent years, a ghostly cultivator adept at summoning spirits and reanimating corpses had emerged from the mountain, exploiting the prolonged chaos of war to capture many lost souls from the battlefield, establishing a realm of his own, proclaiming himself the governor of ghosts. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this ghostly governor had been nothing more than a lowly clerk in life, now enjoying the trappings of power and death. Invited out of the mountain, he saw the potential for further advancement amidst the turmoil of the world. As he contemplated this, a sense of self-satisfaction washed over him. He glanced at the carriage, where a few black-clad corpses trailed behind. That old crow named who indeed possessed some skill, but he was still no match for my ghostly general. Not only did he perish, but even the corpses he commanded fell into my possession. It was a pity, however, that the corpses of the skilled men from the pacification office had been incinerated by this old crow. It was truly lamentable. Suddenly, the ghostly governor was jolted from his reverie by a voice that echoed with urgency, illuminating the surroundings with radiant light. A chill ran down his spine as he could only shout, "Ghost General." The voice was resolute and foreboding. In the next moment, he witnessed an arrow, nay, a beam of light, pierce through his ghostly general, instantly reducing his most formidable ally to ashes. The ghostly governor gritted his teeth and turned to see a robust figure emerging from the depths of the forest, wielding an iron bow. With a single arrow, the golden-armored general fell, yet there was no mirth in Yan Xinglia's eyes. If only he had another red crow, he could have taken down the ghostly governor as well. However, recalling the expression of his typically generous commander when the red crow was produced, as if a child had lost a parent or an elder had lost a child, it seemed unlikely he would see another in his lifetime. His ordinary talismans were useless now, but fortunately, before setting out, he had managed to salvage another treasure from the armory. He discarded the iron bow and grasped a jade talisman with golden threads. A divine talisman from the celestial master's estate. With a crack, the talisman shattered, and golden light erupted forth. Yan Xinglia knew well that his tricks with paper figures could not deceive for long. Moments ago, the birds had reported that the knights who had passed were already returning. Soon, the ghostly soldiers would surround him, and if exposed, he would be trapped without an escape. Thus, from the very beginning, he had used the paper figures as bait, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Those ghostly soldiers were mere puppets of magic. Once their master was slain, the ghostly army would naturally disband. If the Red Crow could achieve success, it would be ideal. If not, he would have to plunge into the throngs of ghosts and slay the ghostly governor before being encircled. Time was of the essence, merely 3 breaths. Yan Xinglia took a deep breath and drew his sword. In the first breath, he was enveloped in a heavy golden light and charged into the outermost formation of halberdiers. Taking them by surprise, he left a trail of broken halberds and scattered ghostly soldiers in his wake. The ghostly governor sat in his carriage, directing his troops to encircle him. In the second breath, the golden light around Yan Xinglia dimmed. Although he had breached the halberd formation, he was now surrounded by 17 or 18 armored warriors. Unfazed, he pressed on, disregarding the blades that cut at him, wielding his heavy sword with ferocity. The ghostly governor furrowed his brow, discarding his scepter as he formed a seal with his hands, chanting incantations. In the third breath, the golden light wavered precariously. Yet Yan Xinglia, with his heavy sword, scattered the warriors before him. Nonetheless, there remained zombies blocking his path, and he could hear the sound of galloping hooves approaching. There was no time to linger. Using the sword as a shield to protect his vital points, he relied on his innate strength and the remaining protective golden light to plunge into the throng of corpses. The ghostly governor summoned his magic, and ghostly flames flickered in the eyes of the surrounding specters, gathering rapidly in his hands. 3 breaths passed in an instant. Yan Xinglia had broken through 3 layers of defense, and the ghostly governor was within his reach. However, his protective golden light had shattered, and he bore several injuries. The most severe inflicted by a zombie transformed from a colleague in the pacification office, its claws having sunk deep into his left side, exposing bone. Yet, it was too late. The ghostly governor's spell had been completed. The ghostly fire coalesced into a hauntingly green orb in his grasp. Beneath the dark crown, the governor's face was grim as he pointed forward, the orb transforming into a streak of light that shot out. Yan Xinglia's prowess was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he managed to shift his massive frame, twisting to evade the ghostly fire while raising his sword to shield his vital areas. However, a sinister smile crept across the ghostly governor's face as he uttered a single command. Command! Instantly, the ghostly fire surged silently, expanding into a colossal fireball, engulfing Yan Xinglia without resistance. Gazing into the flickering green flames, the ghostly governor chuckled. What a ruthless judge! Merely, but before he could finish, a massive hand emerged from the flames. Though the hand was scorched and bloodied by the ghostly fire, it remained robust and powerful, its fingers like iron claws, gripping the ghostly governor's face tightly. Then, with a thunderous crash, the black cloak billowed, scattering the flames. Yan Xinglia's formidable figure reappeared before him, leaving the ghostly governor in disbelief. How could this be? The hand lifted him slightly before forcefully slamming him down. The luxurious carriage beneath them shattered into fragments, and the ghostly governor was thrown into the mud amidst the throng of spirits. The moonlight was chilling, and the night wind was frigid. Surrounded by the spirits, Yan Xinglia, still shrouded in remnants of flame, had captured the enemy's leader. Despite having utterly failed and lying at his adversary's feet, his life now at the mercy of the enemy. The ghostly governor continued to scream in desperation, Yin Xinglia, even if you kill me now, you cannot escape the vengeance I have taught you. If you are wise, surrender to me. With a disdainful smile, Yin Xinglia severed the ghostly head from its body. After the demise of the ghostly governor, the remaining spirits either perished or scattered, and those who remained engaged in chaotic combat did not take long to subdue. Yin Xinglia led his horse along the forest path, for the time being unpursued, allowing him to find a place to recuperate and resupply. Naturally, the best location was the nearby military encampment of the officials. A red-eyed crow alighted upon his saddle, the clever bird bringing good tidings. There was indeed a detachment of official troops nearby. Following the bird's direction, Yin Xinglia burst into a brightly lit clearing. Before he could fully assess the situation, he plunged headfirst into the fray. I am Yin Xinglia, a captain of the Dragon Cavalry under the Pacification Office. Take me to your commander immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xinglia finally grasped the circumstances before him, momentarily taken aback. The area had just witnessed a brutal skirmish. The weapons in the hands of some soldiers still dripped with blood, while the corpses on the ground bore no armor and no weapons. Their white hair and youthful locks intermingled. A few disheveled figures were sprawled atop motionless women. One officer, hastily adjusting his trousers, inquired cautiously, "Pacification Office?" Yin Xinglia was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a soft, sultry moan echoed through the air. The voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with languid allure, as if a pair of delicate hands were strumming the strings of his heart. Turning his gaze, he found the woman on the saddle waking at that very moment, coincidentally emitting such an enticing sound. She raised her head, revealing a captivating visage, her long hair cascading like clouds, and propping herself up to reveal her alluring curves. Gulping, Yin Xinglia needed no further explanation. Indeed, the expression on the officer's face shifted from cautiousness to one of greedy ferocity. Having served on the battlefield for many years, he was all too familiar with the depravity of such soldiers. With a light sigh, Yin Xinglia thought, "Ah, this enchantress." He cast another glance at the lifeless bodies on the ground, muttering, "Beasts." Chapter 67, Wolves and Beasts. The elderly man, having fallen to the ground, weeps profusely. Blades, blood, sinister laughter, and anguished cries unfold a scene of savagery upon the narrow mountain path. The husband, summoning his remaining strength, charges at the soldiers, only to be met with a gleaming steel blade. A young child cries out for his father, yet is seized by a soldier irritated by the noise and thrown to the ground, gasping for breath. The wife, beneath the soldier's feet, has no time to scream before she is lifted and tossed onto a cart, immediately followed by the weight of a foul corpse pressing down upon her. She frantically scratches and claws, but her flesh and blood fingers cannot match the ironclad armor, merely smearing blood across her skin in vain. Eventually, the soldier grows impatient. He tears off his helmet and strikes the woman's head with a thud. With a dull sound, blood gushes from her forehead, her gaze already muddled. Yet the soldier, unsatisfied, grips her hands and forces them onto the cart, then retrieves a dagger from his bosom. With a swift thrust, the sharp blade pierces the wooden surface, anchoring her palms firmly to the cart. In her dazed state, the woman emits a hoarse scream. The soldier, however, licks his lips, eagerly disrobing, ready to indulge his base desires. Suddenly, a similar sound resonates, yet this time it is the soldier's head that is impaled upon the cart. A short-haired Taoist bends down to retrieve the dagger from the woman's hands, then slices a piece of cloth from the soldier's corpse, methodically cleaning the blade of filth. The ancestors said, "Fortune and misfortune do not come from outside, they are summoned by oneself." The Taoist does not consider himself one to rush into trouble. Last night, the city was ablaze with turmoil, even tainting my drink. The dangers of war are beyond what a humble Taoist can provoke or evade. This morning, I deliberately chose a difficult path over the well-trodden road, only to stumble upon your vile company. Li Chang'an sharpens his sword, raising his head to survey the encroaching wolves masquerading as soldiers, curiously inquiring, "Could it be that my lack of bathing has called forth such flies and vermin? Slay this bull-nosed one." The response is a chorus of blades and spears. Amongst them, there are always those quick to act, eager to take the lead. A robust soldier bellows, lunging first with a thrust. Li Chang'an reacts swiftly, lowering his body to evade. The wielder of a long weapon fears the closeness of a short one, and as his expression changes, he attempts to retreat, but Li Chang'an is quicker, stepping on his foot and delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. With a crack, he doubles over in pain, and in that moment, Li Chang'an plunges the dagger into his throat. Witnessing the robust soldier fall at the hands of the short-haired Taoist, another soldier with a horse-like face shouts in alarm, "Beware! He is a fierce one." Before he can finish, his words turn to curses, for the Taoist, having just slain, charges into the fray without taking a breath, aiming directly for the horse-faced soldier. Where did this reckless Taoist come from? He swears, swinging his blade with a measure of force but a hint of hesitation. This Taoist may be skilled, but he is a fool. If he can just be entangled for a moment, 7 or 8 blades will reduce him to pulp. However, unexpectedly, the Taoist's sword seems to possess a will of its own, deftly avoiding the blade and entangling it, inflicting a wound upon the soldier's wrist, disarming him. The Taoist closes in, delivering a blow to the temple with the hilt of his sword, causing the soldier's eyes to bulge and blood to spurt forth. Then, Li Chang'an seizes the collar of the horse-faced soldier, pulling him close and shrinking into his embrace, while several blades fall ineffectively upon the soldier's back, showering blood and flesh. At that moment, a sharp point emerges from the soldier's right side, piercing through, eliciting a cry of agony as another soldier stumbles back, clutching his abdomen. The remaining soldiers, startled, rush to attack, but Li Chang'an has already turned, swiftly slicing through one soldier's throat, then using the corpse of the horse-faced soldier as a shield, hurling it at 2 others. As they struggle to push the body away, they are met with the gruesome sight of a comrade's severed face, lifeless on the ground. With a sharp intake of breath, the 2 remaining soldiers hesitate, their courage faltering. The Taoist, however, charges forward without a second thought. "Be careful, Taoist." Suddenly, warnings ring in his ears. Glancing sideways, he sees 6 archers, sensing danger, retreating to form a group, drawing their bows, heedless of the Taoist comrades. With a resounding twang, 6 bowstrings sing out. Between the 2 sides, merely 50 or 60 steps apart, the arrows fly swiftly. In a moment of blinding speed, Li Chang'an remains unflustered, thrusting his sword into the chest of a soldier who panicked at the sight of the archers, before pointing his sword and commanding, "Wind, arise." At his command, a tempest brews. Whether it is due to the abundant spiritual energy in this realm, or his own cultivation reaching new heights, he cannot say. Although he cannot manipulate the wind with mere fingers, he can certainly divert a few arrows within a reasonable range, even if he cannot deflect them all. The remaining arrows that approach are rendered powerless. He casually catches one, thrusting it into the throat of the last standing soldier. The soldier clutches his neck, convulsing before collapsing. The Taoist shakes the blood from his sword, ready to finish off the archers. Demonic sorcery. The archers exclaim, trembling in fear, one even crying out the term. Li Chang'an, bewildered, contemplates, demon sorcery? What is this? You are the ones who raised ghostly soldiers atop a mound of human heads. Unbeknownst to him, during the siege the previous day, ghostly soldiers had effortlessly slaughtered the traitors within the city, instilling terror in the hearts of some onlooking soldiers. Thus, during the pillaging, these cowardly men dared not enter the city, resorting instead to scavenging the outskirts, only to encounter Li Chang'an by misfortune. "Don't come any closer," the archers scream, shooting another volley of arrows in their panic. Yet, with tremors in their hands, their shots are weak. Li Chang'an conjures the wind, and the arrows are swept away without a trace. Witnessing this, they finally succumb to fear, abandoning their weapons and fleeing. But they have scarcely taken a few steps when they are tackled by a group of fierce young men, unable to escape the ensuing blows and kicks. Soon, more join the fray. The greedy wolves, stripped of their fangs, reveal the horns of the weak sheep. Initially, there were curses, but in an instant, only pleas for mercy remained, followed by the sound of agony. The Taoist shakes his head as he sheaths his sword. Fortune and misfortune stem from oneself. He surveys the ground littered with lifeless bodies, be they the wronged spirits of the village or the corpses beneath him. What sins have the common folk committed to invite such calamity, such slaughter? Could it simply be their humanity? In times of chaos, humans are like grass. Having witnessed too much, Li Chang'an can scarcely summon the energy to sigh. He coldly observes as the cries of agony fade. Moments later, the crowd disperses, searching for their deceased kin, wailing in grief, leaving behind mere heaps of unrecognizable flesh. He turns to see the woman he had previously saved. She has not joined in the vengeance. Instead, she sits vacantly on the ground, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, cradling her lifeless child, while her deceased husband lies across her lap. "Sister-in-law, my condolences." Before he can finish his meager comfort, a bright red stain spreads from her chest. In the center of the crimson, hidden beneath her hair, is a hiltless dagger. The Taoist ultimately lets out a sigh. Bending down, he closed the eyes of a family, softly reciting, Respect to the celestial beings of the 10 directions, their numbers like grains of sand. After performing the rite for the family, Li Chang'an felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. Turning his face away, he discovered the surviving villagers kneeling in unison behind him. This cannot be permitted, he thought. Hastily stepping forward to help them up, offering words of comfort before they began to gather their scattered belongings and the bodies of their loved ones. Only an elderly man, with injured legs, remained by his side. The elder informed Li Chang'an that they were villagers from the vicinity. Since the arrival of the imperial army, they had done their utmost to provide support, offering food when requested and people when demanded, thus escaping the calamity of the village massacre. Last night, upon witnessing the flames rising from the direction of the city, unease gripped their hearts, prompting them to seek refuge in the forest, only to be discovered by the officials. We were fortunate to have the Taoists' intervention, otherwise, we would have all become vengeful spirits in the mountains. Li Chang'an waved his hand, inquiring what their next course of action should be. The elder sighed deeply. What else can we do with families in tow? If we do not perish from hunger in the mountains, once the officials depart, we shall return to our village, hoping that the next officials do not exploit us too harshly. The elder's words rendered Li Chang'an speechless, as a weight pressed heavily upon his heart, creating a sense of discomfort. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. Li Chang'an turned to see a woman in a bridal gown stumbling out from the woods. The Taoist hurried to meet her, but as she stumbled, she fell directly into his arms. As she lifted her head, Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. How to describe her visage? Perhaps akin to the rain-kissed West Lake, with rippling emerald waves. In any case, a captivating beauty had suddenly entered his view. One might think that growing up in the digital age, Li Chang'an would be accustomed to various forms of beauty. Yet, witnessing beauty on a screen is one thing. Encountering it in reality is another. And holding such beauty in his arms was an entirely different experience altogether. Fortunately, the Taoist's mind was clear, and despite his astonishment, he remained composed. Do not be alarmed, fair maiden. What has transpired? The young woman leaned against Li Chang'an's chest, tears cascading like rain from a pear blossom. I was to be wed today, but en route, a brigand suddenly appeared. He slaughtered everyone else and sought to take me as his wife. Naturally, I resisted, and he placed this upon me, she said, raising her delicate hand to reveal a coarse, heavy iron shackle encircling her slender wrist. In a moment of distraction, I managed to escape, but he pursued me relentlessly. Li Chang'an, feeling a surge of frustration and uncertainty, found an outlet for his emotions. What does this brigand look like? The young woman hesitated for a moment, her face paling as she trembled. He is as large as a bear, with a countenance reminiscent of Zhong Kuei, sporting a fearsome bushy beard. Fear not, my lady, rest with the elders for a while, Li Chang'an reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. I shall deal with this brigand on your behalf.